Chapter 1 Newborn. Ephemeris on the morning of December 23, 20412, a rock star with half-gray land and half-blue ocean is illuminated by the star of Kia, and the atmosphere surrounding the planet changes colors. Even if you look at the land from space, you can see the devastation above the land. Many years of fighting have left too many traces here. The land is rarely covered by green, and most of it is dead gray. Only by seeing the blue ocean, it shows that this is a planet with the most basic resource, water for life. Although Rock Star looks like a dream from a distance, the ever-changing colors are dreamlike, but in fact, this planet is only an administrative planet with low quality of life in the Interstellar Federation. An administrative planet with a low quality of life is the lowest standard that all humans can live on, and provides the necessary conditions for human survival, such as oxygen, fresh water, and food. However, the low quality of life means that the environment is harsh and it is difficult for humans to survive in the wild. In a sky of the rock star, the calm sky, which was originally windless and cloudless, was broken by a sharp sonic boom. Then a dazzling light spot appeared in the air, and the light spot drew closer, which were several flying vehicles chasing. At the front is a silver-white personal flying shuttle, and at the back is the 4 blocker drones of the Planetary Defense Skynet system, followed closely behind. In the single-flight shuttle, Abbott operated the flight shuttle dully, and the pilot continuously moved left and right in his hand. The large change of direction was already the limit of this personal flight shuttle. He has a feeling that if this kind of reversal is carried out in such a large scale, this personal flying shuttle used for space flight is likely to collapse without a blocker drone attack, but he does not dare to hesitate. There is still no interruption in the acceleration and change of direction. He wanted to get rid of the blocker drones in the rear by accelerating and changing directions, but the 4 blocker drones were like sticking behind a personal flying shuttle and could not get rid of them at all. Damn, I shouldn't have come here with this shit. Abbott cursed. Abbott is an interstellar mercenary, belonging to the infamous Sirius Mercenary Corps, and also a wanted felon of the Interstellar Federation, carrying multiple murders and multiple denials of arrest, wounding, robbery and other felony. Dozens of civilians died in his hands. In the previous mission, the Sirius Mercenary Corps successfully robbed an interplanetary cruise ship. The mercenaries received generous rewards and went to have fun. Abbott also got a lot of credit points, so he used a fake identity to come to the rock star to relax. Originally, he thought that there should be no problems on this remote planet, so he didn't bring any weapons and equipment, and just sneaked in a private flying shuttle to sneak in. This kind of infiltration is a common thing that interstellar wanted criminals do. The emulated identity bracelet can't stand the examination of the official checkpoint. The fake identity bracelet can only support simple credit point consumption. What he didn't think of was that he was discovered by the blocker drone when he first entered the planet. "That doesn't control the Zerg, what I'm chasing after me." Abbott continued to curse in the mouth of the drone on the central control screen. These blocker drones are part of Planet Skynet's defense, mainly to find and attack Zerg flying in the air, not for infiltrator. If a powerful Zerg is found, the blocker drone will report to Skynet and monitor it. If it is only a weak Zerg, it will directly attack. Abbott was also unlucky. He happened to be caught by a team of obstruction drones performing missions. If there are weapons and equipment, these 4 blocker drones will not be in his eyes, but it is difficult to escape even with a personal flying shuttle. Warning, stop the flight immediately, accept the inspection. Warning, stop the flight immediately, accept the inspection. This is a warning issued by the staff who monitor the blocker drone through Skynet. Although the blocking drone is unmanned, there will always be real-time monitoring by relevant personnel at the far end of Skynet. At this time, the situation of Abbott has been reported, and the attack will start at any time. Fortunately, the target set by the blocker drone is the Zerg, otherwise it will attack directly without warning. Abbott ignored the warnings of the blocker drones, who had seen too many of them, and had a detailed understanding of their performance. Don't look at him at this time cannot get rid of the blocker drone's pursuit, but usually, the blocker drone is only forced to land illegal aircraft, and will not directly attack. Commands for launching attacks on humans can only be issued by humans with the corresponding authority. This is an iron law and the ultimate solution to the problems of artificial intelligence for countless times. Abbott saw the map next to the personal flying shuttle pilot and found that the city of Perrin was not far in front. He was very happy. As long as he was close to the city, the blocker drone could not pursue him. The blocker drone, the first criterion must be to protect the lives of citizens. The personal flying shuttle accelerated towards the direction of Perrin City, and the 4 blocker drones in the rear were constantly issuing warnings, while turning on the high-power scanner to scan the personal flying shuttle. David, didn't you have breakfast? Go faster. Jessica, with short brown hair, urged David behind him. Although Jessica is not particularly beautiful, the age of 17 gives her a youthful atmosphere. David can know from her attitude towards herself that she is not too willing to call herself on the road. Jessica knew in her heart that if it wasn't because she couldn't find someone on the morning of winter vacation, she wouldn't call a lonely person like David together. Okay. David said in a short voice. When he said the word okay, he had a strange feeling in his heart, because he used this language instinctively, but he was extremely strange to this language. This happened because he came to this world only yesterday, and he did not receive the memory of this body. Fortunately, the language and characters he mastered were inexplicably received. His name in the previous life was David Lee, a successful IT engineer. The reason why he added quotation marks to his success was that he was only an IT elite in a 4th-tier city, and it was placed in the 1st and 2nd-tier cities. Scum-like existence. The place where he was hit was a downhill road called Fangongqiao. He neither drove his small displacement car nor drove the battery-powered battery car, but walked. When the heavy truck ran towards him out of control, he was on the sidewalk with several passers-by. Heavy trucks did not choose a heavier cement tanker on the road, but rushed towards the more vulnerable people. David didn't want to guess the heavy truck driver's idea with the greatest malice, but he wanted to come now, but he was extremely suspicious of this. In the face of a runaway heavy truck, David is a pedestrian on both sides, especially a few of them just after school. At that time, he had no time to think about it, and when there were pedestrians on both sides, he could not avoid it. At that time, he made an action that he could not imagine at this time, and he suddenly pushed away the pedestrians beside him. Then came the heavy impact. He did not know how many people died, but he clearly remembered that he successfully pushed away several students around him. When David woke up, he appeared in this body's home, in a very strangely arranged basement, while occupying this body. The damaged altar, the burnt black unknown pieces of meat, the open old and strange textbooks, plus his naked body, a scene of evil rituals. If it were not for him to see the whole piece of lighting on the top of the basement, as well as the scientific and technological fitness equipment in the basement, and the basement walls with metal materials, he thought he had come to a foolish and savage world. It took nearly an hour for David to slowly accept the fact that he changed from a yellow man to a young boy who is now tall. It took another hour to find a way out of the basement. Although it was just a simple palm verification, for him who did not receive any memory of this body, everything needed to be tried. But after walking out of the basement, he didn't need to worry about the strangeness of the environment at all. Because of the smart housekeeper in this house, a humanoid housekeeping robot is waiting outside the basement where David is located. Outside the basement, David was surprised to see a huge underground vegetable cultivation base, and then led by the smart housekeeper, returned to the bedroom on the ground. Chapter 2 History. Due to the accidents that happened to him, it was difficult for David to toss and turn in his dream yesterday. When he fell asleep, he was awakened by the wristband on his wrist. The smart housekeeper also entered at this time to remind him that Jessica was already waiting for him at the door. According to the smart housekeeper's reminder, David only knew that this was his agreement with Jessica and went to the signing event of the well-known writer Burgess' new book, War and Love. Originally he wanted to push off the signing event with Jessica, but he heard that the destination mentioned by the smart housekeeper was a paper bookstore and immediately decided to go. The unknown of the world and the lost memory of this body made him desperate to get more information, but he didn't even know how to query the information in this world, but the paper bookstore became his best choice. Along the way with Jessica, he also saw that Jessica's attitude towards him was not as good as a friend, and Jessica's attitude was even worse when he had been silent. After agreeing, David walked a few steps and came to Jessica's side. His gaze kept looking at everything around him. The car on the road suspended on the ground, the entire city completely covered by stones, even the houses are built like a fortress, and at the same time there is no window. This quirky design makes him like this world. Feeling safe. The bookstore they went to was not far away, so they did not take the transportation. They walked about 3 kilometers, just around the corner of the street where David lived, and David saw groups of people standing in front of the bookstore. David looked uncomfortably behind him, leaving nothing behind him, but in fact there was a strange translucent shadow hidden in there. This was discovered when he woke up in the basement. When he first discovered the translucent shadow, he almost didn't scare him to death. After many experiments, he found that this strange translucent shadow completely followed him and was able to follow his orders to move. Although the only ability of this translucent shadow until now is only stealth, and no other ability, it also solves the loneliness of his first arrival in this world. David has tested that Jessica could not find the invisible translucent shadow as long ago, but there are nearly 100 people in front of him. He is still very worried about who will find it. "We are late, it seems that we have to queue for a long time," Jessica said with some dissatisfaction. For this signing event, she got up at 7 o'clock, but she didn't arrive at 8 o'clock at this time. You must know that she is currently on holiday. She has to sleep at least until 9 o'clock every day. David smiled and didn't speak. He didn't care about the signing. He wanted to enter the bookstore to find the books he was following. "Don't be crowded, today's signing event will not open for another hour, and Mr. Burgess will be there in a minute. Please wait in line," the bookstore clerk shouted and tried to maintain order. "Jessica, I went to read inside and I won't accompany you," David said to Jessica. Go. Jessica waved her hand. At this time, she also found some people she knew, and no longer needed David to accompany them. Although these people they knew were not friends, but with compared to the boring David, she would rather choose a few people who are not very familiar. David feels that Jessica treats him like a spare tire. It seems that his predecessor should be an admirer of Jessica, so that Jessica will have such an attitude. But these have nothing to do with him now. He walked into the bookstore from the scattered team. Although there are more convenient e-books, it does not affect the sale of paper books, which can be seen from the scale of this bookstore. The clerk glanced at him and found that he didn't want to jump in, so he ignored him. There are more than 10 large electronic posters in the bookstore, most of which show the posters of War and Love. The glass wall of the bookstore is very sound insulated. At least the voices of nearly 100 people outside have not passed into the bookstore, which makes the bookstore appear very quiet. It is the best environment for reading. David walked through the bookshelves, which were divided into philosophy, politics, law, military, economics, culture, education, sports, language, art, history, geography, etc. Classification to facilitate readers' choice. David went to the history category, found a book, History of Interstellar Federation, took the book and went to a seat next to it, opened the book and read it. There is no one else in the bookstore except him. Those who can come to this paper bookstore at this time are all for participating in the signing of the new book War and Love by the well-known writer Burgess. The signing activity is carried out in front of the bookstore, so there will be such a quiet environment. He turned on History of the Star Federation and saw a sentence on the title page. Survival or destruction, the world is on the edge of the cliff. Federal Marshal Denton. Thinking of the meaning of this sentence in his head, David opened the content page of History of Interstellar Federation, then he saw the history of this world, a magnificent history with iron and blood. In 10116, an intense space shock occurred outside the 16th spiral arm on the edge of the Interstellar Federation. This space turbulence triggered an unknown shift in space, overlapping the corners of the two universes. These two universes are the Interstellar Federal Universe and the Divine Universe. The overlap between the Interstellar Great Universe and the Divine Great Universe is the 16th spiral arm 82. Before the two great universes overlap, the 16th spiral arm 82 is just an ordinary resource that is not well-known star. The environment there is harsh, and human beings simply cannot survive there. But after the two large universes overlapped, Planet 12 with a 16-armed arm showed wonderful changes. The content of oxygen in the atmosphere and the contents of various other gases changed, and it became a livable planet. At the same time, a large number of kryptonite deposits were found beneath the planet of the 16-armed 82 planet. Kryptonite is the main energy of the Interstellar Federation. It is the existence of kryptonite that allows the Interstellar Federation to travel the universe and rule the entire universe of the Interstellar Federation. But the kryptonite mine is also the basic energy of the Divine Universe. When the two universes overlap, both parties who are preparing to start negotiations have discovered the kryptonite mine on the planet 16. In the nearly 100 years from 10116 to 10,200, the two universes launched a war on the survival of the race on the planet of the 16-armed 82. That war was just a stroke in history of the Interstellar Federation, but in those 100 years, the planet of the 16-armed 82 was renamed the War Star from then on, and you can imagine the cruelty of that war. In the autumn of 10,200, a huge worm appeared in the unstable space above the War Star. These worms appeared from the space and landed on the War Star. Then there are countless kinds of insects with a human height of several tens of meters rushing out of the body of the huge insects. They are crazy to attack everything that can be seen. The battle situation changed in 10200. Neither the Star Federation nor the Divine Universe can resist these powerful insects alone. Both parties discovered that insects can grow by engulfing various substances. Human corpses, wreckage of interstellar warships, buildings on the ground, all they can see are their food. In particular, kryptonite mines stimulate them, and whenever insects occupy a kryptonite mine, there will be a number of explosions. In 10202, the Commonwealth signed an alliance contract with the Divine Universe. Since then, the two universes have jointly created a line of defense above the war stars to resist the invasion of insects. These worms are also called Zerg, a predatory and aggressive race that cannot communicate. In the following 10,000 years, the war stars became the strong defense lines of the two universes, and countless Interstellar Federation warriors fought battles with the warriors of the world. Of course, the Zerg also impacted the neighboring planets of the two universes in various ways. Although the two universes are constantly intercepted, some Zergs have passed through the defense and entered the nearby planet. Because the Zerg cannot enter other planets on a large scale, this prevents the Zerg from truly forming a quantitative advantage, and the nearby planets have not formed a large-scale Zerg group because of the centralized cleaning of the Interstellar Federation and the Divine World. But this does not mean that the Zerg threat has disappeared on these planets. The Zerg larvae are extremely difficult to find. They can hide deep underground while preventing them from being detected by the scanning device. At the right time, these larvae can grow into various forms according to the surrounding environment and attack life on the planet. This endless war has given the Interstellar Federation a headache. More interstellar warships have been built and more defenses have appeared in the universe to ensure that the planets further away will not be affected by the Zerg. Chapter 3 Explosion. While David was quietly looking at the history of the world in the book, he suddenly felt a palpitation. He looked at the invisible translucent shadow beside him, because the palpitation was transmitted to him by the translucent shadow. Inexplicably he knew what the translucent shadow wanted to express to him: dangerous and extremely dangerous. This feeling he had when he saw the big truck out of control in his previous life, the kind of despair and helplessness, the fear that life was about to be ruthlessly deprived, and then the hair on David's body was all erected. Abbott, who drove the personal flying shuttle in the sky at the fastest speed, has already drove the personal flying shuttle to the highest speed. This personal flying shuttle capable of flying short distances in the universe cannot fly out of the superfast in the atmosphere. Speed. But he didn't have to go through the map at this time, but with the help of the scanning device on his personal flying shuttle, he could clearly see the city of Perrin below. Hurry up and find out the largest number of people in Perrin. Abbott ordered urgently. The auxiliary intelligence on the personal flying shuttle quickly found the location with the largest relative number of people outdoor through the scan results. According to the position, the personal flying shuttle slightly adjusted the direction, and when he saw the scene of 100 people near the building on the ground, Albert's face showed a triumphant smile. At the other end of Skynet, the chief officer, Bispham, corrected the information sent by the blocker drone, and the light of joy flashed in his eyes. According to the information sent back by the blocker drone, especially when the arrogant Albert did not have any fancy dress, Skynet analyzed the identity of Albert. In front of Major Bispham was the intelligence of Abbott, and the accompanying pile of wanted orders, among which there was a huge reward wanted. As long as Abbott is caught or killed, it is a huge contribution. He is very likely to pass the rank that most officers cannot pass, become a lieutenant colonel, and the wealth brought by a huge reward. Of course, only a part of all the income of the huge reward is allocated to him, but this is enough to make him excited. Execution and extermination. Major Bispham calmed his emotions and ordered quietly. The 4 blocker drones that received the command simultaneously activated small rapid-fire guns and pursued toward the individual flying shuttle. Major, there are a large number of civilians underneath. As Major Bispham turned his head and looked at Abbott's intelligence, the staff who were monitoring yelled. The staff member was also very depressed. Although he saw the city and the increasingly striking crowd, it was an order issued by Major Bispham. He had no right to cancel it, and he could only inform Major Bispham cancel the command. As Major Bispham looked up, all 4 small rapid-fire guns of the blocker drone hit Abbott's personal flying shuttle. The personal flying shuttle is just a civilian aircraft, without any weapons and defenses, and being hit by 4 blocker drones is absolutely a deadly situation. Abbott did not expect to die that the blocker drone would ignore so many civilians and attacked him in this way. Similar to Abbott's mood, there was the commanding Major Bispham. Stop the attack immediately. He shouted. It's just that the order is too late at this time. If he just didn't distract from looking at the information in his hand and dreamed about merits in his mind, this tragedy could still be avoided. Of course, if Abbott did not dive down, but used the speed of his personal flying shuttle to dodge in the air as before, maybe he could persist for a longer period of time. But now it's too late. In Abbott's reluctance, the personal flying shuttle was hit by several shells. As a mercenary and wanted criminal who lived extremely moist, he had good combat ability, but in this case, even if he could not resist, he was shot down. Both the wing and the horizontal wing of the personal flying shuttle were shattered, and several holes appeared on the fuselage, 2 of which were the driving position of Abbott. 20 meters away from the ground, Abbott was seriously injured. His right leg completely disappeared or was a minor injury. A large penetrating hole appeared in his abdomen, which was a mortal injury. If Abbott has a conscience, with his driving level, he can try to control the personal flying shuttle and reduce the damage to the ground crowd. But he made a more crazy move before he died. He tried his best to point the personal flying shuttle to the most dense place of the crowd, and at the last moment his face showed a cruel smile. At the same time, on the other side of Skynet, Major Bispham watched in horror as the personal flying shuttle crashed into the crowd, and then a blaze of fire covered all that area. It's over. Major Bispham sat down on the chair behind him, leaving only the idea in his mind. The extremely dangerous feeling from the invisible translucent shadow made David creepy. He almost instinctively looked in the direction of the glass curtain wall of the door. Although he found nothing, he still followed the panic in his heart to find a place to avoid. He didn't yell, because he didn't know whether it was true or false, and the only thing he could do was find a relatively safe place immediately. Soon he saw the bathroom not far away. It seemed to be adhering to the special sturdy concept here. The bathroom door was also a metal door. David took 2 quick steps and pushed open the bathroom door and walked in. Just when he entered the bathroom and closed the metal door, a violent impact sound followed by a more violent explosion sound from outside the bookstore. Then he saw that the metal door in front was pushed flat by the huge impact force. He flew out toward the bathroom with his body. At the moment when the metal door flew out, David's body was tightly attached to the metal door, his hands instinctively hugged the head to reduce the damage to the head. He didn't want to just cross over. Before he knew the world, he was killed again. Strong muscles came into play at this time. His body was pushed flat by the metal door. These muscles protected him when he collided with the toilet partition. Although the wooden toilet partition was broken 2 times in a row, surprisingly, his body did not suffer much damage. At least he just felt the skin on his back was injured, and there were no signs of injuries to his hands, feet, and head. The flame shock wave caused by the explosion was also blocked by the metal door in front of him. The most serious thing was that his unprotected hand pressed on the metal door and there was a slight burn. Early preparations were made to allow him to close his breath in time under the impact of the flames, so that his body did not burn because of it, but his hair and sweat were burned a lot. At this time, David couldn't take care of this anymore. Even if the metal door was hot, he would not dare to let go, and the sound of crushing stones hitting the metal was still heard on the metal door. Fortunately, here is the bathroom. With the impact just now, many water pipes broke, forming a mist in the bathroom, which also reduced the heat in the air. The temperature of the metal door quickly fell. David made the right choice in an instant. In addition to the explosion shock wave breaking the metal door and part of the wall in this bathroom, the entire bathroom remained most intact, which is why he was able to maintain minor injuries during the explosion. The personal shuttle is a short-range spacecraft. The energy used is krypton crystal, an extremely stable and huge energy source. Because this impact could not trigger the explosion of krypton crystal at all, this explosion was mainly due to the explosion of a small amount of backup energy on the personal flying shuttle. Fortunately, this is the case. Otherwise, with Abbott as the personal flying shuttle to replace the krypton crystal with sufficient energy, once exploded, there will be no life within a kilometer. David waited for a while, the sense of danger disappeared completely, he shook his head dizzy, and pushed open the metal door pressed against him. Only then did he realize that the strength of this body was far beyond his imagination. Such a metal door could weigh 100 kilograms, but he did not feel how heavy it was. But he didn't have time to study his body. The translucent shadow invisible in his perception was actively leaving his side and flying outside. Chapter 4 Miserable. The explosion just did not hurt the translucent shadow a little, all the debris and splashes passed directly through the translucent shadow. David wanted to order the translucent shadow to come back, but he felt a sense of satisfaction from the translucent shadow, as if he was full. Outside he could not see, the translucent shadow was stopping at a distance of 10 meters away from him. This distance was the maximum distance that the translucent shadow could leave him. This position also happens to be the gate position where the bookstore has completely disappeared. All the invisible matter that is invisible to people is attracted by the translucent shadow, flying towards the translucent shadow and entering its body. If anyone counts, you can find that the amount of these void substances is exactly the number of deaths. David feels that his connection with the translucent shadow is getting closer and closer. If the mobile phone 2G network used before is connected to the translucent shadow, it will be like a 3G network connection. Feel. He didn't understand what was happening, but he knew that there was nothing wrong with the translucent shadow. Instead, he seemed to get any benefits, and he didn't care about the translucent shadow. After all, the time for him to get the translucent shadow is too short, so short that he has no ability to really understand the translucent shadow. David tried to stand up. The injury behind him was a bit painful, but it didn't matter much. He walked to the bathroom door where the metal door was lost. Stepping on the stagnant water on the ground, he walked carefully, and the debris from the explosion was everywhere on the ground. Suddenly he stopped, because he saw a metal cylindrical object, the thickness of which could be held by one hand, about 20 centimeters in length, and the inside was hollow with a black glass-like mirror. Blockade. In such a chaotic environment, the metal cylinder is extremely clean, and people have to pay attention to it. Even if David knew nothing about the world, he knew it was not an ordinary item, and he stooped to pick it up. He didn't have the mind to occupy this metal cylinder, but thought that he could never throw it here. Of course, it also has a curious component. Putting the metal cylinder in his pocket, he walked out of the bathroom, and the damage in the bookstore lobby was more serious than in the bathroom. The whole bookstore is filled with choking smoke, the transparent glass wall and the door outside the bookstore have disappeared, large red blood clots, and intact or broken human bodies are scattered inside and outside the store. When the personal flying shuttle collided with the crowd could not avoid it in time due to the excessive speed of the personal flying shuttle and the crowding around. The personal flying shuttle disintegrated in the end, and then its backup energy exploded, leaving the area with few survivors. David had a feeling of nausea that he wanted to vomit. He knew that there were nearly 100 people outside the bookstore, but there were only a dozen complete bodies at this time, most of which were metal fragments and debris that could be seen everywhere. His brain was blank, but he was quickly awakened by a miserable moan. David was trying to help someone who was still struggling on the ground, but he heard the sound of a police siren in the air, and then he saw 2 blue and white police patrol flying cars approaching. He couldn't help but stop. This kind of injury is best done by professional people. Since the rescue is coming, he doesn't need to intervene. The blue and white police patrol ship hovered on the road in front of the bookstore and jumped a dozen uniformed policemen from above. All the policemen were stunned by the sight in front of them, and they were busy with all kinds of shouts. The only David who could stand completely on the scene was particularly concerned, and a policeman came to him. "Are you all right?" A middle-aged policeman asked David as he checked David's identity bracelet with the instrument in his hand. David shook his head. He did not speak, because he saw the body of Jessica. The girl who was walking with her in the morning fell into the pool of blood at this time, and a piece of metal from a personal flying shuttle was inserted into her heart. "I'm Officer Bob, the medical staff will be here right away, and they will deal with your injury." The middle-aged police officer Bob looked at the instrument in his hand and knew that it was still a student. Then he saw David's look and couldn't help it. Patted David for comfort. David has no memory of Jessica, but he knows that Jessica and his predecessor are at least friends, otherwise they will not come to the bookstore together. He couldn't say how he felt about Jessica's death, neither sad nor sad. What he felt most at this time was fear, an extreme fear. If he did not perceive the danger from the translucent shadow, then he would be in the body that fell to the ground. He nodded blankly to Officer Bob, his gaze still looking at Jessica's body. The second batch of white ambulance aircraft arrived, and the city's emergency response quickly surprised David. Just 3 minutes after the explosion, the police and medical staff had all arrived. This did not please David, because it further explained the dangers here. It is precisely because of the frequent dangers that the police and medical staff have such quick response capabilities. He thought of the buildings without windows, and the city he saw. Beauty is not important, and solidity is the most important. A medical worker treated the wound on his back and helped him get some medicine on the scald on his hand. After the medical staff reported that there was no physical problem, David did not board the ambulance to the hospital. Part of the reason is that he wants to go home immediately, which is the safest place for him. Another reason is that the wounded people transported to the ambulance are very injured, and the ones that can scream are better. Knowing that his body did not cause any serious problems, he didn't want to experience this miserable situation again. Police officer Bob left the contact information of David's wristband so he could leave the scene and leave the bookstore. When he left the bookstore, he felt that the translucent shadow was right behind him, and none of the policemen could find it. At a distance of 3 kilometers, David ran fast all the way back to his home, and he completely ignored the way the pedestrians on the road looked at him in a state of embarrassment. As soon as he entered the house, he immediately closed the door heavily, and then he leaned on it. Although he was the one who died once, today's danger still scares him a lot. He sat on the ground a little weakly, reaching a dangerous world that he did not understand from a peaceful world, and he felt a deep panic. The novelty of the first time in this world was broken by the sudden danger, especially the acquaintance of Jessica who died before him, a feeling he had never experienced in his previous life. At this time, he most hoped that someone could comfort him, but with the memory he had not recovered, he didn't know who to talk to, let alone the thing he traversed, but his biggest secret, he couldn't share it with anyone. He thought of it. Translucent shadow. Just when he was thinking, the translucent shadow accepted his thoughts, revealed from invisibility, and sat beside him. Looking at the translucent shadow beside him, he couldn't help feeling relieved. At the most dangerous time, the translucent shadow saved him. Think about the translucent shadow he saw last night. At first, he was frightened. Later, he found that there was no danger, and he used it as a golden finger to pass through. He made various ridiculous ways to activate the golden finger now. Now David is full of gratitude. He treats his friend like a friend and reaches for a translucent shadow. Chapter 5 Memory. Just as David's hand slapped on the translucent shadow on the translucent shoulder, a strange energy came from his hand and entered his body. Like he was soaked in warm water, he couldn't help relaxing all over his body, slowly entering sleep with residual fright. David fell asleep on the floor of the living room door. Fortunately, only the smart housekeeper Emma was in the whole house, and the smart housekeeper Emma would not control the owner's behavior. David had a dream. In the dream, he lived with his mother from an early age, from elementary school to middle school, and then to high school. In the dream, he was a little autistic. He had few friends except his mother. Father's figure rarely appeared until one day his father separated from his mother, and soon after the mother arranged everything, he committed suicide. In his dreams, he has memories of a good life and sorrow for losing his loved ones. He laughed and cried. This is a complete life from birth until the age of 17, including all experiences and all emotions, all presented in this dream. David was awakened by hunger. He opened his eyes. First, he felt the difference around him. In his eyes, all the colors are extremely vivid, just like he used to use ordinary TV resolution to see the world, and now he uses 4K TV resolution to see the world. He didn't know what the reason was, but he knew it was caused by the energy transmitted to him by the translucent shadow. He looked at the identity bracelet, which was something like a watch on his wrist. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, which meant that he slept on the floor all day. Recalling everything in his dream, and then comparing with the memories he had recalled before, he knew very well that he had recovered all the memories of his predecessor. The name of the former owner of this body is also called David, which makes him wonder if this is a choice to cross, or it is just a coincidence. David Kerr, a 17-year-old high school student, is now in winter vacation. He lives alone in this building, but he is not an orphan, but his biological father has formed another family, and he has inherited the legacy of his biological mother Kathy to live alone. At this time, David could not describe the feelings of his father in the body from his memory. Among them, there was respect, resentment, resistance, and a variety of feelings. His biological father's name is Hans Kerr. He is a hero in this city, and not only in this city, but also has a special status as the title of Kingdom. The Kingdom is the highest-ranking title among all fighting heroes, and it is also the origin of David's respect for Hans. Hans has paid too much to obtain the title of Kingdom, including separation from David's mother, who committed suicide due to depression, including the absence of Hans' left arm and left leg, and can only rely on prosthetics to move. In addition to gene therapy, he has also been in a state of weakness, including the unforgiveness of his son David. David's predecessor had always been cherished by the death of his mother, and Hans remarried and had another child. These are the reasons that led him to live separately from Hans. Of course, from the legal point of view, Hans is still his guardian. He also knows that the planet he lives in is called the Rock Planet. It is 2 small galaxies away from the Zerg battlefield Battlestar. Within the Zerg's influence, it is also the Zerg influential war zone planet. Despite this, it is not safe on the rocky planet. Uncontrollable Zerg larvae are scattered. From time to time, Zerg larvae will grow into first-class Zerg, and even more hidden Zergs may grow into second-class Zergs. The Zerg larvae can be dealt with by using ordinary heat weapons, but once the Zerg larvae become a first-class Zerg, then it is simply not for ordinary people to deal with. The only way to deal with the first-class Zerg is to wear exoskeleton armor, hold a weapon made of first-class Zerg teeth and claw tips, and add a number of metal-made first-class metals to break through the first-class Zerg. Defense. Of course, this is only a relative situation. With the flexibility and combat capabilities of the Zerg, it is generally necessary to deal with a first-level Zerg. There are not many exoskeleton armor, and the strong with a first-class weapon cannot be defeated. And to be able to wear exoskeleton armor, the first condition is to become a certified armor. In the tens of thousands of years of battle with the Zerg, the Star Federation uses advanced war machines to fight against the Zerg, and also uses the Zerg to strengthen its own combat power. Among them, the Zerg corpse is the most important resource. As mentioned earlier, the Zerg's teeth and claw tips, these sharpest bones will become the raw materials for making stronger weapons. Most Zerg corpses have 2 slender muscles on the back, called fortified flesh, which is the basis for the Star Federation to have powerful warriors. David also knew why the predecessor would sacrifice, because the predecessor wanted to count in university, but his own conditions were not met, so he thought of taking a shortcut. Nine City, where Nine University is located, is the largest city of Rockstar, the center of Rockstar's economy and culture, and is protected by a strong army, making the area around Nine City within 100 kilometers into a region where humans can live freely. This is extremely eager for the people who lived in Perrin City, the predecessor of David. As long as they walk out of the city, there may be dangers, and even Zerg may even appear inside the city. Although the opportunities for the emergence of Zerg in the city are very small, it also caused David's predecessor to not get a corresponding sense of security in Perrin City. Although Nine City is good, it is not easy to go there to live, and you need to have the appropriate permissions. In the Interstellar Federation, you cannot travel to other cities at will without reaching a certain level of authority. David's predecessor was still a minor, not to mention any level of authority. His guardian is his father Hans. If Hans takes him, he can go to any city and any planet at will as Hans' kingdom. But David's predecessor was very resistant to Hans, and he didn't want to ask Hans. He just wanted to leave Perrin City and Hans's side as early as possible. Perrin City is full of sad memories of David's predecessor. The only way he could come up with the idea of leaving Hans was to get into college. He was not reconciled to ordinary colleges. He didn't want to be an ordinary office worker like this city in his life. He could only apply for travel before he waited for approval. Only non-university on the Rockstar is the school he most hopes to go to. The students cultivated by non-university are talents competing for all units. As long as they enter non-university, they have a stable high salary and high social authority, and become a resident of non-city. Nine City is extremely welcoming to non-university graduates. Almost as long as the graduates apply, they will definitely agree to their decision to stay in Nine City. The learning ability of David's predecessor can only be regarded as average, and the cultural achievements of various subjects at the current Rock High School are only moderate or above. Not to mention non-university for such results, even second-rate universities are difficult to enter. Therefore, he has no hope of obtaining non-university with cultural achievements. He can only consider entering the non-university with a fighting talent. In addition to training a large number of civilian staff, non-university is also the best Jiashur school of Rockstar. Based on the living standard of David, the predecessor of Xiaofu, he is supplemented with larvae of Zerg larvae every day. His body is much stronger than the students of ordinary people, which is much better than his condition. In fact, with his current strength of 600 kilograms, even among the students of the same year at Perrin High School, he can only be ranked in the top 30 or so. Chapter 6 Find. In order to be able to get to the favorite non-university, David enrolled in a creme school and worked hard, but the basis of non-university's registration was 800 kilograms of strength, plus the requirement of speed. He can't reach it, let alone other exams. Just when he was embarrassed, his predecessor had seen an original book from the world of the gods fighting against the Zerg with the Star Federation in the trainer Jeremy Trainer. The Jeremy trainer put this book as a collection and placed it in the display cabinet, but he accidentally talked about David's predecessor. This is a sacrificial handbook of the great world. The predecessor of David, who was anxious to be unable to improve his strength, saw hope in this sacrificial manual. The world of the gods is a mysterious and powerful world in the eyes of the interstellar world. When the Star Federation and the Zerg battle on the ground, relying on human sea tactics, a large number of exoskeleton armored armor against the first-level Zerg, more powerful Zerg need the Star Federation to use stronger weapons and more warships. Unlike the great world of gods, the warriors sent by the great world have terrible combat abilities, and can almost fight against the second or even third-level Zerg, and even the strong ones have the strength to fight against the fourth-level Zerg alone. What is the concept of the fourth-level Zerg? It is the existence that requires the cooperation of several interstellar warships, and each one can easily destroy a city. Therefore, all news of the interstellar world is blocked, and of course, it cannot be completely blocked under this blockade. Many rumors are circulating everywhere through various channels. A sacrificial handbook from the great world of God is very likely to bring strong hope to David's predecessor. So David used to get 50,000 credits to buy this sacrificial handbook of the great world, that is, the one he saw in the basement when he came to this world. After receiving the sacrificial manual, David's predecessor began the translation work, which translated the scriptures of the great world into federal scripts. Among them, David's predecessor also used Han's kingdom authority to borrow related books. It is important to know that all the materials related to the world of the gods cannot be borrowed by a student like David's predecessor, but Hans, who owns the kingdom, is different. The status of the kingdom is extremely distinguished and has great authority. If it were not for Hans' own inability, he could achieve a very high political status by virtue of his status as a sergeant. And not like now, Hans is only the deputy director of the Perrin City Legal Department, and is still the kind of deputy director in the state of old age care, with few rights in his hands. After many days of translation, the confidence of David's predecessor is stronger, because in the record, the shadow waiter who can come to the gods through the sacrifice can be summoned, and the shadow waiter of the gods can become his best combat assistant. The shadow attendant ability described in the sacrificial handbook can be transformed into the strongest armor to provide defense for the master, and can cooperate with the master to attack the enemy. It is the master's most reliable helper. At the same time, in the process of sacrifice, the body of David's predecessor will be strengthened, which is the most desirable benefit of David's predecessor. Although the shadow attendant is good, it can only be used as a help in the future, and it has no effect on the admission of non-university. But the enhancement in the sacrifice process, as long as you think about the enhancement of the divine world, its effect must be extremely powerful, so David's predecessor began to frantically purchase sacrifice-related materials. At this time, David recalled the process of discovering the sacrificial manual of the great world. He, who has memories of the two worlds, discovered the problem from the perspective of bystanders. The first is the consequences of sacrifice. David's possession of this body was due to the accidental death of his predecessor. Judging from the situation in the underground fitness room at that time, the cause of death, needless to say, was the consequence of the failure of the sacrifice, and Jeremy Trainer did not mention that the sacrifice would fail. If the sacrificial handbook is really so easy to succeed, how could that Jeremy Trainer treat such a sacrificial handbook with the effects described in the book as a collectible display? The second is how the sacrificial handbook appears. Jeremy Trainer knew the condition of David's predecessor. It was when the predecessor David was most urgent that the sacrificial handbook appeared. There was no strangeness among them. David didn't believe it. From the perspective of David's onlookers, the Jeremy Trainer is obviously selling the offering manual to the front. The predecessor was a high school student who knew nothing about the dangers of the sacrificial handbook from the great world of God. Didn't Jeremy Trainer know? David couldn't help chilling at this time. It seems that the death of his predecessor was probably not an accident, but a premeditated plan. It's just that he doesn't know if Jeremy's trainer is for money or just for his life. To say money, almost half of the nearly 300,000 credit points are borrowed by Jeremy's trainer to help find related material. Be aware that many of these materials have never been heard from their predecessors, let alone where to buy them. The most suspicious of David is that heart, a heart of the first-class Zerg. Although the first-class Zerg is a treasure, it only refers to its shell, teeth, claw tips, and strengthened meat. The rest is useless and will not be brought back. Sometimes even the relatively cheap shell will be abandoned. Who will bring back the heart of the first-class Zerg? In fact, the key to launching the sacrifice is the heart of this first-class Zerg, which is also the direct original murderer of the predecessor. The more David thought about it, the more frightened he was. Although his body had a huge strength of 600 kilograms, the strength of Jeremy Trainor was far greater than him. He even doubted whether Jeremy Trainor was a formal armor. In memory, during training, Jeremy Trainor can easily block his strength, it seems to be at ease. Alarm. David's first thought at this time was this, but he soon gave up. First of all, he didn't have any evidence. Should he tell the police that Jeremy Trainor killed himself with a book? In fact, David was not dead, but still alive, which could not be explained at all. Secondly, the method of sacrifice was obtained from the sacrificial handbook of the divine world. Judging from the interstellar blockade of the divine world, his behavior is likely to be punished and may not necessarily affect Jeremy Trainor. David stabilized his mind, and he began to judge the current situation. Judging by the way Jeremy's trainer planned, the other party probably won't directly deal with him. If you can kill him directly, how can you use this secret method to act? If Jeremy's trainer succeeded in the failure of the last sacrifice, judging from the situation in the underground fitness room, it was an ignorant teenager who privately mobilized the taboo altar and caused death. And when David died, the source of his sacrifice materials would naturally be unclear. According to Jeremy's trainer, as long as the other party is not given a chance, David's own safety is still guaranteed. Let's say that your house has perfect security measures, and any illegal entry into the smart housekeeper Emma will automatically call the police. This block is also a rich area, and at the speed of the police, it will arrive in a minute. The house itself is a fortress building for external defense, and the time required for forced entry is much greater than 1 minute. The school will not start until nearly a month. As long as he pays attention to it, safety can be guaranteed. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh of relief. Chapter 7 Ability. David thought of the shadow servant's ability described in the sacrificial handbook. He looked at the shadow servant beside him. He stood up, and after being reminded by the intelligent housekeeper Emma, after using the meal, he took the shadow attendant to the underground fitness room. At this time, the mess of the underground fitness room was already cleaned up by the intelligent housekeeper Emma. Only the sacrifice manual was placed on the floor of the room, and the rest of the broken wreckage had been thrown away. He picked up the sacrificial manual and found a record describing Shadow Attendant. Shadow Servant is the servant of the gods. God gave the sacrificer a powerful help, with the power of the giant spirit and the speed of lightning, and the ability to fly. David gently read the relevant content, and the doubts in his heart were even greater. Shadow Attendant, go and pick up the barbell. David pointed to a barbell weighing only 100 kilos on the ground. The Shadow Attendant's figure drifted past, and the speed was not fast, which was not consistent with the extremely fast speed described in the book. The shadow attendant came to the barbell and stretched his arms toward the barbell. As a result, his arm passed through the barbell, causing a flutter of his arm, but did not let the barbell shake a little. I can't even move 100 kilograms. Where does this powerful force start? David sullenly patted the sacrifice manual in his hand and muttered to himself. Judging from the situation just now, the shadow attendant has no combat power at all. The speed of movement and this power, plus the fact that he cannot leave his side for 10 meters, how can it threaten the enemy? He looked at the equipment in the room. The barbell was the lightest. The lightest fitness equipment didn't do much for him, so there was no display here. Shadow Servant, then this book. He looked at the sacrificial handbook before throwing it at the shadow servant. The shadow attendant stretched out his hand and grabbed the sacrifice manual. The sacrifice manual passed by, but this time David saw a pause in the sacrifice manual. It seems that the shadow attendant is not completely without power, but these things are just too heavy just now. He pulled a hair from his head, then waved to the shadow attendant, who flew to his side and stopped. He handed the hair in his hand to the shadow attendant, who immediately took it. This time the hair was caught by the shadow attendant's hand, and there was no penetration. David's guess is correct, and now we need to know the maximum weight that shadow attendant can support. After several experiments, he measured the maximum weight that the shadow attendant could hold in his hand was 100 grams. This result made David disappointed. The strength of 100 grams is to hold a poison needle in his hand, and it is difficult to puncture the opponent's skin, let alone hurt the opponent. However, he also found a strange situation. When he put a needle in the hands of the shadow attendant, and then the shadow attendant became invisible, the part held by the shadow attendant's hand would disappear with the shadow's invisibility. He let the shadow attendant cover the needle with his hand, and the needle disappeared in the air. David did not understand the principle, which may be related to the gods, or the unique ability of the shadow attendant. Anyway, his shadow servant is completely different from the shadow servant described in the sacrifice manual. The original shadow servant does not have the ability to stealth, but his shadow servant does. The original shadow servant should have a strong fighting power, and his shadow servant does not. And the result of strengthening oneself that should appear in the sacrifice process did not appear on his body. Just don't know whether it was the reason that the predecessor died on the spot. He can clearly know that his power has not changed from before. Although the speed has not been tested, he can still feel that there is no change during the operation. Everything seems to have returned to the original point. Although the physical condition is the same as the predecessor, although the memory is recovered, the cultural level is still not enough to enter the non-university, and the hope of obtaining the non-university's first class is still slim. In addition to these, he also discovered an enemy Jeremy trainer who wanted to kill him, an enemy that was far stronger than him. What he has more than his predecessor now is the memory of the previous life and the shadow attendant beside him. The memory of the previous life has no effect on him in the interstellar union. This world technology has long flown out of the planet and entered the era of the big universe, much more advanced than the previous world. Only the shadow attendant beside him was his hope. Thinking of this, David looked at the shadow attendant beside him and recalled the energy uploaded from the shadow attendant in the morning, so that he could fully accept the memory of his predecessor, which means that the shadow attendant must be. What other abilities he didn't know. He reached out again to get in touch with the shadow attendant, wanting to see if he would get any benefits. This time after reaching out to contact the shadow attendant, many strange patterns appeared on the translucent body of the shadow attendant, and these patterns flashed blue light. The gleaming blue pattern turned into a star-like figure and left the shadow attendant's translucent body, submerging into David's body. This unknown change surprised David, but he didn't feel anything abnormal about his body. The only difference is that he already has a very close connection with the shadow assistant, and he can even look at his body from the shadow assistant's eyes. This is a very strange feeling. He appeared two visions, one is the human body, the other is the angle of the shadow attendant. He feels as if he has two bodies at this time. This feeling makes him extremely uncomfortable. He can't even balance his body, nor can he use ordinary movements flexibly. He carefully controlled his body to sit down, but the shadow attendant did not matter here, hovering still in the air, no need to control. After sitting down, David's body finally got the energy to feel more. He found some light in the body of the shadow attendant. Because the shadow attendant's body is like David's own, he can clearly perceive the properties of these light spheres. Most of these light spheres are red, only one orange. Among them, he saw 5 red light spheres belonging to the literary attribute. Literature is one of several compulsory subjects in the school. He also saw 4 red light spheres belonging to mathematics and 2 red light spheres belonging to comprehensive subjects. 2 red light spheres belonging to physical surgery, and 1 red light sphere mastered by a heavy axe. Most of the red light spheres belong to cultural learning. Body surgery is a method of body training promoted by the Star Federation among ordinary people, consisting of 18 movements. Since body surgery does not have any side effects, the resource requirements are extremely low. As long as sufficient nutrition is provided continuously, the effect of body surgery can be guaranteed, which has become the method of physical training for most people in the Star Federation. If you want to obtain a training method that exceeds the effect of physical skills, only a small number of forces such as universities or the military can provide conditions. Heavy axe control is one of the basic combat skills in the school. Because the main enemy of the Star Federation is the Zerg, heavy weapons have become the first choice. The high school teaches students to learn basic combat skills to lay a good foundation for the selection of armor. Among the students who apply for armor, the mastery of basic combat skills is an excellent plus. In addition, the only orange light ball shows the sniper attribute. David was curious about the origin of these light balls, and at the same time, he was a little dissatisfied with this chaotic display of shadow attendants. These light were too messy. As he thought about it, he saw changes in the light spheres in shadow attendant's body, displaying a set of words on top of each light sphere. Literature, 35% entry, literature, 28% entry, literature, 44% entry, literature, 19% entry, literature, 66% entry. Mathematics, 12% entry, mathematics, 18% entry, mathematics, 22% entry, mathematics, 99% entry. Comprehensive, 40% entry, comprehensive, 29% entry. Body surgery, 70% entry, body surgery, 20% entry. Master Axe, 33% entry. Sniper, 20% proficiency. It was only then that he understood. The red light sphere represents the entry level, the orange represents the proficiency level, and the shade of the color represents the mastery in the same level. The Shadow Attendant was what he just got. The only thing he experienced was the explosion of the bookstore. David judged in his heart that these light representing various abilities were obtained from the bookstore. Judging from the attributes represented by these light spheres, these should be the ability to inhale from those who died at the explosion site. David thought that at the moment of the explosion, after he was hit and flew, he felt that the Shadow Servant was out of control for a short time. It seems that the Shadow Servant rushed out and absorbed these. Chapter 8 Promote. Since the Shadow Attendant can display these light in a way that David can understand, can the Shadow Attendant also show David's own ability to master it? Anyway, he is also a Senior 3 student and at least masters literature, mathematics, and synthesis. Shadow Attendant, can you show me my data like this? David asked to do it when he thought of it. The Shadow Attendant's eyes flashed for a few times, and then David saw a set of data in front of his eyes. This technology is somewhat like the projection imaging of the Star Federation, but he did not see his body through the eyes of the Shadow Attendant. Any data is displayed. David is not a scientist. He did not understand the principle of this display method after thinking about it. He focused his attention on the data in front of him. Name, David Kerr. Strength, 2.5, 1. Agility, 1.7, 1. Constitution, 2, 1. Spirit, 2.8, 1. Literature, not started. Mathematics, not started. History, not started. Body skills, 10% started. Long sword mastery, 5% started. David's strength is 2.5, and as a reference, the average person's strength is 200 kilograms, which is data 1. This body of David has not suffered much since childhood, especially on foods that are good for the body. The fortified meat has never been broken. This also caused him to be 2.5 times as powerful as the average person. The power of up to 600 kilograms was placed in his previous life, which is the absolute first in the world. We must know that the professional weightlifters in his previous life can only lift up to 250 kilograms, which is a huge gap from his 600 kilograms. Agility is 1.7. If David's memory is good, his most recent test score is 9.2 seconds per 100 meters. In the previous life, the Jamaican trapeze Usain Bolt ran a 9.58-second result. It was already the efforts of countless generations in the previous life and reached the best result. But in this life, an ordinary high school student like him has exceeded the speed of the world's first flying man. Of course, whether it is strength or agility, it is necessary to have a strong physique, and it is normal to be twice the physique of ordinary people. However, he does not understand the concept of spirit very well, and the mental power that exceeds ordinary people is the strongest of his 4 basic attributes. The spirit is invisible and untouchable, but when you think about it, after waking up from sleep, the world you see is clearer than before. This should be the result of spiritual improvement. In fact, what David didn't know was that the reason why the Shadow Attendant hadn't been able to show so many abilities before, the biggest reason was that his spirit was too weak. David's predecessor consumed most of the energy in his own soul during the sacrifice, and the rest of the weak soul was absorbed by the summoned Shadow Attendant with memory. And the Shadow Servant called out is even more special. The sacrifice process needs to be carried out to the designated gods, but David's predecessor knew very little about the gods of the great world. Then Jerry, who provided him with the sacrifice manual trainer me, is even less likely to tell him this, so the gods who sacrificed this time are unknown. The sacrificial method described in the sacrificial book from the great world of gods is not a simple way to increase strength. Even in the great world of gods, few people will try to make such sacrifices. Every person who sacrifices has undergone a long period of special training, and a lot of precious potions of soul supplements, plus the sacrificer itself has the corresponding talents. These together can be in the temple perform this kind of sacrifice. Even if this is done, its success rate is extremely low. But David's predecessor didn't know anything, and he directly took no sanctuary in the temple, had no powerful talent in the soul, had no corresponding resources, and even had no training. It would be very risky to carry out this kind outside of the world. The consequences of the sacrifices can be imagined. It was also during the sacrifice, under the influence of unknown power, that David's soul traversed into the perfect fusion of this body. However, after the influence of crossing, coupled with the sacrifice of sacrifice, David's soul power has been extremely weak. This makes his spirit not reach the level of ordinary people, not to mention the special ability to activate Shadow Attendant. After the explosion of the bookstore, the death of nearly 100 people produced nearly 100 souls, some of which were weak and strong. Although part of the soul absorbed by the Shadow Attendant was strengthened by the Shadow Attendant himself, there are still many soul powers transformed. To David. It is also with sufficient soul support that David can quickly retrieve all his memories, and the Shadow Attendant also activates the corresponding ability, which is also related to the strength of the spirit. When David saw his own ability under the data, his face couldn't help but he was ashamed of his predecessor. He inherited the memory of his predecessor and was naturally ashamed of himself. Looking at these results, the three main cultural disciplines of literature, mathematics, and synthesis all show no entry. And his self-satisfied body technique is only 10% of the entry progress, not to mention the 5% entry progress mastered by Long Sword. These achievements reflect his current true standard, which is a scumbag. In this way, he still wants to obtain non-university. It is really a dream. Of course, David is also somewhat self-conscious at this time. The entry level is above the ordinary level. Most of the students' grades are not entry level in the Shadow Waiter's evaluation standard. The 14 red light absorbed by the Shadow Attendant are obtained from the souls of nearly 100 people. Even ordinary people will have their own strengths. David ordered the Shadow Attendant to send a literary, 19% entry, red sphere into his body. This is how he can guess the application of the red sphere. Because he found that under his command, the light spheres in the Shadow Attendant could move. The reason why I chose this red sphere is that it is the largest number of literary red spheres. At the same time, if the red sphere of literature, 19% entry, fails, the experiment is not a big loss. Once successful, the predecessor of non-university has always wanted to gain hope. If he can pass the non-university, Jeremy Trainor and other possible enemies can no longer threaten him. You need to know that non-city is not the parent city where he is, and non-university is not accessible to ordinary people, let alone how it is to him. As for the safety of half a year, as long as he is more careful and does not give Jeremy the Trainer a chance, he can avoid it if he wants to. At present, the only thing he can do is to guard against danger, and he can't fight back at all. Perhaps the counterattack may be on the Shadow Attendant. David watched the Shadow Attendant's heart and made up his mind. The Shadow Attendant also transferred the literature, 19% entry, red light ball into his body. At the moment when the red sphere of light, 19% entry, entered his body, he saw the data panel in front of him change. Literature, before entry, became literature, 19% entry, before, and a burst of memory came to mind. It was a period of learning, reading aloud, whispering in soft words, silently understanding, and a teacher explaining it. There is no image of the owner of the memory in these memories, and even the faces of the teachers who appear are vague. I don't know how long it has passed. David awoke from his memories. His understanding of the subject of literature has greatly deepened. He remembers every sentence and every knowledge point in his memory. He took a look at the identity bracelet, the time was just a minute past, and he felt like he had gone through a learning process for hundreds of days. The knowledge given to him by this red ball of light, as if engraved in his mind, was more impressive than the knowledge he had learned. The knowledge learned by oneself will be gradually forgotten with the passage of time, but the knowledge gained through the red light sphere will not disappear. Chapter 9 Waste. Looking at the literature on the data panel in front of him, 19% entry, he had some impatient orders to the Shadow Attendant to send literature, 66% entry, into his body. This is the best literary sphere. If all of them are added together, so that as long as 3 literary spheres, he can break through the entry-level literature. He wants to know what is the proficiency literature after breaking through the entry level. Literature, 66% entry, entered his body, and his eyes have been fixed on the literature on the property panel, 19% entry, and soon 19% is constantly increasing. But after reaching 69%, the progress will no longer increase. It didn't add up. David shook his head involuntarily. He greedily thinks that the same abilities that these light bring him can be added, but in fact it is not. It is also easy to understand that the person who has achieved 66% of the entry progress in literature and the person who has reached the entry progress of 19% in literature have the same knowledge in literature study, and this overlap is still very large. 19% of the introductory literature has only 3% of non-coincident knowledge, and David speculates that as he merges more and more spheres of light, this cognition knowledge will also increase. After that, the same large amount of memories poured in, the same was class, study, self-study, and review, but this time the master of the memory obviously had to work harder. After sober again, he ordered the shadow attendant to send a piece of literature, 28% entry, into his body again. It was an accident this time. After the red light ball entered his body, he felt dizzy and then fainted. After a long time, David woke up from a coma and looked at the time on his identity bracelet. He passed out for half an hour. This time, he didn't get any memory. He was very anxious to let the shadow attendant activate his attribute panel. Among them, literature, 66% entry, is still there, and there has not been a little change. He looked inside the shadow attendant again, and the red sphere of literature, 28% entry, did indeed disappear. David understands that he is wasting a red ball of light, but it is 28% of the literary knowledge of the entry progress. If he is allowed to learn by himself, he may not be able to achieve this 28% if he is used to studying literature for a year. Literary knowledge of entry progress. He knows his level very well, neither his predecessor nor he is now a genius. If the predecessor was a genius and had the conditions to continue to consume fortified meat, it would only increase the strength to 600 kilograms, not to use the opportunity to fight to enhance his own strength through sacrifice. And if David himself is a genius, his previous life will not be nestled in a fourth-tier city. He has long gone to those big cities to join big companies and fight for a better future. So he was very sad to waste a red ball of literature, 28% entry. Fortunately, this is just the sphere of knowledge in literature, not the most precious ones. He made a decision in his heart that he must master the laws of light spheres before using the light spheres of literature and mathematics. He also gave these light a name, called the knowledge light ball. This time, the chance of dying nearly 100 people at once is not always there. In David's memory, it is very rare for so many people to die in Perrin City at one time. And when someone dies, it is impossible for David to appear in time and use Shadow Attendant to absorb the soul. So the current knowledge sphere is that he can get all the knowledge spheres in a short time, and he can take the initiative to kill people for the knowledge sphere, not to mention whether he has this ability, even his psychology will not let him do so. After that, he did not use the knowledge light sphere. The waste of the last knowledge light sphere made him guess that for a period of time, only 2 knowledge light spheres could be fused in his state. He stood up and did the 18 styles of body surgery in memory. Although his predecessors were extremely proficient in the 18 styles of body surgery, even the evaluation of shadow attendants reached 10%. But this is the first time he has practiced the 18 styles of physical exercise. Although the movement is standard, it takes more than an hour. However, this time practicing the 18 styles of physical exercise, David felt very different from what he remembered. He was sweating all over his body now, and every muscle seemed to be beating. This effect was beyond his expectations. You should know that in memory, every time the predecessor practiced 18 physical exercises, he just felt a little tired. He couldn't help but think of whether the body skill had been improved, and then he ordered the shadow attendant to activate the property panel. Sure enough, he saw that the body surgery, 10% entry, on the property panel became the body surgery, 20% entry, and his practice this time was actually compared to the previous 10 years. He was very surprised in his heart to know that he did not dare to fuse the 2 spheres of knowledge of body art. Under this circumstance, his physical skill has greatly improved. What is the reason? David's gaze moved on the property panel, and finally he fixed his gaze on the spirit, 2.8.1. Among all his attributes, only this attribute should have an unknown change. He is extremely suspicious that the shadow attendant has absorbed the soul of the dead and strengthened his spirit. Especially his sudden progress is more like a genius, and the source of genius may be spiritual improvement. Of course, whether the shadow servant absorbs the soul to grow his spirit, it also needs to have a chance to absorb the new soul in the future. When the extremely excited David turned off the property panel, he couldn't help but look at the only orange knowledge light sphere in the body of the shadow servant, the sniper, 20% proficiency, knowledge light sphere. He stabilized his mind. He didn't know where this sniping, 20% proficiency, knowledge orb came from, but he knew that this was his only chance to become a sniper armor. He couldn't waste this sniping, 20% proficient, knowledge ball. David didn't understand how, among a bunch of star chasers, there would be one who could practice sniper to 20% skilled presence. Such an existence must be an armor, or a rare species sniper armor. But soon he thought of another possibility. The reason why the people in the bookstore died, the flying shuttle fragments all over the ground, this sniper armor is most likely to be the one in the flying shuttle. Everyone who died in the bookstore was caused by this sniper armor, and it almost caused David himself to die in the explosion as well. David took a long sigh of relief. He disconnected from the shadow attendant and then stood up. At present, he can't control the shadow attendant while he can control his body. He patted the dust on his body. This action is his habitual action, but this house is managed by intelligent management Emma. How can there be dust on the ground? Suddenly he stopped his movements, because he photographed his pocket, where there was an object that he had forgotten. David took out the metal cylinder and was annoyed that he did not hand it over when he saw the police. At that time, his mind was stunned by the scene of the corpse. Where would he think of it? And now if he handed over this metal cylinder again, he would be in trouble. He obtained it illegally, which may affect his college entrance examination. Anyway, no one saw it, nobody said it. Holding the metal cylinder in his hand, David immediately made a decision in his heart. The question is, what is this metal cylinder? He had never seen this item in his memory, but it was a bit like a small monocular. He placed the metal cylinder in front of his right eye, and then in his right eye he saw a completely different basement. A set of data in the right eye is displayed on the left: wind speed, 0, wind direction, 0, temperature, 25 degrees, humidity, 42%. When his eyes focus on any location in the room, distance data will appear in front of his right eye. Below these, there is a line of text reminding, no main sniper weapon was found, no exoskeleton armor was found, and the T3 sniper assist device could not work. David finally knew the name of this thing, and since he knew the name, it would be easier to handle. He opened the identity bracelet and connected to the civil Skynet through the identity bracelet. Due to issues such as cost, parent star civil Skynet can only connect to all the information on the planet, and cannot connect to further planets, but this is enough for David. He entered the T3 sniper assist device in his search, and soon hundreds of related messages appeared. He opened the information and looked at it one by one. Most of them mentioned the T3 sniper assist device, but they did not describe it in detail. But when he opened a page called Sniper Enthusiasts, he saw some useful information about the T3 sniper assist device. T3 sniper assist device is a military sniper assist device. The price is second. This thing is not sold at all. According to Sniper Enthusiasts, the T3 sniper auxiliary device can increase the combat power of the sniper armor by 30%. It is also a powerful device that only a few elite sniper armors can possess in the military. David's heart was hot. T3 sniper assist device is not useful for ordinary people, but as long as he thinks of the sniper, 20% proficient, orange Sejigwang ball, he knows that T3 sniper assist device greatly improve his ability. Chapter 10 Loved One. After playing with the T3 sniper assist device for a while, put it away, and David dragged his tired body to the bathroom. When he came back, he recovered his memory, and the secret of the shadow attendant was found, so that he had no time to clean up the stains on his body. After experiencing the explosion, he was already embarrassed, and the water rushed down from the beginning, which made his fatigue a lot less. After washing, he checked the injuries on his body. The wounds on his back were almost the same in a day, and there were only some scabs on the scalds on his hands. This body is many times stronger than the body of his previous life. I don't know how this kind of minor injury can be good in a week. But in this world, the same injury only takes a few hours. Emma, prepare a dinner for me, and add more fortified meat. After changing to a clean dress, David felt the hunger in his stomach and shouted to the smart housekeeper AI Ma. He also recalled the memory related to the intelligent housekeeper Emma at the moment. From the name to the sound, the intelligent housekeeper Emma originated from an extremely famous actress and was also the favorite actress of the predecessor. David applied the voice and name of actress Emma to the smart housekeeper for his predecessor, and spent a lot of credit points to obtain the right to use it, but he couldn't help but feel contempt. It is estimated that this is the property of the otaku, whether it is in the previous life or here, it is the same. Normally, David only eats fortified meat once a day, which is based on the supplementary needs of his body. Today, after practicing the 18 types of body surgery, he obviously feels that the body needs a lot of energy. It is ordinary food, the effect will be very poor, and even affect his practice tomorrow. Master, your credit point balance is only 1,320 points. This amount is not enough to order fortified meat for next month. Emma, the smart housekeeper, reminded when David was dining. At this point, David remembered that, because his predecessor had frantically purchased the materials needed for the sacrifice, he invested all his fortune. Turning the memory in his head, he quickly let go of his heart. Because his income is not a lot, his mother Kathy had prepared for him his future life before committing suicide. In the remaining cities, he still has 2 commercial properties, which are handed over by the agency. Every month he can receive income of 20,000 credit points. It's just that his predecessor didn't care about the problems of these 2 properties, and there is no memory of where the 2 properties are, but from the perspective of income from 20,000 credit points, it can be imagined that these 2 properties must be extremely important. 20,000 credit points is already a great asset for most ordinary people who usually earn only 3,000 credit points a month. So in terms of living expenses, he didn't have to worry at all, not to mention that although he was unwilling, Hans would still transfer the living expenses of 2,000 credit points to his ID card every month. Although his credit points are not many at this time, it affects only a few days at the beginning of the next month. When the agency transfers the rent, he can return to normal expenses. Ding dong, ding dong. The electronic doorbell rang. David stopped the smart housekeeper Emma's move to open the door, and at the same time he vomited that the smart housekeeper Emma was unreliable. You must know that it is so late that only he lives here, how can you open the door casually? He put down the knife in his hand, opened the identity bracelet, and brought up the image of the door of the house. His identity bracelet manages all the security systems in this house. In the video, he saw a middle-aged man with a thin figure. The middle-aged man was in a federal official service. On the chest of the official service, a golden badge gleamed. David immediately recognized the middle-aged man, which was his physical father Hans Kerr, and what was pinned to his chest was the Kingdom badge. At this time, David also understood why the intelligent housekeeper Emma was going to open the door directly, without asking his opinion. As Hans was his guardian, he could enter the house without his consent. And Hans was able to ring the doorbell, which was extremely respectful of David's attitude. David was still not ready to meet Hans, but he stood up and walked to the door to open the door. Unlike seeing Hans from the video, David saw a lot of memories in his mind when he saw the middle-aged man in front of him. These memories include the time that David's predecessor was with his father, and the predecessor also has a good memory of his father. At that time, Hans returned from the battlefield, and he would always bring gifts to the predecessor and play with the predecessor. These memories of the father merged with David's own father's memory in another world, which suppressed all the dissatisfaction of the predecessor with the father. Father. David almost couldn't help shouting when he saw Hans. Hans seemed surprised, but a smile of relief appeared on his face, and David hadn't called him that for years. After Kathy's death, David even regarded him as an enemy. In Hans's view, this is David's reaction after experiencing life and death. In the end, David is still a child. David, I know your accident in the morning. It's too dangerous. Is your injury okay? After a pause, Hans thought of today's intentions, worryingly. Although he knew from his men that David hadn't happened, the injuries were minor injuries, but after he heard the news, he was still worried. It was just that he tried to contact Emma, the smart housekeeper, and learned that David was resting. He didn't immediately come to visit David. After learning from the smart housekeeper Emma that David had time, he hurried. Come. Father, my injury is okay, please come in. David somehow got along with Hans, and he whispered softly. His gaze at this time saw a suspended flying car parked by the roadside, as well as 2 large and small figures in the car. David, your Aunt Bertha is a little worried, and Edie will follow along, so I took them with me. Hans quickly explained where David was looking. Bertha is David's stepmother, and Eddie is the son of Bertha after he married Hans. Eddie is 3 years old this year. Father, let your aunt and brother come in too. David was not unhappy. He accepted the memory of his predecessor, but his emotions were his own. He had his own way of dealing with his family. Father Hans was less than 50 years old, and at the average age of 200 years in the Star Federation, he was still very young. David even knew that Hans was not easy. Hans was a soldier trained by the army. After he joined the army, he was discovered by the army and then he trained hard in the army. The rules of the army gave Hans no time to go home often, so he could not stay close to his wife Kathy, especially after Hans went to the Battle Star to participate in the war. It made Kathy worried. Whether Hans and Kathy are right or not right or wrong, is no longer important to David. He is just treating Hans and his loved ones in his life instead of his predecessor. Okay, I'll call them. Hans was surprised by David's attitude and excited on his face. He said and turned to the flying car. David looked at Hans's unstable figure, and he was very emotional. He knew the strength of the armor, but today Hans has long lost his strong body. Although his left arm and left leg are the best the prosthesis, but can only not affect normal life. Hans turned out to be a sniper armor. It was a special existence in the armor. It was precisely because he lost the ability of the armor, coupled with his own lack of ability to interact with people, that he would get the kingdom. After the title, he remained in Perrin City. Brother. Little Edie ran over David with short legs and yelled. Although David's predecessor had a great resistance to Aunt Bertha, he liked his younger brother Eddie very much. From time to time, he would buy something to see his younger brother in kindergarten. From the memory, his younger brother Eddie may be the person whose predecessor most wanted to be close to the world. When getting along with little Eddie, the predecessor didn't have any troubles and completely let go of his mind. Edie. He smiled and opened his arms to pick up little Edie, and then greeted Bertha, who was following him. Auntie. Bertha was also stunned by David's attitude, but just smiled as soon as he froze. Chapter 11 Fatherly Love. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, David hugged Eddie on his lap, and Hans and Bertha's faces were full of smiles. The family had never had the atmosphere like this. David, this is a bottle of second-level enhanced potion. You take it for 2 days, practice well, take the college entrance examination. Hans took a small metal box from his pocket and placed it in front of David, looking at the big way said. David was taken aback. Don't look at the name of fortified potion, but as long as it is fortified potion, there is no cheap. The fortified medicament must be produced by professional companies with precise special tools and professional technicians with rich experience. The raw material is the fortified meat of Zerg. Basically, no one would use fortified meat of larvae and first-class Zerg to make fortified potions, which is a great waste. The second strength potion, like the one placed in front of David, is the cheapest of the potions, but this is also true for all potions. The main material of the second-level strengthening agent is the second-level Zerg. As long as the second-level Zerg appears on the rock star, it will bring great disaster. To kill the second-level Zerg usually requires a lot of armor to pay a huge price to achieve. In fact, second-class Zergs usually appear on the rock star, and they directly dispatch battleships to fight against heavy weapons in the air. The result is that there will be little gain except for trace materials, let alone fortified meat. Therefore, the second-level potion is a scarce item on the rock star. Even if Hans has the status of a national, it is difficult to obtain. Father, you can use these second-level potions yourself. I will try to test a good university. David quit. He needed a second-level potentiating potion, but he knew that Hans left the house and went out of the house. Although Bertha's family was rich, it was impossible for Hans to reach out there, so Hans' Sri Lankan hands are not ample. Taking out this bottle of medicine, it is estimated that the bottom of the house is empty. David, take it, my body is fine. Hans said with a smile and waving his hand. As he smiled, there was a severe cough. Are you okay? David asked uncomfortably. It's okay, the old one is sick, you can take the fortified potions. My body can't use the second-level potion. Hans listened to David's concern, and the smile on his face did not disappear. He stopped coughing and said. His eyes glanced in the living room, and there was a nostalgic look in his eyes. After his relationship with David deteriorated, he rarely entered here. You pay attention to the body, I will accept this bottle of second-level enhanced potion. Feeling the father's love, David was no longer polite, just like his past life with his father. He also noticed stepmother Bertha, a beautiful woman with a good upbringing, looking at him with care and love. After just talking for a while, little Edie was a little sleepy, dozing from time to time in David's arms. David, you also have to be careful not to practice too hard. Let's go back first. Hans stood up at this moment and said goodbye with a smile. Father, Aunt Bertha, you can often bring Eddie to sit in the future. David sent Eddie to Bertha's hands and said with a smile. After sending away the Hans family, David looked at the metal box in his hand. He opened the box carefully. Under the protection of the foam material, a glass bottle was fixed in the middle of the box. He can feel the deep father's love from this bottle of second-level enhanced potions. He is not a predecessor. In this lonely world, this body has only these relatives. Is he going to be alone all his life? He didn't use the second-level strengthening potion immediately. He was going to use the second-level strengthening potion after he improved his body surgery to a higher level, so as to better absorb the essence and improve the body. The next day, David did not try to absorb the sphere of knowledge in the morning, but continued to practice the 18 styles of physical exercise. Every practice gives him a new experience. He hopes to improve his physical skill level before integrating the knowledge ball of physical skill knowledge, so that he can also get a greater improvement. Although the physical improvement of more than a day of exercise did not reflect on the data panel, David felt his improvement. Perhaps at this time, if he was in school, he should be able to see his most meticulous on the dynamometer. Improve results. In the final analysis, although this data panel is convenient, some weak changes that cannot reach the data change cannot be seen intuitively. David wanted to wait until the evening to absorb the knowledge sphere of light. Now he doesn't want to waste any of the knowledge light sphere in his hands. However, he didn't wait until night, and at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, his identity bracelet showed a request for contact. Looking at the contact requester displayed in the identity bracelet, the name displayed was Officer Bob, and he remembered it only after thinking about it. This is the officer who handled the affairs at the bookstore yesterday. Hello, Officer Bob. He connected the identity bracelet, selected the video call, and then looked at the Officer Bob who appeared on the identity bracelet and greeted. The communication methods of the identity bracelet are voice calls and video calls. Generally speaking, friends or officials who are familiar with each other, or the other party applies for video calls. The video call will only be selected if the respondent agrees. Officer Bob is the requested video call, which shows that it is very regular, and the conversation will also be recorded by the police system. David, if you are free, please go to the police station. The damage you received this time has been compensated, and you need to sign it to receive it. Officer Bob said with a smile. Sergeant Bob, will the compensation result come so soon? David asked in surprise. When he heard this from Officer Bob, he had the idea whether the other party lied to him and wanted to harm him. But just listening to Officer Bob saying that he went to the police station, he knew that this was impossible. You should know that because of yesterday's tragedy, the city of Perrin appeared panic. In the news this morning, we saw more than a dozen blocker drones patrolling the city. At least until the end of the tense atmosphere, Perrin City was the safest place, and no one dared to mess on the street in this situation. David, the driver who drove the flying shuttle into the crowd, was a wanted man. The wanted man's bounty will be paid to all the victims as compensation. Officer Bob explained with a smile. If it were other people, he would not pay too much attention, but after checking his background, he paid special attention to David. The deputy director of the Perrin City Legal Department, although not the deputy director of Real Power, was not able to offend him. Thank you, I will go now. David agreed, and then turned off the identity bracelet. Although the danger outside was small, he decided to go by car this time. At least the safety in the car was much higher and the speed was much faster. From the side door next to the living room, he entered the garage. Although in memory he remembered that there was a car in the house, this was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. This is a car with more than 30 years of age, and it can't be seen on the outside that it has a history of more than 30 years. This is related to the use of the car in the urban environment, but the most important thing is that the metal used in this car has a worm shell component of the first-class Zerg. This car named Gladstone 3 is an old model of the Gladstone car brand, but the Gladstone brand is the best brand of Rockstar. David's mother spent it when buying second-hand purchase at a great price. The reason for buying such a Gladstone 3 car is because of the extreme insecurity of David's mother, and it is this extreme insecurity that separates David's mother from his father Hans. In fact, if it was a brand new Gladstone car, David's mother would not be able to buy such a car even 10 times richer. In the memory of the predecessor, I was very dissatisfied with the Gladstone Model 3 because this style has long been out of fashion. But at this time, David was extremely satisfied because of the safety of the Gladstone Model 3 and the safety of the Gladstone car, no matter what the quality of the generation is. Although the shells of the first-class Zergs are not as good as their teeth and claw tips, they are sturdier than most metals. Sitting in a car made of this material, unless it is a soldier, or it uses heavy weapons, it is difficult to hurt the driver. P.S. Gwazi's new book, need the support of recommendation ticket, thanks. Chapter 12 Track. The doors of the Gladstone Model 3 opened automatically, and David sat in a soft seat. The car automatically opened the power unit when it detected his identity bracelet. The Gladstone 3 car slightly left the ground and remained at a height of 0.3 meters, then the garage door opened. The car drove out of the garage automatically, and a map of the entire city of Perrin appeared in front of David. David is not yet a teenager, and because his authority is too low, he is not qualified to drive a car by himself. he can only turn on the automatic driving mode. The entire journey is controlled by the urban transportation system. Sitting on a comfortable seat, feeling the stability and quietness of the car drove onto the avenue. Here I have to talk about the traffic of Perrin City, or the traffic of the entire Rockstar and the entire Interstellar Federation. Although with the technical capabilities of the Interstellar Federation, flying has long been easy to achieve, and after more than 10,000 years of development, the technology has long been extremely mature. But whether it is a galaxy in the vicinity of the battle star or a peaceful galaxy, the same principle is followed, and the flight can only be carried out by citizens with corresponding authorities. Ordinary citizens can only drive like David, whose height is 0.3 meters from the ground, and the maximum height should not exceed 1 meter. The air traffic is also divided into several levels, the higher the authority required. As David left the Gladstone 3 and entered the avenue, he sensed a line of sight. Of course, this is also not his perception, but the perception of the shadow attendant beside him. His heart tightened, and the successor who had been worried finally came, and he didn't understand what a high school student like him could make others covet. But the fact is that he suspected that Jeremy Trainor wanted to put him to death through the sacrificial manual. The Jeremy Trainor did, and David's predecessor was killed by sacrifice. The line of sight of this observation is most likely that Jeremy Trainor is checking whether he is dead, or may continue to strike him after discovering that he has not died. But he didn't worry about it at this time. Just looking at the patrol cars flying in the sky from time to time, you can know that at least today in this atmosphere, no one would dare to deal with him blatantly. The Gladstone Model 3 is self-driving and does not require David to control it, so he relaxes his body and controls the shadow attendant beside him. The shadow attendant flew up, crossed the body, and came outside. Through the eyes of the shadow attendant, he saw a burly man in a humble ordinary car. This man is not the Jeremy Trainor that David thought. David was quite sure that he did not know this person, but this person definitely looked at him but did not know him. The shadow attendant can only be 10 meters away from David, which makes the shadow attendant only see the face of the strong man, and he can't help but follow the Gladstone 3 car away. The ordinary car also drove the car to catch up after David's Gladstone Model 3 passed, which made David's heart tight. Just when David was nervous, he found that the other party was just keeping track of the distance, and didn't have the idea of catching up, so he was relieved. After discovering that the strong men who were following were not in danger, David did not bother to follow the followers. He felt the speed of the Gladstone 3, and soon stabilized at 70 kilometers per hour. Of course, this was not the full speed of the Gladstone 3. In fact, the full speed of the Gladstone Model 3 can reach 500 kilometers per hour, but it is simply not used in the city, plus David does not have such high-speed permissions. Let the Gladstone 3 car have the power foundation of such a speed, and it is also related to the kryptonite mine, but although the Gladstone 3 car is very good, it can't afford krypton as a power source. Interstellar Federation's research on krypton crystals lasted for 20,000 years. During this period, other forms of energy have not appeared. However, the convenience of krypton crystal and the large stock in the entire universe allowed krypton crystal to successfully suppress all other energy forms. One of the biggest reasons is that after using the energy, the remaining krypton crystals, after adding a conversion device, can directly absorb the stellar light energy to store them. Although the energy stored in the krypton crystal is far less massive than the original krypton crystal, it is far more convenient, safe, and economical than other forms of energy. What surprised David the most was that there was no nuclear energy in this world. Perhaps it is precisely because of the existence of krypton crystal that the scientists in this world do not have so much demand for energy, or the scientific and technological trend of this world is the most correct one. Of course, this is not to say that there are no powerful weapons comparable to nuclear weapons in this world. Once the antimatter main guns on large battleships are fully charged, they will be powerful enough to destroy small planets. The energy block of this Gladstone 3 car is used in the city like David, and there is no need to replace the energy block for a year. Some thoughts in David's mind were empty, lamenting the development of science and technology in this world, and he couldn't help but think of the terrible Zerg fighting with it for thousands of years. You must know that the Zerg are fighting alone in the Interstellar Federation and the world of the gods, and their power can be imagined. Of course, while he was thinking, the shadow attendant sitting behind the car was also paying attention to the car behind him. The car always kept a long distance from his car, and he didn't want to be discovered by him. At this moment, the Gladstone 3 stopped and David saw the door of the police station. He stepped off the car, and the Gladstone Model 3 drove to the parking lot. The shadow attendant followed him, and the tracker seemed to be surprised that David had come to the police station, so he did not stop and drove away. After David brushed the identity bracelet at the door, an arrow appeared on his identity bracelet. This is his walking trajectory in the police station. He cannot leave this walking trajectory without permission. Although this function guarantees the order, it makes him very unhappy. Of course, it is not impossible to change this point. As long as you have enough interstellar federal authority, then no matter how you go, no one will ask. Now he can only follow the arrow to the designated location. The target location is the conference room of the police station, which has a space of 300 square meters, which is a large space. In such a large space at this time, it was extremely noisy, and there was also crying. My child has received a special letter from Yak University. You just explained it in an accident. That is a wanted criminal. I have inquired that there were 4 blockers drone chasing, which led to this time. Massacre. An angry middle-aged man shouted loudly. Although Yak University is not as good as Non-University, it is also a key university of Rockstar, especially its mathematics department, and there have been many celebrities. Being able to receive a special letter from Yako University shows that the child is very good, and it is no wonder that middle-aged men will be so angry. The words of the middle-aged men also aroused the emotions of the people around them. Since this morning, the families of these victims have come here to ask for the truth and severely punish those responsible. My child has the hope to become the armor, who ordered the blocker drone to attack. I demand strict investigation. Another angry man pointed to the police officer in front of him and asked aloud. The man's questioning made everyone more emotional, and the scene began to be confused. David moved his heart at this moment. He thought of the red light ball of mathematics, 99% entry. Is this what he got from the children of middle-aged men? As for the men who said that the child has the hope of becoming a champion, it is likely to be the master of the physical light, 70% entry, knowledge light ball, or the heavy axe master, 33% entry, knowledge light ball. He looked at the 2 men apologetically, and at the same time he had a sense of guilt for everyone who appeared here. He felt like a thief and stole the wealth of his loved ones. Chapter 13 Police Officer Bob. David, you're here. I'm sorry, it's too messy here, you come with me. Officer Bob found David and squeezed sweaty from the crowd to David and said aloud. David followed Officer Bob out of the conference room and into an office. Officer Bob poured a glass of water and placed it in front of David. David, this is a compensation agreement. If you see that there is no problem, just sign it. Officer Bob seemed to be very busy. He took out the prepared documents directly from the cabinet and handed them to David. And then said. David took over the compensation agreement, which is a standard type of compensation agreement, which only briefly described the situation, but the compensation was quite a lot, with 100,000 credit points. Sergeant Bob, are these 100,000 credits all from the bounty of the wanted criminal? David was also surprised to ask the amount of compensation. It is important to know that there were a lot of deaths at that time. He who was slightly injured can be compensated by 100,000 credit points, so how big will this bounty amount be? David, your father Han's deputy director is also in the judicial system, and I do and hide from you. This wanted criminal named Abbott killed one of the members of the Dirk Consortium, Dirk. The consortium issued a huge bounty wanted for Abbott, and this time it was used to compensate the victims. Officer Bob looked around and explained softly. If he did not want to have a good relationship with David, he would not be able to inform David of this news. Sergeant Bob, can I have a look at information about Abbott? David also wanted to know if the Abbott wanted was a sniper with a sniper talent, and he also saw that Officer Bob had dealt with him, or his father attached great importance, so he tried to ask. This is a trivial matter. Officer Bob was straightforward. He activated his identity bracelet while speaking, and then passed on a piece of information to David. Sergeant Bob, thank you. David didn't read the information immediately. He smiled and thanked Officer Bob, and he signed the compensation agreement. 100,000 credit points are a lot. He has been very poor recently. These 100,000 credit points can allow him to buy more fortified meat. Sergeant Bob, you are busy, I will go first. The compensation agreement was handed to Officer Bob, and David saw that Officer Bob was busy and said goodbye. When he left, David's ears could still hear bursts of crying and angry cries, and he could only express sympathy. Standing in the door of the police station, David hesitated and did not leave immediately, but looked around. At this time, the police station was visited by a large number of victims' families. There was no one in the hall. There was only a policewoman at the reception desk, and the policewoman did not pay attention to him. David controlled the shadow attendant through the gate of the police station and came out of the police station. He saw the car following him through the perspective of the shadow attendant. It seems that the tracker did not leave, but was waiting for him here. Driving in a car, Milo made a slow turn on the road before returning to the police station, finding a place to stop. He was thinking about how to report to the boss. Because of his care, he did not find David leaving home yesterday morning. In fact, this should not be blamed on him. David's daily routine has been very regular, and he never went out during the morning during holidays, so he did not know that David appeared at the scene of that big case yesterday morning. But David went to the police station today, which had to remind him more. Just then his identity bracelet rang. He glanced at the contact person, and he was busy connecting. "Hello, boss," Milo said respectfully. "Myro, how is it going?" the person over there asked directly. "Boss, everything is normal," Milo replied quickly. "Did you see David?" the man over there asked incredulously. "Yes, boss, David just got out of the car just now, and I have been monitoring," Milo replied affirmatively. "Continue your work," the man over there paused and ordered. "Yes, boss," Milo replied, and waited until the conversation ended. He murmured, "It's really troublesome for me to monitor such a child." But he soon felt happy again for his response, and the boss did not notice his laziness. He didn't know that when he connected the identity bracelet, David's shadow attendant floated beside him, and the whole process of contact was heard by David. Unlike this man named Milo, David heard the doubts of the person opposite him. In David's understanding, it was doubts that he was still alive. At the same time, David felt that this sound was familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. It's just that it didn't take long for him to retrieve his memory. For a moment, he couldn't remember the master of this voice, but he can be sure that the next time he hears this voice, he will definitely confirm his identity. "David, why haven't you left yet?" Officer Bob, who handled some formalities, didn't go to the messy meeting room for a while, but thought of the breathable lobby and seeing David standing there, couldn't help but leave asked. When David heard the sound, he couldn't help but pull the strange connection away from the shadow attendant. He knew that if he didn't lean his body against the wall, he could not guarantee the balance of the body. After hearing the voice of Officer Bob, he can only give up control of the shadow attendant. However, there was no need for him to control the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant could not leave him at a distance of 10 meters anyway, and no one could find out. "Sergeant Bob, I would like to ask you to do a little favor." David felt a move in his heart, and he heard that Bob's identity with him, or that he was pleased with his father Hans, could be used, so he said, "There is no problem as long as it is within my purview." Officer Bob was also afraid of David's whimsical things, clarified the conditions that could help, and responded with a smile. "Sergeant Bob, can you help me find out who owns the license plate of that car?" David asked, pointing at the humble car parked outside the police station. "It's no problem." Officer Bob looked at the parked car and smiled. The identity bracelet on his arm was aimed at the car, and at the same time a police scan wave was sent out. This scan wave could not only scan the origin of the vehicle, but also the identity of the person in the car. Officer Bob didn't ask David why he did this. In his view, it was enough to give the favor. Although David's father Hans was idle, in Perrin City, no one would underestimate Hans as a sergeant. This is all the information about the car and the driver at this time. Officer Bob passed a packaged message to David's identity bracelet and said, "Thank you very much for your help. I will mention your help to my father." David thanked. "David, if you need help, you can contact me." Officer Bob got the result he needed and replied with a smile. When David walked out of the police station, he didn't go to see the car that followed him. Instead, he got on his Gladstone 3 and returned to the way. The tracking car also started to follow far after the Gladstone Model 3 drove out of 100 meters. The shadow attendant had long since followed David's orders and returned to David's side, still at a steady speed of 70 kilometers per hour, and drove back to his residence on Lanka Street. Chapter 14 Information. Back home, David's first thing is to check the information of the tracking vehicle. After opening the tracking vehicle information sent by Bob Police Officer, David couldn't help thanking Bob Police Officer. This Bob Police Officer was really in place. The information displayed on David's identity bracelet includes the owner of the vehicle, the year the vehicle was produced, the purchase record, and even the vehicle's violations and repair records for the past 2 years. It is attached to the information of today's driving tracker, including photos, names, addresses, work information, and so on. Although most of the information is not helpful to him, such information must be illegal. David is not a police system, and his social authority is underage, which is equivalent to nothing. This kind of citizenship private information must never be disclosed to non-public officials. But Officer Bob gave all this information to David, and David was owed this kind of affection. As a person who has worked in the police system for 20 years, Officer Bob knows how to maximize the benefits, and the same is true of human relations. The owner of the tracking vehicle is the same person as the tracker. His name is Amos, and he is the security supervisor of the Hotel Stern. Stern Hotel. David murmured to himself. This hotel is very famous in Perrin City and is one of the best hotels in Perrin City. It is not too simple to be able to open a hotel in Perrin City, because the hotel needs a lot of ingredients, and the edible meat of the zerg and some edible parts of the insects are the necessary raw materials for large hotels. This needs to have a very deep connection with the forces that can go out to hunt, and the forces that can go out to hunt must have formal armor, and even many hotels have hunters. These are the underlying foundations of hotels, so there are few people dare to underestimate the hotel owner. How could Amos, the security director of Stir Hotel, follow him, or did someone who wanted to harm him involve someone from Stir Hotel? The more David thought about it, the more worried he was. He was just an ordinary person who could no longer be ordinary. A few days ago, he not only came to this dangerous world, but also faced unknown killing opportunities. I'm going to survive in this world. But he soon depressed his worries and set his first goal in this world. After coming to this world, the conditions of David's predecessor have made him feel happy. He has an independent villa-style house, a good car, a stable income and caring relatives. These have made him have the idea of living like this. Even after knowing the capabilities of the Shadow Attendant, he just wanted to protect himself and had no other ideas. At that time, he simply thought that Jeremy Trainer wanted to harm him, as long as he stayed away from Jeremy Trainer. Now the unknown enemy makes him feel more urgency, and he also has his own goal, and he is strong to protect himself. David opened another piece of information about the mercenary Abbott given by Officer Bob. Abbott's information is a book of crimes. The serious mercenary group to which it belongs is not only a mercenary task, but also a guest robber from time to time. Abbott is the one that kills the most in the serious mercenary group. Not long ago, the serious mercenary corps robbed an interstellar cruise ship. In order to let the guests on the interstellar cruise ship give up their wealth, he killed a number of rebellious guests on the spot. Among these victims are 2 bodyguards and the protected Dirt Consortium, which is also the origin of the huge reward. David also saw the content of Abbott's strength he cares about most. Abbott is a good sniper armor. His brutal and aggressive character can't hide his strength in sniper. This also shows that the origin of the sniping, 20% proficiency, knowledge orb is precisely the result of Abbott's death. From what the victim's family said in the police station, plus the information from Abbott, David can basically be sure that the knowledge ball was inhaled by the Shadow Attendant after the death of the victim of the explosion. There are only a lot of people who died on the spot, but there are only 15 knowledge light balls. Even if each person died at the time, there is not only this knowledge light ball. He suddenly thought that the worst of the knowledge sphere is the reddish knowledge sphere, which means that at least entry-level knowledge is needed to form the knowledge sphere and be absorbed by the Shadow Attendant. These are all his guesses, all need to have the opportunity to test, but this opportunity cannot be met, can only wait. What he has to do now is to integrate the light ball of knowledge in the body of the Shadow Attendant, and to improve his ability to pass the college entrance examination, an important stage in his life, to achieve a better ladder for his future. Emma, turn on all the security systems. After reading all the 2 messages given by Officer Bob, David immediately ordered to the intelligent housekeeper Emma. In normal times, these safety systems will not be fully turned on, so David himself will be very inconvenient. The safety alarm is very sensitive, and it will be triggered only with a little movement. This will constantly disturb him, but compared to his own safety, David would rather suffer such trouble. With his orders, all sensors inside and outside the building were turned on, and intelligent housekeeper Emma also put 50% of its computing power into the calculation of the analysis of all sensor information. David was grateful to his dead mother Kathy. It was precisely because of her mother Kathy's insecurity that she built a safety system whose safety base far exceeded that of a standard house. The security system gave him a sense of security. He walked into the study, sat in a chair in front of the desk, opened the light brain, and a virtual light curtain appeared on the desk. Although his literary discipline has reached 69% entry level, but those are in memory, he needs to verify the current mastery of knowledge to compare what kind of 69% entry level. He recalled a literary examination paper that he had not done from the light brain, set the standard test time, and he began to answer the paper. This high-level exam paper from the past few years, David did not feel much difficulty. He can easily answer the knowledge points for most questions. It only took an hour and a half to complete the high exam paper, which was half an hour earlier than the normal exam time. The autocorrection was selected for the completed test papers, and Guang now automatically judged the results. Soon he saw his score, 125 points, which is quite a lot compared to the test paper with a perfect score of 150 points. But by comparing David's classmates, you can know that 125 points can definitely be ranked in the top 5 of the class. Before this, his literary subject was only a moderate deviation in the class, and it was good luck to be able to take the 90 points. He judged this result. Based on the current progress of 69% entry, he speculated that if the entry reached 100%, it should be able to achieve the best results in the class or even the whole school. That is, entry is the pinnacle that most ordinary high school students can achieve. Once they reach the proficiency level, it is definitely a genius level. According to the current knowledge sphere of shadow attendants, it is not a problem to achieve proficiency in his 2 disciplines of literature and mathematics. Comprehensive disciplines can only reach the entry level at most. Relative to this knowledge, David pays more attention to physical skills, heavy axe control and sniper. Although the physical technique is to absorb and fuse all the knowledge of the physical technique and also fail to reach the proficiency level, he knows that his understanding of the physical technique is different now. At least in this respect he has the potential for genius. Coupled with those 2 orbs of knowledge of body surgery, he is confident that he will achieve the skill level of body surgery through his own efforts. The heavy axe master, 33% entry, knowledge light ball is the best choice to replace his long sword master, 5% entry. He does not understand why his predecessor gave up heavy weapons and chose the long sword. The predecessor likes the long sword to look good. But today David thinks that the long sword is a little flashy, because the school has always encouraged students to learn heavy weapons as much as possible, which is helpful for becoming a fighter. In the final analysis, the opponents of armor are mostly Zerg, and only heavy weapons can better fight Zerg. Chapter 15 Raise Again. What? Abbott died on the Rock Star. The head of the Florian commander of the Sirius Mercenary Corps heard the news from Crocker, and stood up suddenly, asking incredulously. This is not to say how deep Captain Floman felt about Abbott, although Abbott was his most loyal man. In the Sirius Mercenary Corps, Abbott is the most cruel guy. He rushes to do all the murders, which makes Abbott carry a lot of wanted, indirectly let other members of the Sirius Mercenary Corps. Very wanted. You should know that robbery as a mercenary is normal. Most of the time, only the most fierce and most famous mercenaries are wanted, so even if the Sirius Mercenary Regiment is notorious, only Abbott can be wanted for serious cases. 1. This also made Abbott no other way than the Sirius Mercenary Corps, and also made him the most trusted member of the head of the Floman. This kind of mercenary that can block the gun is not easy to find. Most of the time, as long as the name of Albert is reported, it is enough to deter many people who want to resist. In addition, in the hands of Abbott, there are some important permissions of the Sirius Mercenary Corps, the most important of which is the merchandise sales channel in Abbott's hands, which is also a manifestation of the head of Floman's trust in Abbott. When Abbott left this time, he brought some of the most valuable stolen goods obtained after the recent robbery to sell. After selling the stolen goods, Albert did not return directly to the mercenary group, but instead went to the Rock Star to relax. He did not expect a remote planet to let Albert plant. Head, this is the intelligence I bought. The expressionless Croc sent an intelligence message to the identity bracelet of Captain Floman. Are you sure that the police did not find T3 at the scene? Chief Floman looked at the intelligence and asked what was soon found. Yes, I have confirmed it. Crocker nodded very positively. T3 will not be destroyed in such impacts and explosions. Who seems to have picked it up? Head Floman looked better, he said in a deep voice. As Albert's most loyal man, he knew the location of his property. Due to Abbott's own reasons, all of his wealth is kept in an anonymous manner, and the proceeds from the sale of stolen goods are also settled in an anonymous manner in order not to be detected by Interstellar. These wealth are placed in anonymous accounts, and only the corresponding chip can open anonymous accounts and manage the wealth in them. Abbott as a sniper armor, he placed the chip in the T3 sniper assist device. It is estimated that few people accept the T3 Sniper Assist device, who has specially studied the T3 Sniper Assist device, the device turned on, not to mention the chip in it. If the T3 Sniper Assist device has been found by the police, there is little hope of retrieving the T3 Sniper Assist device. You must know how arrogant the serious mercenary corps is, and dare not attack the government. But the T3 Sniper Assist device is not in the hands of the police, then the situation is different. It seems that we are going to the rock star. Captain Floman sat back in his seat and said with a tap on the table, Shen Sheng. For days have passed, it is already 9 p.m., and David has just merged the last 2 comprehensive knowledge light balls. His property panel at this time shows. Name, David Kerr. Strength, 2.521. Agility, 1.71. Physique, 2.11. Spirit, 2.81. Literature, 3% proficiency, mathematics, 5% proficiency, comprehensive, 51% entry, body surgery, 35% entry, longsword mastery, 5% entry. The 2 disciplines of literature and mathematics have all achieved proficiency, and body surgery has only advanced by leaps and bounds in the first 2 days, rising to the level of 35% entry, and these 2 days have obviously slowed down. When David thought about it, this should be the basis for practicing the predecessor for so many years, and was completely inspired by a more powerful spiritual role, which caused a rapid improvement. If you want to improve in the future, it takes a long time to practice. According to David's feelings, his 18 styles of physical exercise did not disappear, but each time the perception was too little to be like the previous eruption. These 4 days David has other gains. His strength has increased by 0.02 and his physique has increased by 0.1. Although the increase has not been much, it is only a few days to realize. Especially with this property panel, he can clearly see his growth. It is believed that after the fusion of the knowledge ball of body surgery knowledge, the improved body surgery ability can make his strength strengthen faster. Originally, David also wanted to wait for a while and improve his physical skills through his own practice, and then merge the 2 of physical knowledge. But the unknown danger made him have to speed up his strength. Even if he knew that it was not the best time to merge 2 light of body art knowledge at this time, he could not wait. The fusion of knowledge light spheres over the past few days has also allowed him to confirm his previous thoughts. Although he did not dare to waste more knowledge light spheres to do more experiments, he determined that there would be no problem in fusing 2 knowledge light spheres every day. Because of the 100,000 credit points compensated by the last attack on the explosion, David's economic situation has improved, and smart housekeeper Emma ordered the strengthened meat for the past 3 months. At this time, David was sitting in the underground fitness room, and there were 10 fortified meats in the food box in front of him. This was his preparation for the fusion of knowledge of the body art. Recently, after practicing the 18 types of physical exercises, he will have a strong sense of hunger, and his physical needs far exceed those in the past. These are all within David's expectation. The school teacher explained the 18 types of physical arts. The higher the mastery of physical arts, the more energy is needed. This is also the reason why a large number of students from underprivileged families are unable to improve physical exercise. Although the 18 types of physical exercise are already very safe, the energy required is also a huge burden for ordinary families. In a short period of time, David increased from 10% to 35% in body surgery. The change in energy demand is more obvious. He consumes 3 times the energy meat every day. Fortunately, with the compensation from the police station, he was able to support his recent need to increase physical training in 18 ways. Shadow Attendant, pass the light of knowledge of body surgery, 70% entry, into my body. David pressed his hand on the shoulder of the Shadow Attendant, and then commanded. This time is different from the fusion of knowledge light of those disciplines before. He dare not get a little distracted. He wants to fuse the knowledge light ball of physical art in the best state. To complete this work, body surgery, 70% entry, the knowledge light ball is like a red fireball, following David's arm into the body, and then he has no time to view the property panel. He enters the learning brought by the knowledge light ball among the illusions. Unlike the knowledge light sphere that entered the learning scene before, the body light, 70% entry, knowledge light sphere brings him into a body slowly doing body work in 18 types, without any teaching process, directly feel the insights brought about by the 18 styles of body exercises. Muscle changes he hadn't noticed before, as the body in the illusion slowly realized, on the property panel he didn't notice, the item of body surgery was also growing rapidly. Starting from 35%, 40%, 50%, and 60%, it rose to 99% before stopping. Although David only realized 70% of the 18 types of physical exercises in the illusion, when he woke up, his body was already sweating and every muscle was trembling involuntarily. He took a few breaths before taking a look at the property panel in front of him. When he saw the body surgery, 99% entry, he couldn't even care about the fatigue of the whole body. He jumped up and tried 99% 18 styles of entry-level body surgery. However, just as he laid out the first form, his body swayed for a while, and in his current state he could not complete this highly demanding 18 forms of body surgery. Shaking his overexcited head, David sat down on the ground again, opened the food box in front of him, picked up a piece of fortified meat and put it in his mouth. While eating fortified meat, he was thinking about the second corpuscle of knowledge of the next fusion, and it seems that there is no big problem with the skill of reaching the skill level. After a half-hour rest, he again ordered the shadow attendant to transfer the knowledge sphere of body surgery, 20% entry, into his body. David went into the same process, feeling the 18 styles of body exercises in a body, but this time the 18 styles of body techniques did not feel a little new from the beginning to the end. At most it strengthened the previous sum of the experience. After he awoke, he immediately looked at the attribute panel in front of him. Sure enough, the body skill ability still stopped at 99% entry, and did not increase because of the fusion of knowledge light ball of body surgery, 20% entry. Chapter 16 Crisis. Disappointed, David ate 5 servings of fortified meat, and he was not able to perform the full 18 exercises of body exercises that day. Although his brain mastered 99% of the entry-level body exercises, he would do it every time. In the middle of the body, due to a certain form, the body responded incorrectly, resulting in the failure of the 18 styles of physical exercise. The practice of the 18 styles of physical exercise is a complete process. As long as any one action is not in place, the practice effect will be lost. Therefore, even if David's body surgery reaches the stage of 99% entry, he cannot improve his attributes in a short time, let alone use the 18 types of body surgery to better absorb the second-level strengthening liquid. The next morning, David didn't even eat breakfast. He came to the underground fitness room and continued to practice the 18 styles of physical exercise. Last night he practiced the 18 styles of physical exercise to the 6th style, and today he wants to see how effective the practice is. From the first form to the 6th form, his body and brain perfectly cooperated with no mistakes. But at the beginning of the 7th form, due to his unaccustomed muscle movements, his movements were 1 beat slower, making this practice fail again. But this also made David see hope. While eating to strengthen the meat to restore physical strength, he was thinking about the failure just now. As long as he summed up the reasons for the failure and practiced more, the cooperation between the theory and the brain and the body would be perfect. As long as he is given a few days, he is confident that he can master 99% of the basic physical techniques. And through this absorption body technique knowledge light sphere, let him also know that this body-related knowledge light sphere is not as simple as the knowledge light sphere as long as it can be used by absorption and fusion. As he recovered his physical strength, the identity bracelet had a video call request, his thoughts moved, and the shadow waiter turned into nothingness. Father. David opened the video call and greeted his father Hans. David, pay attention to your body. Hans looked at the sweaty David and couldn't help saying, I will pay attention. David smiled as he felt his father's love. David, there is a government New Year's Eve reception on the evening of the 31st. I hope you will also participate. Hans said the reason for the contact, and his voice was full of expectations. His relationship with David has not been harmonious all the time, but the relationship has been eased, which makes him eager to introduce some relationships to David. David is almost an adult. In most political families, children as old as David have long been involved in these activities. This government reception is also the largest annual event in Perrin City, with the participation of Mayor Perrin and senior officials from various departments. It is also the best meeting place for the younger generation. Especially in the reception, the famous ladies of Perrin City will also participate, which is more important for Hans, who has always cared about his son's emotional life than introducing political relations. Father, I will attend. David thought about it and did not refuse. It wouldn't be dangerous if he wanted to come to this party. Great, I'll pick you up when the time comes, and remember to put on a dress. Hans was clearly very happy, he reminded with a smile. David closed the video call with a smile on his face. The strange world affection brought him a little warmth. He was also in constant contact, fully integrating himself into David Kerr's identity. From today, I am David Kerr. After saying this, David felt that he was fully integrated into the world. In a good mood, he soon put into the practice of the 18 styles of body surgery. I wonder if it is the reason for the joy. The 7th style was passed perfectly. As he was preparing to practice the 8th form, the lights on the top of the underground gym suddenly flickered. "Emma, what's wrong?" he asked Emma, the smart housekeeper, through his identity bracelet. But he found that the intelligent housekeeper Emma did not respond to him, which is almost impossible. In this underground fitness room, the smart housekeeper Emma will not disturb when David is in use. In order to prevent the sacrifice from leaving evidence, David's predecessor has no monitoring equipment here, and can only contact the smart housekeeper Emma through the identity bracelet. But even if this is the case, there will be no situation where the intelligent housekeeper Emma does not respond. A creepy feeling rose from his heart, the previous tracking, and the non-accidental death of the predecessor. At this time, the intelligent housekeeper Emma suddenly lost contact, and everything indicated that something was wrong. He immediately used the identity bracelet to contact Officer Bob. The reason why he didn't contact his father Hans was that he didn't want Hans to have an accident. He knew that Hans had always been in bad health. Unable to connect to Skynet, please check whether you are in Skynet environment. The sound of the identity bracelet sounded, which made David more sure that an accident had occurred. "Edna, did you break through the security system?" Chief Floman asked Edna, the female maid who was using electronic intrusion equipment beside him. This time the serious mercenary corps was led by the head of the Floman and brought 4 experienced and innocent mercenaries into the Rock Star and came to Perrin City. Involving assets of more than 3 million credit points, the head of the Floman is willing to run this trip in person. The most important thing is that this task is not a little dangerous. After coming to Perrin City, things went smoothly, which made Headman Floman surprised. The T3 sniper auxiliary device, owned by the dead Albert, opened the extremely concealed signal positioning. This is Abbott's emphasis on the T3 sniper auxiliary device, and can be recovered in case of loss. This T3 sniper assist device will send a brief positioning signal to the outside world every hour. Through this positioning signal, Commander Floman finds the current location of the T3 sniper assist device. During the day, he determined his position, and he only waited until night to start his actions. Head of the team, although the security system of this building is higher than that of ordinary houses, the person who installed this system is obviously a novice. My set of intrusion equipment can break through the safety of civil spaceships. It is a small deal with the security system. Edna's slender fingers swiftly operated on the intrusion device, without looking back. Information shielding can only be turned on for a maximum of 10 minutes, otherwise it may be discovered by the security system of Perrin City. You move faster. Head Floman looked at the information shielder working next to his eyes and urged Edna again. If the robbery fails in space, it is better to escape, but if it is found in the city, it will be very troublesome. Of course, all 5 people present knew how safe such a residence was. To them, it was just a piece of cake. Even the 5 of them didn't even have exoskeleton armor, just some self-defense weapons. The lack of exoskeleton armor is partly because exoskeleton armor is not needed for such small tasks, and it is also because the city is equipped with exoskeleton armor operations. All city surveillance will lock them in the first time. In that case, it is not to deal with a residential house, but to deal with the entire city of Perrin. It's done, Edna said with a slight flick of her finger, turning her head with a smile. Crocker, you take Ed and Fisher in, and Edna and I meet outside. The speed must be fast. Head Floman turned around and arranged. Yes. Several mercenaries responded. Crocker held a light first-level armor-piercing axe and led 2 mercenaries towards the gate. At this time, the security system of the house was completely closed, and even the intelligent housekeeper Emma was forcibly closed, and the entire house was completely undefended. If it is an ordinary person, even if there is no security system in David's house, it is difficult to be broken through. But Crocker's hand is a light first-level armor-piercing axe, which is a weapon that can really open the first-class Zerg worm shell. This kind of weapon is very easy to face the steel alloy door of the house. The light first-level armor-piercing axe is like a hot knife cut into the cream, silently cut into the steel alloy door, directly cut on the door lock system of the steel alloy door. Crocker's hand was then pushed gently, and the originally extremely safe steel alloy door was opened. He sent Ed to the second floor with sign language. He and Fisher were separated to the left and right so that they could search the entire building faster. Chapter 17 Encounter. Amos, holding a large cup of coffee and 2 fast foods that he had just bought from a corner store, carefully returned to the car parked near David's house under the cover of trees. A large cup of coffee was prepared for him to stay up late, and 2 fast foods are his dinner today and breakfast tomorrow. Of course, he will not sleep completely. As long as it is at night, he can sleep in the car until he is morning. Wake up at 5 o'clock. For an armor like him, 4 hours of sleep is enough for him to recover. When he approached David's house, he found the door wide open. He couldn't help but be surprised. Was David going out again? But he soon realized that if David went out, then the door would never be opened like this. No. He saw the obvious cut in the door and the 2 figures in the shadow in front of the door. Because he didn't want to disturb David and the many monitoring devices on this street, Amos had been hiding himself. Amos is also not an ordinary person. Although he rarely went out of town to fight after he became the security supervisor of the Stern Hotel, the fighting instinct is still there. He took his steps lightly. Although the order he received was to monitor David, but he knew David's identity, he had to react. Someone. Head Floman felt the peep, and he looked away in the direction of the peep, reminding Edna in his mouth. At the same time, a dagger with a glimmer of light in his hand was held in his hand, and his feet exerted force. The ground was stepped on a dent. The huge reaction force turned the body into a lightning bolt and rushed towards Amos. Amos, who had just arrived by the car, was taken aback. He didn't move and was discovered by the other party. This shows that the other party is not a simple character. Dora, start the automatic attack. He quickly ordered to the intelligent assistant in the car. His car is not ordinary, although the appearance looks really average, but it has a lot of combat configuration. He has been fighting outside for many years, although he is no longer going out, but he does not have a weapon in his hand. He always has an extreme sense of insecurity, so his car is his safety guarantee. Click, click. From the top of the car, a burst of machine guns popped out, sending out a series of bullets. The head of Freeman, who was rapidly advancing, was attacked by a sudden attack, and did not panic. The short sword in his hand swept a light curtain in front of him, and his body rolled in the air to avoid. The light curtain is not to say that the head of Froman's swordsmanship has reached a particularly high level, but because of the special nature of this short sword. The dagger is a special combat saber. The energy in it can activate the defensive light curtain to protect itself at special times. Of course, this kind of defensive light curtain has no effect on Zerg or above, or on weapons above 1 level, but it can withstand the bullets emitted by machine guns for a short time. At the same time, the head of Floman also knew that he had the help of his companion Edna. He only had to deal with Amos. This automatic combat system did not bother him. At the moment when the burst of machine guns popped up, Edna's slender fingers started a quick operation again. Her combat ability was not excellent without the help of exoskeleton armor, but her strength was electronic confrontation. Dealing with the intelligent assistant in the car is easier than dealing with the security system in the David's house. The burst of machine guns only caught for 10 seconds after being fired. As long as Edna is given another half a minute, she can control the car that originally belonged to Amos, and in turn let the burst of machine guns attack Amos. This is the terrible point of the electronic countermeasure division. Even if Edna does not participate in the battle, she can play a very strong role. How could there be an electronic countermeasure division? Amos exclaimed. He saw that the burst machine gun was stuck, and the head of the Floman was only affected by the burst machine gun for a few seconds, and he knew that it was in trouble. Electronic warfare divisions are special talents, and there are very few who really participate in combat. At this time, Amos had come to the car, but Edna controlled the control of the car, and he flew and kicked on the side of the car. He knows his car very well, and he knows where is the weakness and where there are weapons. After he kicked, a crack was broken in the side of the car, and he pulled out a 1.5-meter warhammer, and the surface of the hammer gave off the unique luster of the first-class quality metal. Starting with your own weapon, you really feel a lot safer in your heart. The weapon in his hand can be different from the weapon of the head of the Floman. The head of the Floman is to do the infiltration task without difficulty and danger. The weapons he carries are all short and small weapons. And Amos is in his hand a first-class weapon. Although he does not have the exoskeleton armor bonus, he cannot exert the full power of this weapon, but it makes him confident. Ah! He yelled, his muscles tightened, and the strength of up to 1,200 kilograms, making the first-class warhammer as handy as nothing. Hurry up, we're in a little trouble. Head Floman frowned, and said to the identity bracelet. Without the threat of a burst of machine guns, he did not care about Amos, just because of the sound of the burst of machine guns just now. It was too obvious in this quiet night, coupled with the shout of Amos, "I believe that it will soon." A policeman came. Afisi saw that the head of Floman was completely indifferent to him, and he was furious in his heart. Although he now bent down to do the task of monitoring the children, it was also the big boss's attention to him. It is also extremely high. Coupled with the superiority in weapons, he was full of confidence. He looked at the head of the Floman, and he hedged almost at the same time. In the sound of boom, Amos couldn't keep back after the weapons collided, and he took 5 steps back to stabilize his figure. The head of the Floman, who used the short sword, just flicked his body, but the head of the Floman also looked at his short sword with some regret. This technical close-up special weapon collided with the first-class weapon, but was received. In case of serious damage, it is estimated that another collision will break it. Amos twitched in the corner of his eyes, he didn't hesitate, turned and ran. The previous collision made him lose the courage to fight. The enemy in front of him was not his ordinary armor at all, but a veteran armor with strong combat power. When faced with an opponent who cannot meet the enemy, running away is not a shame. "I want to escape, it's late," Captain Floman said sarcastically, stepping again under his feet and approaching Amos at a faster speed than Amos. At the same time, the burst of machine guns on the car were also controlled by Edna, automatically firing at Amos. When Amos heard the burst of machine guns, he knew that escape was the quick death choice. He turned around and rushed towards Edna. The first-level hammer in his hand left and flew behind him. Head of Fruman. Amos, who is a desperate man himself, although life in the city changed him, but at the juncture of life and death, he showed his true colors. Every armor that can survive decades of battle in the wild without dying is not a simple person. They are cunning, crazy, and bloody. When faced with the point of life and death, they will make the most reasonable choice. Amos without a weapon, when throwing out the first-level warhammer in his hand, due to this reaction force, coupled with the potential to be inspired by the moment of life and death, the body is lighter after losing the weapon, which makes him faster than just now. Times. Edna, be careful. Captain Floman reminded loudly while reaching out to grab the flying first-class warhammer. Edna, who was looking down at the electronic intrusion device, heard the reminder and quickly raised her head to see at once the murderous eyes of Amos, who was only 5 meters away from her. If she has a weapon in her hand, she can completely block Amos, but she has always regarded herself as an electronic countermeasure division, and the armor is only a means for her to save her life in battle. In ordinary tasks, she will choose the safest place and conduct electronic confrontation from a distance. If it weren't for today's simple task without danger, she would not be so close to combat at all, nor would she even wear exoskeleton armor. Edna tried to lean her body back, trying to let Kai Amos attack, but she underestimated the desperation of an armor. Only killing her can stop the burst of machine guns from attacking, which makes Amos must kill her if she wants to survive. Chapter 18 Fighting. Amos Chong resisted the pain of the bullet in his back. He had to be thankful that the bullet he equipped in the car was a low-kill ordinary bullet, and he did not use expensive reinforced bullets. The ordinary bullet was hit by a burst of machine guns. Although he broke his skin and muscles after hitting him, it was not enough to penetrate his strong muscles and hurt his internal organs. Of course, if there were more bullets, he couldn't hold on. However, the attack of the continuous machine gun is coming to an end. His hand is down. Edna's low-level evasion method can't escape his capture at all. In the moment he caught Edna, he blocked Edna behind him, and then ran in the other direction. If the intelligent booster Dora in the car is completely controlled by Edna, then the burst machine gun will automatically stop, so that Amos can also have a hostage in hand, enough to threaten the head of Floman to let him leave. These are the most correct decisions Amos made in an instant, but everything was unexpected. His movements were too fast, and Edna did not fully control the intelligent assistant Dora in the car, but forced the automatic tracking attack of the continuous machine gun and forced Amos as the target. So when Amos blocked Edna behind, the burst of machine guns did not stop, still attacking. In a short period of time, dozens of kinetic energy warheads hit Edna's body. Although they are also armor, they are only the lowest level in the armor, that is, Amos is set by so many kinetic energy warheads, and it can also not be blocked. Suddenly Edna's body was almost smashed, and even Amos felt the bullet hit Edna's back through Edna's body. Edna. The head of Floman's eyes were red, and Edna's death made him almost crazy. The Electronic Warfare Division, but also the personnel of the armor can be difficult to find, because the main enemy of the armor is the Zerg, so the Electronic Warfare Division has no place in the regular armor. However, in the Mercenary Regiment, the Electronic Countermeasure Division is an important choice for assaulting the spacecraft. Without the Electronic Countermeasure Division, the mercenaries may not even open the doors of the target spacecraft, let alone the numerous defense systems on the spacecraft. In order to retain Edna, the head of Floman used all means, even promised to be engaged with Edna who was not beautiful, and retained Edna with her own charm. A long-term effort, all this was destroyed by Amos today. The head of Floman's eyes were full of killing intent, the strength of his body exploded in an instant, and the special combat sword was thrown in his hand. Under the blessing of about 2,000 kilograms, the special combat saber could hardly even see the shadow. Just when the special combat saber left his hand, the body of Amos who was running away shook and then fell to the ground. At the right knee of Amos, the special combat sword pierced, and when it penetrated the strong bones, the special combat sword collapsed, and it was broken into pieces. This made his right knee almost covered with a lot of debris, mixed with the broken bone of his right knee, which made the pain at the wound reach a super high level. Amos threw away Edna's body at this time, screaming constantly, hugging his right knee. The burst of machine guns on the car also shot all the bullets, and kept making a clicking sound. Holding the first-class warhammer, Commander Floman stepped forward to Amos, showing a cruel smile. "You dare to kill Edna, then use your life to pay for it." The head of Floman, whose anger reached its extreme, said as he hit the arm of Amos with the first-class hammer in his hand. The horror of the first-level warhammer is manifested in Amos, and the head of the Floman strikes Amos's arm and skin and bones into powder. Amos was full of fear and pleading in his eyes, but these could not impress the head of the Floman. He kept hitting the arm of Amos with a first-class warhammer, and his arms were legs after the end. In just 20 seconds, Amos had a feeling that life was better than death. He just wanted to die as soon as possible, and he didn't want to be so devastated. If there is enough time, the head of Floman wants to torture Amos for a long time, but he knows that the police will come soon, and he has no time. Death. He hit the head of Amos with a first-class warhammer, and before the first-class hammer hit Amos, Amos's expression appeared in his eyes. "Crocker, did you find your goal?" Captain Floman once again looked at Edna with a pity, and then ignored it, but asked the identity bracelet. "Head, there is no one in this building, we have looked everywhere." Crocker's calm voice came. "There is no time, evacuate immediately." Head Floman looked at the time. He understood that there was no chance today and ordered decisively. 30 minutes before the next T3 sniper assist device is issued, he didn't have such a long time to wait. "Yes, Commander." Crocker responded with a calm voice, and then he rushed out of the building with Ed and Fisher. "What happened to Edna?" Ed exclaimed in surprise when he saw Edna's broken body. It was at this time that a police patrol flying car with warning lights in the distance was flying. Several mercenaries had no time to say anything. Ed set up Edna's body and quickly evacuated the scene. David shrunk in the corner of the underground fitness room with a sigh of relief. Just now a mercenary was no more than a centimeter away from him, and as long as he stretched his hand, he would touch him. The reason why the mercenary searching did not find him, even the life sensor did not find him, was because of the shadow attendant. After discovering that someone had invaded the smart housekeeper Emma, David immediately controlled the shadow attendant to cross the ground and looked invisibly outside the door. As a result, he saw what he believed to be an extremely powerful security system that had completely failed, and the thick steel alloy door was easily broken by the enemy. These made him see the terrible place of this world for the first time. These intruders ignored the house he thought was safe. David saw 3 of the 5 mercenaries enter the house and 2 remained outside. He knew that it was impossible to escape from the house today. From the beginning, the other party blocked the Skynet signal, then cracked the security system, and opened the door of the steel alloy. They all showed extremely professionalism. At the same time, except for the woman holding the strange device in his hand, everyone else used cold weapons, which made him even more shocked. In the cognition of his memory, the person holding the hot weapon is not the most terrible, because only the armor will abandon the hot weapon and choose the cold weapon. From this point of view, it is unrealistic for him to resist. The only option was to hide himself, and soon he thought of the shadow attendant's stealth ability. He didn't know if the shadow attendant could hide him together, but he had no choice. So when the 3 mercenaries entered the house, he took back the shadow attendant and found a corner in the underground fitness room to shrink his body as much as possible to reduce his size. Shadow Aid's body size is almost the same as David's body size. Only when David reduces his body size can Shadow Aid completely hide him. Fortunately, David's body has been practicing 18 types of body techniques, and the bending of each joint is extremely large. He bends his body into a square in the corner. Then he connected to the Shadow Attendant and controlled the Shadow Attendant to wrap his body. Although he had this idea, he didn't know whether the Shadow Attendant could completely wrap his big body. Under his control, the Shadow Attendant flew to his body. Unexpected things happened. The Shadow Attendant's body began to deform from the human form and covered the appearance of his body like a fluid. Even the part of him that was in contact with the ground, the Shadow Attendant passed through the ground to maintain full coverage of the body. The three mercenaries searched very quickly. It is estimated that they did too much of this kind of thing, and the basement entrance was discovered in a short while. From the perspective of the Shadow Attendant, David watched the mercenary who searched the underground fitness room continuously scan with the instruments on his hand. Even if the underground fitness room is very simple, it can be clearly seen at a glance. This mercenary still uses the most strict standard search methods. This mercenary is Croak. The instrument in his hand tells him that there are no signs of life, but just half an hour ago, the T3 sniper assist device was here, but it was also not found. Chapter 19 Evacuate. Crocker once again turned on another function of the instrument in his hand. A penetrating light wave was emitted. If there is any secret room or safe here, it cannot be hidden in this inspection. David looked at the instrument in Crocker's hand through the Shadow Attendant's eyes, turning to aim at the corner where the Shadow Attendant concealed his body. However, he soon found that worry was unnecessary. Crocker didn't pause and turned away from the direction of the Shadow Assistant. It seemed that the instrument did not find the Shadow Assistant at all, nor did he find him wrapped in the Shadow Assistant. After checking it again, Crocker was disappointed, and it was as clean as he saw it. But his many years of mercenary career made him feel the difference in this underground gym. There were people here a short time ago. Although he can't see David right now, the underground fitness room has the smell of David's 18-day sweating practiced in a day of physical exercise. In this sealed environment, the experience of Crocker can determine the time of these flavors. This is also the reason why he wants to find the secret room or other passages. The people here cannot disappear suddenly, there must be something he does not know. In fact, if David observes Crocker with his own eyes, even if he hides it well, it will attract Crocker's attention and it will be discovered long ago. This is the intuition possessed by the battle-hardened armor, especially in a quiet environment. It's just that the Shadow Attendant is special. Its eyes have been watching Crocker's every move, but they haven't attracted Crocker's attention. Due to the accidental appearance of Amos who monitored David, disrupting the plans of the serious mercenary corps, Crocker immediately put away the instrument after receiving the order from the head of the flowman. Before leaving the underground fitness room, he glanced at the empty room a little unwillingly, and then left quickly. David sensed through the Shadow Attendant that the danger was moving away quickly, and he could not help but sigh of relief. At the most dangerous time, he discovered another ability of Shadow Servant, but he didn't want to use this way to dig the Shadow Servant's ability, his heart couldn't stand it. He did not move his body, but let the Shadow Attendant fly out. First, he looked at the situation outside the underground fitness room to see if anyone was still there. The underground fitness room is a channel illuminated by the top light. The channel is less than 5 meters. Afterwards, the channel is changed from a metal channel to a transparent channel built like glass. The location of the glass channel is suspended. And around and below the glass aisle, there are as many as 5 floors, with an area estimated to be 1,000 square meters of vegetable cultivation base. It was almost obvious whether anyone was there. After discovering that no one was there, the Shadow Attendant flew upwards, crossed the ground and came to the surface. David borrowed the Shadow Attendant's sight to see the 4 mercenaries about to leave. One of them was carrying a broken corpse, the only female mercenary. As soon as the Shadow Attendant appeared, a phantom shadow flew out of the body of the Maid of Mercy and dropped into the body of the Shadow Attendant. Then an illusory shadow flew into Shadow Attendant's body, which fell to the ground and flew out of the broken Amos corpse. Although David was hidden in the underground fitness room before, he didn't know what had just happened. At this time, he also saw that Amos, who was monitoring himself, had somehow fought with the enemy who invaded the house. He was only happy about the loss of both sides, and he was most concerned about the 2 illusory figures absorbed by the Shadow Attendant. This is the first time he clearly saw the scene of the Shadow Attendant absorbing the soul from the body. Although there were more dead people in the bookstore last time, when he went out, the shadow attendant had already ended the absorption process. The mercenaries evacuated and the police patrol car approached. David knew he was finally safe. At this moment, he saw an item on the ground like a notebook. He remembered clearly that the item was held by the female maid. David does not know who these people are, and he is certainly not the same person who wants to kill him, otherwise he will not fight the Amos who is monitoring him. Perhaps the reason can be found on this item, which is also the only item left by these people. Although the shadow attendant cannot pick up such a heavy object, it is very easy to hide it. Just like hiding David's body, the shadow attendant flew onto the object and wrapped it. Quick, inform reinforcements. A policeman saw the corpse on the ground, the burst of machine guns still ringing on the top of the car, and the traces of fighting like the explosion seen, immediately shouted. The policeman has since seen that the traces of fighting here are that the warrior has participated in the battle, which has exceeded his authority to manage. A minute later, a larger police transport aircraft appeared, jumping from above 4 armored men wearing exoskeleton armor, and the rest of the police began to block the scene. David clearly saw the most powerful combat armor in his memory through the eyes of the shadow attendant. The armor wearing the exoskeleton armor is the strongest state of the armor. From the appearance of the first armor, Interstellar Federation has undergone 10,000 years of reform before it has finalized the final form of exoskeleton armor. From the original bulky mechs and robots that are completely intelligently controlled, to the exoskeleton armor controlled by the armor, these have been changed due to the appearance of the Zerg. Those original designs lost their function in front of the Zerg. Only the exoskeleton armor, which fully utilizes the strength of the armor itself and then enlarged, finally dominated the ground battlefield. The Zerg's speed and fighting style determine the fighting style of the armored soldier. Only enough speed can deal with the Zerg, and only weapons capable of breaking the Zerg's worm shell can kill it. The armor used are all weapons of more than one level of quality, and if this quality material is used as a bullet-heating weapon to consume, it can cause Zerg damage, and the value of the bullets consumed can make any organization dead. Because the cost of these first-level bullets is higher than the value of killing the Zerg, which is related to the Zerg's tenacious life. The wounds caused by the kinetic bullets are too small to achieve a fatal effect. Except for some battles that ignore the value, there will be a large number of bullets of more than one quality. Of course, there are exceptions. This is the special presence of the sniper armor in the armor. The presence of the sniper armor is to maximize the attack power of the quality bullet, and to reduce the consumption of the quality bullet with an accurate key attack. The 4 armored guards appearing now, the armor carrying the shield is the defensive armor, the armor carrying the double swords is the assault armor, and the 2 armors carrying the heavy axe are attacking armor. This is a standard battle group. As soon as Officer Bob's patrol flying car stopped, he jumped directly off the 2-meter flying car and ran towards David's house. "David, you're fine." When he came to the gate, he saw David who had just come out of the basement, and he relaxed. "Sergeant Bob, thank you for coming in time." David would never say his hidden means, just thanked. "David, don't worry, we must find the murderer," Officer Bob assured David. In fact, even if he did not say, this matter would be taken seriously by the government. Although David is only a senior 3 student, he is the son of Manhwa, who tried to kill the child of the title of Gwagwa, which has touched the bottom line of the government. Kokoku represents the hero who returned from the battle star, and has made great achievements. Almost every veteran who returns from the war star will attack all those who offend the kingdom. In fact, in every department of the Star Federation, the veterans returning from the war star are the backbone, as is the rock star. David's predecessor has always underestimated the influence of the kingdom, and even David, who has obtained the memory of the predecessor, is not clear about this. "Sergeant Bob, can you tell my father?" David asked softly, not wanting to affect his father's rest. "David, the deputy director of Hans, is impossible not to know this matter has too much influence," Officer Bob said with a wry smile and shook his head. Chapter 20 Successor. "David, do you know who attacked your house?" After talking about his private affairs, Officer Bob opened the identity bracelet and began a routine inquiry. "I don't know. I practiced body exercises in the basement at that time, and found that the identity bracelet could not connect to Skynet, so I hid," David simply replied. "I remember that your house has a security system. Was it opened at the time?" Officer Bob continued to ask again. "Sergeant Bob, I have turned on all security systems," David replied. "David, I will ask you again if there is anything. Officer Bob finished turning off the identity bracelet, and then he continued, "The security system is not working. I believe all your losses will be borne by the security system provider come to deal with, and also get a compensation. I will try my best to help you get more compensation. Due to the special environment of panhixing, the insurance industry here is not developed. Most insurance companies will not insure the houses here. Even the companies that allow insurance, the amount of the payment is also very amazing. Therefore, in the event of an accident, most of the residences are made by themselves and then by the city for repair or reconstruction. The treatment method that Officer Bob said is to use the power and influence of Han's kingdom to suppress people. Believe that the security system cannot protect the relatives of the kingdom, it can make the security system company extremely passive, and even many large orders can no longer be received in the future. Sergeant Bob, you're in trouble." Although David didn't know the reason, he knew that Officer Bob was helping him and thanked him. "Sergeant Bob, this is the result of a preliminary investigation." A young policeman came to Officer Bob and passed him a message. Officer Bob nodded to the young policeman, and opened the investigation in front of David. "David, it's already confirmed that there is a sergeant among the people who came to attack you. Amos, the security director of the Stern Hotel, died at the scene." Here, Police Officer Bob glanced at David. This Amos, the intelligence to monitor David was still provided by him, who knew that such a sergeant died here. If there were no traces of the Battle of the Armored Soldiers at the scene, and David could not hire the armored soldiers to serve him, he would think that this was David's death. From this preliminary investigation result, I judged that the other party should have dispatched the Electronic Countermeasure Division and several armored soldiers. There are traces of mercenaries in their acting style. David, think about what attracted you to these armored soldiers. Bao police officer then asked. "I can't think of anything to attract them." David thought about it carefully and shook his head. In fact, at the moment he just considered, he thought of the T3 sniper assist device, which is also the only item recently accidentally obtained. If it is not this item, it can only be the cause of the predecessor. But the predecessor rarely got along with others, and only the sacrificial handbook was special, but the Jeremy trainer would not explode this kind of thing, causing huge trouble for himself. "I will apply for Skynet to pay special attention to the safety of your home. I will inform you of the new progress of the next investigation." Officer Bob saw that the 4-week investigation had ended and ended the conversation. During this period, the 4 armored soldiers did not approach the scene, but just stood aside, with a detached attitude. The body of Amos and his car were taken away. After the battle traces on the ground were recorded, they were also repaired, and some blood stains and weapon fragments were also collected. When the police left, there was almost no difference from the previous one except for the damaged steel metal gate. David saw that there was no one around him. He hurried to the place where the shadow attendant had stayed, picked up the hidden object, and returned to the house. David did not worry about the security issues after the police left, and Skynet paid special attention to it, which was numerous times safer than other security measures. If anyone comes to trouble at this time, then it is not the police who are dispatched, but a number of blocker drones that appear to carry out a lock-in attack, and no armor without a long-range attack can face such an attack. Not to mention that when the blocked drone is locked, its identity is automatically placed on the wanted list. David closed the broken gate and the lock was broken. This gate can only be repaired tomorrow. There are many places in the home that were destroyed. These mercenaries are not kind people. The way of searching is extremely rude. The most important thing is that the intelligent housekeeper Emma has not responded, which makes David very uneasy. Although Emma is only an intelligent housekeeper, whether in the memory of his predecessor or himself, Emma is regarded as a member of the family. But he came to the intelligent steward Emma's machine body, but he didn't know how to operate it. His identity bracelet showed a video call request, but at first glance it was his father Hans. "Father, you are alarmed," David said helplessly to the Hans driving in the video. "I'll be there for you in a little while, and you will clean up and live with me," Hans said with a haggard expression. He said quietly, "Father, I won't leave home." David's brain didn't think, and he blurted out in one sentence. This was the obsession of the predecessor in the memory. Before David and Hans improved their relationship, they did not cause obsession, but were asked to leave home to live with their father and stepmother, but this obsession was activated. Hearing the firmness in David's words, Hans said nothing for a moment. "I'm here," he said after a moment of silence, then disconnected the video. David opened the door and saw Hans coming down from the flying car. "David, you can stay." I have contacted the maintenance team. They are coming and they will fix the house. Hans said immediately after seeing David. He respects this child who has re-accepted him. At the same time, he has also used his relationship to strengthen the security of this area. Unless anyone publicly forcibly attacks, there will be no more infiltrations like today. Almost didn't worry about David next. Hans directed the incoming maintenance team to repair the damaged parts of the house one by one. Including the intelligent housekeeper Emma, which was forcibly shut down, was also reopened, but the security system of this house requires a security company to solve it. David, take a break early, don't worry about the security system. Tomorrow I will write to them in the name of the legal department, and they will replace you with the best security system. Hans was still a little worried, and asked before leaving. David returned to the hall again, and he was the only person left in the whole house at this time, but there was a warm smile on his face, and it felt good to be concerned. In the basement of a house, 4 people of the Serious Mercenary Corps sat together. Croc, Ed, Fisher, you really haven't found anything. Commander Floman looked at the location of the T3 sniper assist device displayed on the identity bracelet and asked suspiciously. This is not to blame him. Anyone who has lost important personnel in the operation has no gains at all, but finds that the target is still there, they will be so puzzled. Head, I can be sure. Croc replied, nodding quietly. Now do we continue to stay, or leave the rock star to give up action? Captain Froman believed that Crocker, a machine like Crocker, was one of the most trusted men in the mercenary group. He asked again. Head of the group, no matter whether you continue to move or leave, you can't proceed within a short time. Aide reminded. After losing the Electronic Warfare Division Edna took over the task of collecting intelligence. Although his level was not as good as Edna, the simple task was not a problem. He bought the latest information from intelligence dealers, and the entire parent city, and even the entire Rock Star, were alarmed by their actions. Even if Abbott drove a personal flying shuttle to crash and caused the death of nearly 100 people, it would not have this impact. The last time Abbott's behavior could be regarded as an accident, but their action this time was a targeted attack. The most important thing is that their target turned out to be the child of the title of Kingdom, which caused a chain reaction to this operation. There are as many as 10 interceptor drones hovering over the city of Perrin alone. As long as anyone dares to fly without permission during this time, what awaits him is the consequence of the destruction of the aircraft. Chapter 21 Reward. You mean that our goal is to be the child of the title of Kingdom? Head of Floman asked helplessly. He also understood the seriousness of the consequences at this time. If he knew the target had such a background, he would never attack. You have to know that in their acting style, in order not to carry the wanted, they will kill their mouths. Once David is killed, then they are equal to the entire Interstellar Federation, and those who return to the battle star can kill them to death. Even if he suspected that David had been killed, there would be space warships involved in their pursuit. Stop all contact with the outside world, let's change to the second safe house and hide for a while before we talk. Head Floman finally decided. He doesn't want to retrieve the T3 sniper assist device anymore. The money should be used as compensation for the loss of the child of the Kikuchi title. Crocker nodded heavily, and he strongly supported the decision. He is also a retired warrior returning from the battle star, and the Kikoku is also a hero in his heart, and he is also fortunate to have failed the mission. Ed and Fisher both supported the same, and now they are looking for them outside. It is best to hide for a while. Soon after the 4 of the Serious Mercenary Corps left, 8 soldiers surrounded the building. For example, the news of the Wolf Mercenary Corps today is of great value, and those intelligence vendors will not miss the opportunity to make a fortune. In fact, the matter was more serious than the head of the Romaine thought. A group of them entered the Rock Star, but the formal legal procedures used, naturally found them quickly. Before Abbott hit nearly 100 people, it was also interpreted as the act of attacking the child of David, the title of Sergeant. No matter how Abbott would drive a personal flying shuttle without an attack ability to attack an unfamiliar Senior 3. Anyway, the Serious Mercenary Corps was affixed with this label, and all members of the entire Serious Mercenary Corps were picked out. Each member was fortunate to be a wanted criminal, and it was still the type that was most wanted. David put his hand on the Shadow Attendant's shoulder, and a familiar energy flowed from the Shadow Attendant's body into his body, causing him to moan involuntarily. This is a kind of spiritual comfort. Maybe it is because the energy this time is not as huge as last time, so he did not fall asleep, but really felt the feeling brought by the energy. When the feeling of comfort is over, he feels that his brain is washed like water, clear for a while. "Show my property panel," he ordered to the shadow attendant. Soon his current property panel appeared in front of him. Name, David Kerr. Strength, 2.521. Agility, 1.71. Physique, 2.11. Spirit, 3.01. Literature, 3% proficiency, mathematics, 5% proficiency, comprehensive, 51% entry, body surgery, 99% entry, longsword mastery, 5% entry. His spirit has increased by 0.2, and he can now be 100% sure that the shadow attendant has absorbed the soul of Amos and the female maid, and fed back part of his soul energy, thereby enhancing his spirit. He doesn't know what the mental attribute does, but he knows the benefits that the mental attribute brings to him, that is, the learning speed is accelerated. "Look at how many light balls of knowledge Amos and the maids have brought me." David was very curious and muttered to himself. He had always wanted to experiment to confirm some speculations before, but the shadow servant needs to absorb the soul to get the sphere of knowledge. Where can he go to find the dead body? Although dangerous today, 2 good souls were also sent. At least he can be sure that Amos is an armor, and that the female mercenary can become an interstellar mercenary, and it will not be an incompetent person. He sensed that in the body of the shadow attendant, an orange light sphere of knowledge and a yellow light sphere of knowledge could not help but rejuvenate. There is a light ball of knowledge that is more advanced than orange. Orange represents proficiency. What is above proficiency? Warhammer Mastery, 82% proficiency, electronic countermeasures, 98% proficiency. David's eyes were wide, and 98% of the proficient electrons were against the photosphere of knowledge, which was beyond his imagination. Even the warrior master of Ashy Amos is only 82% proficient, but the female combatant's electronic confrontation has reached an incredible 98% proficiency. Give this female mercenary some time, maybe the female mercenary electronic countermeasures may break through the mastery and enter a higher level. It's a pity. If David just said the beginning, he couldn't help laughing that he was too greedy. The level that others can only achieve with his life, but he was at his fingertips, and asked for too much to do. He didn't absorb the fusion knowledge sphere today, and it has been more than a day since the last fusion technique knowledge sphere. His eyes were fixed on the electronic countermeasure, 98% proficient, knowledge sphere. This is pure knowledge, and does not trigger a physical response. Originally he wanted to integrate the knowledge of the heavy axe master, 33% entry, but he did not even have the heavy axe. Even if he learned the heavy axe master, there was no way to practice. Of course, the same is true for the Warhammer, 82% proficiency, knowledge light sphere. He decided to absorb the fusion electronic countermeasures, 98% proficiency, knowledge light sphere. David relaxes his body and guides the light ball of knowledge of electronic countermeasures, 98% proficiency, into his body. He sees the ability of electronic countermeasures on the property panel in front of him, and is rapidly improving his level. Then there was a flower in front of him. He came to a light brain, and his hands were constantly striking on the light brain. Large sections of code were quickly coded out, and he also understood the meaning of these codes. The process of coding code has lasted a long time, many coding languages have been used, and various techniques have been applied in it. When he stopped the tapping action, he thought that the illusion was about to end, but he was just changed a scene and appeared in front of the console. One instrument appeared on the operating table. Each of these instruments was automatically disassembled in front of him, and the structure of the instrument and various related knowledge also entered his brain. Among them, there were military and civilian, and even later he appeared in the spaceship, but the position was in front of the light brain in the main control room, and a large wave of knowledge poured into the brain. As for the idea of being able to absorb 2 knowledge spheres per day, it was broken in front of 98% of the mastery knowledge spheres. In fact, if it were not for David's spirit to reach 3.0, this influx of knowledge alone would be enough to let ordinary people sleep for a few days, and not even absorb 98% of all mastery knowledge. The electronic warfare knowledge of Electronic Warfare Division EDNA is so simple. The ability of the Electronic Warfare Division that can be obtained by the head of the Romaine of the Serious Mercenary Corps is the top among the Electronic Warfare Divisions. Presence. Edna is a genius in electronic warfare, and the full support of the Serious Mercenary Corps will make her reach such a degree. This massive amount of knowledge was received and merged by David in a short period of time. Probably only the legendary gods of the great world have such a means. David's shadow servant's ability has long been beyond the concept of shadow servant and has become another mysterious existence. David, who was in this position, did not know. Although he also knew the speciality of shadow attendant, it was only as stated in the sacrificial manual that killed his predecessor. The credibility was not worthy of his belief. The next morning, when David woke up and found himself sleeping on the floor like this, he couldn't help remembering what happened yesterday. He was shocked and quickly summoned the shadow attendant to activate the property panel. When he saw the extra electronic countermeasures, 98% proficiency, on the property panel, he finally felt relieved. If this yellow quality light ball of knowledge was wasted by him, he would not know how to regret it. At the same time, he also knew what the item he had collected was, that it was the weapon of the Electronic Warfare Division, K2 military electronic countermeasures. Like the T3 sniper assist device, they were all not available on the market. Military supplies. Only unscrupulous mercenaries can obtain these equipment through various channels, but unlike the T3 sniper assist device, the K2 military electronic countermeasures is complete electronic countermeasures equipment. Chapter 22 Unexpected Wealth. David turned on the K2 military electronic countermeasures skillfully, and there was no data on the screen that continuously refreshed the screen. For people without relevant knowledge, this piece of equipment can't be done even if you understand it. Needless to say, operation. David is very easy to operate. The knowledge of electronic confrontation in his brain let him know the most likely to expose his position. He took out the T3 sniper assist device and placed it next to the K2 military electronic countermeasure. The K2 military electronic countermeasure successfully captured the weak signal of the T3 sniper auxiliary device in 10 seconds. Control system. He discovered the code that revealed his location and sent a location signal every hour to hide the program. He moved his finger lightly to close the hidden position signal program, which was considered a remedy. Strange, in the style of these mercenaries, the K2 military electronic countermeasures on the ground were not taken away when they left. Why did they pay so much attention to the T3 sniper assist device? Although David turned off the signal procedures, but there are still big questions in my mind. To know in terms of value, the Electronic Warfare Division's K2 military electronic countermeasures is very expensive equipment, although he does not know the specific value, but at least hundreds of thousands of credit points, is truly luxurious equipment. The T3 sniper assist device is only difficult to obtain, and it is far less valuable than the K2 military electronic countermeasures. It is simply not worth dispatching so many armored mercenaries, and this effort is totally out of proportion to the harvest. Is there any secret in the T3 sniper assist device? He thought to himself, and he began to keep looking at the T3 sniper assist device. It's just that this piece of equipment seems simple, but it is composed of a large number of fine parts. He can't disassemble it, and of course he can't find the secret. He turned his head to see the shadow attendant, his eyes lit up, but the shadow attendant's ability was able to pass through the object. Doesn't that mean he can see the inside? Although the T3 sniper assist device is not large, the shadow attendant can still penetrate one eye. David saw the inside of the T3 sniper assist device through his shadow's eye. On the side wall, a chip the size of a fingernail was stuck to it. It is troublesome to remove the chip from the T3 sniper auxiliary device, but the T3 sniper auxiliary device is a device that has been completely preserved from the impact and explosion of the flying shuttle. Even if he wants to destroy it, he can't break it. Take the chip out of the case. Let's see what is the use of this chip first. Although the chip can't be taken out, David is not unable to activate the chip to view the saved content. If the previous David did not have this ability, of course, but he just got a 98% proficient level of electronic countermeasure ability. It is too simple to activate a chip at such a close distance. The K2 military electronic countermeasures emitted a weak energy, with the positioning of the shadow attendant. This weak energy was accurately connected to the energy interface of the chip, and the chip began to be activated. Then a line of data jumped out on the K2 military electronic countermeasure. David glanced at it like garbled code, but the data in his eyes was clear, and the meaning flashed in his eyes. He operated quickly, and this line of data was transferred from the K2 military electronic countermeasure to his own identity bracelet. A projection appeared on his identity bracelet, showing the Yaka Bank logo on the projection. The Yaka Bank is one of the many banks in the Federation and the most confidential bank. It is known as the safest bank. The credit points in the Yaka Bank may not be too high, but it will never be exposed. Most black and the best choice for gray income. David saw the Yaka Bank logo and understood what the chip was. He has never seen the legendary anonymous account, but he has heard of this special account that has been widely circulated. The projection flashed the Yaka Bank logo. The next step was a series of verifications. The data from the chip continuously interacted with the Yaka Bank branch on Panstar through Skynet. This interaction process took 10 seconds. Even if David's 98% proficient level of electronic confrontation ability cannot analyze these data, this is the core secret of Yaka Bank, which has been tested for countless years. After the verification is over, David finally knows the real reason why the mercenaries came. The available balance is 4.2 million credit points, which is the credit points in the anonymous account. With 4.2 million credit points, Rockstar, a planet with extremely high credit points value, can already be regarded as rich. In fact, of these 4.2 million credit points, only 2.6 million credit points are the sales price of the premium loot that the Sirius Mercenary Corps has harvested in recent times, and the rest are the private deposits of the dead Albert. Looking at the credit points in his account, David's heart was hot. If he couldn't get into a good university, he wouldn't be able to save so many credit points if he stayed in Perrin City for a lifetime. Whether it is a previous life or this life, he is seeing so much wealth for the first time. He took a few breaths and stabilized his emotions. He did not transfer the credit points in his account to his identity bracelet. This huge amount of unknown income would cause unnecessary trouble. Besides, now that the chip is in his hands, as long as others see and get the chip, they see and open this anonymous account, and this anonymous account becomes his private account. If you want to use credit points, you can use this huge credit point at any time. Putting the T3 Sniper Assist device into the pocket, the value of this thing today is more than 4.2 million credit points. Being stimulated by this, coupled with what happened last night, made his brain unable to settle down. Through the two people who died last night, he began to analyze the problem of Shadow Attendant's ability. First of all, as an armor, Amos will definitely not have only one ability, but in fact, only the Shadow Attendant has acquired the Warhammer Mastery, 82% proficiency, this knowledge light ball in his soul. David believes that Amos can become an armor. Scholars, their physical skills must far exceed the entry level. Think about the female maid of the Electronic Countermeasure Division. The Shadow Servant also only obtained an Electronic Countermeasure sphere of knowledge from his soul. Can the Shadow Servant only obtain a sphere of knowledge from one soul? A vague concept rises in his mind. The Shadow Attendant will only obtain a power from a soul, and this power is most likely the strongest power of the soul during his lifetime. From this point of view, it can be seen from the maid soldiers that the Electronic Countermeasure knowledge ball provided by the maid soldier's soul is its strongest ability. David did not absorb the fusion photosphere of knowledge again. Judging from the process of absorbing fusion electronic countermeasures, 98% proficiency, this time, if the body cannot support fusion, then there is a high possibility that the fusion will fail. It is necessary to know that electronic countermeasures, 98% proficient, knowledge light spheres are pure knowledge light spheres, which almost makes him unbearable. The remaining knowledge light spheres are all combat knowledge light spheres, and the possibility of fusion failure is even more big. He began to practice the 18 styles of physical exercise constantly. He had a feeling that if he could practice all the 18 styles of the 99% entry level from beginning to end, then he would break through the entry level of body technique. This feeling is very strong. Although this kind of practice is not complete practice, it will not improve his attributes, but he is practicing tirelessly and frantically. The 3 months of purchase of fortified meat is also rapidly consuming, but he no longer ignores this consumption, and a lot of wealth is enough to support his practice consumption. His plan for himself is to promote body surgery to proficiency, and then use the proficiency of body surgery 18 styles to more perfectly absorb the bottle of second-level strengthening potions. Although the effect of the second-level strengthening agent is good, it depends on the individual's ability to absorb it. The stronger the body surgery, the better the absorption effect of the second-level strengthening agent. Only after absorbing the second-level strengthening potions and improving his physical attributes, he was confident that he would not waste the remaining 3 light of knowledge. Chapter 23 Hidden Program. Master, the director of Leeson Security Company's Gissing wants to see you at the door. David was listening to the beautiful female voice familiar with the smart housekeeper Emina in the identity bracelet while practicing the 18 styles of physical exercise in the underground fitness room. During the rest of the past few days, he used his electronic countermeasure capabilities to reharden the security system of the house. After the real electronic confrontation ability, looking at the security system of this house, it is almost full of holes, and it is no wonder that the security system was easily broken by the female mercenaries that day. Originally, David did not want to meet with Director Gishin. He no longer needed a security company to rebuild the security system, but considering the possible compensation from Leeson Security, he decided to meet. In the lobby of the house, Director Gishin moved the fat body anxiously. The soft high-end sofa did not make him feel good. He glanced at the beautiful secretary sitting aside. If he didn't manage the owner of this house this time, he would most likely lose his position as supervisor. This beautiful female secretary is also someone else. After the intelligent housekeeper Emma invited them here, the Master David did not show up, which made the Director Gising extremely uneasy. David didn't mean to leave him alone. It was only because of politeness that he first washed off his body's sweat of 18 types of body exercises, and then delayed the time. He didn't expect that it would cause misunderstanding of Director Gising. Director Gising looked at the house and judged the value of the house. Although he knew that the owner was related to the title of kingdom, the basis for compensation was still based on the value of the house. But just looking at the fruit juice in the hands of him and the secretary, we know the wealth of the master here. Rockstar has almost no agricultural resources. Most people can only buy synthetic foods. Like this cup of natural fruit juice in his hand, it looks inconspicuous. In fact, it shows that there is a small vegetable and fruit cultivation base here. The Rockstar is threatened by the Zerg, and each city has a thick barrier zone underground. It is made of steel and materials that the Zerg hates, and a large number of sensing devices are arranged on the inner layer to prevent the Zerg from sneaking into the city. It is precisely because of the existence of the barrier zone that limits the size of the underground space, making Parent's underground resources extremely precious. The underground space is even more expensive than the ground space, because the underground space is extremely limited. Mr. David, I'm Gising, the business director of Leeson Security. When I saw David, Gising's fat body bounced from the sofa and introduced himself with a smile. The female secretary also showed the best smile, and Director Gising took her just to ease the atmosphere. Director Gising, hello. David smiled and nodded in response. He made a gesture and asked Director Gising to sit down and talk. David's maturity made Director Gising look at it a lot, especially because David was not attracted by the smile of the female secretary. Children as old as David are young and young. Mr. David, on behalf of Leeson Security, I am deeply sorry for the loss this accident caused to you. Director Gising first expressed the company's attitude. Supervisor Gising, I apologized for receiving it. I don't know how you are going to deal with it. David didn't care about the other party's politeness, and he didn't have time to chat with Director Gising. Mr. David, we, Leeson Security, will replace you with a set of the highest level of security system for you. At the same time, all your losses in this accident will be paid by us, and you will be compensated for another 200,000 credit points. You see how is it? Director Gising didn't expect David to be so direct. He had to say the plan he had thought of long ago. That's it. David stood up and nodded. Director Gising couldn't help but stay awake. Shouldn't he discuss this kind of thing with each other? How did David directly agree, which made him a lot of rhetoric useless? And the amount of his compensation is far from the credit point he originally planned to pay, which is not a good thing, because it is very likely to make others believe that Leeson Security Company has bullied the children of the title of Guashur. But it was already negotiated. He couldn't say anything even if he raised the price. He could only stand up and reach out to shake David. Mr. David, please open the permissions, and I will upgrade the security system for you. Director Gising asked David to complete the next work. David did not say that he re-hardened the security system, which is somewhat difficult to explain, so he opened the permissions and let the Director Gising connect to the residential security network. Director Gising quickly operated on the equipment he brought and began to upgrade the security system of the replacement house. This work was completed in less than 5 minutes. Mr. David, your security system software has been upgraded to the highest level, and our technicians will come to add the corresponding hardware for you within 3 working days. If you are satisfied, we will sign a settlement agreement. Director Gising said to David with a smile. Seeing that David didn't say anything else, he signed an electronic signature with his identity bracelet, and the smile on the face of Director Gising was even stronger. David sent away the Director Gising, and his face was not good-looking, because just when the Director Gising upgraded and replaced the safety system, his original safety system alerted him. Although his hardened security system is not as comprehensive as Leeson Security's security system, it is more advanced in security. After all, this security system is only for civilian level, and no matter how high level it is. After David released the authority, the operation of Director Gissing will send him an alert, which can only show that the security software uploaded by Director Gissing has a program that should not exist. He took out the K2 military electronic countermeasures, connected it to the security system, and began to find it. Soon he discovered a hidden permission program. As long as the hidden permission program is activated, all security devices in his house will be automatically turned off, and outsiders can easily enter his house. David once again felt that the people who wanted to deal with him were supernatural. This mercenary attack was just an accident, but the men took the opportunity to revise his security system and make his house undefended. If he does not have the capability of electronic countermeasures and does not first put his own security program in the security system, then he may be blindfolded, and he will not know how to die. David modified the hidden permission program and sent a message to his identity bracelet as soon as it was triggered. It was up to him to decide whether to enable this permission. He didn't want to go to Leeson Security Company. This is the exposed enemy. It's not terrible. What is terrible is that he doesn't know who the enemy is and how much power he has. He thought of the Warhammer Mastery, 82% proficiency, knowledge sphere. He thought of the Sniper, 20% proficiency, knowledge sphere, and he thought of 99% entry-level body skills. Just give him some time, his strength will get an explosion growth, he will not respond passively like now. Director Gissing, who had left David's house, sat in the car, but the expression on his face was extremely dignified, and he did not solve the joy of the company's trouble. He entered a line on the identity bracelet, task completed. My dear, I want to eat natural vegetables. The female secretary said softly. Okay, I'll take you to a big meal. Director Gissing smiled and waved. Before the new year, Leeson Security Company came to install more security monitoring equipment, which are matched with the most advanced security system software. David also checked these security monitoring devices one by one, and found no backdoors or hidden procedures. Enemies who want to come to him are not interested in his private life, just want to be able to deal with him more easily. As time passed, no one had activated the hidden permission program until December 31st. According to David's judgment, it is most likely that the other party wants to wait for the previous events to subside and then find a way to deal with himself. It was in this atmosphere that the government's New Year reception came. Chapter 24 Cocktail Party. Both Hans and David wore federal-style dresses, which were also the first choice for most men to participate in important occasions. Except for the differences in fabrics and decoration due to different wealth, the general styles were similar. Bertha, holding Hans in a tight-fitting long skirt, wearing a necklace with a shining light around her neck, shows her grace and grace. At this level of reception, too young Edie cannot attend. The New Year's Eve reception was arranged at the Stern Hotel, and the Perrin city government had taken over the first floor of the Stern Hotel. Some of the government's emphasis on the reception was evident. When David walked down from the suspended car and saw the Stern Hotel, the first thing he thought of was the hotel's safety director Amos. Although Amos was dead, the other party's monitoring of his behavior confirmed the other party's participation to the action that wanted to kill him. So is this Stein Hotel also involved? Is the boss behind Amos the important person in Stein Hotel? Questions were raised in his brain. He felt the shadow servant suspended a few meters above his head. With his sense of danger, and the level of the reception today, he did not have to worry about safety issues. It has been almost 10 days since I got the shadow attendant. These days, from sharing the vision and hearing of the shadow attendant, he is unable to control himself, and now he can easily look around with the shadow attendant's eyes without affecting his actions. There is no need to check at all when entering the Stein Hotel. The multi-channel scanning equipment here has automatically obtained the identity bracelet information of the entrant. Those who do not have permission to approach the reception will be immediately taken away by the guards. David, you can find a friend to play with yourself first, and I will find you later. After entering the reception hall, Hans turned and whispered to David. David nodded, and he also saw that Hans did not have as much status as he remembered in his predecessor. Everyone who saw Hans in the reception hall would bow to Hans, and even some people the federal military salute is straightforward. Hans needs to entertain these people. He understands that David does not like this kind of entertainment, so he is only prepared to introduce important relationships to David. David was separated from Hans and Bertha, and he did not go to the place where young people gathered, where he did not have friends. The predecessor almost achieved an extreme in terms of communication. The reason for the deterioration of his relationship with his father Hans, so that the predecessor never participated in any communication activities. These young people in the same age as his age were as if they had no intersection with him. This makes David feel relieved and has the memory of his predecessor, but the world still gives him a sense of strangeness, especially the powerful enemy, which always makes him feel insecure. Every time he sees a stranger, he cannot help but doubt that the enemy arranged to approach him. He took a glass of natural juice from the passing waiter, took a sip, and walked to the corner of no one. While drinking the natural juice slowly, David attached to the shadow attendant, letting the shadow attendant fly through the ground under his feet. After a while, he seemed to inadvertently move a dozen meters to the side. On the next floor where no one was seeing, the shadow attendant was looking for something in a room. Before he came, he found a map of the Stern Hotel through Skynet. Only the most luxurious hall on the second floor would be the venue for the New Year's Eve reception of the city government, while the first floor had a guard room. What's in the guard room? Since he has the safety light brain of the entire Sterling Hotel, David just wanted to find the location of the safety light brain, and then use some special means to obtain the information of the Sterling Hotel. Hi, hello, why haven't I seen you? An enthusiastic voice interrupted David's attention. David looked up, and a young man with a big figure was looking at him with a glass of red wine in his hand. Although this young man also wore a federal dress, this David wore a rather chic gown, but he wore armor on his body. Hello, my name is David Kerr. David responded with a smile, holding up the juice in his hand. My name is Myron. Myron also held up the red wine in his hand and introduced himself, but then thought of something and said in surprise, God, your last name is Kerr, the legendary eldest son of Hans Kerr. If there is no second David Kerr, then I am. David was helpless to become a legend, he shrugged and said. Looking at you away from the noisy guys, you should not like to socialize, we are the same. Myron pointed his fingers to a bunch of young people who were laughing and joking around several young ladies, and said softly. David glanced at the familiar Myron. He didn't see at all that the other party did not like entertainment, but instead seemed to chat with himself. David, what I said is true. If I hadn't heard that a big man would come over today, I wouldn't attend this reception. Myron saw what David didn't believe and continued. Big man. David looked at Myron, wondering what identity the big man in his mouth was. It is important to know that today's New Year's Eve party is not an ordinary party. All the senior officials in the entire Perrin city will participate, and the rest will be honored by the invitation. It can be said that this party gathered all the elites in Perrin city. As David and Myron talked, there was a sudden silence in the hall. Both David and Myron looked at the reception of the reception. At this time, some familiar officials of David were coming out. Wow! Applause sounded, and all guests applauded the arrival of several officials. Thank you for coming to the New Year's Eve. An official said with a smile and waving his hand. His voice was automatically transmitted to the loudspeaker in the hall through his identity bracelet. Although David's predecessor was relatively blocked from the outside world, he still knew the official who spoke. This was Mayor Bernard of Perrin City. Myron, what are you talking about? David whispered to Myron while listening to Mayor Bernard's speech. Big guys are always low-key. Myron replied softly, while looking around with his eyes, trying to find his goal. David didn't care about him. His attention turned to the shadow assistant again. The shadow assistant couldn't leave him more than 10 meters, which made his search more difficult. In addition, there is no size mark on the pictures obtained from Skynet, which prevents him from standing accurately above the guardhouse. He quietly moved a few steps aside, when the shadow attendant passed through a wall again, and a surveillance wall appeared in the shadow attendant's eyes. The monitoring wall is divided into nearly 100 small windows, and each small window displays the corresponding monitoring content. There are only 2 security personnel sitting in front of the monitoring wall with the help of an intelligent system. Security personnel only need to pay attention when the security system issues an alarm, and they do not need them to judge one by one with their eyes. David's goal is not to monitor the wall, but to the cabinet enclosed by a safety lock. Even if the electronic countermeasures Edna are still alive, they cannot hack into the safe light brain without being discovered. Electronic countermeasures divisions are offensive occupations. It is the specialty of Electronic Countermeasures Division to suppress strong attacks with signals. But in the city, the Electronic Countermeasures Division is also doing this. It is basically the act of finding death. Once forcibly attacked, it will inevitably lead to the tracking of Skynet. Such a big hotel is not David's residence, it can be blocked by using a signal shield. David is different. The stealth and penetration ability of the Shadow Attendant has given him greater play in electronic countermeasures. This is also why he dared to think about the safety light of the Hijinst Hotel when he participated in the New Year's Eve reception. Brain. Mayor Bernard's speech over there continued, and David's Shadow Attendant passed silently through cabinets that required the senior permission of the Stein Hotel. Appearing in front of the Shadow Attendant was a light brain with 1 person tall, and David couldn't help but see his model and said in secret, "Really willing." This security light brain is a small server-level light brain. Such a light brain can be used as the main light brain of the spacecraft. The value of millions of safety light brains shows that the Hotel Stern attaches importance to safety. Chapter 25 Invasion. The Shadow Attendant controlled by David appeared in front of the safety light brain. The Shadow Attendant lightly clicked on the safety light brain, and the permission page appeared. The Shadow Attendant did not manage the permission page, but quickly entered it on the security light brain. If the permission page was entered incorrectly 3 times, it would be locked and an alarm would be issued. This is the last defense of the safe light brain. It is just that an electronic countermeasure division with 98% proficiency level comes into close contact with the safe light brain, and it is still impossible to crack this defense. But in 20 seconds, the permission page disappeared automatically, and the main operation page appeared on the security light brain. David, who was drinking juice in the reception hall, could not help but show a satisfied smile. Not to mention anything else, just relying on your own electronic confrontation ability, you can mix well in this world. The Shadow Attendant has greatly enhanced the ability of electronic confrontation. Although the Shadow Attendant has only 100 grams of power, this power has little effect on the attack, but it is enough to operate the light brain. The Shadow Attendant opened the list of all high-authority managers in the Stern Hotel, and found an account that had not logged in for a long time, opened the remote login permission, and left a hidden program in the security light brain. The role of the hidden program is to automatically remove the traces of the account he controls, making this account a ghost account. After the last step was taken, there was a warm applause just next to the ear, which was the end of Mayor Bernard's speech. With the end of Mayor Bernard's speech, the reception officially began. Many guests with high enough identities surrounded Mayor Bernard, and the rest of the guests also found guests who matched their respective identities. Everyone's face shows the kindest smile, everyone here is like a well-educated gentleman or lady. David saw Bertha chatting with several ladies. His father Hans was talking to a young man in his 20s, and the two seemed very eager. Hans also saw David at this time, waving to him. David knew that Hans wanted to introduce the relationship to him. Although he didn't want these relationships, he didn't want to change his relationship with Hans, so he walked over with the juice. "Hans, this is your son, it's not bad." The young man looked very handsome, but the tone of his speech was very big, and it was entirely an elder's attitude. "David, this is your uncle Galen, the brother who was born and died with me on the battle star." Hans introduced to David with a smile. David looked at this young man named Galen in surprise. According to Hans, Galen said it was over 50 years old. Although the average life expectancy of the Interstellar Federation is 200 years old, it is 50 years old. The face should not be as young as it is now. "Uncle Galen." Although surprised, David said politely, "Since I called my uncle, I can't do without this gift. So, as long as you can reach the minimum standard of non-university before the college entrance examination, I will help you enter the Nazi University's armor department." Galen looked at David said with a smile. David was amazed by Galen's tone. Non-university is the best university in Rockstar and the target of his predecessor, but non-university is not so good. The strength is 800 kilograms and the speed is 8.5 seconds at 100 meters. This is just the standard for participating in the exam. After reaching this standard, a combat ability test will also be conducted. Non-university will choose the best for admission. "David, don't thank you Uncle Galen." Hans reminded him by gently pushing David. "Thank you Uncle Galen." David thanked busy. "David, your father has never asked for someone in his life. This time you were attacked. He found me. I will stay here during this time and deal with the serious mercenary corps." Galen looked at Hans a glance, then said to David, "Galen, what does this do?" Hans tapped Galen. "Hans, you care about what is wrong with your son." This time it was his luck. He actually escaped his life under a group of armored mercenaries. The serious mercenary regiment could not escape. The 5th Fleet heard that your son was the interstellar mercenary attack directly blocked the entire Rock star. Galen said with a smile. Trouble old friends for this matter. Hans sighed, shaking his head. Guardian is insulting, this is the iron law, although you don't want real power, but the honor and influence are still there. Galen Shinshing said, then he looked at David and then said, the serious mercenary when the group is over, I stay here because I am afraid that they will end up in trouble and find trouble with David. In addition, I will also take this opportunity to teach David that his current physical condition, even thrown into 9 university, CA and keep up. Mr. Galen, if I don't know how to teach David, can I bring my son? Just then Mayor Bernard had come to them and asked with a smile. David saw the teenager who was with Mayor Bernard, it was Myron who had just talked to him, and at this time Myron was greeting him. David, since it's your friend, let's go together. Galen saw Myron interacting with David, and he didn't refuse. Anyway, teaching 1 is also teaching, and teaching 2 is also teaching. David was about to say something, but Hans tapped it lightly, and he understood that there seemed to be a deal he didn't know about. Want to come today? Myron came to chat with him, not a chance encounter, but a purpose. But seeing Myron's somewhat flattering smile, a mayor's son whispered so low, he couldn't say anything. At the same time, he also remembered the great man Myron said, it seems that this is looking at the extremely young Galen. David, what weapon do you use? Myron and David stepped aside without disturbing the conversation between Hans, Galen, and Mayor Bernard. Anyway, their conversation Myron and David did not want to participate. I have studied long swords before, but I want to try Warhammer in the future. I also want to see if I have a talent for snipers. The ball of light did not say anything to Death, but left all room. Why don't you continue to study long swords? Long swords are so handsome, the Warhammer thing is hard work. Myron seems to have mastered long swords, so he objected. Before he had finished, Mayor Bernard came over his head. Although the words of the 2 teenagers were not big, the 3 next to them could all hear clearly. Mr. Galen, I'm sorry, Myron is not sensible. Mayor Bernard looked at Galen apologetically and apologized. It's okay, I will let Myron change his mind in the next days. Galen, who used to use the Warhammer before, smiled as he looked at Myron. Myron almost regretted not killing him. He was stupid and knew he had just said the wrong thing. Fortunately, the 3 did pay more attention to the 2 of them, and after a few words, they continued their chat. Hey, the next days are not easy. Myron said softly. It's okay, it's a rare opportunity for someone to teach. David really looked forward to Galen's teaching. He has recently been stuck at the 99% entry level of body surgery, so that his physical attributes cannot be improved. Although he has worked hard recently, the more difficult it is to get to the back. He also knows that this is the reason why his foundation is not strong. Body surgery is the foundation of everything. His previous body surgery is too poor. This jump-up promotion, his body needs some time to digest these improvements. In the 10 days he came to this world, no one has guided his practice. He needs some pointers to find out his shortcomings. By the way, you said the talent for snipers, or when will I take you to a shooting gallery to test? Myron enthusiastically suggested. Okay, but I have to wait for a while. I haven't been free recently. David didn't reject his good intentions. In fact, he also had to wait to integrate his sniper knowledge light ball to check his ability. Of course not available lately. Myron glanced at Galen again, and said helplessly in his mouth. The mayor of Bernard has never been here for too long. He still needs to communicate with many people for this New Year's Eve reception. Although he did not want to communicate with Galen, he stayed for a while and left. Chapter 26 Find. Mayor Bernard left, but Myron didn't leave like he was staring at David. Instead, he began to talk with David about the interesting things in the city of Perrin. Hans saw David's ability to communicate with his peers on the side, and his eyes flashed with relief. He didn't want to pave the way for David before, but David's stubbornness and attitude towards him made it almost impossible for the father and son to talk together. While chatting with Myron, David retracted the shadow attendant above his head and suspended it. During this period, he paid special attention to Galen. With Mayor Bernard's attitude towards Galen's strength should be very strong. If the shadow attendant will not be discovered by Galen, then there is basically no need to worry about who else can. Found. After the shadow attendant appeared, Galen was still chatting as before, and there was no reaction at all, which made David feel relieved. Hans, how are you doing recently? David asked with concern when he saw a middle-aged man coming to Hans. It's just that when David heard this voice, his whole body couldn't help but he was too familiar with the voice. It was the voice of the boss when Amos was talking to the boss at the door of the police station that day. It is impossible to make mistakes, because that day was the voice that David heard through the shadow attendant. With the peculiar hearing of the shadow attendant, as long as it was heard once, there would be no mistake. "David, what's the matter with you?" Myron asked David softly when he saw something wrong with David's look. "It's nothing. Who is that person?" David thought about Myron, but he had a lot of connections. He just introduced him to the identity of many guests and asked quickly. "Don't you know him?" Myron asked curiously as he looked at David curiously. "Myron, if I know you still need to ask you." David anxiously said, angrily. "That's Mr. Sturt, the owner of this Sturt Hotel." Myron paused here, and then went on, "His other identity is Mrs. Hans' father." The pupil of David's eye shrank suddenly, and he knew that Mrs. Hans was not saying his biological mother, but his stepmother Bertha. It's just that he never thought of the person who directed Amos to follow him, but it was Bertha's father. He couldn't help but start to turn over the river and follow him, whether Bertha knew, or said it was Bertha's decision at all. Was the death of his predecessor Bertha's behind? Everything became more and more confusing with the appearance of Stuart. Although the truth is closer, it is more complicated. Galen saw Stur coming, did not participate, turned around and came to David, just to see David's look. His heart could not help but sigh. He knows the situation of David, and he knows that Stur's identity is awkward for David, so he pats David's shoulder lightly. "David, I'm a little tired. I heard that you have a separate residence and there are many empty rooms in it. I will go to rest here. You can take me there." Galen had no idea of staying. He just wanted to only take care of the face of Perrin City, and then came to David. "Uncle Galen, welcome." David knew that Galen was somewhat misunderstood, but he also heard that it was Galen's concern for him, so he nodded with a smile. "Then I will send you back." Myron asked to take the initiative. Hans, David, and I went back first. Galen didn't refuse Myron, he waved to Hans. Without waiting for Hans to answer, he took David out. When Hans turned to look at Galen and David, Stein's eyes flashed a cold light that he tried to hide. Guests at the New Year's Eve reception generally wait until 12 o'clock to greet the New Year, but there are not many people who know Galen's identity at this reception, and David and Myron are two young boys, so their departure is not how many people's attention. When he walked out of the Stein Hotel, the cold wind blew. David's brain was clear. He knew that another enemy surfaced, but he did not know whether Stein was the main messenger behind, or someone else, so he did not tell others about it. In fact, if there is no evidence for this kind of person, he told Hans that it is difficult to make any difference. He can only worsen the relationship between Hans and Bertha, and it is the young Edie who suffers in the end. So he chose to check by himself, using his electronic confrontation ability, to first find out the rough things, and then decide what to do. At this time, the latest model of the Gladstone 6 was parked in front of them. Myron opened the door and let Galen and David enter the car first, and then entered the driver's seat, and pushed the pilot to start the car. "Myron, how do you have the authority to drive a car?" David knew that Myron was about the same age as him and was also a Senior 3 student, but Myron could control the pilot by himself and couldn't help asking. "Haha, but I passed the preparatory armor assessment. The authority has already reached the F level, and driving a car is not a problem," Myron said proudly. Galen smiled and said nothing, watching the two teenagers communicate. "Myron, you have reached 800 kilograms?" David asked incredulously. In the third year of high school, the strength reached 800 kilograms, which means that Myron's strength has already reached the minimum admission standard of non-university. With Myron's family background, the rest will not have much problem. "I'm already 850 kilograms. I believe that I can reach 900 kilograms when I graduate. With the teaching of Uncle Galen, I believe that I can get into the non-university," Myron said proudly. David looked at Myron with some envy, and said that David himself is a wealthy man, then Myron is a real winner in life. This is not a thing for the poor to prepare for the assessment of the sergeant, because the only function of this assessment is to allow minors without any permissions to have the lowest adult F-level permissions in advance. And the cost of preparing for the assessment of the first person requires 100,000 credit points, which is basically to buy F-level permissions with credit points. Of course, another reason why most people will not go to the assessment is not a credit point issue, but a strength issue. The 800 kg standard is the standard for preparing for a warrior, which only a few talents can achieve. In addition, take this Gladstone Type 6 car, and look at the decoration to know that this is a newly purchased car, which is not much different from the used Gladstone Type 3 used car that David himself drove. The devastated David didn't talk much to Myron along the way, and the Gladstone 6 was fast enough to arrive at David's house quickly. David, see if I can stay, so that it is easy to accept the guidance of Uncle Galen. Myron, who was thick-skinned on the sky, became more and more smooth as David called Uncle Galen. More demanding. David, let him stay. Galen said without waiting for David to speak. Okay, Myron, you use the guest room on the first floor, and Uncle Galen, you should use the side bedroom on the second floor. David saw that Galen had agreed, and he directly assigned the room. The first floor room is the first floor room. Myron murmured, obviously dissatisfied. He knew Galen's identity better than David, so he would stay behind to accept Galen's teachings no matter what. David, take a good rest today, and we will start tomorrow morning. Galen reminded David before entering the room under the guidance of smart housekeeper Emma. Okay, Uncle Galen. David answered. As the master, he certainly can't ignore Myron completely. Emma, the intelligent housekeeper, helps Galen clean the room. He can only help Myron. David, I found our similarities again. Myron said to David with a smile. We have something in common. David looked left and right. He didn't feel anything in common with the second generation of really rich officials like Myron. Although he still has a small treasury of 4.2 million, and there are still less than 80,000 credit points left on the identity bracelet, looking at a lot, but the 4.2 million treasury is black money, it's fine to use it secretly, really the use of large sums, I am afraid it will soon be paid. Attention to. Of course there are similarities, and my smart butler also uses Emma's voice. Myron pointed to the direction upstairs as if he had found the same. Myron, Emma's fans are in the hundreds of millions. I can find 10 million people at the same point. David said silently. David, after 2 months, Emma will come to Rockstar, and will hold a concert in Nine City, when we go together, Myron suggested. Myron, I'm just a student, but I don't have permission to leave Parent City. Although David's memory has a deep memory of Emma, and he really wants to listen to the concert, the actual situation does not allow it. Chapter 27 Teaching. David did not rest immediately. Tonight, he took part in the New Year's Eve reception. After eating a lot of food with sufficient energy at the reception, he went to the underground fitness room to practice the 18 types of body exercises. After being exhausted, he returned to the room to wash. Sitting on a soft bed, he took out the K2 military electronic countermeasures and connected it to the security light brain of the Stein Hotel. Entering the security light brain with an account with elevated privileges, he began to search for relevant information about Mr. Stein. There is not much information about Mr. Sister in the safety light brain, only the age information, but it is also expected that as the owner of the Stern Hotel, it is normal to have his detailed information in the safety light brain. It's just that David saw the age of Mr. Stir, which is still very strange. In the safety light brain data, Stir's age is 93 years old. This is somewhat inconsistent with the appearance of seeing Stir as a middle-aged man at the reception. When Stir and Hans stood together, Hans looked like he was older than Stir. Although Hans' face was a little older than his actual age due to physical reasons, it was not comparable to the 93-year-old Steve. Although people over 90 years old in the Federation will not be as old as David's previous life, they will not be as young as Steve. David didn't struggle too much in this regard. Maybe the other party used a special beauty method that he didn't know. The world of the rich is not something that a rich person like him can guess. The safety light brain is the center of the security system of the entire Stern Hotel, which includes all the information of the Stern Hotel, financial, security records, company confidential information, all guest information and so on. The first thing David needs to find is whether the Stern Hotel is connected to Jeremy's trainer. This is the biggest proof of whether Stir is acting against him behind the scenes. Soon, he found the financial transactions between Stir Hotel and Jeremy Trainer in the financial records, but it was not the Stir Hotel who paid the Jeremy Trainer. In fact, the opposite is true. Jeremy Trainers have been regularly investing money in the Stern Hotel. And it has been more than 2 years since this investment has been made, and it has been only a few months since David contacted the Jeremy Trainer. In terms of time, there are too many strange things. Originally, David wanted to prove that Steve was the chief envoy, but when he found the result, it made the incident more complicated again. He misjudged the relationship between the two. Of course, the financial records were concealed, but this concealment was completely exposed after David directly broke the outer disguise. Probably Stir never thought anyone could easily break through what he thought was a rock-solid security light brain, so he put a lot of secret information into it. David also found the information of the dead security director Amos. This time it was easy to confirm that Amos was sent by Steve. The financial side has been issuing bonuses on the grounds of assignments. And after Amos was killed, he also issued a large amount of compensation to his family. David shook his head, and the information provided by the safe light brain was not as great as he thought, but he made it clear that Steve was involved, which allowed him to monitor Steve's whereabouts. He set up a small program in Stern's itinerary record, which will automatically send Stern's itinerary to his identity bracelet every day, and his every move will be in his attention in the future. Steve is a rich man in Perrin City, and his daily trips are planned, which makes it easy for David to keep track of his movements. Only after doing this well, did David put away the K2 military electronic countermeasure, and fell asleep. At 6 o'clock the next morning, David was awakened by the smart housekeeper Emma. When he went downstairs, he saw Myron, who was also awakened. Myron seemed not used to getting up so early, and the whole person was confused. David, is there anything wrong with your smart butler, wake me up so early? Myron complained as soon as he saw David. I didn't set the 6 o'clock wake up. David shook his head and said, then turned to look at the intelligent housekeeper Emma and asked, Emma, is there something wrong with your program? Self-checking is over. Smart housekeeper Emma immediately started self-checking when he heard the problem. His eyes blinked continuously, and then returned to normal, saying, Emma's body is all normal, and there are no program errors. Why did we wake us up at 6 in the morning? Myron interjected. Authorized by Hans, the highest authority, Mr. Galen has the second authority and has the right to issue orders to me. Wake up at 6 is Mr. Galen's instruction. Emma, the intelligent housekeeper, answered. 2 boys, it's a good habit to get up at 6, I hope you can keep it up. Galen came out of the restaurant with a glass of juice in his hand and said with a smile. Uncle Galen is early. Myron saw Galen, and his previous complaints disappeared immediately, greeting David. Emma, give them the prepared breakfast. Galen ordered to the smart housekeeper Emma, and then turned to David and Myron. Bring breakfast to the underground practice room, I want to see you status. Smart housekeeper Emma handed the 2 lunch boxes to the 2. David looked at the 10 full portions of fortified meat in the lunchbox and knew that it would be a huge consumption today. The 1,000 square meter vegetable cultivation base outside the underground glass aisle didn't arouse Myron's surprise. It seemed to be commonplace. After entering the underground fitness room, David and Myron first put the food box down and then stood in front of Galen. I have to understand your mastery of body surgery first. Don't look at the simple style of body surgery, but it has been modified and perfected after 10,000 years, and it is the most suitable for foundation sports. This is your future. Foundation. Galen looked at the 2 teenagers in front of him and said with a smile. Uncle Galen, I heard that the body technique was transformed from the night cultivation method of the gods, is it true? It may be that Galen is not serious, Myron asked curiously. Myron, if you are strong enough, you are qualified to know that you are not qualified to inquire now. Galen said with a glance at Myron, and then he waved his hand and said, since you are so active, then it's up to you to practice the 18 styles of physical exercise. Following Galen's swing, Myron's body moved involuntarily by 5 meters to the center of the gym. Then I started. Myron said simply. Then he practiced the 18 styles of body exercises. From David's eyes, Myron's 18 styles were much better than those of him who did not receive the knowledge ball. According to the 18 styles of Myron's body technique, according to David's estimation, it is about 80% of the entry stage. After practicing the 18 physical exercises, Myron sweated, but looked at David proudly and flaunted him. Yes, mastering the 18 styles of body surgery is already a high-level entry. It seems that you have made a lot of efforts in this regard. Galen also nodded in satisfaction. The more the student is good, the simpler he is to teach. Uncle Galen, I haven't made progress in months, and I can't even improve my strength and speed. Myron quickly asked. The conditions in his family were always guided by the best teachers in Perrin City, but at this stage, those teachers did not have a very good way to improve him. The foundation of strength and speed is your physique. When your physique is not improved, then the strength and speed cannot naturally be improved, and the improvement of physique can generally be improved by special potions or physical exercises. I think you have used it for potions. At this stage you better not use potions, otherwise you will lose the power of potions when sprinting into the official armor, and I will guide you to improve the body technique in the next few days. Galen laughed, pointing. Myron nodded. He also knew his problem, but he had reached the level of physical exercise in 18 styles, and it was very difficult to improve. This is why the mayor of Bernard tried his best to put him into Galen with human touch. Every time the fortification agent is used, it will have a certain tolerance. At ordinary times, this tolerance is not obvious, but when the shackles need to be broken, it is fatal, so the use of fortification agents must be cautious. Galen said to Myron and glanced at David again. This was not only for Myron, but also to remind David. Chapter 28 Skilled. Myron picked up the food container and stuffed the fortified meat into it. David, why isn't it a first-class fortified meat? This larva's fortified meat is too poor. He complained to David as he ate. Myron, you can bring your own first-class fortified meat, don't eat my share and say this. David said angrily. Yeah, I'm asking the family to send the first-class strengthened meat over. Myron said with a smile. David shook his head, and he actually saw that Myron wanted to send first-level strengthened meat in this way, without losing his face. In fact, David's wealth today is not a problem if he is not afraid of exposing it. It's not a problem to buy some first-class fortified meat for cultivation at the credit point in his hand. However, if Myron can take the initiative to propose it, then it is the cost of his rubbing. Anyway, this is nothing to Myron, the second generation of Guanfu. David, it's your turn. Galen smiled and waited for the two to finish talking, and then asked David. Yes, Uncle Galen. David nodded in response. In fact, his heart was already hot, thinking of letting Galen give pointers. Coming to the center of the fitness room, he stood, his body began to exert force, and a trace of heat radiated from him. Myron didn't feel anything, but Galen's eyes lit up, and he fixed his gaze on David. 18 types of 99% entry-level body surgery have reached the extreme that non-armored soldiers can achieve. Those who can advance the level of physical surgery to proficiency before non-armored soldiers are monsters. Galen did not expect to see a young man who would break through the 18 styles of entry-level body surgery in such a small place as Perrin City. This young man was also a friend's child. Damn Hans, how blind are you? Such a genius, because there are no resources, the strength is only 600 kilograms. If there are resources, he would have become a champion. Galen looked at David. He began to practice the 18 styles of physical exercise. Just in one form, he couldn't help muttering to himself. The reason why Galen would say this is because the 18 types of physical skill are the foundation. Every time the 18 types of physical skill are promoted, they are improved together with the physique. The current situation of David seems to Galen to be unable to keep up with the cultivation resources, so that David can only continue to practice the 18 styles of physical exercise, making the level of the 18 styles of physical exercise exceed the speed of physical growth. The vast majority of people are unable to ascend because of the 18 types of physical exercise, which makes the energy in the body too full and cannot continue to improve the physique. Just like the Myron just now is a typical example, Myron with sufficient resources has been unable to go further because of the 18 types of physical surgery. David continues to practice the 18 styles of physical exercise, one by one, slowly and firmly. Each movement is surging with heat. That is a manifestation of a large number of physical functions. It can be said that he needs the consumption of each type. It is nearly twice as high as Myron's. 18 exercises. So David's body was sweating and raining at the moment, and his physical energy was consumed very quickly. At the beginning of the 10th style, his movements were slower. Galen's figure flickered and appeared beside David like a phantom, so fast that Myron seemed to see a ghost. David's physical strength can still be supported, but due to the need to try his best to ensure the coordination of the musculoskeletal, he can only make the movement slower, but after slowing down, the difficulty of the physical exercise 18 styles has increased. The 11th, 12th, 13th, and all the way to the 14th, this was the limit David could reach before. His body began to tremble slightly, and he would fail at any time. At this moment, Galen slapped a hand on David's body. When David felt that his musculoskeletal could not be controlled, he successfully controlled the musculoskeletal coordination under the force of the speed. The complete exercise of the 14th style came out. He instinctively continued to practice the 15th style. A strange look appeared on Galen's face. He thought that David could not support it when practicing the 14th style, which was David's limit, but it seems that this is not David's limit, and David continues to practice the 10th. 5 styles. The same 15th style has just begun. David's musculoskeletal situation is uncontrollable again. Galen has already prepared. He shot again. As long as David's musculoskeletal appearance cannot be controlled, he will shoot at the uncontrollable place so that David can continue. The 16th style, the 17th style, the 18th style, and finally the 18th style. After Galen slapped 10 times in a row, David finally completed the successful practice. At the moment when David practiced completely, his body was sweating, as if coming out of it. Galen waved his hand, a force of suction came from his hand, and the food box on the ground was sucked into his hand. David, eat quickly. He opened the food box and said to David. David's body was empty, and he felt he could swallow a cow at this time. Regardless of the amount of fortified meat, he directly stuffed the fortified meat in the food box into his mouth. Fortunately, the body has strong power, and his chewing ability is also extremely powerful. After strengthening the meat and rubbing it up and down a few times, it is swallowed into the abdomen. The silky heat flows from the abdomen to all parts of the body, and these heats constantly supplement the body's emptiness. David felt that the fortified meat had never been so delicious, but soon he was empty of his hands, and all the fortified meat in the food box was eaten by him. It's so good to eat. Myron handed David the fortified meat box with only one remaining portion and gave it to David, muttering. David was also surprised by his food intake. He remembered that there were 10 servings of fortified meat in the food box. Even if his consumption increased recently, he was only able to consume 3 servings of fortified meat at a time. However, he felt that his body was still in need at this moment, so he was not polite, and took the food box and continued to eat. After 2 minutes, David stuffed all the fortified meat into his stomach, and he felt a moment of satisfaction. A lot of heat flowed continuously from his belly to the body, making the body full of comfort. David, take a break and practice the 18 styles of physical exercise again to show me. Galen's eyes are more weird, he continued to ask. Uncle Galen, David like this, do you want to wait for the first-class strengthened meat to be delivered before continuing? Myron looked at the 2 empty food boxes and couldn't help suggesting. It's okay, this is David's breakthrough in physical technique, which leads to a physical improvement. Galen waved his hand and said. 2 boxes of 19 pieces of fortified meat entered the abdomen, and after a little time of digestion, David's sense of powerlessness had long disappeared, replaced by the power of the whole body, and he had a feeling of wanting to explode. So when Galen asked him to practice the 18 styles of physical exercise again, he didn't even need to rest. He stood up directly and began to practice the 18 styles of physical exercise. This time, David felt a distinct difference. From the first form of the 18 styles of physical exercise, he had a sense of ease. If he had to control the muscles and bones to match the 18 styles of physical exercise, now he has it as the musculoskeletal movement of the whole body that actively promotes the 18 types of body surgery. The side of Myron's eyes widened at this time. He just didn't understand what he saw in the previous body surgery, but David's body surgery he knew very well what this represented. There is a huge gap between entry and proficiency of body surgery. This gap represents armor and ordinary people. Only when the strength reaches 1,000 kilograms and the body is practiced with 3 times the physique of ordinary people can you reach the level of body skill proficiency. Think about the advanced physical techniques you just introduced, and show off to David. Myron's face is hot now. Galen watched David's one-step practice, thinking of the gift he gave to David before, so-called letting non-university include David. This is a joke. This is a basic preferential treatment for geniuses, not only non-university, but also other universities knowing the situation of David at this time and will do their best to include it. David finished the 18 exercises of body technique, and the 19 fortified meats he had eaten in his stomach no longer emit heat. He felt that his body had never been stronger. If Galen and Myron were not there, he thought immediately asked the shadow attendant to open the property panel for him. Chapter 29 Attributes. David, have you ever taken a second-level potentiating medicament? Galen asked as he watched David's breath steady and sensed David's improvement. Father prepared a bottle of second-level strengthening medicine for me a few days ago, just because I recently felt that the body surgery is about to break through, so I have not taken it. David returned. David, don't take the second-level potion. If you encounter difficulties in breaking through the armor, then the second-level potion can help you break through. Of course, it is very easy for you to break through the armor, Galen said with emotion. The proficient body technique is a smooth way to break through the armor, and the improvement after the breakthrough will be much higher than that of the ordinary armor. The most important thing is that it has a stronger foundation. David, Myron, you must know that our body is a limit of 1,000 kilograms, and body surgery is the key to open this limit. Many people push 1,000 kilograms through a lot of resources, forcibly breaking through to become armor, and ignoring the body the importance of surgery, which will break the height of future growth. I hope you use as little as possible auxiliary means like fortified potions, and the resources choose the most original fortified meat as far as possible. The original unmixed fortified meat is the purest, although the enhancement resources are less, it will not cause hidden dangers. Galen continued to say Shensheng. Uncle Galen, the fortified potion can't be used. I have taken 2 bottles of second-level potent potion. Myron asked with some concern. Why did your father only provide you with 2 bottles of second-level enhanced potions instead of giving you, as if you were stuck in the current state, as long as there is 1 more bottle of second-level reinforced potions, you can naturally break through, he is protecting you and does not want to. It hurts your roots, I hope you rely on ascending body skills to break through to become armor. Galen said with a wide smile. Myron nodded knowingly. David, your situation is special. Now that you have taken a second-level strengthening agent, your body is extremely pure and not affected by the strengthening agent. Some ingredients in the strengthening agent will have some impact on the body. You'd better keep improving yourself through physical exercises, and you will know the benefits of it when you become a champion later. Galen turned to David again. David nodded. In his understanding, there may be ingredients in the fortification potions like stimulants, which are harmful to the body. In order to allow more people to become armor, they have to launch enhanced potions to increase the number of armor. Myron, tell your father to send him 2 warhammers. David is missing everything here. Galen had no politeness for Myron and asked directly. Uncle Galen, will I use the warhammer in the future? Myron asked bitterly. He has been practicing long swords for a long time, and he is confident that he has a lot of talent in long swords. It is really a reluctance to change to a warhammer. Oh, you can choose other heavy weapons. It's just that I learned warhammer before. I can't guarantee the teaching effect of other heavy weapons. Galen didn't care. Uncle Galen, I don't understand why I have to choose heavy weapons, not long swords. Myron still insisted. Myron, if you don't want to be a warrior fighting the Zerg, then you can choose whatever weapon you want, but if you want to fight the Zerg, then holding a long sword will not only harm you, but also your companions. Galen seemed to think of something, and he felt a little sad when he spoke. The long sword is a weapon that many young people like, because it is easy to carry, it is light and elegant to use, and it is the easiest to attract the attention of girls. However, even if the Zerg shell uses weapons of the same quality, it requires huge concentration of power to cause greater lethality. The long sword is mainly a thorn, but the stab is not as good as a spear, and it is not as good as a heavy axe. Not as good as warhammer. Of course, on the battlefield, it is not that powerful armor without the use of long swords, but those armors are the peak armor, and their strength has long reached the limit of 2,000 kilograms. Under the premise of ensuring the attack effect, the flexibility of the long sword can be bring faster and more killing. However, this is only for the peak armor. The average armor still needs to focus on the attack effect. In terms of the speed of the Zerg, there is not much chance for the armor to hit. Each hit must guarantee the maximum attack power. Uncle Galen, I'll learn the warhammer from you. Myron didn't understand, but he still chose to believe Galen. David, don't practice any more today, take a rest. Galen said to David, and then turned to Myron. Here I will guide you on the issue of body surgery. Let's start with the first form. In Myron's envious eyes, David left the underground gym. As soon as David left the fitness room, he accelerated his pace, and could not wait to return to the bedroom. There were 2 residents at home, and only the private bedroom was undisturbed. The invisible shadow servant flew to him. He put his hand on the shadow servant's body, and the familiar attribute panel appeared in front of him. Name, David Kerr. Strength, 3.01. Agility, 1.91. Constitution, 3.01. Spirit, 3.01. Literature, 3% proficiency, mathematics, 5% proficiency, comprehensive, 51% entry, Physical skill, 1% proficiency, long sword mastery, 5% entry, electronic countermeasures, 98% proficiency. The physical skill has reached the 1% proficiency level, and the strength, speed, and physique have been greatly breakthrough. With a power of 3.0, his power reached 800 kilograms, and his agility of 1.9 brought his 100-meter speed to 8.4 seconds. This result met the qualifications of non-university. According to Galen's most important physique, it has reached 3.0, which is equal to the strength. In his previous experience, such a physique can reach a strength of more than 800 kilograms. Unfortunately, there is no single way to exercise agility. Maybe you can learn it when you are in college. David looked at the lowest agility attribute on the attribute panel and thought to himself. In fact, speed has always been the weakness of the armor. Even with the enhancement of exoskeleton armor, its speed cannot be compared with the same level of Zerg. This is why the armor needs to siege to win against the same level of Zerg. David perceives the Warhammer Master, 82% proficiency, knowledge ball in Shadow Attendant's body, because Galen will next teach him and Myron to learn how to use the Warhammer. This Warhammer Mastery, 82% proficiency, needs to be prioritized. He ordered the Shadow Attendant to transfer the Warhammer's Mastery, 82% proficiency, into the light sphere of knowledge. As the light sphere of knowledge entered his body suddenly shocked, and a blood-red illusion appeared in front of him. Although David had already prepared, the illusion in front of him still surprised him. He was standing on a vast flat earth at this time. The ground of this earth was dark brown, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and corruption. He holds a huge warhammer in his hand. This warhammer is 1 meter and 5 feet long. There is a strange luster flowing on the hammer body. On both sides of the hammer's hammer head, one side is a sharp armor horn and the other side is a plane. The hammer of the warhammer has an iron chain interlocking with his right arm, so that the warhammer will not come off his body. David wanted to move his body, but found that he could only perceive this body, but could not control it. He could feel the weight of the warhammer on his right arm, the cold wind blowing across his cheeks, the hardness of the ground beneath his feet, but it was all just perception. He was like a bystander imprisoned in another body. While he was still observing his physical condition, the body suddenly moved, his right hand moved forward, and the warhammer in his hand crossed a perfect arc in the air. The target of the warhammer turned out to be a hunter mantis who didn't know when it appeared. In the Zerg Atlas studied at David's school, the hunter mantis is a Zerg's land reconnaissance unit. The worm shell on the surface is weak, but the speed is fast. The weapon is a pair of sickle chainsaw limbs. This is a weaker existence in the first-class Zerg. Of course, this is for the powerful armor. The ordinary armor faces it alone, and may not even capture its figure. Death. The body screamed, and David felt that the power in the body suddenly exploded with the scream, and the warhammer in his hand attacked faster. But the hunter's mantis was also accelerating at the same time. His body flashed sideways with the warhammer, and a sickle cut into David's waist with a strange reverse joint. Chapter 30 Warhammer. Even if he knew it was in a fantasy state, David still felt the danger. This was the first time he really faced a Zerg, and he was still a first-class Zerg. He clearly saw the black and green luster shining on the forelimb of the hunter's mantis sickle, as well as the serrations on the sickle. He was hit by such a weapon, and he would be hit hard with just one click. David sensed danger but had no effect, because the body was not under his control. Of course, if he is under his control, then the most likely thing is that he will turn around and run. At the speed of the hunter mantis, this will die faster. Just as David's heart tightened, his body moved, his body stepped back half a step, and the hammer of the hammer in his hand pressed down. With the sound of clang, the hammer handle collided with the sickle of the hunter's mantis, and David felt a great force on his body, but this great force was turned around by the body, all transferred to the warhammer, again hit the hunter mantis. David didn't know that this hunter's mantis had the same combat power as the real hunter's mantis, but the hunter's mantis in front of him had made him feel the horror of the Zerg. This is the weakest first-class Zerg, but attacked this body close to each other. This body is also extremely strong, and Warhammer uses it as if it were part of the body. David is constantly improving his grasp of the Warhammer in this feeling of passing by death almost every second. In fact, no matter how the teaching is, it cannot be as real as the learning in David's illusion. This body seems to be tireless, and the hunter's mantis is like a perpetual motion machine, and the two continue to come and go like this at close range. Slowly, David's attention became more and more concentrated. He was like a master of this body, and he personally brandished a warhammer to fight the hunter mantis. A lot of fighting experience poured into his mind and was printed in his soul. Amos, the master of the warhammer's mastery, 82% proficiency, of knowledge, is also an elite armor who returned from the battle star. Although his life will be wiped out after a noble life, his combat experience still exists. This can be seen from the decision he made in the face of the head of the unmanageable serious mercenary Floman. If it was not an accident, it was estimated that he could retreat. What David got was his lifelong experience with the warhammer. Amos's experience in using the warhammer was improved from one battle against another Zerg. These experiences also turned into this battle illusion, which appeared in David's before. David can't tell whether this is a reality or an illusion, because he is completely fused with this body at this time. He must fully control the warhammer to fight the hunter mantis. Just before he was distracted, the sickle of the hunter mantis swept his back and cut a long wound. The strong pain made his concentration more concentrated, but it was just a hunter's mantis, but it made him feel the pressure he had never had. Under this pressure, his battle with the hunter's mantis is almost the same as that of the spectator in the early days. He has an offensive and defensive relationship with the hunter's mantis. I don't know how long after, the figure of the hunter mantis slowly became transparent, and then the whole space was shaken violently, and the warhammer in his hand also became transparent. David couldn't help but want to grasp the warhammer. In his feeling, the warhammer is a part of his body. The disappearance of the warhammer is like the loss of limbs. Ha, ha, ha. David breathed fresh air with a big mouth. At that time, the air was free of the blood and stench just now. The illusion had disappeared, and he was still in the bedroom. After practicing physical exercises in 18 styles, the wet and dry clothes were wet with sweat. The empty hand gripped hard for a few times, and the sense of lack of the hammer of the warhammer made David, who was just fighting in the illusion for a long time, extremely uncomfortable. Shadow Attendant, open the property panel. He pressed his hand on the Shadow Aide's body and ordered in his heart. Then he saw that among his abilities, there was more warhammer mastery, 82% proficiency. However, he is very clear that although there is a warhammer master, 82% proficiency, on the property panel, there is still some distance from his actual use of the 82% proficiency level of warhammer mastery, which requires continuous practice. It's just that the process of his practice will be particularly short. The decades of experience of others may come to him in days. At this time, he did not go to rest, but wanted to continue to integrate, because the light ball of knowledge he was going to integrate was only an entry level, and it was not difficult to bear with his body. Although the heavy axe master, 33% entry, knowledge light ball is not very helpful to him, but mastering one more weapon usage method may be used. With this mentality, he ordered the Shadow Attendant to move the ball of knowledge, 33% entry, of the heavy axe into his body. The illusion appeared this time as normal. This is a training room, the body holding a heavy axe is practicing. Various standard heavy axe tactics are constantly practiced, over and over again, like hypnosis. David has 82% of the master level of the Warhammer Master. Feel the practice of heavy axe is very simple. When he opened his eyes, he felt that this fusion process was the fastest. Of course, this is just the feeling in the illusion. In fact, his time in the illusion is completely different from the time in the outside world. Even after a few years of practice in the illusion, the outside world is only a few minutes. This transmission of soul-conscious experience cannot be explained by science at all. It can only be said that Shadow Attendant's ability is too powerful. The fusion of the two made David's spirit feel tired. He went to wash it first, put on clean clothes, and didn't care about the time at this time. He fell asleep on the bed. When David woke up, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, looking at the identity bracelet on his wrist. He rubbed his empty stomach and ate so much fortified meat today, but he was hungry and panicked. If there were not a lot of credit points, he was a little afraid of eating himself out. You have to know that since he continued to practice body art, ordinary food cannot satisfy his energy consumption, and only strengthened meat can supplement his physical loss. When he came to the restaurant on the first floor, he was seeing Myron dragging his legs and moving while shaking. "Myron, what's wrong with you?" David asked, looking at Myron funny. "David, I haven't come to help. I have done the 18 exercises of physical exercise 10 times, 10 times. Myron said sadly when he saw David, as if he saw a savior. David stepped forward to frame Myron, but he understood the situation at this time. The 18 types of physical technique are very powerful, not to mention doing it 10 times a day. "Emma, prepare some strengthened meat for Myron and me." David shouted to the intelligent housekeeper Emma. Yes, master. Emma, the smart housekeeper, began to busy while responding. When David helped Myron sit down, 2 plates of fortified meat were already on the table. Hey, Myron, you really sent a first-class strengthened meat. David looked at the completely different strengthened meat on the plate and said in surprise. Of course, anyway, it's easy for my father to make first-class strengthened meat. Just mention it and someone will send it. Myron said indifferently. There are a lot of organizations that go out to catch zergs in Perrin City. Although the first-level fortified meat is almost always sent to larger cities farther away to earn more profits, Bernard, the mayor of Perrin City, wants some, of course. While lamenting the benefits of power, David put a piece of first-class strengthened meat in his mouth. The feeling of energy jumping in his mouth made his hungry body sing. What about Uncle Galen? When the feeling of hunger diminished, David realized that he hadn't seen Galen's figure and asked. Uncle Galen went out and checked the Sirius Mercenary Corps. He said that the Sirius Mercenary Corps is so brave. He heard my father say that the Sirius Mercenary Corps' warships have been captured, except for the mercenaries who attacked you. Outside the soldiers, the Sirius Mercenary Corps has been completely wiped out. Myron was well informed, he said with a smile. His words were full of disdain for the Sirius Mercenary Corps. Even if the opponents were all armored, it was necessary to figure out who could provoke and who could not. Even if it is Myron who is acting normally, be careful not to cause trouble to the family. David didn't feel much about the Sirius Mercenary Corps. Although the other party attacked himself, he also sent him a fortune, and he also sent 98% of his proficient electronic countermeasure capabilities. Of course, as his enemy, it is better to die than to live. Chapter 31 Storm Warhammer Technique. The next morning, there was no need for Emma, the smart housekeeper, to wake up. Both David and Myron appeared in the restaurant at 6 o'clock. As the duo who want to become the champions, it is already very exciting to get guidance from Galen. Of course, they will do it according to Galen's requirements. When Galen came to the restaurant, when he saw the two of them having a meal, his face also showed a satisfied look, and he became a strongman. Without a hard and serious attitude, he could not succeed. David, come here. He said, pointing at David who had just finished the meal. David came to Galen's side, and Galen patted David's body gently with his hand. David felt that a little force was strangely transmitted to every muscle and bone in his body. Yes, your strength has reached the admission standard of 9 University, and your muscle status and speed should be no problem. Sure enough, mastering proficiency-level body surgery at this stage will be extremely fast. As long as it is strengthened meat can keep up, I believe you can reach the minimum standard of the strength and speed of the Jiashi during the college entrance examination. Galen said with a smile with satisfaction. Uncle Galen, can I attain the mastery of David's body surgery? Myron asked with a voice when he heard Galen's words. Although he had the guidance of Galen, which made him hopefully admitted to non-university, there was no way to reach the Jiashi standard before the college entrance examination. After the power breaks through 200 kilograms, every growth is extremely difficult. Especially after 500 kilograms, most of the students will get stuck here. Those who can break through are those who take fortified meat all year round, or talents with different talents. Now Myron is extremely slow to improve at every point, but David's strength was 600 kilograms yesterday, but today it has become 800 kilograms. This leap-forward progress has made Myron so unimpressed. Although I can guide the movements of the body technique, the coordination of bones and muscles is to find the most suitable for myself. There is no shortcut. The only way is to practice hard. David's situation is very special. Yes, when his physique was stagnant, he used his talent to forcibly upgrade his body skills to the extreme of entry level. The only difference was that he was on the door. All I did was push the last one. Hey! Myron sighed in disappointment. Myron, your condition is very good, hurry up and practice. Galen casually knocked on Myron's head and scolded. I'll go now. Myron quickly covered her head and ran towards the basement. David, I have found the hiding place of the 4 mercenary soldiers of the Sirius Mercenary Corps. When the people around me work during the day, they will solve them when there are fewer people. Galen turned his head and went to the fitness room. David said with a smile. Uncle Galen, can I go and see? David's heart moved. This was a rare opportunity. If the 4 armored men were killed on the spot, his gains would be great, he asked quickly. All right, let you know the fighting style of the armor early, which is good for your future growth. Galen thought and nodded in agreement. If it were other students, he would not agree to go to watch the Battle of Jiashur, because it is very likely to cause psychological pressure on the students, but it will affect their development. But David is different. Proficiency in body skills will allow David to improve rapidly in the next days. Being a sergeant has no obstacles for David. Knowing the strength of the sergeant in advance will not let David the heart is proud. David and Galen walked into the fitness room together. As soon as he entered the fitness room, David saw 2 warhammers about 1 meter in length placed on the ground. He strongly resisted the urge to pick up the warhammer and honestly began to practice the 18 styles of body lifting. This 18-style exercise of body technique made him feel no fatigue, but a burst of refreshment. The muscles of the whole body seemed to be opened. The first-class strengthened meat at breakfast was absorbed by the body for energy. After only 1 practice, he felt that his body has been improved. This is a significant improvement. David, the best number of physical exercises you practice in the future is 2, but more will have a negative impact. You practice each morning and evening, and you have more time to practice other projects. Galen saw that David did not. The expression of no enjoyment reminded. Myron also completed an 18 style of body surgery on the side, but he was sweating all over his body at this time, and there was a feeling that he would collapse at any time. Myron, don't stop. Continue to do it again after the break. You have to practice at least 10 physical exercises every day, and remember the points I mentioned for each style, so that you can make rapid progress. Galen turned to point to Myron. Road. Why? Why? Myron sat on the ground and muttered to his mouth. David looked at him, a little funny, and at the same time powerless. He couldn't use the knowledge light ball for him. Not to mention the secret of the shadow attendant, the consequences of using the knowledge light ball for others. Kill people directly. To know that the knowledge sphere is acting on the soul, he is the master of the shadow servant, so the knowledge sphere will appear so harmless. No one dares to try this mysterious thing. David and Myron, today I will teach you how to use the warhammer. Galen watched the 2 students resting, and he didn't waste time. He said directly. He didn't have much time. If the problem of the serious mercenary regiment was solved today, he could only stay for up to 3 days. The originally scheduled time had to be ended early because of news from afar. David and Myron focused their attention on Galen and entered the state of attending the lecture. Whether it is a warhammer, heavy axe, spear, or other light weapons, the practice method is to start with the basic skills and then integrate these basic skills into the battle. This is a long process, of course. Talented people, this process can be shortened. Galen said here and saw David, who was listening carefully. I will not teach you the basic warhammer technique of your school. With your strength and speed, you have completely met the entry requirements of the storm warhammer technique. This complete set of techniques has a total of 36 types. After practicing, you can completely crush the higher order. Basic warhammer technique. Galen continued. His words brightened David and Myron's eyes, not to mention high school. Most of the ordinary students in colleges can only learn basic weapon techniques. Where can they be exposed to more advanced weapon techniques? According to Galen, as long as they practice Stormhammer technology to the beginning, they can overcome the intermediate-level basic Warhammer technology learners. It can be seen how precious this Storm Warhammer technique is. Using this technique to lay the foundation for them, Galen is definitely working hard. Then I will show it first, you see it clearly. Galen said as he picked up a Warhammer from the ground and waved it gently. Then Galen waved the Warhammer and began to practice at a slow speed. At this time, David's attention is completely focused on Galen. His 3.0 spirit makes his brain very clear. Every movement of Galen, including the strength of the musculoskeletal, is seen by him in his eyes. In my heart. If he hadn't merged 82% proficient Warhammer masters before, he would learn at most one general posture at this time, but 82% proficient Warhammer masters would allow him to see more things. He was completely immersed in Galen's practice, and the Stormhammer technique was being perfected in his brain a little bit. From David's point of view, Galen's slow drill method is more difficult than a quick demonstration. It is important to know that if you want the muscles to exert force quickly, the Warhammer will dance under the action of inertia, rather than a little slow movement. Many times easier. How much do you remember? Galen asked, blushing and panting after finishing the Stormhammer practice. His overall feeling for the 2 students was that the exercise just did not make him effort. Remember all. David replied. Remember the first 6 styles? Myron replied. The two's answers are simultaneous, but not neat. David and Myron glanced at each other. David looked at Myron with the following words, "This simple technique, you only remember the first 6 styles." Myron looked at David with only 2 words, "Brout." Chapter 32 Genius. David, have you really remembered all? Galen asked in disbelief as well. He has seen many geniuses, but the storm hammer technique is not the ordinary basic technique. Although David's body has reached the practice standard of the storm hammer technique, the complexity of the storm hammer technique, the use of various powers and conversion skills, even those who have learned basic warhammer techniques are hard to remember. As far as Galen knew, David had not learned how to use the warhammer like Myron before. Uncle Galen, I remember it all. David replied affirmatively. Then you practice it again. Galen heard David's confirmation, still doubting, he asked directly. David nodded and took the warhammer from Galen. At the moment of taking over the warhammer, David's momentum changed, and an unprecedented momentum exploded on him. Galen felt this kind of momentum of David. He could not help but be amazed. Warhammer is a pure attack weapon. It just needs the momentum of going forward. If he didn't know that David hadn't learned how to use warhammer before, he would have thought that David had practiced warhammer since he was a child. But who has seen a person who practiced the warhammer doesn't even have a warhammer at home? Can he practice the warhammer with a long sword hanging on the wall? David didn't pay attention to Galen's exploration eyes and Myron's good-looking expression at this moment. When he picked up the warhammer, he was integrated with the warhammer in his hand. The warhammer seemed to become a part of his body. Although this warhammer is not his favorite style, but for a warhammer mastery with up to 82% proficiency, as long as there is a warhammer. When he started to practice the storm warhammer technique, he discovered the importance of the pro-level body technique before, precisely because he mastered the control of bones and muscles in the process of practicing the pro-level body technique. It will be easier for him to practice the stormhammer technique than he thought. Myron stared at David as he practiced the stormhammer technique in one step, and he began to doubt his IQ. Why do 2 people who study together have even more physical fitness than David, but he only remembers the first 6 styles, and David is a one-stop practice without any rustiness? Unlike Myron, Galen saw more. At this time, David is not just simulating the storm warhammer technique he just practiced, but also has his own perception. In his feelings, David is like being immersed in the warrior's formal armor for many years. With David's practice, David's unprecedented momentum has added a trace of tragic killing intention. Although this killing intention was very unstable, Galen could not understand how David could do it. There is only one possibility, that is, David is a genius that is unparalleled both in physical skills and in the use of the warhammer. In fact, David's ability to use the warhammer so quickly is entirely based on Galen's teaching. The method of just showing powerful details in a slow way is just what David needs most to grow up. If it was David who went to find the video himself, or found someone with a lower level to teach, he simply could not have achieved this level the first time he used the warhammer. Myron, you will also rehearse the first 6 exercises you learned. Galen took a warhammer and handed it to Myron. Myron glanced at the drilled David. He didn't want to contrast with David at this time, but Galen asked him to do it again. Start quickly, don't compare with David, just be yourself. Galen said in a deep voice. Myron picked up the warhammer and was preparing for a drill, but Galen interrupted him before he even started. Your way of holding the warhammer is wrong, it should be like this. Galen said as he corrected Myron's mistakes. After the correction of Myron, Galen discovered the error just after the first exercise, but this time he did not remind me again, but watched Myron continue to practice. It wasn't until Galen's first 6 styles of practice had been finished that Galen thought that this situation was normal, and what David was like was truly a genius. David, you took the warhammer to practice by yourself. I will teach Myron for a while. Galen waved to David. Although good students can make teachers worry, but students are too genius, it will also make teachers feel deeply helpless. Galen's strength teaches David of course not a problem, but he can't teach the method of using the warhammer for the first time, and he can attain mastery of the warhammer at almost the proficient level. After the proficient level is no longer a problem taught by the teacher, but requires students to experience various battles themselves to form your own style of use of warhammer. David responded, picked up the warhammer and went to the side to start practicing by himself. He was like a child who got a new toy. The Storm Warhammer technique just practiced from the first type, he has been constantly improving his familiarity with the Warhammer. Now he needs to practice. Galen let Myron start from the first type, and correct Myron's mistakes a little bit. Fortunately, Myron is not a fool. Mayor Bernard is willing to send it at a price, which is enough for Myron's talent. Confidence. Myron is slowly entering the stage of understanding from his first contact with the Warhammer. Galen did not need him to enter the doorstep immediately, but gave Myron a correct practice method and mastered the Storm Hammer technique without error. In the future, as long as Myron works hard, then the master of the Warhammer will naturally be improved. Galen initially thought of David the same way, but David's talent made him a little caught off guard, and the plan he made was unexpected. Myron intently studied with Galen. Both the Stormhammer technique and Galen's guidance were extremely rare. He didn't want to delay it. But while Myron was concentrating on studying, David, who was practicing by himself, was constantly disturbing him. Of course, this is not that David wants to disturb him, but that David's practice is getting deeper and deeper, and David's Storm Warhammer skill is more and more compatible with his 82% proficient Warhammer mastery. When Myron practiced, I sometimes felt the sense of sensibility from David's side. Myron was only a student. Although his background in Perrin City was not small, he could not understand this sense of sensibility. In Galen's eyes, he was horrified. Only less than 2 hours of practice, David strengthened the original thin killing intention to the level of exposure. It can be said that David at this time, in addition to being not an armor, actually has mastered the Warhammer with the Warhammer as the main weapon. Galen looked at David, then at Myron, and felt the gap between the two. Myron had a deep sense of shock when he saw Galen's eyes. Myron has always considered himself to be a genius. In school, in the social circle he is a leader in his younger generation. But compared with David today, he became a fool. Myron, you are watching. Galen said, grabbing the Warhammer in Myron's hand, and then he smiled at David and said, David, let's practice. Speaking of Galen, he struck David's chest with a Warhammer. Of course, with his control, he would never hurt David. He could take the Warhammer in his hands when he touched David's body. He did this to put pressure on David, otherwise such a genius would be too smooth, which would be detrimental to his growth. With fear, it will grow better. Galen thought David would be in a hurry, and he couldn't even respond to this simple blow. Because no matter how genius, David is only the first contact with Warhammer, just learned how to use Warhammer, is to master the best, there is still a big gap from the actual combat. But David's reaction was to make him have an accident. The Warhammer in David's hands crossed an arc. With this power, David's body just sideways avoided Galen's Warhammer. But the Warhammer drove towards Galen's arm after turning in the air. Although Galen was surprised, his own strength was much higher than that of David. He slightly gave up his hand, and while the Warhammer turned over, he gave way to David's Warhammer. Okay. Galen shouted. He also took some level and started an intensive attack on David. Chapter 33 News. The practice has become a match from the beginning, and it is a close match, at least on the surface. Galen's mastery of the Warhammer was much higher than that of David, but this teaching practice made him difficult to use some tricks. At the same time, David's response was almost error-free. Unless it was forced to crush, otherwise he wanted it is very difficult to defeat David. After 3 minutes of fighting, Galen's appreciation became stronger and stronger in his eyes, but he also remembered the original intention of practicing at this time, a smile on his lips, and the hammer in his hand suddenly doubled in speed. Hit the Warhammer in David's hands. David felt a numb hand. Although he tried hard to grasp the Warhammer in his hand, the blow contained an endless force, so that he had no ability to resist, and the Warhammer in his hand flew out. Galen threw the Warhammer freely and hit the Warhammer flying out of David's hand. The two Warhammers collided in the air, but they fell silently on the ground. This time it was David's turn to be surprised. How much control of the Warhammer is required to achieve such lightness? Yes, David, your learning ability is very strong. If you keep practicing in the future, you will become an excellent armor. Galen boasted. In fact, he has done his best to praise. Where is the strong learning ability? This is the abnormal learning ability. Uncle Galen, I will work hard. David nodded seriously. He is not proud, only he knows that although his spirit reaches 3.0, the learning speed is indeed very powerful, but if these alone are far from the level of today. The reason why he can do this is all because of the fusion of the corresponding ball of knowledge. At this time, if Galen teaches some other things, such as spears, he won't be able to do anything at all. Galen was very pleased to see David's attitude, and his genius was rare, but David's non-arrogant attitude was even more rare, which would enable David to go further in the future. In a basement, 4 serious mercenaries are sitting on the ground. They have been in this basement for a few days. Although they also want to leave, the recent defense of Perrin City let them go out. Dare not. Blockers and unmanned aerial vehicles can be seen patrolling from time to time in the sky, which indicates that Rockstar has increased the air blockade against Perrin City. Would you like to contact the stowaways? Let's spend more credit points to leave. Ed suggested. Now the best way is not to contact the outside world and find stowaways who know if they will sell us. Fisher on the side disagreed. It's not a matter of going on like this, who knows when the blockade will end. Ed said helplessly. Crocker, what do you think? Head Floman asked to Crocker, who was not speaking. Head, I feel wrong, we should leave immediately. Crocker said in a deep voice. His words made the rest of the mercenaries look tight. Although Crocker spoke little, he was born with a very strong sense of danger. It was his ability to sense that made everyone escape from danger many times. No one would disregard Crocker's words, including head of the Floman. Prepare for it, and we will change places immediately with the equipment. Head Floman decided with a wave. Just as everyone was packing up, Headman Floman's identity bracelet suddenly received a message. This made him extremely curious. Not many people knew his identity bracelet. Who would contact him at this time? He opened his identity bracelet and watched the news. His face suddenly changed. Head, what's wrong? Ed asked Commander Floman's complexion and couldn't help asking. Our serious warships parked in space and all the mercenaries on the ship are over. Head Floman said, gritting his teeth. What? Ed and Fisher suddenly stood up and exclaimed. Head of the group, where did the news come from? Crocker asked calmly. I don't know. It's an anonymous message, but he said the location of the Sirius battleship. There should be nothing wrong. Head Floman replied with unwillingness. The Sirius Mercenary Corps is his hard work and his hope for the future. He kept accumulating wealth for the hope of improving. For this hope of improvement, he can do anything. He took the mercenary team to do many disgraceful things. He did all the gray and black business just because of his unwillingness. If the Wolf Mercenary Regiment was destroyed today, he lost hope of ascension, and his heart was ashamed. What shall we do? Ed looked at Head Floman and asked. Although the Sirius Mercenary Corps is gone, but these main forces are still there. Besides, it is the most important thing to leave Perrin now and leave the Rockstar. The news says that we have been discovered. The official is likely to take advantage of noon and dispatch a minimum of 8 armored soldiers and a large number of aerial drones. Together with city defense, we have no way to escape. Instead of answering him, he went on to say something worse. There is no way to escape. It's better to fight. Fisher's eyes flashed fiercely, he said in a deep voice. Yes, fight, this is in the city. The 4 of us are ready. It's not easy to catch us. Ed also nodded. Okay, ready for armor, we will directly impact the last residents, take David as a hostage, and use him as a threat to send us away. Head Floman decided to make a living and decided. Crocker was hesitant. He didn't want to go to David's trouble again, but he also knew that this was the only way to live, so he struggled in his eyes for a moment and made up his mind. Although this safe house looks indistinguishable from an ordinary house, in fact there is an underpass connected to the underground pipeline network. The 4 mercenaries wore exoskeleton armor and entered the underground pipeline network through the underpass. Of course, there are sensors at each connection of the underground pipeline network, which cannot be moved for long distances. However, the 4 mercenaries did not think about moving too far. All they needed was to reach a freight suspension vehicle parked 100 meters from the safe house. This is one of the retreats they have prepared for a long time. As mercenaries, they will arrange some back roads everywhere. The lower cover of the freight levitation vehicle was opened, which was just connected to an outlet of the underground pipeline network, and the 4 mercenaries then entered the freight levitation vehicle from the exit. The mercenary exoskeleton armor is 2 meters high black diamond exoskeleton armor. The all-black armor shell incorporates the second-class Zerg shell, and the key points of the front chest and head are made of 1. The same material as the first-class weapons, which ensures the safety of exoskeleton armor users. The core of the exoskeleton armor is an enhanced converter using krypton crystal as energy, which can increase the user's power by 10 times. That is to say, the subversive armor such as the head of the flowman has 2,000 kilograms of strength, and after gaining the exoskeleton armor, it can exert 20,000 kilograms of strength. This kind of power plus a first-class weapon can completely destroy the destruction of the city. Of course, like Perrin City also has a city defense system, coupled with the drones in the sky, and the guards who guard the city, under the supervision of Skynet, few guards dare to destroy in the city. If it were not for Nowhere, Captain Froman would not take this step. It can be said that even if he succeeded in escaping, he would only carry the name of a wanted criminal in the future, and be careful of being sold out. At the same time, the hatred of David in his heart is also the reason why he made this decision. Not because of David, how could his serious mercenary regiment be destroyed? With a cargo suspension vehicle as a cover, their 4 mercenaries were able to carry out an unexpected attack on David, and then grabbed David before Skynet discovered it as a threat to leave. I believe that the safety of the children of the kingdom is more important than their 4 mercenaries, at least on the bright side. The freight levitation vehicle was heading towards Lanka Street where David was located, and did not attract the attention of others. The people who monitored the safe house did not expect that the 4 mercenaries under their surveillance would act suddenly. And their arrangement will be completely leaked to the 4 mercenaries, and in the secret a big hand is controlling the development of things. Chapter 34 Surround. Head of the team, if we directly hit like this, the blocker drone in the sky will attack us immediately, and more reinforcements will come soon. Ed looked at the house not far away through the display in the car. Said aloud. Although he is not an electronic warfare division, he only needs a simple scanning device to find that the building in front is particularly cared for by the blocker drone in the air. Once the forcible attack, the house issued an alarm, there will be a large number of blockers drone arrived. It took time to break open the house and find David. Last time they entered David's house, they did not find David. In their view, it should be that David had any special hiding means, and with the exoskeleton armor, they could completely dismantle the interior of this house and find David. But it takes time. If the alarm is issued, they will have less than a minute at most, or even not yet. It's okay, I have a way to disarm the security system. Head Shin Luo said. As soon as his words came out, the remaining 3 mercenaries looked to him. This is from the news provider. It should be David's enemies, or someone who wants David to die. Anyway, as long as it benefits us, who cares? Head Floman said with a sneer. David, who is practicing the Storm Warhammer technique in the underground gym, suddenly his identity bracelet trembles. Uncle Galen, we're in trouble. Someone is going to attack the house. David looked at the pop-up prompt on the identity bracelet to see if he shut down the security system. He knew that this was the hidden permission program uploaded by the director of the company's Gissing, which was triggered he said to Galen. Galen looked at David's identity bracelet. When he saw the prompt asking whether to shut down the security system, he couldn't help but look at David curiously. He can guess that this should be caused by someone in the security system of David's house, but the problem is that David discovered and reset the trouble in the security system. From this point we can see that David himself should have research on these, and the level is not low. David, let me inform my father that reinforcements will arrive soon. Myron quickly ran the identity bracelet and said. David informed Mayor Bernard of Myron. Although he knew that Galen was very powerful, but with the Mayor of Bernard coming forward to mobilize people, I believe it was more reliable than Galen. David, do you value the house? Galen asked suddenly. Uncle Galen, my mother left it to me here. David took the memory of his predecessor and merged the memory of the mother with his own mother in the past life, so he still attaches great importance to the memorial house. Myron, you stay here, David, come with me. Galen grabbed David, lifted David up like nothing, and said to Myron. Without waiting for Myron's reply, he accelerated and walked toward the passage. Myron wanted to catch up, but looking at Galen's speed and thinking of Galen's orders, he stayed. David felt the wind roaring in his ears, and he never thought that people's speed could reach this level. This is not to run on a runway without obstacles, to maintain such a speed in the building, and to avoid items perfectly, this is not the normal speed can be done. The head of the flowman in the van outside operated on the identity bracelet and sent a string of codes to the nearby residents. Then he waited for a response, but what made him strange was that the house on the opposite side had not responded for a long time, let alone shut down the security system. Did the anonymous person deceive himself? Head Floman thought, thinking of the next course of action. At this moment, 5 figures wearing silver-white exoskeleton armor jumped from the void and surrounded the truck. Damn, how can there be stealth aircraft here? These armored men have been protecting David. Head Floman exclaimed. Every aircraft with stealth capability is not something that ordinary people can possess. Although this stealth is not really stealth, it is just an optical simulation, but it is difficult to find it when the aircraft is stationary. This stealth ability is normally a supplementary method to protect the safety of big men, and you can arrange the armor to be deployed at any time. But David is only the child of that kingdom, and even that kingdom itself is only an honorary title, which is not enough to have such a security standard. In addition, the white exoskeleton armor worn by the 5 armorers is all streamer exoskeleton armor. This exoskeleton armor is characterized by faster speed, which can enhance the speed of the operator by 10%. The streamer exoskeleton armor will not circulate outwards, only the federal government and some special relations can buy it. The faster speed than the black diamond exoskeleton armor, and more first-class material defense area, these give the armor a great advantage before the battle. Fight! The head of the Floman shouted loudly. He knew that it would be useless to say anything at this time, and only a desperate way of life. He was the pinnacle armor. He pulled out 2 long swords from the back. The twin swords shining in the blue light at the same time swung open the shell of the freight suspension truck and jumped out of it. Behind him is Crocker, who is linking 3 round sticks into a spear. Ed holds a large shield in his hand from behind, and finally Fisher holds a double-edged giant axe. The 4 of them form a combat team, but there is no long-range attack, which is why they are worried about the blocker drone. However, surrounded by 5 armored soldiers, so that they can only fight. As mercenaries, they often deal with combat. Although they are surrounded for a while, this has inspired their blood. Be careful, don't destroy this house. At this time, Galen grabbed David and appeared outside the house, reminding the 5 armored soldiers while lowering David. Yes, sir. The 5 armored men answered, and they took out their weapons from the equipment slot behind them. Their weapons are very uniform, all of them are warhammers, but the color of the surface is slightly different from the warhammer David has seen. This color is the same as the color of the double swords in the hands of Captain Floman. The head of Froman and the 3 other mercenaries changed their faces. David didn't know, but the 4 mercenaries knew exactly what this color represented. Like the spear in Crocker's hand, Ed's shield, Fisher's giant axe, these 3 weapons have a faint glow of light, which is the color of the first-class material. However, the faint blue light on the double swords in the hands of Captain Floman is the color of secondary materials. It took a huge price for Captain Floman to get the double swords in his hand. The second-level material requires the synthesis of the teeth and claw tips of the second-level Zerg with the remaining precious materials. Even if it is a second-class Zerg, the weight of its teeth and claw tips wants to build a weapon, it needs more than 2 second-class Zerg to have a sufficient number. Like the double swords in the hands of Captain Floman, because they are considered light weapons, the secondary materials required are extremely limited, but this is how he got a lot of contacts and credit points. Because he is good at swordsmanship, he is also the pinnacle armor, and most of the tasks are faced with non-Zerg, so he will choose the double sword of the second-grade material. But the 5 armored soldiers in front, wearing streamer exoskeleton armor and the second-class material heavy weapon warhammer, formed a crushing trend on their 4 mercenaries from the equipment. Who are you? Let us pass, and I can pay compensation. The head of the Floman crossed his swords in front of him, and asked Galen while gesturing to the companion behind him. How can you control how close the security system is? David asked quickly without waiting for Galen to answer. He was extremely confused. In his judgment, these mercenaries should have attacked him because of an accident. No one knows in advance that the T3 sniper assist device will fall into his hands, not to mention that these mercenaries killed Amos who was monitoring him. He always thought that it was the hands behind the scenes that used Leeson security to lay the back door in the security system, but it was these mercenaries who triggered the back door of the security system. There is nothing to hide. We received anonymous messages, including the discovery of a safe house where we were hiding, and directed us to catch you, and provided a way to release the security system. All this was provided by your enemy. I don't know his identity. In order to get out, the head of the Floman spoke directly about the anonymous person. He wouldn't keep it secret for a guy who led them into a trap. It would be extremely cost-effective if he could use this news to gain a little favor from the other party. Chapter 35 First Round of Battle. Uncle Galen, I have no problem, you decide. David got the answer he wanted. Although he was not satisfied, he knew that this was the enemy behind him. He turned to Galen. He has self-knowledge. Although Galen takes good care of him, he is not qualified to intervene in such matters involving armor. Froman, Crocker, Ed, Fisher. Galen named the 4 mercenaries in the encirclement one by one, and then he said in a deep voice, "The kingdom is insulting. This is the iron of the Federation law. The Federation needs to use your blood to warn others." After saying this, Galen waved his hand in the air. The 5-streamer exoskeleton armor accelerated instantly, and the 5 blue hammers struck the 4 serious mercenaries with the sound of wind. David saw the light on the side. The 5 armored men who were driving the streamer exoskeleton armor all used the Storm Warhammer technique. The Storm Warhammer technique is a technique for practicing the Warhammer, but it can also be directly used in combat. Especially in this multiplayer cooperative battle, the 5 armored soldiers use the Stormwind Hammer technique, which is far more effective than one-on-one. Too tough. Ed, defense! Exclaimed the head of the flowman, while his body shrank quickly and hid behind Ed's shield. Fisher, armed with a double-edged axe, stood in the back, and responded to the 2 armored soldiers attacking from behind. Crocker stood behind Fisher and stood side by side with the head of the flowman, always supporting him on both sides. They are well aware of the combat experience, using Black Diamond exoskeleton armor and Streamer exoskeleton armor to fight speed. That is definitely a worse choice. In addition, they also need to know the true strength of the other party in order to make the most appropriate response, so they chose defense in the first place. 5 faint blue warhammers rotating with acceleration had already attacked the mercenaries. 2 of them struck Ed's shield and made 2 striking sounds almost simultaneously. Ed's arm felt a huge force. The exoskeleton armor of his body made a strange noise. With his strong body, he mastered the shield and transferred most of the power to the stone surface under his feet. This caused his feet to sink into the stone ground, while 2 dents appeared on the surface of his large shield. The second-level warhammer hits the first-level shield. If it is not because the large shield in Ed's hand is particularly heavy, this strike will break the large shield. But that's it. The big shield in his hand won't last long. Head, they have at least 1,500 kilograms of power. Ed did not have time to pay attention to his weapons. He said in a quick voice that he had just felt the fierce impact of 15,000 kilograms. At this time, the head of Flowman was also using a double sword to block a streamer armor. Under the double flash of his hand, he successfully pushed the opponent back. In the battle between armor and armor, the head of the Flowman, who used 2 light weapons, took a great advantage, but due to the special training of the opponent's warhammer, although he had the upper hand, he could not defeat the opponent in a short time. In the rear, the double-edged giant axe in Fisher's hand is completely desperate, without any block, so he directly wants to change his life with a streamer armor. How could the streamer armor desperately contact him with such a large number of people, but just upon contact, he used the warhammer to actively block Fisher's giant axe and retreated. The last streamer was unable to enter even close, but was blocked by Crocker's spear. Crocker's spear, like a serpent, continued to stab from behind Fisher, attacking the weakness of the armor of the streamer. If the streamer armor wants to get close to Crocker, he must first attack Fisher, and attacking Fisher will be threatened by a spear. The 2 streamer armors on the front did not expect that they would not defeat this group of mercenaries when they joined forces. The 2 streamer armors did not continue to attack, but retreated with the remaining streamer armors in preparation for the second round of attack. Still lacking combat experience. Galen shook his head softly. In fact, it is no wonder that the 5 streamer armored warriors, all of whom are fighting Zerg, are completely different from the mercenaries who fight the armor every day. Although the mercenaries' exoskeleton armor and weapons are somewhat inferior, their combat experience makes up for many gaps. Of course, the result of the battle does not need to be considered. With the 5 streamer armors having an absolute advantage, it is only a matter of time to defeat the mercenaries. David watched the battle on the battlefield intently, although it was only a short round of contact, but the impact of that powerful force deeply shocked him. Like the rocky ground in the city of Perrin, the strongest stone of the rock star is used. The reason why the rock star is called the rock star is because there are hard stones everywhere. This kind of stone that can block the general explosion, but under the contact of just 9 soldiers, a large area of the ground was damaged. David even saw the 2 deep dents on the large shield of the first-grade material in Ed's hands. That's the legendary armor's first-class heavy defense weapon. What kind of power is needed to make such a large shield dent? He couldn't help but looked at his house again, thinking of what Galen had said before. It turned out that Galen asked if the residence was important to him, that is, he didn't want the battle of the armor to damage his residence. It has always been considered that the extremely safe and sturdy house is probably as weak as paper paste in the eyes of these sergeants. When he saw the real powerful force of this world, David was very hot, and he also knew that as long as he worked hard, he would also become a member of these armor. The head of Floman, who was still surrounded, looked awe-inspiring. He already knew the fighting power of the 5 streamer armorers. It was because he knew the fighting power of the other party that he was even more desperate. The 5 streamer armors all have a strength of 1,500 kilograms. This is definitely a uniformly cultivated armor, the same training, the same exoskeleton armor, the same second-level warhammer, and the same attack method. Don't look at the fact that the 4 of them pushed the 5 streamer armor back, but he understood that it was just that the other party didn't want to fight with them desperately. Everybody, desperately, you create an opportunity for me, I will seize the commander and David. Head Floman said softly. Commander, after I became a mercenary, I didn't take my life to heart, I will open a passage for you. Ed said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. He is a defensive armor, very slow, and the least likely to escape. In the current situation, there is only one chance to fight hard. Fight. Fisher agreed, looking at the gap in his beloved giant axe. Crocker didn't speak, he pressed the side of the exoskeleton armor, a tube of cell activator was hit into the body, and his eyes quickly turned red. The name of cell activator sounds good, but it is one of the rare contrabands in the black market. Once this thing is done, it directly consumes the life of the user, which can give the user strength, speed, and other aspects. Big promotion. The most terrifying part of the cell activator is that the user will lose the pain after use, and has been in a state of full-body explosion, completely becoming a killing machine. It can be said that Crocker used actual actions to show that he was desperately starting. The head of Floman looked at Crocker and sighed in his heart. His old man made such a choice so that he could escape. Ed pressed it on his side as well, the cell activator was injected into the body, and his eyes turned red. Only Fisher hesitated. Although the cell activator can quickly increase the combat power, the result is permanent damage to the body, and it will be difficult to improve in the future. But thinking about the current situation, he also inspired the injection device in the exoskeleton armor, and a tube of cell activator entered the body. The 5 streamer armors also saw that they were wrong. They glanced at each other and waved the warhammer again. The 5 figures again attacked the 4 mercenaries like a hurricane. At this time, in addition to the head of Floman, the heat of the other 3 mercenaries almost penetrated the black diamond exoskeleton armor, and a roar like a beast came out of their mouths. It wasn't that Head Frode didn't want to desperately, only that he reached the peak of the body, that is, he was injected with a cell activator, and the improvement he received was extremely limited. Chapter 36 Extraordinary Galen. The second round of the battle began, and the streamer armor hit the formation of the 4 mercenaries with the advantage of the number as before. Death. Ed screamed loudly, his body completely behind the shield, using the exoskeleton armor as a driving force, using the burst of cell activator, which rushed forward far faster than his usual speed. The 2 streamer armors directly in front of them almost did not stop, and took the opportunity to smash the 2 warhammers on the large shield. Cracks appeared on the surface of the large shield, but this did not stop Ed's momentum. This time, the 2 streamer armors did not take advantage of them. They were shocked at the same time, and their bodies were forced to stop at the same place by the reaction force. The madness flashed in Ed's eyes. He could have stopped the attacks of the 2 streamer armor, but he forcibly withstood the impact of these 2 attacks, even if it was blocked by a large shield. The mouth is also sprayed with blood. However, he lost his pain, and he no longer cares about his injuries. In this way, he forcibly approached the 2 streamer armor. Under his impact, the other mercenaries also attacked him in this direction. Crocker's spear had the longest attack distance. The flashing light of the spear flashed at the moment when the 2 streamer armors stopped, almost simultaneously striking left and right, hitting the chests of the 2 streamer armors. The first-class material armor on the chest area of the streamer exoskeleton armor protects the 2 streamer armor. Although their bodies were blown out and the blood was also gushing out of the mouth, they did not receive fatal damage. More is the impact of the 2 stabs, which was transmitted into the exoskeleton armor. The exoskeleton armor itself can weaken the impact force, coupled with the protection of the first-class material defense armor. The 2 streamer armorers also only had bone fractures in their chests, and chi and blood rolled. After being hit, they immediately activated the therapeutic agent. The cold agent was injected into the body to quickly repair the bone crack and restore their chi and blood. However, they also lost the siege of the mercenaries. The 3 streamers in the other 3 directions wanted to chase the 4 mercenaries, but they were blocked by Fisher alone. With just one touch, Fisher's giant axe was smashed by the 2nd-level warhammer, and his shoulders and back were hit several times in a row. His result was that a streamer armor was swept by his giant axe and was slightly injured, and the other 2 streamer armor were also blocked. The black diamond exoskeleton armor on Fisher's body was broken from the shoulder to the back. He could be seen full of rips and blood wounds, and the white bone fragments were clearly visible. At this moment, Fisher was seriously injured, but he was still laughing wildly, and the giant axe without a blade in his hand was still dancing, as if he was not injured. The 2 streamer armormen were frightened by his state for a while. This injury should have fallen underground and could not move. Fisher and Ed's desperation. Crocker's attack was not in vain. The head of Floman rushed to Galen and David like a ghost, and there was no stopping his armor in front of his eyes. "Uncle Galen, let's rewind," David shouted when he saw Head Floman rushing over. He did not expect that the battlefield was changing rapidly. The advantage of the streamer armor was broken by the mercenaries and rushed towards them. Galen just gently pulled David behind him, then stretched out his right hand. At this time, on his right hand, it was already wrapped in a blue metal. The head of Floman looked at Galen closer and closer, full of hope for victory in his heart. The other party did not have exoskeleton armor. Judging from the fact that he has 5 streamer armor, Galen is definitely a big man. With such a hostage, plus David, he has absolute confidence to leave the Rock Star, and he can even use this as a threat to get one large ransom. His hope of improving himself appeared again, which made him speed up. In his eyes, Galen and David are a lot of credit points, which can be obtained by reaching out. But as he got closer, he saw the disdain on Galen's face, which was a look of contempt for the low-ranking. Head Floman was very familiar with this look, because he would reveal himself from time to time. As a subversive level armor, he is the most top-notch presence in the armor, plus 2 second-level swords, so that he has the capital to respect other armor. But why does Galen, who is not wearing exoskeleton armor, show such a look? Is it difficult for them to have a whole card? But at this distance, even a whole card can't help them. Just before the head of Floman rushed to Galen, he turned the sword upside down with his right hand and tried to grab Galen with 3 fingers. Galen moved. The head of Floman was very careful. His caution was not aimed at the attack, but he did not want to harm Galen and David. The 2 were the hostages they left, and they were also a large number of credit points. Galen's arm disappeared in David's eyes. It should be said that Galen's speed was too fast, so fast that with David's current physique of 3.0, he could not clearly see the movement of Galen's arm. "Head, be careful." Crocker, who was behind Captain Froman, suddenly felt a creepy feeling, and he could not help reminding him loudly. "It's just that it's too late," and the head of Floman keeps reaching for Galen, and on his chest, the armor of that grade is passed by one hand. The faint blue light on that arm showed that it was the light of secondary material, but how could this close-fitting armor exert such power? It is important to know that the exoskeleton armor is powerful because it uses kryptonite as an energy converter. This device occupies a large area of exoskeleton armor. Of course, only David here didn't understand it. The horror in the eyes of Head Floman showed that he knew. Head Floman looked at the hole in his chest and the heart inside that was caught by the hand stretched into it. He knew he was done. "You are extraordinary." Galen crushed his heart before he finished. The glory in the eyes of the head of the Floman dissipated, the exoskeleton armor lost the control of the armor, and instantly lost its motivation. Galen threw away the head of Floman, who was still a hand, grabbing the spear that had stabbed in front of him. It was Crocker who stabbed out this spear, but this was also the last blow in his life. Galen grabbed the spear, and with a slight shaking, Crocker's 2-handed armor and the protected hands inside shuddered suddenly, and Crocker's hands and bones were instantly broken into pieces. And when Karen loosened his spear, Galen reversed the spear handle into Croc's chest, and the huge power of the same level of armor was broken like a piece of paper. Crocker's heart was penetrated by the handle of the spear. He held the spear handle on the heart with his dead hands. His eyes had a yearning for life and a sense of relief from the world. His story followed his story. Death and dissipation in the world. Ah! Ed screamed like a wounded wolf. Under the action of a cell activator, he rushed towards Galen without fear of life or death. Galen's face remained unchanged, and he extended his hand again. The dark blue right hand, like the sharpest weapon in the world, once again penetrated the large shield and penetrated Ed's heart. The last fisher was attracted by Galen's killing, forgot the enemy for a while, and was directly hit by a warhammer in the head. Even with the function of a cell activator and a first-grade material helmet, it can't stop the stun of the head being hit, and then the continuous hit of the digital streamer armor directly hit his head into a broken watermelon. David was not surprised by the brutal battle in front of him. At this moment, he felt that Shadow Attendant was inhaling 4 souls, and what was passed on to him was the feeling of comfort on the soul of Shadow Attendant. You collect the loot, and let the local police clean up this area. Galen Shinshing ordered to the 5 streamer armormen. Yes, Lord. The 5 streamer armors responded. Go back and increase training by yourself, you have let me down. Galen waved. The 5 streamer armor were full of shame, so the superior battle had caused them to mess up, and they had a big loss in front of the 4 mercenaries, both in terms of equipment and numbers. Chapter 37 Loot. David, I thought you would spit it out when you saw this kind of scene. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Galen turned to look at David with a smile. Uncle Galen, I have been exposed to even more terrible scenes. David remembered that the next day he had just come to this world, the nearly 100 broken corpses. After experiencing that tragedy, he was already very difficult to be. The body was frightened. Which of these loots do you choose? Galen froze for a moment, thinking of David's recent encounter, and could not help but change the subject. Is it really possible? David asked in disbelief. The spoils here are all real armor equipment, any one is extremely precious. You don't need to think about the exoskeleton armor of the armor. All the exoskeleton armor here is damaged. Besides, when you become a formal armor, you will have your own exoskeleton armor. The exoskeleton armor of non-university it's much better than these. Galen saw David's gaze on the Black King Kong exoskeleton armor and reminded with a smile. David smiled embarrassedly. He looked back at the double swords on the ground that had originally belonged to the head of Floman. Of all the loot in it, only the colors of these 2 long swords are different. It must be the same as the color of the warhammer in the hands of the streamer armor. David, you really can choose. All the loot here is added up, and there are no 2 second-level long swords with high value, but who asked me to promise you? Galen shook his head and picked up 2 from the ground. The second-level sword said while playing. He handed the second-level sword to David. David hesitated or took it. In fact, if it weren't for the genius that David showed beyond imagination, Galen wouldn't give precious equipment like David's sword to David. Not to mention that these are 2 trophies, let alone this is a second-level weapon, only that if the ordinary armor uses a long sword, as Galen himself taught David before, he is not responsible for himself and his companions. However, Galen knew that with David's mastery of the warhammer, as long as he became an official armor, he could form a weak combat effectiveness. Learning more long swords does not require much energy for David's genius, and mastering one more weapon will also benefit David's growth. Galen has seen that on the battlefield, it is not easy to find the right weapon on the battlefield because of the damage of his weapon and the loss of most of the combatants. Every time you master a weapon, you can have more chances of survival. David, I will help you to find out the problem in your home security system. Galen thought of David's security and thought of the program of the security system, Shinshing said. David nodded, and he wanted to tell Galen about what he had mastered, but this matter involved stepmother Bertha's father, Mr. Stir. Even if Galen was a friend of his father Hans, David did not want to cover. Lewin intervened. However, Leeson Security Company had to check it with Galen's forces. He should be careful even when going out. Although he did not know how powerful Galen was, the 5 streamer armors, together with Mayor Bernard's attitude towards it, demonstrated Galen's extremely high status. Can be called a big man in Myron, Galen's status is much higher than that of the mayor. This scabbard is for you. Galen again removed a scabbard from the Blackman's exoskeleton armor behind the body of Captain Fromman and handed it over. Thank you, Uncle Galen. David took it over and inserted 2 second-level swords into the scabbard. The appearance of this scabbard is made of the skin of an unknown creature, and the material inside is unknown, and the 2 sharp and terrible second-level swords held in hand are firmly fixed. Remember, the long sword is only an aid for combat. I don't want the long sword to affect your mastery of the warhammer. Galen reminded. At this moment, 4 transport aircrafts approached, and 5 obstruction drones appeared in the sky. As many as 8 armor jumpers jumped from the 4 transport aircraft. The armor of these armors varied. David, a good exoskeleton armor represents its own strength and a guarantee of its own safety, so when you choose exoskeleton armor in the future, it is best to choose carefully, to understand your own characteristics, and choose the most suitable exoskeleton armor. Galen said softly to David. David knew that he was reminding himself through the exoskeleton armor of these 8 armored men, and he nodded, busy to show his understanding. In your case, there is basically no problem entering non-university. There are a lot of exoskeleton armor. If you need any help, please contact me at any time. Galen continued. He is now not just helping his friend's son, but has become an investment. David's gaze swept Galen's right arm. The body armor that had been exposed during the battle had disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Although he was extremely curious, he knew what Galen did not want to say, and it was no use asking him. On the other side, 8 local soldiers began to hand over the scene, and more police arrived, and the scene became lively for a while. Let's go back. Galen didn't like the scene, he said to David. David also thought about going back quickly to see what benefit the shadow attendant had this time, and then followed Galen back. As witnesses and participants here, the police should have admitted confessions to them, but none of the policemen who arrived here blocked them. Officer Bob stood among the policemen, his eyes gleaming, and he knew the identity of David, but he didn't expect David to make such a big move. And David's house will have 5 streamer armor guards, which is beyond his imagination. After he wants to come, he will continue to show David to meet his own interests. David, how's it going outside? As soon as he returned to the underground gym, Myron hurried to David and ran after him. He wasn't really worried at all, even if Galen was there, no matter how big the trouble was. Just being able to let Galen deal with it personally shows that things must not be small. During this time he stayed in the underground gym, his heart was like a curiosity. The 4 mercenaries who wanted to attack me last time are here again, and they are dealt with by Uncle Galen. David simply replied. That's the 4 armored mercenaries. Uncle Galen battled the armor. Why didn't I go to watch it? Myron said angrily on his thigh. It seems that Galen was in a good mood because he had just killed 3 soldiers. At this time, he didn't pay attention to Myron's words, but connected with people through the identity bracelet. David, what is this? Myron, who saw the scabbard in David's hand, was about to grab it when he stretched his hand, and was flashed by David. He asked repeatedly. This is the loot that Uncle Galen gave me. David replied, holding the scabbard. Show me, the 2 warhammers I brought will stay behind, look at our friendship, and show me. Myron's curiosity rose again, begging. David glanced at the 2 warhammers thrown on the ground. The 2 warhammers were not even first-class weapons. They were just practice warhammers doped with a large number of first-class worm shells. The real battle was completely useless. But looking at Myron, David still passed the scabbard in his hand. Myron held the scabbard in one hand and pulled the sword in the other. As soon as he pulled it out, he discovered that it was a pair of swords, but the sword handles had a peculiar shape, and together they were like a sword handle. Be careful, don't hurt yourself. David reminded. Myron didn't pull out the long sword. When he saw the faint blue light, he stopped his hand. This is, a pair of second-level swords. He stuttered. His tone was unbelievable. In the environment of his family, he knew what the second-level weapon represented. The secondary weapons of the entire parent city are countable, and are owned by powerful armor with the support of a strong consortium. And Galen gave David 2 second-level swords, so how could he not be surprised? Myron put the long sword in front of his eyes and carefully examined it. This was the first time he had observed such a second-level weapon at such a close distance. The faint blue light made him intoxicated. He has studied long swords, he has an urge to ask David for a rush, but he is very aware of the value of secondary weapons. No matter how good the relationship is, the secondary weapons given by Galen cannot be transferred. Chapter 38 Reward. No, didn't Uncle Galen say that we can't use long swords? Myron suddenly asked what he thought. I don't know, you should ask Uncle Galen. David shrugged and said to retrieve the sword from Myron. Myron, you have to practice well, don't compare with David, just do yourself. Galen came to the 2 at this time, Shen Xing said. Myron heard the familiar answer and could only lower his head, picked up a warhammer from the ground and began to practice. David felt that Galen's words seemed to hit Myron again. David, everyone from top to bottom of Leeson Security was taken away for investigation, and his company was also blocked. Then wait for the news. Galen said to David. Just now, he started to investigate Leeson Security Company at the contact person. This kind of company with no big background has no effort to confront the official comprehensive investigation. Uncle Galen, bother you. David thanked. David, grow up soon, maybe your uncle needs your help in the future. Galen said with a smile. In David's ears, this was just Galen's joke, but in Galen's heart, he was telling the truth. Today, the city of Perrin is a bit chaotic. The battle of 9 armored soldiers, and the huge battle noise, made everyone nearby feel terrified. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the police to handle it. But it didn't take long for Leeson Security, the largest security company in Perrin, to be surrounded by a large number of police, and even dispatched a number of soldiers to accompany it. From the general manager to the clerk of Leeson Security Company, even the cleaning of the floor were taken away, and all the light brains in the entire company were also removed. After the police left, it was blocked by Skynet. The red light curtain showed that Leeson Security Company was designated as a restricted area. Anyone who entered illegally would be tracked by Skynet. David practiced the storm hammer technique in the underground fitness room for a day. Although he wanted to go back to the bedroom to check the shadow attendant's income, Galen attached great importance to him and asked him to repeat the practice repeatedly. Until about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, both David and Myron were sweating all over the body, and a lot of first-level strengthened meat was also consumed. Of course, the gap between the two has not shortened because of the passage of time. After a day of practice, coupled with the excitement of watching the Battle of the Armor, the true level of Warhammer mastery has reached almost 50% proficiency. It is estimated that in another day, he can fully reach the level of Amos, the security director of the deceased hotel. However, Myron is still only an unintroduced degree, but only learned most of the Storm Warhammer skills. If there is no comparison of David, it is a good result. Okay, come here today. Galen looked at the tired two and clapped his hands. Great, my arms feel broken. Myron put the Warhammer in his hand and shook his arm. Myron, your qualifications are not too good, so you must practice more. Galen reminded Myron. Myron suddenly stunned when he heard this, and his qualifications were not too good. This kind of evaluation made him seem to have been hit by 10,000 points. But when he saw David beside him, his heart calmed down immediately. Uncle Galen must compare me with David, it must be. He repeated in his heart. David, the lead from Leeson Security Company is broken, and the director Gissing who served you committed suicide at the police station. Galen said to David, and there was a lot of dissatisfaction with the police system in his voice. Everyone knows how suicide is possible in the police station. There are police officers with surveillance and guards. How can Superintendent Gissing commit suicide easily? However, this is not Galen's home field, and his people can't find anything here, only through the local police system. The clues are broken and it is difficult to find anything. The rest of the staff of Leeson Security Company, including their general manager, do not know about your residential security system, but since this matter is done by the personnel of Leeson Security Company, then they must be given some blood. Galen said at that time. David looked at how there was a bandit momentum. I left the main server of Leeson Security Company, and someone will send it back. I know that you have learned relevant knowledge, then the main server should be able to help you, but the things you learn are a bit complicated. Do not lose your weight, physical skills and techniques are your roots. Galen continued. Thank you, Uncle Galen. David can't remember this being the first time he thanked Galen, but when he knew what he was going to get, the excitement in his heart couldn't be stopped. The main server of a security company is at least a small server level. This level of server is more powerful than his K2 military electronic countermeasures. At least he uses a real server when attacking a target remotely, and his effect can be improved a lot. In the final analysis, the K2 military electronic countermeasures is just a portable combat equipment, which collects a large number of ready-made attack programs and military-level electronic signals, but it is still far away from the server level in calculation. Galen smiled. It was just doing whatever he wanted, and Leeson Security Company would also like to thank him for letting go, otherwise Leeson Security Company would fail in an instant. After having dinner together, Myron dragged his tired body back to the bedroom on the first floor. Under such training, he had long lost his mind for hanging out. Galen left the house and went out to deal with his own affairs. When David returned to the bedroom, he immediately called the shadow attendant to his side and pressed a hand on the shadow attendant. Before he could perceive the light of knowledge in the shadow attendant's body, he was wrapped in a warm energy, saying that he was wrapped in a less accurate way, that his soul should be wrapped in the warm energy. A sense of soothingness rose from the soul, just as the shadow attendant had passed before. A day of exhaustion, coupled with the comfort of his soul, made him sleep involuntarily. When he woke up again, the time on his identity bracelet was 10 o'clock in the evening. Shadow attendant, show my property panel. He ordered his hand again on the shadow attendant's body. In his property panel, he saw the spirit, 3.41, his spirit increased by 0.4. With the growth of his spirit, when he recalled the Storm Warhammer technique in his mind, various new insights appeared, and he saw that Warhammer Mastery, 82% proficiency, had changed on the property panel in front of him. Became Warhammer Mastery, 83% proficiency. That is to say, he realized the knowledge of the Warhammer by Amos, which was beyond the knowledge about Warhammer Master brought by Amos. Maybe I am really a genius, David said narcissistically. This Amos has experienced countless battles, only to have such a result, but he just raised it by 1% after thinking about it. How can this not make him proud? However, when he turned to think about electronic confrontation, he didn't realize a little experience for a long time, nor did he show any improvement in mastery. He was somewhat dissatisfied and tried heavy axe mastering, 33% entry, and body skill, 1% proficiency, and relying on thinking alone would not increase even a 1% increase. He thought of the Storm Warhammer technique taught by Galen and the process of watching the 5-streamer armor using the Storm Warhammer technique against the enemy today. He couldn't help shaking his head. The original increased 1% Warhammer mastery proficiency came from here. Amos did not have the opportunity to learn the Storm Warhammer technique. His Warhammer mastery improvement was completely obtained in actual combat, and David had the Storm Warhammer technique, so he would surpass Amos in knowledge. After finding the reason, David focused his attention on the shadow attendant's body. He saw 4 newly added of knowledge. Among the extra knowledge spheres this time, there are actually 2 yellow knowledge spheres, all of which are very dense in yellow. The other 2 knowledge light spheres are orange, and should be just knowledge light spheres of proficiency level. These 4 knowledge spheres also prove that he has never been 100% certain. Each soul can only extract 1 knowledge sphere. He focused his attention on the 4 knowledge spheres, and the attributes of the 4 knowledge spheres were revealed. Long sword mastery, 80% mastery, spear mastery, 99% mastery, shield mastery, 50% mastery, heavy axe mastery, 70% mastery. Chapter 39 Sniper. By showing the attributes of the 4 light of knowledge, David can see that this is basically the ability that the 4 mercenaries are good at. But what he didn't expect is that the sword master has reached 80% mastery level, and the spear mastery has reached 99% mastery level. Needless to say, long sword mastery, 80% mastery, is the ability possessed by the head of the flowman, and mercenary Crocker's ability is spear mastery, 99% mastery. Even if David doesn't know the armor anymore, he can guess that there are definitely many secrets in Crocker, but Crocker is already dead, and the secrets are gone with the wind. But through these 2 abilities, David can also see the terrible place of Galen. In front of Galen, 2 powerful armored soldiers with mastery combat skills have no power to fight back. They are killed by Galen. David couldn't help but think of the word extraordinary spoken by the head of Floman before he died. Unfortunately, the head of Floman failed to speak, but this also made David have some speculation on the armor. These are still far from me, he murmured. It has been a day since the last fusion of knowledge light sphere. He can absorb and merge new knowledge light sphere again. This time he has more options. The mastery of multiple weapons almost contains most of the armor's common weapons. Especially after having 2 second-level long swords, he is extremely mastery of long swords, 80% mastery. Heartbeat. But in the end he still decided to absorb the knowledge ball of fusion sniper, 20% proficiency, today. With 83% of the proficient Warhammer mastery of melee, he already has melee ability. He has always been envious of this long-range attack method of sniper. Safe, efficient and powerful, this is the sniper armor. The sniper armor away from the battlefield is the death of the enemy on the battlefield, but also the guardian deity of his companion. In David's memory, the predecessor had a special feeling for sniper armor. From David's point of view, this is actually from his father Hans. Hans is a sniper armor. Because of the incomprehensible attitude of the predecessor to his father Hans, the predecessor transferred the love for his father to the career of sniper armor. The predecessor originally wanted to test whether he has the talent for sniper after entering the university, but was killed before he reached it. Besides, he has no time to practice these days. He has no time to practice. The most recent time has been occupied by practicing the Stormhammer technique. David took a deep breath, stabilized his mind, and then controlled the shadow attendant to move the sniper, 20% proficiency, light ball of knowledge into his body. In an instant he found himself on the edge of the battlefield, crawling on top of a large rock. In front of him was a super long sniper rifle with a length of more than 4 meters, most of which was the length of the barrel. David, who has experienced several battle knowledge fusions, has become accustomed to this kind of inability to manipulate the body, but can receive every feeling of the body, including judgment and analysis of the enemy. On the battlefield, 5 armored soldiers are forming a battle group. The 2 defensive armors in front are blocking the front with 2 large shields. The large shields in their hands are constantly striking the sharp spiny worms with the shortest distance. In order to increase the distance. In the book of David's book, there is an explanation for the spiny claw worm. In addition to the 2 claws, the back has 6 tentacles carrying a stinger on the back to carry out a high-speed close-range stab attack. The combat power is regarded as a first-class Zerg. Above average. There are as many as 5 spiny worms. It can be said that in such a battle, without the assistance of the defensive body, the 5 armored soldiers will face 5 spiny worms, and the consequences will inevitably fail. The only uncertainty is the sniper armor lying on the boulder in the distance. Behind the 2 defensive armored soldiers, the 2 armored soldiers with warhammers jumped out of the defensive circle and exploded a round of powerful attacks towards the spiked clawworms. Judging from David's mastery of the warhammer, this level is above 50% proficient S level. It is a pity that the 2 warhammers only forced the 2 spiny claws to retreat, and failed to achieve the victory. This is also normal. In front of the 5 spiked worms, the 2 warhammer armor dared not to get too far from the defensive armor. After the outbreak, the warhammer armor returned to the great shield, and the lance armor stopped the spiked clawworms. Although it seems that the battle is going back and forth at this time, none of the spiny worms have used their 6 poisonous thorns. At this time, the spiny worms should be teasing their prey. At this moment, David's normal field of vision was replaced by the field of vision of the sniper mirror. This is his familiar T3 sniper assist device, but this T3 sniper assist device only mounted on the super long sniper rifle. The content displayed is more varied. In an instant, David received the analysis plan of the sniper armor, which included analysis and judgment of air temperature, humidity, wind direction, distance, etc. The sniper armor's hand pulled gently on the sniper rifle, and David understood that this was to switch ammunition. Sniper armor can use muffled ordinary sniper shells to attract distant Zerg, so that the armor group can only face 1 Zerg at a time, increasing the combat efficiency and survival rate of the armor group. When you need to sniper armor to launch a deadly attack on the Zerg, you need to switch to special ammunition. For example, the sharp spiny worm in front is a first-class Zerg, so the special ammunition used by the sniper armor must be at least a first-class warhead. The price of this precious warhead is very high. Although it is not as heavy as a first-class weapon, it is not to be wasted. There is not much opportunity for sniper armor to attack, because it is necessary to attack the spiked worms, then you cannot turn on the mute mode. Although the mute mode can reduce the gunshot, it greatly reduces the sniper damage. David heard the sound of a bullet sliding into the barrel of a gun, and a new point of knowledge also came into his mind. Experienced sniper armor can only tell what this is by listening to the sound of the bullet sliding into the barrel of a gun. Kind of bullets. In the display of the T3 sniper assist device, a large shield defender was struck back by a punch of a spiked claw worm, and this step made a loophole in the original complete defense formation. The spiny worms did not seem to want to play anymore. At the moment when the formation appeared a loophole, the 6 poison thorns on the back of the sharp thorn worm suddenly shrank, ready to be excited. It was also at this moment that the sniper rifle rang, and the first-grade bullets burst out of the barrel in a flame. David felt the huge reaction force from the gun body. Fortunately, the exoskeleton armor of the sniper armor dissipated most of this force, and the rest was suppressed by the sniper armor with a strong body. David sensed the state of the sniper armor at this time, because the sniper rifle could not be displaced, and the sniper armor forcibly suppressed all the reaction forces, giving the sniper armor a suffocation for a short time. In this state, the sniper armor skillfully pressed a first-level bullet into the barrel of the gun and fired again. This is not a reaction force of 1 + 1 = 2. For 2 consecutive shots, the impact force of the sniper armor is not weaker than that of the armor fighting in the front line directly from the Zerg attack. In fact, it is necessary to target the first-level zergs such as spiked crickets to cause a deadly attack effect. The instantaneous attack power of the sniper rifle is far more than the first-level zerg's shell defense, and the attack position must also be a fatal weakness. The first bullet went right through the gap of the large shield and hit the white spot under the head of the spiny worm. At this time, another knowledge point appeared into David's brain. The white back under the head of the spiny worm was its heart, but most of the time, the sharp worm would block it with thick head armor. Fatal. Only when attacking, the fatal weakness of this point will be exposed. The first-level bullet jumped a distance of 500 meters, almost hitting a bit of white under the head of the spiny worm at the instant the gunshot sounded, and the first-level bullet hit the green of the spiny worm's shell, the splatter followed by the screams of the sharp spiny worms. The second bullet was less than half a second away from the first, and once again passed through the gap of the shield, hitting another spiny claw that hit the shield. The location of the attack was the eyes of the spiny worm, the black juice was accompanied by the miserable howl of the spiny worm, and the sharp spiny worm was hit hard. In just 1 second, the battle situation changed, and the horror of the sniper armor was fully revealed at this time. Chapter 40 Fusion. Although the results of the sniper armor were brilliant, none of the 5 armored soldiers could achieve any results, but the sniper armor instantly killed a spiked worm and seriously injured one. But only David, who sensed the status of the sniper armor, understood that the sniper armor could no longer fire a third shot at this time. The reaction force of this extremely powerful sniper rifle is extremely terrifying. In the Interstellar Federation, although many designers are thinking of reducing the reaction force, it turns out that each reduction of the reaction force will lose more attack power. Sniper armorers would rather bear a strong reaction force than want to weaken even a little sniper attack power. The existence of sniper armor is to kill in one hit, the second option is to hit hard, and minor injuries to the zerg are never an option for sniper armor. David felt the sniping armor shaking his body weakly, and it took only 3 seconds to dissipate most of the force remaining in the body. This method is a must-have skill for sniper armor and can speed up the body's ability to fight again. However, 3 seconds in the battlefield has been able to change a lot of things. A spiked claw worm completely releases 6 stings, skipping the large shield and attacking the 5 armor. Another spiked claw worm hits the large shield, making it impossible for the defender to take care of. In this case, the 5 armored soldiers had to go all out. They were divided into 2 groups and blocked the 2 spiny worms. It was only then that the last uninjured spiny claw worm had used this opportunity to bypass the 5 armored soldiers and rushed in the direction of sniper armored soldiers. Once the spiked crickets start to charge, the speed is simply not that ordinary armor can keep up with, not to mention that there is no speed detective armor among the 5 armor. 3 seconds have passed since the sniper armor body was able to resume combat, and the spiked claw worm was less than 300 meters from the boulder. From the T3 sniper assist device, David can clearly see the disgusting fluff on the spiny worm. At this time, the sniper armor did not move, and the super long sniper rifle followed the approaching spiny worm. A large amount of data appeared again and began another analysis. It's just that the analysis process is more complicated this time, and the spiny worms continue to use the rock and body shaking to avoid the lock of the sniper armor. The battle between the Zerg and the Interstellar Federation has a history of 10,000 years. The Zerg has long been familiar with the battle with the Jiashur, just like the Jiashur is familiar with the Zerg. Although the sharp spiny worm's wisdom is not high, but the battle could make it understand that this sniper armor must be killed. It was getting closer and closer, and the sharp spiny worm was only 100 meters away from the sniper armor. It only took a few breaths from the sharp spiny worm to get close to the sniper armor. David was anxious in his heart, but felt the calm heartbeat of sniper Jiashur. It seemed that such danger was not enough to affect him. Just 50 meters away from the sniper armor, the spiked claw worm began to retract 6 stinger, and at this moment the white spot under its head appeared. The sniper armor's finger moved lightly, and a huge force was fed back to the exoskeleton armor in his body. At the same time, the first-level bullet also flew into the white spot. The body of the spiked cricket was shocked, and its heart was directly exploded under this blow. But the powerful vitality makes it continue to move forward, plus the previous inertia. The distance of 50 meters arrives instantly. It was only when the sniper armor was near that last force in the body disappeared. The body of the spiny claw worm slid a few meters on the ground and stopped in front of the boulder of the sniper armor. The sniper armor didn't even look at the spiked worm. His target has been replaced by the 2 spiked worms in the distant battlefield. Another point of knowledge is received in David's brain. When there are comrades in front, as long as there is no death, then the deterrent force of the sniper rifle must be maintained. Do and think about retreating. The ultra-long sniper rifle is not suitable for use in movement, and the huge recoil cannot be eliminated in a standing state, which means that as long as the sniper armor stands up, then he will lose his combat effectiveness. Creeping again and recalculating all kinds of data again will take time. The wasted time is enough to make a huge change in the battle situation on the battlefield. Of course, most of the time, the armor will try their best to protect the sniper armor. The battle ended quickly. The result was that 3 spiny worms were directly killed by sniper armor, 1 was seriously injured by the Warhammer armor, and the last spiked worm was besieged by 5 armor. The illusion that David experienced did not end. The battle scenes that followed were the ever-changing group of armored soldiers, and different first-level Zerg. Even in a battle involving 30 armored soldiers, many armored soldiers besieged a second-class Zerg. It was a slaughter, and David felt the helplessness of sniping the armored soldiers. In the end, several sniper armorers used the second-level bullets at the same time, killing the second-level Zerg as a result of the severe damage of several sniper armorers. In that battle, 30 soldiers died. After the Phantom has never appeared in the Zerg figure, the combat target of the sniper armor has been replaced by various spaceships, different armor, but the same is the powerful long-range combat capability of the sniper armor. Although the Phantom did not show the other growth experience of this sniper armor except for the battle scene, David also understood why Abbott was so perverted at this time. An excellent sniper armor was completely destroyed after a brutal battle. He turned into a mercenary and enjoyed killing everywhere. Although he was equally calm when he picked up the sniper rifle, he was only a sniper armor when he picked up the sniper rifle. David somehow judged Albert, who caused the death of nearly 100 people. After coming out of the illusion, he could not help opening the information about Albert again. Perhaps Abbott's previous name was not this, and Abbott's previous experience was missing from the message. Perhaps that experience was something that Albert did not want to recall, even the name at the time. Close the information in his hand, and David's body trembles gently, which is precisely the sniper armor's unloading technique. Unexpectedly, David completed it very easily. He mastered proficiency-level body skill and proficiency-level Warhammer. He found that it is very easy to master the combat ability of the same level. At this time, he was very interested in Myron's invitation to the shooting gallery. He thought about having time to remind Myron. Just when he was thinking, suddenly the identity bracelet on his wrist issued a reminder. He opened it, and it turned out to be a message from the program that he implanted in the security light brain of the Sterling Hotel. He set some important reminders in the safety light brain, such as Mr. Stewart's daily schedule, such as events related to Jeremy Trainer. This time it was a message sent by Mr. Jeremy's trainer to Mr. Stern. It seemed to be kept secret, especially through Skynet to the safe light brain of the Stern Hotel. In fact, this is also the safest way. The identity bracelet has an identity positioning. If its identity is locked by the relevant department, all messages of the identity bracelet will be intercepted. Jeremy trainers use this method only to ensure 100% safety. I just didn't expect that the security light brain of the Stir Hotel was already broken by David. The Jeremy trainer sent a message through this channel, which was tantamount to tell David the message clearly. The message is very simple with only one line: all actions against the target are aborted and will not start in a short time. This headless news, even if it was known to others, was a mess, but when David saw it, he understood its meaning. It seems that due to the appearance of Galen and the involvement of Galen in the investigation of Leeson Security Company, the behind-the-scenes warned that they were afraid that Galen would find more things, so they decided to stop their actions against David. David saw this news and couldn't help but feel relieved that he needed time to grow. Behind the scenes, the Black Hand has always been aimed at him, especially with the presence of Mr. Stir, which makes him suspect that stepmother Bertha has made him almost untrustworthy. Galen's timely appearance, as well as the powerful position and strength he showed, frightened the hands behind the scenes. David also grew faster under the guidance of Galen. Chapter 41 Visit. Just after David Chong took a sigh of relief, Safety Guang now sent another message: meet and talk. This message was sent by Mr. Stewart's account, and his goal was Jeremy Trainer. Jeremy Trainer has his own account in the Safe Light Brain, but this is for David, who controls the Safe Light Brain. Words cannot be hidden at all. Soon, Jeremy's trainer replied, on time in the afternoon after 3 days. Another address coordinate was given in the reply. David opened the address coordinates and saw that this was a small drink shop. Due to the environment of the Rock Star, natural drinks are high-end luxury goods in Perrin City, but because of this, there are also many drink shops that make a living. Like the vegetable and fruit cultivation base under David's house, if you want to earn more credit points, you can open such a drink shop. But this is not in his consideration. That point of credit is no longer in the eyes of David. He recorded the time, and then closed the identity bracelet. Before going to bed at night, David conducted another 18 exercises of body techniques. Although the space in the bedroom was a little small, he could clearly see the changes in the property panel. After an 18 exercises of physical exercise, he found that the strength and physique on the property panel had become 3.02. Skilled physical exercises that should not belong to ordinary people had a powerful effect after David practiced. There is no fortifying agent, only for strengthening meat. According to the 2 exercises of the 18 exercises of physical exercise today, each exercise of the 18 exercises can increase the strength and physique by 0.01, which means that it can increase by 0.02 per day. He calculated in his heart that if the first level strengthened meat kept going, and he practiced every day, then after 10 days, he could reach the standard of 1,000 kilograms of armor strength. Of course, this is on the premise that there is no bottleneck. 1,000 kilograms is the minimum standard for armor, but it is the dividing line between ordinary people and armor. Without 1,000 kilograms of strength, the exoskeleton armor cannot be equipped at all. With hope, David washed himself and fell asleep. The next morning, while David was still practicing the Storm Warhammer technique in the underground fitness room, his identity bracelet reported that a vehicle was approaching. Master, the manager of Lucen, the company of Leeson Security visited. Then he received a message from the smart housekeeper Emma. Uncle Galen, Leeson Security is here. David said to Galen, who was teaching Myron beside him. You go to the reception by yourself, don't be polite to them. Galen waved carelessly, and then slapped on Myron with a slap. Unfocused and made mistakes. David didn't look at Myron's disgruntled eyes. From 6 o'clock in the morning, except for breakfast, they have been practicing here. Myron also wants to go out for activities. Opening the door, David saw a freight suspension vehicle and a middle-aged man in business attire. The middle-aged man seemed extremely cautious and a little bit afraid when he saw David. Mr. David, I am Lucian, responsible for the management of Parent City Leeson Security Company. I apologize for you on behalf of the company and also bring compensation. General Manager Lucian said humbly. What a familiar word is very similar to what the director Gisson said last time. David wanted to get angry, but after seeing that several staff members were moving items down from the freight suspension truck, and mastered the ability of electronic countermeasures, he recognized at a glance that it was a component of a medium-sized server. He would like to ask, is it necessary for a security company in a small city to buy a medium-sized server as the main server? In fact, there is no way for Leeson Security Company. Due to the security problems of Parent City, most residents will choose a more reliable security system to protect themselves. This makes the competition between security companies extremely fierce. It is precisely because of having a medium-sized server as the main server that Leeson Security can defeat many other security companies and become the largest security company in Parent City. If it wasn't for the survival crisis, how could the general manager of Lucian be willing to take out a medium-sized server to compensate David? He was not afraid of David, but Galen behind David. Mr. Lucian, welcome. David said with a polite smile. He invited General Manager Lucien into the lobby and invited him to sit down. Mr. David, this time I brought the main server, and asked Mr. David to specify an installation location. General Manager Lucien pointed to the staff who were still unloading and said to David. Just looking at the 4 or 5 staff members who have handled them carefully for such a long time, we know that the size of this medium-sized server is not small. The medium-sized server is not an ordinary light brain and can be easily carried. It must be operated by professionals. General Manager Lucien invited the service team of the medium-sized server vendor. In order to get the service team to work as soon as possible, he paid a lot of credit points. Thank you, Mr. Lucien, just install it in that room. David pointed to an empty room on the first floor. General Manager Lucien nodded and whispered to a staff member next to him, who ran out. Soon, the components of the medium-sized server were moved into the room piece by piece. Mr. David, you are assured that they are all professional. We will only leave after we debug the main server and give you the final level of authority. General Manager Lucien explained. Emma, get fruit juice. Only then did David think of the guests who hadn't entertained him, and said to the intelligent housekeeper Emma. The expression on the face of General Manager Lucien loosened, and he could see that David meant to ease them. With Ericsson's current market share, it doesn't matter how much it costs as long as it can pass this level. The mid-sized server was sent in exchange for David's forgiveness. Now it seems to be working. A big rock in General Manager Lucian's heart was finally put down. Mr. David, there are some small accessories here, which is a small gift for our company. He put a box in his hand on the coffee table and pushed to David. David opened the box and there were indeed some accessories inside, but here are not only the accessories of the medium-sized server, but also some special electronic equipment. For example, he saw miniature scanners, mimic monitors, and signal isolator, all of which are miniaturized devices. These are not ordinary electronic devices, and only regular security companies can purchase these with special purposes through some channels. Electronic equipment. The microscanner can be held in the hand, scan the living body in the building within 50 meters in front, and transfer it to other display devices. The mimic monitor can be placed anywhere, and its built-in chip will automatically analyze the surrounding environment and change the color of the performance to achieve concealment. Although this is not true stealth, it can also be ignored by most people. The signal isolator can completely isolate a certain range of signals. This is similar to that used by the Sirius mercenary group when it first attacked David's house, but this one is even smaller. The characteristics of these electronic devices are small, so small that they can be used as espionage, and they are contraband on the market. When David received the electronic countermeasure knowledge fusion, he had contacted similar devices, so after seeing them, he fiddled with it. General Manager Lucian's mouth showed a trace of pride. He could see that David liked these electronic devices very much. After knowing that Galen wants Leeson Security to compensate David for the main server, he has determined that David must have an extraordinary liking for electronic devices. Otherwise, even if the medium-sized server is expensive, it is a big brain for laymen. So he placed 3 of his own private collections in the accessories of the mid-range server. As the general manager of Lucian, who also has a preference for electronic equipment, knowing that David, who has the same good, should also be the same as his preference, it turns out that his choice is right. Mr. Lucian, I am very satisfied with these little gifts. David said with his right hand extended. Mr. David, I hope to have a good relationship with you. If you have any needs for electronic equipment, please contact me. General Manager Lucian extended his right hand to hold David's hand and said with a smile. David didn't just like these electronic devices, but the electronic devices sent by General Manager Lucian had exactly what he needed. Chapter 42 respectively. David, you have to practice hard. I'll wait for you in Naan. Galen encouraged David by standing in front of the gate. Uncle Galen, I will work hard. After a few days of getting along, David had a feeling of love for Galen, and he nodded vigorously. Myron, you have to work hard. Galen said to Myron again. Uncle Galen, I will be admitted to non-university with David. Myron said confidently. Although it was only a few days, he worked hard day and night. The 36-style Storm Warhammer technique has been barely learned. With the guidance of a teacher like Galen, as long as you work hard, it will be easy to improve the Warhammer mastery in the future. Galen waved to the 2 of them, and then a ladder descended from the sky. Because the spaceship still suspended in the sky was invisible, the ladder seemed to protrude from the void. David knew last time that there was a spaceship above his house, but he didn't know what model it was. When Galen entered the void, with the roar of the engine, the spacecraft slowly moved and the stealth lost its effect. David saw an all-black aircraft with wings spread up to 30 meters wide. The whole body was streamlined and designed like a black swan. God, this is the Black Ghost! Myron exclaimed excitedly. David has no impression of the name Black Ghost and should never have heard of it. The Black Ghost is an ultra-fast intra-atmospheric vehicle with space flight capabilities, just like the Gladstone in a flying car. Myron went on to explain. As he was saying, the elegant Black Ghost suddenly accelerated, and disappeared as a black light broke through the sky. Only then did David understand what Myron said was the speed of ultra-fast atmospheric flight, and he also understood what Myron meant, that the Black Ghost is the best of the same size aircraft. However, it is understandable that Galen's enlisted soldiers are equipped with second-level warhammers. Haha, free, let's go out and relax today. Myron said to David with a laugh after seeing the Black Ghost disappear. Myron, today I want to practice a little bit more. In a few days we will go to the shooting gallery, you said. David shook his head. In the past 2 days, he has combined the 2 spheres of knowledge, shield mastery, 50% proficiency, and Heavy Axe Mastery, 70% proficiency, which gives him many abilities and no time to practice. Just when Galen leaves his Warhammer, he has basically achieved a true Warhammer Master, 83% proficiency, and he can practice the rest of the project. He has always felt that there is not enough time. Tomorrow is the day when Mr. Sturt meets with Jeremy's trainer. He still needs time to plan his actions. David, you are almost a machine. Myron looked at David and shook his head, then he continued, forget it, I'll go home first. My mother said that I missed me a few times a day, and I came after 2 days. David didn't want to play. Myron gave up the idea of hanging out. He didn't stay any longer, and drove away with his Gladstone 6. David returned to his empty home without a long sigh of relief. Walking into the side room, this room has been changed to a computer room with a medium-sized server. As soon as he entered the room, he felt a sense of coolness, which is a temperature set especially for medium-sized servers, including the humidity is also stable in a range. The medium-sized server does not consume public energy. It has an energy system itself, and 5 krypton crystals provide the energy consumption. Medium-sized servers occupy half of the wall area. In this era when the identity bracelet can handle most of the information work, such a large-sized medium-sized server can be imagined with its computing power. David sat down on the operating chair, he put a head-mounted display system on his head, and then he appeared in a virtual world. Virtual reality technology has been around for a long time, but because of its impact on the brain, minors are prohibited from using virtual reality technology. What David entered at this time was a virtual world autonomously generated by a medium-sized server. It had nothing to do with the virtual reality connected to Skynet. He dared to violate the law. Of course, the reason why he is confident to enter the virtual world as a minor comes from his spiritual value of 3.4. So much soul energy is integrated into his soul. He does not believe that he has no ability to adapt to virtual reality. He has been working on this medium-sized server during his 2 days of rest. As the main server of Leeson Security built a closed virtual world in it. The original role of this virtual world is to test the operation of the security system, where you can simulate the real environment of a community, a street, or even a city. The security system installs applications in these virtual environments, and then the medium-sized server simulates the attacks of various electronic countermeasure software commonly used in the market, and the invasion of various thefts. At the same time, the security system of the hostile company can also be loaded into it to find loopholes in its system and directly defeat the opponent company. If such a test is placed in the real world, it is impossible to carry out, but the results obtained here are almost the same as the real world. Of course, David does not need this kind of environment, but he got the ultimate authority for the medium-sized server, and his virtual characters can manipulate the virtual world at will in the virtual world. Since getting 20% proficiency in sniper ability, he wants to improve his sniper ability. Let him take a sniper rifle and Zerg desperately, not to mention that he is not a sniper armor, there is no special sniper rifle, and it is impossible to do nothing with Zerg desperately. Other combat abilities can be mastered through corresponding exercises. Even if there is no advanced technique like Storm Warhammer, even basic skills can be improved through exercises to master the combat ability. Now he has a 20% proficiency in sniper ability. If he does not improve, he now looks at 1 step ahead, but will soon be caught up. So he thought of the virtual world in a medium-sized server. He is different from other sniper armorers. He is also a very high-level electronic warfare division, and he can tailor a set of training environment tailored for himself. David doesn't know how other sniper armorers are trained. It is estimated that no one can even touch ordinary sniper rifles. He has a lot of knowledge about sniper armor-specific sniper rifles and also has corresponding experience. What he needs is to constantly train his analytical skills in order to shoot faster, which requires a lot of real environment, which is what David lacks, and the virtual world can provide him. David's hand continuously pulled data in the air, and then modified it. The buildings in the virtual world disappeared, and the ground was replaced by stones and mud. The original urban environment has become a wild environment in his hands. These are the wild environments restored according to the knowledge he obtained. He does not know whether this is a rock star or a war star environment. Then a spiny worm appeared. David found the avatar of the spiny worm from Skynet and spent some credits to buy and download it. The avatar includes the fighting habits of the spiny worms. After activation, there is not much difference from the movement of the real spiny worms. Many people in the virtual world will always have many special hobbies, so as long as there are credit points, almost everything can be downloaded from Skynet. But soon David was in trouble. The spiny worms could be downloaded, but everything related to the armor could not be found on Skynet. The exoskeleton armor of sniper armor, special sniper rifle, these equipment cannot even search the name on the Skynet. David does not know whether this is the case with the Rockstar, or the entire Interstellar Federation, but he can only search in the Rockstar Skynet with the network environment of Parent City. In the end, there is no way. David can only make it by himself. He has no parameters for the sniper armor, exoskeleton armor, and no special sniper rifle. However, he has the physical object of the T3 sniper assist device. He used a microscanner to scan the appearance and structure of the T3 sniper assist device into the virtual world of a medium-sized server, and then imported his control program into it, although he could not recreate the T3 sniper assist device in reality. But in the virtual world, the same virtual item is created. David activated the spiny worm. The two sides were 500 meters away, and the spiny worm rushed towards him. He started calculation and analysis. The random wind direction, temperature, and humidity of the virtual environment were quickly detected by him through the T3 sniper assist device. At the moment when he simulated the shooting, the spiked cricket was still in place. Since there was no real sniper rifle data, the gun track he analyzed turned into a green line, and the medium server analyzed the most correct gun at this time. The track became a red line. As long as David judges the difference between the green and red lines, he can know whether he made the correct judgment. Chapter 43 Meet. The first time I used the T3 sniper assist device to practice, it seems that because the calculation and analysis of the trajectory is more like general knowledge, it took David 5 seconds to calculate the result, almost the same as the correct result of the medium-sized server. The green line from the T3 sniper assist device directly spanned a distance of nearly 300 meters, hitting the white spot under the head of the stationary spiny worm. The difficulty is how to seize the opportunity at this moment, so that the calculated trajectory is exactly the same as the time when the spiked claws show their fatal weakness. The 5-second calculation time is a little longer. Although the ballistic trajectory that kills the spiked claws is correctly calculated, the time spent is enough for a real sniper armor to fire 2 to 3 shots. However, David was not in a hurry, but instead showed a joyful smile. He found that using the virtual world can really train his calculation and analysis skills. He believes that as long as more practice is done here, then he can definitely achieve 20% proficiency in calculation and analysis. The level of sniper armor. Of course, this is just the ability to train calculation and analysis of trajectory, and it is very different from real sniper. It does not count the impact of real sniper special sniper rifle and its huge reaction force after shooting. At this moment, the identity bracelet on David's hand sounded a reminder. In this virtual world, his identity bracelet is synchronized with the actual one. He glanced at it and found that it was time to practice the 18 styles of physical exercise at night, and most of the time was spent in the virtual world. I wonder if you have to let minors into the virtual world. It is estimated that you don't want to let minors indulge in it. David took off his virtual helmet and said to himself. Although he is not playing, he is really addicted to it, otherwise it is impossible to forget even the meal. He resets the rest time on the identity bracelet, controls the time to enter the virtual world, and sets aside time to practice other projects. At noon on January 5th, David ended his practice early. He found a large hooded coat in the cloakroom, which could cover his figure and block his face. Before he was ready to go out, although he knew that the person who wanted to harm him decided to stop the activity, he still let the shadow attendant fly out to check it out. After finding no anomalies, he opened the door and went out. This time he didn't take a flying car, but stopped a public transport suspension car and headed towards the drink shop. When there was still a street away from the drink shop, he got off the public transportation suspension car and walked. Next to the drink shop was a barbecue restaurant. After David entered, he found a place just across the wall from the drink shop and sat down. A glance at the screen in front of me shows that the meat price in this barbecue shop is obviously extremely low, and it goes without saying that all the meat sold here is synthetic meat. Although synthetic meat is also called meat, it only has a basic meat flavor, which is actually synthesized from various edible materials and some meat flavor essence. However, after being grilled, this kind of synthetic meat is almost the same as real meat, and the price is many times different, which is the first choice for ordinary people. It is impossible to come to such a place with the wealthy family that was the predecessor of David, but now David does not have that sense of superiority. In the past life, he has eaten so much gutter oil that he can skew mutton that is not a lamb. He was stuffed in his mouth, eating synthetic meat at all. 2 synthetic steaks were selected on the display, but only 20 credits were spent. After waiting for about 5 minutes, 2 grilled golden synthetic steaks were brought up by the clerk, and a glass of synthetic beverage was also included. David glanced at the time, a few minutes away from 1 point. He picked up a synthetic steak signed on a metal bar and lowered his head to eat slowly. The hood and synthetic steak completely blocked his face, and it was not conspicuous in this meat shop, because there are guests in the same dress. Many guests come to eat, and they don't want others to pay attention, especially those who want to eat but don't want to affect their image. The taste of the synthetic steak entrance is not bad. Although David knows that this is synthetic meat, he eats it with relish. For a long time, he eats his own food. The meat is all fortified meat, although the price is dozens of times higher than that of synthetic meat. But the taste has always been the same, and there will be enough to eat delicious things. But he did not forget the purpose of coming today. The shadow attendant pierced the glass wall above his head and came to the street. Then the shadow attendant picked up the mimic monitor that David dropped there on the window sill next to it. The small one was like a small button-sized monitor, which automatically integrated with the window sill. The weight of the mimic monitor is only 40 grams, and it can be easily picked up by a shadow servant who can pick up 100 grams. The shadow attendant's hand wrapped the mimic monitor, and the mimic monitor disappeared completely in the air. No one around noticed this scene. Who would pay attention to the tiny objects that suddenly appeared and disappeared on the windowsill? The shadow attendant took the mimic monitor and entered the drink shop from the main entrance. The decoration of this drink shop is obviously higher than that of the roast meat shop. The individual compartments, plus the embellishment of many green plants, make the environment lacking green a little more vitality and tranquility. The shadow waiter floated on top of the drink shop, slowly waiting for the goal to appear. Across a wall, David put most of his mind on the shadow attendant, and his body mechanically ate the synthetic steak in his hand. It didn't take long for David to see the Jeremy trainer in his memory through the shadow attendant's perspective when it was still a minute away. Jeremy's trainer is tall and extremely strong, and even wearing loose clothes can't stop the sturdy meaning. He should also be an old customer here. As soon as he entered the drink shop, the clerk led him to a relatively quiet seat. This seat is partitioned on 2 sides and surrounded by walls on 3 sides, and the other side is mostly blocked by green plants, which is very quiet. The shadow attendant saw that the trainer Jeremy chose the seat and flew to the top of it, gently placed the mimic monitor directly above the seat, just to monitor the seat below. On the other side, David withdrew most of his mind, while continuing to eat the synthetic steak, while freeing up a hand to operate on the identity bracelet. The radio angle and range of the analog monitor are adjusted to only the sound of the seat below, and the music and noise in the rest of the beverage store will be filtered out. With the help of a mimic monitor, he does not need to manipulate the shadow attendant all the time. He can watch the conversation next door through his identity bracelet. He had just operated it, and it was just a little bit. A humble suspension car stopped at the door of the drink shop. 2 serious-looking bodyguards came down from the suspension car and glanced around the surroundings. Said to the car. Mr. Sturt, like a middle-aged man, came down from the suspension car. Today he is very low-key and wears a standard travel suit. Although he tried his best to converge his momentum, he was still out of step with the environment on this street. You stay outside. Hishin ordered, and then walked into the drink shop. David looked at the 2 bodyguards. Judging from their walking, the body contained great power, and it was estimated to be 2 armored men. David turned his gaze, but he knew that the powerful armor might perceive the gaze of others. These 2 armors were not important. He transmits the image of the identity bracelet to the contact lens receiver on his eyes, and the sound is through bone sensing technology, which is the way many people choose to watch videos and listen to music. It will not disturb others, and at the same time, you can enjoy the best image and sound to the greatest extent. Sit down, I ordered you the fruit juice you like. Jeremy's trainer didn't get up from the seat, but just clicked on the empty space opposite and said with a smile. With a look in David's eyes, Jeremy's trainer's status is obviously unusual. Mr. Sturt is a very high-profile person in Perrin City anyway, but a gym trainer is completely equal. Talk to them. And the relationship between the 2 is very familiar and familiar with each other's tastes. Chapter 44 Secret. Jeremy, why did you stop acting? Mr. Steve apparently came with emotions. After sitting down, he didn't drink the Amago juice in front of him, but asked directly. Stern, the organization is not just for you, we think about more issues, and now David has attracted many attentions, coupled with the influence of Hans, short-term actions against David may cause accidents. This is something that the organization does not want to see. Jeremy Trainor's smile converged and Shenxing said. David next door heard his name and even knew there was a secret organization. He knew his previous guess was correct. Jeremiah, I have recently felt a little tired, and the wrinkles on my face are increasing. Can the organization give me a bottle of old holy water? Mr. Sturt touched his cheek and asked again in a negotiated tone. Road. Stare, you know how precious the old water is. You are just the periphery of the organization. Without corresponding contributions, you cannot provide you with the old water. Jeremy Trainor shook his head and refused. Don't blame me for David's affairs. The organization promised to get rid of him, but it has not been successful. Mr. Stewart said with a little loud voice. Are you blaming the organization? Jeremy Trainor's eyes flashed sharply, but soon disappeared. He explained with a deep voice, I personally shot the game and used the intervention of the mind, which should have been foolproof. Mr. Stern did not speak out, and he also wanted to know why David could still be alive under the organization's layout. It should be the unintentional insertion of the serious mercenary core, which weakened my spiritual impact on David and enabled David to survive. For David is still alive. In fact, Jeremy Trainor has many doubts, he just forcibly explained to Mr. Stewart. Jeremy's trainer couldn't understand how an ordinary high school student could get rid of his mental interference. Originally a perfect plan, high school students' curiosity about novelty, worship of unknown civilizations, and desire for powerful strength became the motivation to try sacrifices. This made the death of the child of a kingdom title an accident, and it was still an accident that could not be publicized. The official would only weaken this matter. But as a result, David was still alive, and even after the death of several soldiers outside David's house, even the originally unobtrusive David received great attention. It even led to a big man like Galen, which was beyond the control of Jeremy's trainer, so he urgently stopped all actions against David. Jeremy, can't the organization prepay me a bottle of, not old holy water? Mr. Stir begged again. He was completely out of that kind of high-spirited momentum at this time. He continued, you can rest assured, just wait for the wind to pass. I will arrange for people to kill David directly. By then Hans' physical condition will surely collapse. The title of kingdom will be passed on to my grandson Edie, who is still young, and Bertha is a woman who doesn't ask about things. The title of Guoshur will eventually fall into my hands. Stir, don't you understand? If you can directly kill the relatives of the title of kingdom, the police system, and the military's investigation, you will be able to escape, and even the organization may be exposed. Jerry M. Trainer Shenxing shouted. But David only stayed in Perrin City for half a year. With Galen's ability, David will definitely enter non-university. By then, he will not be able to deal with David again. It is impossible. Mr. Stern said anxiously. Hans' Guoshur is a rare Guoshur that can be passed on 3 times. Hans himself did not have the right to use the Guoshur once. His Guoshur title must be obtained by the organization. This is undoubtedly. After David waited for the wind to calm down, the organization arranged another accident for him. Don't intervene in this matter. Jeremy Trainor said with a louder voice. When David heard this, he knew what these people wanted. The title of Guoshur is the highest title that can be obtained by first-line armored soldiers, and its identity authority is extremely high, and after the return of Guoshur, it can also have the right to choose once, and important positions in many key departments can be selected preferentially. Hans did not use this preference because of his own health. Instead, he entered the legal department of Perrin City just like a normal retirement. It was also the first time that David knew that Hans' title of kingdom had 3 inheritances, and the inherited materials were somewhat related to the merits made. The general title of kingdom is already very rare, and the name of kingdom that can be passed on 3 times is extremely rare in the Star Federation. This secret organization took a fancy to the 3 inheritances of the title of kingdom, and the succession of the title of kingdom by Hans meant that at least one person could be placed in the key department of the Star Federation. And this opportunity is left to David by Hans, which must let David die. The fog in David's heart was mostly gone, but he still didn't know what the organization was. Mr. Sister and Jeremy Trainor met secretly in private, and even if they discussed how to deal with the relatives of the title of kingdom, they did not mention the name of the organization. I am afraid in their view, the name of the organization is more important than these. Jeremiah, what about the old water? Mr. Sturt asked for it again because he didn't even need the skin for the old water. When Hans married Bertha, Mr. Stewart still wished them faithfully. It was just that the Jeremy trainer appeared and reached a deal with Mr. Stir. After using the not old holy water once, Mr. Stir's old and weak body recovered his youth. Although the Star Federation also has many ways to maintain youth, those methods and measures are not aimed at ordinary people, but at the pinnacles who are physically superior to ordinary people. Of course, there are some medicines that are extremely precious to ordinary people, and they are not available to people like Mr. Stewart in a small planetary town. It's just that it's not necessary to take it once. You need to take a bottle every other year, otherwise it will start to age quickly. After that, he began to serve the organization in order to get the old holy water. To this end, he passed a large amount of intelligence to the organization through various means, and he did not hesitate to betray the happiness of his daughter. He was devoted to killing David, thereby killing Hans, and finally obtained the title of Kingdom. This time, David's mishandling is also related to me. So, I will apply for a bottle of old holy water for you. I will contact you about 10 days later. Jeremy Trainer knows how to control Mr. Tay, he said after some thought. Thank you so much. Mr. Steve waved his arm excitedly, and he would yell if it was not the occasion. He is addicted to his young body, and once he feels aging once, he doesn't want to experience it again. For this goal, he even devotes his soul to the devil. Stir, you also need to expand the scale of the Stir Hotel as soon as possible, and the organization has invested so much money, but your results are not satisfactory. Jeremy Trainer knocked on the table and chairs by hand to remind. Jeremy, I might be inferior to you in doing other things, but when it comes to doing business, I can rest assured of my ability. Mr. Stir took a sip of a mango fruit juice and said proudly. Oh. What did you do? Jeremy Trainer asked with a smile with interest. I started a company anonymously, and then started to lay out in the name of the company half a year ago. A little bit of the shares of Central Hotel and Xiqing Hotel were acquired. Now more than 40% of the shares of the two hotels are already in my hands. After a while, I will increase my investment and take full control of these two hotels. Mr. Stern said softly. Although the voice was very quiet, David was completely heard. Both the Central Hotel and the West City Hotel are large hotels that are no smaller than the Stern Hotel, and their influence is very large. Even if there is a major official action, they will often recruit their servants. If Mr. Stern really controls these two hotels, then he will become the largest hotel group in Perrin City, and its influence is enough to influence a lot. Chapter 45 Plan. When David returned home, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He was playing with a small mimicry monitor in his hand, figuring out how to deal with the situation he faced. In fact, as long as he handed over the video in his hand to the police, or sent it to Galen, Mr. Stir and Jeremy Trainer were finished. But what David needs at present is a period of dormancy. His strength is rapidly improving. As long as he is given time, with the help of Shadow Attendant, he has a lot of credit points and resources. He believes that he can become the fastest. When he becomes a champion, he has the ability to protect himself. Of course, he also has another option, which is to do it himself and kill Mr. Stewart. When thinking of this plan, David's eyes were awe-inspiring. Today, David is not the first time he has come to this world, nor is it the predecessor who is easily deceived. After many battles, knowledge and light ball fusion, his mind has experienced thousands of dangerous battles. In the illusion, he was injured nearly 100 times, and he was on the verge of dying more than 10 times. The Zerg and the armor were killed. Although it is a phantom, but those are all real experiences in the soul, which brings David in addition to the mastery of combat knowledge and ability, and has a collateral impact. At least he now thinks of killing people, not as fearful as before, but with an immediate impulse to do it. Of course, this change can also make him more adapted to survive in this world. For father, for young Eddie, and for stepmother Bertha, Stir can't live. David was determined in his heart, and after thinking of this plan, he settled. Mr. Stir wanted to kill him, kill Hans, control little Edie, let Bertha lose her husband, and little Edie lost her father. No matter what identity Mr. Stir was, David would not allow Mr. Stir to destroy himself. Life, hurt their loved ones. It is not an easy task to kill Mr. Stir with 2 bodyguards at any time. But David has an advantage that no one else has, that is, he has Mr. Stern's daily travel plan. As long as he seizes an opportunity, David can make Mr. Stern regret for life. David once again called up Mr. Stern's travel plan to find out if there is such an opportunity. Unfortunately, it seems that recently Mr. Stewart found that he was aging and had wrinkles on his face, which reduced his travel plans. Basically, there were few plans for going out except for staying in the Stewart Hotel office. As for entering the Stein Hotel, David gave up without thinking. He recruited the shadow attendant and pressed his hand on the shadow attendant to let the shadow attendant open his property panel. Name, David Kerr. Strength, 3.071. Agility, 1.91. Physique, 3.071. Spirit, 3.41. Literature, 3% proficiency, mathematics, 5% proficiency, comprehensive, 51% entry, body skills, 1% proficiency, longsword mastery, 5% entry, electronic warfare, 98% mastery, warhammer mastery, 83% proficiency, sniper, 20% proficiency, shield mastery, 50% proficiency, heavy axe mastery, 70% proficiency. A large list of abilities can almost blind one's eyes if others see it. In particular, each of these combat abilities requires ordinary people's years of hard work and continuous growth in life and death before they can be achieved. He is now able to threaten Mr. Stewart's ability, needless to say, only sniping. Do-ent look at sniping is only 20% proficiency level, but in the illusion, he understands the reason why sniper armor is called the special existence in armor. Its attack power is the most terrifying. As long as you distance the sniper armor, it is the enemy's nightmare. Of course, once the sniper armor gets close, it becomes a nightmare for the sniper armor. Although he is not a sniper armor, nor can he get a special sniper rifle, but he knows that there is a place where there is a sniper weapon that is as powerful as an sniper rifle, special sniper rifle, or even higher. That is the city defense weapon on the wall of Perrin City. As the city wall that protects the security of the city, the official has installed a variety of powerful city defense weapons on it. Heavy laser guns, anti-aircraft guns, Gaussian guns, and energy shields, of course, also include a more conventional weapon, long-range sniper gun. The long-range sniper gun has a range of 5 kilometers, and it uses the same first-level ammunition as the sniper armor, but this first-level ammunition is much larger. The purpose of this weapon is to target a single Zerg close to the city defense, coordinated by the light brain and professional sniper personnel. Unlike the sniper armor fighting in the wild, the city defense long-range sniper gun has a fixed gun position, and the city wall bears all the reaction forces. The attack only needs the operator to be controlled by the light brain at a slightly safer position. Those who have the talent of sniper but cannot become armor, most of them choose to become the operator of long-range sniper gun. The other weapons of the city defense attacked the first-class Zerg, and almost all of them could not retain the whole corpse, and their benefits were reduced. However, the long-range sniper gun is different. It uses penetration to attack, its damage is relatively concentrated, and will not cause too much damage to the Zerg corpse. Each time a long-range sniper gun attacks a single Zerg target, it will bring benefits to the city. In addition, the first-level ammunition fired by some people will also be recovered by professional scanning instruments, which makes the long-range sniper gun the most commonly used weapon in city. Defense. If there is no sound isolation device on the edge of the city, the shooting sound of the long-range sniper can allow most people in the whole city to hear it. The first thing that David thought of was the long-range sniper gun. Of course, he would never use electronic countermeasures to attack the city defense system. Not to mention that if it is found, it is almost certainly a death penalty, that is, to make the city defense system a problem. Once the weapons of the city defense system are unusable for a short time, the consequences may be catastrophic. Besides, don't look at his electronic countermeasure ability as high as 98%, but it is still powerless to attack this mature military defense facility. This is not an order of magnitude at all. The military uses the most advanced equipment. A large amount of equipment is unmatched for civilian use. Among them are many military-specific technologies. David wanted to challenge the military's defense system by relying on only a medium-sized server. That was self-effacing. Once the military's professional electronic countermeasure division is attracted, he will also be able to escape. David wanted to directly control the long-range sniper gun from the physical level. As long as he could climb the city wall, or even not the wall, he could let the shadow attendant to control the remote range within 10 meters from the control of the light brain. Sniper cannon. Bold plans rose in his heart, and he began to search for relevant information from everywhere. After practicing the 18 types of body exercises in the evening, instead of sleeping directly, he came to the machine room. Putting on the virtual helmet, he entered the virtual world, and then manipulated and modified the data again. He filled the information he found into the virtual world one by one, and soon a wall appeared in the virtual world, which was as high as 20 meters. At 4.6 kilometers from the city wall, a huge building appeared. If anyone sees this building, they will recognize that this building is the Stern Hotel. David copied the design of the hotel directly from the security server of the hotel, and rebuilt the hotel in the virtual world. The highest point of the Stern Hotel is Mr. Sister's huge and luxurious office, which also happens so that there will be no architectural obstruction between the city wall and Mr. Sister's office. There are few high-rise buildings in Perrin City, and the Stein Hotel is one of the tallest buildings. The next step is to get weather information. At a distance of 4.6 kilometers, he needs a good weather to be accurate. David entered all the weather forecasts for the past few days into the medium-sized server, and brought the official satellite cloud flow map. In the virtual world, he calculated the weather conditions for the next 3 days, including temperature and humidity, wind and other aspects. David also used this scenario to carry out the calculation and analysis of ballistic training that he has been practicing before. Although the distance is farther, the calculation method is consistent. He didn't come out of the virtual world until his identity bracelet reminded him again. This reminder of the identity bracelet is because it is time for him to fuse the knowledge sphere again. 24 hours have passed since the last time the knowledge sphere was fused. Although there are only 2 of unfused knowledge, David does not want to waste every time. The 2 remaining light of knowledge in Shadow Attendant's body are Sword Mastery, 80% Mastery, and Spear Mastery, 99% Mastery. Chapter 46 Long Sword. This time David chose the long sword to master, 80% Mastery, the Knowledge Light Sphere. The yellow Knowledge Light Sphere moved from the Shadow Attendant's body to David's body and was absorbed by his soul almost instantly. An illusion appeared in front of David. This is a sword practicer. Similarly, he cannot control the sword practicer's body, and can only feel the feeling of the sword practicer. The sword trainer held a long sword in his hand and practiced a common set of basic long sword techniques. David also practiced this set of basic long sword techniques. Compared with this person, the basic long sword technique mastered by David is like the difference between a child and an adult. It is precisely because of the introduction of basic long sword skills, although only 5% entry level, but this makes David more acceptable. This is different from the previous learning of other combat abilities. He has a 0 basis for the combat abilities he learned before. David is fascinated by the basic longsword technique practiced by this man. His mastery of longsword has been improved from the entry level of 5%. After the practice of the basic longsword technique, the enemy of this man became a Zerg, his sword became more powerful, and each sword had great lethality. David has integrated 4 light beams of knowledge, Warhammer, heavy axe, shield, and sniper. In addition to sniper armor, he hasn't met an armor that can kill the first level Zerg alone. But this time the longsword armor continued to use fast and light swordsmanship during the battle, and the wound on the body of the hunter mantis in front of him was constantly increasing. Although the hunter's mantis is only relatively weak in the first-class Zerg, this is actually a first-class Zerg. Generally, it requires multiple armor to cooperate with the first-class Zerg. With more and more wounds on the hunter's mantis, its speed is getting slower and slower, but the long sword armor is not in a hurry, and still just uses the skills to slowly grind the hunter's mantis. The long sword armor is like an experienced old hunter, without anxiety or panic. The long sword in his hand is like a gust of wind. Every time it is scraped from the hunter mantis, it will bring out green blood. David obtained the relevant knowledge from the long sword armor. In the face of the Zerg, the long sword can only swim away. The long sword is not a heavy weapon, and it cannot produce a retreat effect while causing heavy damage. In other words, when the long sword hits the hunter's mantis, it must take into account the hunter's mantis' return, and it is not the same as the warhammer. As long as it hits, it will inevitably bring the special shock back effect of the heavy weapon, so that the Zerg cannot immediately fight back. This is also the reason why longsword armor keeps hurting the hunter's mantis, but not its weaknesses. Before there is no certainty to kill, and there is no companion's cooperation, the hurried shot is to put yourself in danger. In the end, the long sword still penetrated the heart of the hunter mantis. At this time, the green blood of the hunter mantis was running out, and the whole body of the worm shell was broken. David also understood the strength of the Zerg's vitality this time, which is just a hunter's mantis. Next, the enemies of the long sword armor became other first-level Zergs, but the long sword armor still killed a single first-level Zerg through long consumption. Among them, David clearly felt the growth of the long sword armor. The long sword armor was always a person, and he had not teamed up with others until David could not feel the sword growth of the long sword armor. The opponent of long sword armor has also become an armor. Compared with fighting with Zerg, long sword armor fights with other armor more like a slaughter. During this period, the longsword warrior had an extra long sword in his hand and became a double sword warrior. David opened his eyes. At the moment he opened his eyes were fierce, just like the double sword armor in the Phantom. Fortunately, David's spirit is as high as 3.4, but he was suppressed by the murderous intention. He came to the bedroom to pick up the scabbard, and while holding the scabbard in his hand, a feeling of communication with the mind came into being. Compressed with the urge to practice basic longsword techniques, he came to the underground gym with a scabbard in his hand. Standing in the center of the fitness room, his hand gently stroked the sword handle, and the double swords in the scabbard jumped out of the scabbard as if they were alive. He dropped the scabbard, and his hands caught the flying swords. He felt that he was not practicing swordsmanship, but that the two swords were dancing with him. He and the double sword seemed to be in natural fit. The second-level long swords in his hands are sometimes brisk and sometimes hurried. A set of basic long sword techniques is in his hands, which is not weaker than the Stormhammer technique gave him. Maybe Uncle Galen is wrong, I should have used a long sword by nature. Stopping the double sword in his hand, David looked at the double sword in his hand and muttered to himself. Perhaps it was printed in the soul. In the previous life, I heard many stories of swordsmen and sword immortals. The long sword of the previous life is a symbol of culture. David believes that this talent comes from his own soul, not the talent of the predecessor. At least in his record, the predecessor did not have any outstanding talent when practicing the long sword, otherwise it would not be only 5% of the entry level the sword is mastered. Retracting the sword from the scabbard, he had a feeling that although he only practiced once, he could use the sword to fight the enemy. But he will not change his plan, holding a long sword to fight desperately with the official armor, that is the worst choice. With his power of over 800 kilograms, he encountered more than 1,000 kilograms of armor. The opponent can completely suppress him in terms of strength alone, not to mention that armor has speed advantage. David looked at the Kia star in the sky and was in a very good mood. The black hands behind the scenes would not target him again for a short time, which allowed him to walk out of the house with confidence. Yesterday he fell asleep late, but he woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning. After practicing a set of 18 exercises, he stood outside the gate and waited for Myron. David, you might want to go out and play. Myron poked his head out of his Gladstone 6, and opened the side door with a smile. Myron, I'll trouble you today. David entered the car and said in the co-pilot's seat. David, you're welcome, it's just a trivial matter. How can you be interested in the city wall, but there is Northwest good place to go in the morning, and the door is not open at night. Myron waved and said indifferently. No, did you go to the night show? David asked, looking at Myron in surprise. The rock star is located in the danger war zone. Although it is less affected, the danger also exists everywhere. In this environment, some places for venting business are extremely prosperous, and wine and color are important ways to vent. But the ban on minors is not a slogan, but a law. Once the investigation is enough to put the guardian in jail, David will be so surprised when he hears Myron. No, I'm just talking. Myron heard David's questioning, and said a little embarrassment that was embarrassed by the lies. Think about it too. He has to do a lot of training every day, plus he has to consider the influence of his father Mayor Bernard, not to harm his father. The Gladstone Type 6 cars are heading all the way to the edge of the city, and as they get closer to the edge of the city, the building becomes more and more ruined. Unlike Lanka Street, where David is located, Lanka Street is the safest area in the middle of the city, and here is close to the city walls. Although the Zerg cannot attack here, psychologically, the sense of security is much worse. It is for this reason that wealthy people will not choose here, only low-income people will live here. David couldn't help shaking his head. Even in the interstellar age, there were serious class differences. Not to mention that although it is the interstellar age, there are not many people who can really leave the city and go to other cities. This requires not only the support of a large number of credit points, but also the corresponding authority. It can be said that without corresponding authority, ordinary people can only live in a city until they die. Like those high school students who failed to enter the university, the final result is like this: without permission, to become a worker in a certain position, and find another half of the children who also have no permission to raise children. David, the trillions of people in the Federation, poverty is inevitable, and my father has tried his best to change, but most of these people have lost their life goals and settled in the status quo. It is difficult to change them. Myron's rare emotion something. David smiled helplessly. He was just an ordinary person, unable to help others at all. Chapter 47 City Wall. The Gladstone 6 was parked 20 meters below the west wall, and further ahead was the military restricted zone. David, this wall is not as high as the south wall. If you are interested in the wall, you should go to the south wall. Myron said to David, who got off the car while jumping off the car. I just want to enjoy the scenery outside the city, and then see the knowledge to protect our walls. David naturally will not tell the truth, he replied with a smile. It's up to you, but you are afraid that you will be disappointed. The scenery outside the city is not good looking. When we go to Na'an City, there is paradise outside the city. Myron said somewhat yearningly. David smiled. He sent a message to Myron yesterday that he wanted to visit this section of the city wall. I thought it would take a few days for this incident. Myron sent a message in the morning. He had contacted him and could climb the city wall. Although David's father, Hans, held the position of deputy director in the legal department, it was a vain duty. In addition, what David did if he took Hans' relationship would probably cause Hans trouble. Myron is different. His father, Mayor Bernard, is the first chief executive of Perrin City, and he can take care of any minor troubles. The most important thing is that David can guarantee that even if someone doubts, there is no evidence to prove anything. Please show your identity. A young sergeant who had been standing at the entrance of the restricted area paid a military salute to them and said, David, open the identification of the identity bracelet. The review requirements here are strict. Myron said to David while operating on the identity bracelet. A band jumped out of his identity bracelet proof of identity with the Interstellar Federal logo. David also activated the identity certificate. After the sergeant scanned the identity bracelet on his wrist, he relaxed a little. Mr. Myron and Mr. David, I'm Sergeant Emery. I received an order from Lieutenant Eaton. During your visit to the city defense, I will follow you all the time. Please observe the rules of the military zone. Sergeant Lee tried to squeeze out an unsightly smile. But the smile on his stiff face made David look very awkward. It can be seen that Sergeant Emery has spent a long time in the army and is also used to being serious. Sergeant Emery, thank you very much, the rules we understand, we just come to visit, will not touch any item, let alone ask anything. Myron replied with a smile. Come with me. Sergeant Emery led the way ahead, and the two followed. Lieutenant Eaton is the captain of the city's highest commander, Perrin City Defense, and my father I contacted this time. Myron introduced to David in a whisper as he walked. David couldn't help but look at the approaching 20-meter city wall, a military fortress made entirely of steel, and the entire project that wrapped the city of Perrin. The chief officer was only a lieutenant. But David soon changed the direction of thinking. This kind of military building may be an unimaginable big project in the previous life, but where is this? This is the interstellar era. Such a city defense may be a negligible military installation for this world. Already at the bottom of the steel city wall, Sergeant Emery brushed the front door with his identity bracelet, revealing a huge elevator. The military elevator looked extremely rugged, barely decorated with bare original steel, but there was no trace of rust. The elevator went up steadily and quickly. It is estimated that the elevator reached the top in less than a second. 2. Don't pass in front of any weapons and equipment, don't talk to the soldiers, because they may be very unfriendly. Sergeant Emery brushed his identity bracelet again this time, then turned back to the two. After saying this, the elevator doors opened, and after coming out of the elevator, they came over the city wall. The city wall is 10 meters wide. Apart from a long-range sniper cannon at every distance, there are no other weapons. Be careful not to step on the red zone. Sergeant Emery reminded Myron, who was about to step out. Only then did David notice that the walls of the city walls were covered with various colors, with green lines and yellow and red blocks. Sergeant Emery took the green lines with David and Myron. David was curious about what was under the red block. The shadow attendant beside him flew out and sank into the red steel ground. Then he saw a huge heavy laser cannon through the vision of the shadow attendant. Unlike what he saw in the picture, he only knew how huge this heavy war weapon was when he saw the real thing. The shadow attendant flew back with just one glance and returned to the top of David's head. Sergeant Emery, How about bringing the children to play? A sneer came from the side. It was a soldier in the same uniform. It's just that his military uniform not only holds the rank of sergeant, but also has a small telescope badge. Sergeant Harold, this is the task explained by the captain, and there are official visit documents sent by the municipal government. Sergeant Emery reminded Shin Sheng. Children who haven't even grown up, don't be scared by gunfire later. Sergeant Harold muttered, and didn't provoke these two obviously promising teenagers. Anger flashed in Myron's eyes, but although his father was the mayor, he could not control the military system. He really had no way to get Sergeant Harold. David was an ordinary person in his previous life. He didn't care about this kind of provocation. He even cared about the telescope badge on the chest of Sergeant Harold, which was the badge of a sniper in the army. This Sergeant Harold is a sniper and can appear here. Needless to say, it is the sniper who is manipulating the long-range sniper gun. Watching Sergeant Harold hum a little song in the direction of the toilet sign in the distance, you can know that he is convenient. David looked at Sergeant Harold's way. There was a downward passage, and the door was not closed. These technicians are used to it, let you see the joke. Sergeant Emery didn't want the two to misunderstand that all the soldiers were like this, explaining aloud. Due to the special status of the sniper armor in the armor, this career of sniper is particularly high. Every sniper dreams of becoming a sniper armor, but in fact most of the snipers cannot become sniper armor, because sniper armor not only needs the sniper talent, but also the armor talent. Even if there is both, you still need to have a calm mind and a strong will. On that day, the Wolf mercenary group sniper armor, Abbott, was a fallen sniper armor. In any case, the snipers have a superior feeling in the military. Coupled with the fact that they are on duty in important key positions, some snipers have their own important illusions. Orthodox soldiers like Sergeant Emery are not used to Sergeant Harold's style, but they have no right to manage them. During the conversation, they came to the edge of the city wall, where they could see the scenery outside the city. This is the first time David has seen the real wild. From the illusion before, from the video images, those are far less real than they are now. Indeed, the scenery here is very poor, or that most of the land surface of the entire rock star does not have a good view. In the eyes, it was a desolate place, with the most stones on the ground and the gray dirt exposed. Without a plant, there is no water. David, who lives in the city, only knows what it is to introduce the concept of China rock star as an administrative planet with a low quality of life. The unified energy and water supply in the city makes him unable to experience the true hardship of rock star. David, every time I see this scene, I want to leave here. Myron said softly. Then work together and enter non-university together. David nodded and said. He remembered the fascinating scenery in the video, the green ecological environment outside non-city, where he had the opportunity to obtain higher authority, walk out of the closed world, and see the wider universe. Chapter 48 Emission. When David talked with Myron, part of his mind was manipulating the shadow attendant, and at the same time he was walking unconsciously towards the entrance to the passage. Since the shadow attendant can only leave him 10 meters, this makes him have to get closer to do what he wants to do. Sergeant Emery watched David and Myron talking while watching, standing there aside without speaking. As long as David and Myron do nothing excessively, he will not stop him. Although he is old-fashioned, he also knows that the identity of these two people will not be simple. David was standing still, and in the passage, the shadow attendant had entered an operation room where the door was not closed. Because Sergeant Harold left, nothing was closed, so David didn't need to explore too much. The shadow attendant grabbed the controller with one hand and adjusted it. On the display in the middle of the room, the target was displayed. The shadow attendant quickly entered the coordinate position that had been prepared, and then a long-range sniper gun on the city wall made a mechanical friction sound, suddenly turned the huge barrel and turned to the city. At the same time, the identity bracelet of Sergeant Harold who was going to the toilet issued an alarm, and the long-range sniper gun he managed was aiming at a safe area. Sergeant Harold had no time to wipe his buttocks, rushed out of the toilet with his pants, and ran towards the control room. Although he is not a champion, he also has 700 kilograms of strength after years of training, and the speed is also very fast, but it takes 5 seconds to enter the control room at the fastest speed. In the display screen, the whole of the Stein Hotel has appeared. Under the continuous control of the hands of the shadow attendant, the picture of the Stein Hotel is continuously enlarged, and then positioned in the highest office of the president. It's just that the window of the president's office has reflective materials, so that the aim of the long-range sniper can't be accurately positioned on Mr. Stir in the president's office. A program of the security light brain on the first floor of the Hotel Sterling runs automatically, and then the security monitoring scanner in the president's office is automatically activated. Normally, these security surveillance scanners are only activated after Mr. Steve leaves the office. However, under the control of the safe light brain, multiple security surveillance scanners in the office of the president all started to work with the structural diagram of the Stein Hotel. The safe light brain calculated the location of Mr. Stein at this time in the entire huge president office. Precise location. This set of data was transferred to David's identity bracelet. When he was chatting with Myron, David glanced at the identity bracelet. The shadow attendant in the control room quickly adjusted the target of the long-range sniper gun, and then pressed to launch. At the same time, Sergeant Harold rushed into the control room in the eyes of Sergeant Emery. Sergeant Emery was naturally angry because of the way Harold's sergeant trousers ran. This was all seen by two visiting guests, which was equivalent to losing the face of the entire city defense team. As for the abnormal long-range sniper gun, Sergeant Emery has not paid much attention to them. These snipers often do some incredible things, and it is normal to have so much more. In the office of the president of the hotel, Mr. Stern was looking at the documents. He picked up the glass beside him, and was about to drink, and suddenly felt palpitations. If he is a combat professional, it can already be judged to be stared by death at this time. But although he has a strong business ability, he is just an ordinary person, perhaps mentally different from ordinary people, otherwise how can he feel palpitations? He looked out of the window, and he was seeing a fire in the direction of the far wall. Above the walls, Sergeant Emery, David, and Myron were shaken by a sudden loud noise, and Sergeant Emery almost instinctively pressed the two on the ground to fix their bodies. David has experienced the recoil of the professional sniper rifle of the sniper armor in the illusion, but the long-range sniper gun used by the city defense is much stronger than the professional sniper rifle. He obviously felt the shock of this steel city wall. Although he had already been psychologically prepared, on the one hand, he did not dare to show obvious, on the other hand, he was really scared, so he also behaved similarly to Myron. Is Sergeant Harold crazy? Sergeant Emery gave a roar. His hand pressed several times on the identity bracelet, and then the alarm bell rang. Just as David and Myron stood up from the ground, two armored men wearing white military-style exoskeleton armor appeared on the city wall, and then one of them entered the operating room and brought Sergeant Harold out. David looked at Sergeant Harold with guilt in his heart. It seems that this time Sergeant Harold took the blame. After inquiring about the situation of the army, he knew that the soldiers wearing white uniforms were all military policemen. They were usually responsible for maintaining the internal order of the army, supervising violations of laws and disciplines, and had the right to detain soldiers who violated laws and disciplines, and to conduct searches and seizures. Order. The state of the rock star has always been wartime. The two military policemen have the right to arrest any soldier. Of course, when they want to arrest an officer, there must be corresponding evidence. Sergeant Harold was also ignorant, and he did not understand why the long-range sniper artillery fired automatically. But he knew that this was a big deal for him, because when he left the operating room, he did not withdraw the operating authority according to the regulations. In the situation just now, anyone entering the control room can casually use long-range sniper guns to attack. It's them, they did it. I was just going to the toilet, only they were there. Sergeant Harold shouted when he saw Sergeant Emery, David, and Myron. Sergeant Emery, who are they? How could it be here? A military policeman, Jia Shi, turned and looked at Sergeant Emery. Shen Sheng asked. Report, these two students are arranged by the municipal government to visit. They have a written application report and Eaton Zhongwei's agreement. Please check. Sergeant Emery replied salutingly, and then transferred a document from the identity bracelet the military policeman was given. The military police officer opened the file with his identity bracelet, carefully checked it, and then used his authority to check the relevant procedures. There is no problem with their identity. The military police officer nodded. He did not ask whether the three people entered the control room. Because there are surveillance systems everywhere, the two military police officers can catch up immediately. To the one hand, there is a reason for Sergeant Emery's alarm, and on the other hand, it is also the role of the surveillance system. Two military policemen, only I was there when I left, they must be them. Sergeant Harold was still struggling. David heard that Sergeant Harold had bitten them. Although this was also true, Sergeant Harold's attitude eased his original guilt. Originally he also planned to use a little relationship to help Sergeant Harold reduce the punishment, because in the end it was himself that affected him, but now David changed his mind. Perhaps this accident can help the City Defense Brigade strengthen military discipline. Sergeant Harold is indeed wrong. Even if there is no accident today, this casual style will one day cause major incidents. The two military police officers, ignoring Sergeant Harold's yelling, took out a handcuff and handcuffed them away from the city wall. 2. Please don't tell the story today, this is just an accident. Sergeant Emery asked David and Myron with some embarrassment. No problem, we didn't see anything. Myron replied immediately. The farther away from the military, the better, especially if he still has a lot of doubts about the matter. Thank you, today's visit will end here, I will send you away. Sergeant Emery said with a gesture of invitation. After the two knew that this was the case, they could no longer stay on the wall, and they followed Sergeant Emery to the elevator when they came. In fact, Sergeant Emery's idea of not wanting to let this unexpected rumor absolutely fall through, because the impact of this incident is far from an ordinary mistake. In this inexplicable attack, Mr. Stir, the owner of the Stir Hotel, was hit by a large first-class warhead fired by a long-range sniper artillery. The body shattered into minced meat on the spot, and even the whole body was not left. Chapter 49 Shanshui Investment Company. David, the sudden launch of the long-range sniper gun really has nothing to do with you. In the car when he returned, Myron turned on autopilot, and then asked David seriously. Myron, you were standing next to me at that time. What actions did I have? You don't know. David asked, spreading his hands. Of course I know, what a coincidence. Myron shook his head and sighed. I think it's too coincident. David said with a smile. David, wouldn't you black out the city defense system, let the long-range sniper gun open? Myron asked with a big brain hole. He knew that David had a good electronic foundation, and he had also seen the medium-sized server from Ericsson Security. A professional server is simply not something that ordinary people can play. It's a military city defense system, not my set of civilian security system, it can be cracked by a few mercenaries. David looked at Myron helplessly. At this moment, Myron's identity bracelet had a hint. He opened the identity bracelet and saw the above information. David, this is really a big deal. The long-range sniper gun just hit Mr. Stir. Myron said, suddenly thinking of something, staring at David with his mouth open. Myron, how is Mr. Sturt? David asked in astonishment. Looking at David like this, Myron thought about it. Although the relationship between David and Mr. Stir was extremely embarrassing, it was because of this that he wanted to kill Mr. Stir unless David was extremely perverted. Judging from the recent time that Myron had been with David, David was definitely not a person with abnormal psychology, but he was very easy to get along with, even the arrogance that a genius should have was not seen in David. At first, Myron wanted to get in touch with David because of Galen's guidance. After getting along with David during this time, he thought that a friend like David was worth associating with. Even Mayor Bernard, his father, believes that investing in a genius is something many people will do. This time I contacted the military to visit the city wall. Without the participation of Mayor Bernard, how could it be so smooth? Mr. Stern is dead. Myron also lost his inquiring thought. He had to go back and ask his father about the direction of things. In the end, he and David were both on the scene, which would affect both of them. Both were silent. Myron sent David back home, and left in a hurry. David watched Myron's car leave and couldn't help but feel sorry, thinking of compensating Myron if he could. Back at home, he came to the computer room. This time, instead of entering the virtual world, he landed on the safe light brain of the Stern Hotel. As early as he heard the conversation between Mr. Stir and Jeremy's trainer, David noticed the company mentioned in the conversation as an anonymous identity. He found this inconspicuous small company in the safety light brain. The company is called Shanshui Investment Company, and the corporate legal person is the code generated by the specific certification software. This kind of anonymous enterprise is also a kind of enterprise unique to the Star Federation, which is used to conceal some of its behaviors. An anonymous enterprise can only be anonymous when it is not operating. Once the enterprise begins to generate benefits, it must designate a true natural person as a legal person. Just like Mr. Stewart's use of this anonymous company to acquire Central Hotel and West City Hotel, it is estimated that these two hotels did not expect anyone to acquire them, so there is no precaution. Hotels in such small cities are indeed very large for ordinary people, but for truly wealthy people or large companies, there is no interest at all. Only in order to enhance the influence of Mr. Sister will the organization continue to invest credit points to help Mr. Sister, and Mr. Sister will have the financial resources to complete this plan. David transferred the hidden authentication software to his medium-sized server, and the Shanshui Investment Company became his private property. And at least when the two hotels pay dividends in July, they will not ask Shanshui Investment Company to appoint a natural person legal person. When checking the Shanshui Investment Company, David found that the company still has 40 million credit points on the books, and has a designated use. It regularly buys shares in the Central Hotel and West City Hotel. Of course, David will not use these credit points in this way. He does not need any controlling rights in the Central Hotel and West City Hotel. 40% of the two hotels, if not afraid of being too eye-catching, he is prepared to sell it. He cancelled his timed acquisition and transferred 40 million credit points to his anonymous account at Yaka Bank. In this way, the Shanshui Investment Company has only one shell and holds 40% of the shares in the Central Hotel and the West City Hotel. By July, he had finished the college entrance examination and could leave parent city to non-city at any time. At that time, whether he sold shares or became a corporate legal person in his own name, there would be no problem. Most importantly, as he deepened his cultivation, he also needed more and more resources. In the past few days, his first-level fortified meat has been left by Myron, but the first-level fortified meat left by Myron also supports up to the level of 1,000 kilograms. He also wants to buy first-class fortified meat, but this is not something that can be bought with money. There is no problem to buy one at a time, but if you want to buy for a long time, you need to have a fixed channel. The first-level strengthened meat must be obtained by killing the first-level Zerg. The speed of the private armor hunting of the first-level Zerg is not fast. Most of the first-level strengthened meat will also be shipped to their respective channels and sold to larger cities. The number of first-class fortified meat that can stay in Perrin City is too small, and there is no way for people as small as David to buy it. He didn't want to always ask Myron for help, too much use of human affection would affect the friendship between each other. David threw aside the matter of strengthening the meat aside. He once again entered the security light brain of the Sterling Hotel, eliminating all traces of him on the security light brain, and restoring it with the account he used. He finally left a small program in the safety light brain and left the safety light brain. After he leaves from the safety light brain, the applet runs automatically, erasing the information he left, and then the applet also eliminates itself. Since then, there has been no trace of David's entry on the security light brain of the Stern Hotel, unless someone knows the existence of David and finds a senior expert in this area. Some clues may be found, but this kind of the probability is too small. Galen, what did you teach David? Hans asked in an office of the legal department, looking at the figure on the identity bracelet. Hans, your son is a genius, or the genius is not accurate enough, it should be a demon, you have delayed his future. Galen complained with great dissatisfaction. Galen, it doesn't matter whether David is a genius, but something happened here is related to David. I want to ask if you have taught David some other abilities. Hans had heard Galen's praise long ago. He doesn't believe too much about genius. He is more aware of what his child looks like. He knows better than others. He just wants to ask about things he cares more about. Although the relationship between him and David has been poor in recent years, he is not concerned at all. He knows many things about David through the intelligent housekeeper Emma. What's the matter? Galen also asked quickly after hearing the question. Mr. Sturt was shot by a long-range sniper gun, and David was on the wall where the long-range sniper gun was. Hans Shen said. Mr. Sturt, Bertha's father, do you doubt dealing with David's fellow? Galen asked in surprise. Of course he knew who Mr. Sturt was, not only Hans. In fact, when he received detailed information about David, he doubted whether Mr. Sturt was involved in the operation against David. The reason is simple. Amos, the head of security at the Stir Hotel, appeared outside David's house, and according to the investigation afterwards, Amos's identity bracelet was located outside of David's house for several days. If Amos is protecting David, it is impossible. Mr. Stir has no reason to protect David. Besides, how can Mr. Stir know that David is in danger? A soldier was sent to monitor David, and the picture was not small. Chapter 50 Deal with Hans, I haven't been in Perrin for a long time. I only taught David body technique and Warhammer. I didn't teach others, but I said that David is a genius. He has a very good electronic countermeasure technology. Do you know? Galen asked again after answering. Galen, are you mistaken? How could David be able to play electronic countermeasures? His grades in all subjects are very poor. How can he learn electronic countermeasures at that level? Hans was really surprised this time. Unbelievable. Hans, you really need to know more about your children. David can find the traps in the security system and then control them. This level is enough to enter any large software company to find a decent job. Galen shook his head. Mr. Nast is really possibly David's hand. Hans said softly. It doesn't matter whether it's just that Mr. Steve's line is broken. It's even more troublesome to find out who is going to deal with David in the end. Galen doesn't matter whether David killed or not, as long as he can't find out it's fine. Hans was able to come back from the battle star of life and death and set up a monstrous meritorious life. It was not such a simple person at all. Although he lost his combat ability, his judgment was still there. In fact, after discovering that Amos was monitoring David, although Amos was killed and the direct evidence was broken, only Mr. Stewart could command Amos. Although Hans can't say anything about matters, but involving David and his wife's father, Mr. Stur, he still invited a professional in the legal department to investigate the matter. Except for Galen, no one knew he was investigating this matter. Even he found out that there is a force behind Mr. Sister. This force has been helping Mr. Sister, making Mr. Sister's hotel develop rapidly, and his influence is growing. But he can't find out who is behind the force. I have a good relationship with the military. I'll ask more about it. If I find out that it is related to David, you may need some effort from your side to take David away in advance. Hans is rare. Pleaded. Relax, this is a trivial matter, but in my opinion David has no ability to break through the military city defense system. Someone should have helped him. Galen said with a smile. He and David spent about the same time as Myron, but he knew David better than Myron. The killing intention of David shows that David is not the kind that can be quietly stayed when someone is hit on the door. This kind of character that has hatred must be reported is what a soldier should have. As long as David does not want to be an ordinary person, then the battlefield is what he must experience. This kind of killing intention can protect him. Stern is dead. Trainer Jeremy looked at the information on the identity bracelet, his eyes flashing with horror. When he saw that David was not far from shooting the long-range sniper gun that killed Mr. Stur, he immediately confirmed that David was the murderer. This kind of induction is his ability, and the rest on his soul gives him this ability. Mr. Sister's sudden death caused his arrangement in Perrin City to be broken, which delayed him for at least a few years. A white light flashed over him, and then the alloy water cup in his hand was pinched into an iron mass by his unintentional behavior. He seemed to feel his gaffe, and threw the iron mass in his hand into the trash can. If anyone is here, you can find the strength of Jeremy's trainer. Just with his hands, he can squeeze the alloy water cup into an iron ball, and his hands are nothing. This shows that he has great strength and physical strength. Very powerful. At this point, it is different from ordinary armor. In the absence of armor, the armor has great strength, but the strength of the body will not exceed that of ordinary people. The most different is the white light flashed on Jeremy's trainer. The sudden burst of power should have some special skills. Stern is dead, but the title of Kingdom must be obtained, everything must be replanned. Trainer Jeremy returned to his previous state, muttering to himself. Mr. Stern's death shocked Perrin City, but no one with the title of Hans as a Kingdom was there, and no one used this opportunity to the interest of Stern Hotel. It's not that other business people don't want to, but it's not worth it to offend a Kingdom title for these interests. Bertha, as the daughter of Mr. Stur, became the owner of the Stur Hotel. Of course, this is also related to Hans having a public office. Only Bertha can take over the Stur Hotel. Surprisingly, the entire Stern Hotel did not appear to be chaotic due to this huge accident. During the orderly handover, all work remained normal. This is still related to Hans. Although it is said that Bertha took over the Sterling Hotel, everyone knows that Bertha is a lady, beautiful, and comfortable, but if you want to manage the family hotel, it is forced. Therefore, the only person in charge of management can be Hans, and the title of Kingdom becomes the owner of the hotel, making the hotel very happy. Hans does not usually have any work, and he can only manage the work of his hotel with his wife, and he is also looking for more professional managers. Of course, the reason why Hans is involved in corporate affairs is not to care about the interests, but to find clues to the people behind the scenes. But he did not expect that David would have wiped out all the clues, and the entire hotel was clean like a blank sheet of paper. Hans has always been concerned about the death of Mr. Stir in connection with David, but in the military statement, all the worries were dispelled. Due to the negligent duty of Sergeant Harold of the military, the long-range sniper artillery that defended the city malfunctioned and caused the death of a citizen in this accident. The military deeply apologizes for this, and the military will pay Harold, the sergeant just decided. Throughout the statement, the military did not explain the specific process of the incident at all, nor did it propose a specific verdict. This is also related to Hans's attitude. The military asked Hans' opinions before, and Hans thought that it might be related to David, and he wanted to resolve it in a low-key way. This was in line with the wishes of the military, and they did not want to make the matter bigger. Lieutenant Eaton also accepted Hans's favor. So in this statement, even a very high-profile person such as Mr. Sturt became a citizen in the statement. In just one day, the impact of Mr. Stern's death had disappeared for the most part, and Mr. Sister did not expect that his death would be so insignificant. In the evening, David received news from Hans and Myron about the handling of Mr. Sturt's death. On the side of the city defense team, they applied to the experts above to check the city defense system, which may take 3 days. But in the report, the city defense brigade's greater suspicion was that Sergeant Harold did not close the door, nor did he close the door, causing some small flying insects to touch the controller, which triggered a long-range sniper gun. As for why it was so accurate that he hit Mr. Stir 4.6 kilometers away, it can only be said that Mr. Stuck was out of luck. Especially the monitoring equipment installed outside the control room did not find anyone entering the control room at all, and Sergeant Harold closed the monitoring equipment inside the control room. Of course, this is not the only way to shut down the internal monitoring equipment. In the entire city defense team, many control rooms have closed the internal monitoring equipment. But it was no surveillance equipment, so most of the responsibility was thrown on Sergeant Harold. At the same time, the City Defense Brigade carried out extensive rectifications, all soldiers were re-educated, and every link began to implement the most standardized military standards. The military police have stepped up their patrols, and the entire Urban Defense Brigade has entered a stage of severe military strikes. The benefit is that the military power of the City Defense Brigade has been renewed. At least no one will dare to violate the regulations in a short time. Hans did not raise his suspicions. Instead, Myron said in the news that the military did not mention any of the two of them in the report. Lieutenant Eaton also specially contacted Mayor Bernard to explain the situation. Among them, the face of Mayor Bernard, and the reason why Lieutenant Eaton owed Hans. Chapter 51 Military Surveillance. David exhaled for a long time, but his actions still had too many flaws. It is just because of the existence of the shadow attendant that there is no substantial evidence for his actions in this incident. Of course, if he is an ordinary person, he has been taken away by the military police to assist in the investigation. Whether it is you or not, the army style is only known after trial. But the identity of the descendants of the title of Kingdom, although this title has no real interest for David, but it is enough for the army to consider the impact when treating him. Just when David was thinking, the identity bracelet in his hand reminded him again. It turned out that after another 24 hours, he could absorb and integrate the new ball of knowledge. Of course, there is only one knowledge light sphere left. The Spear Masters, 99% mastery, the knowledge light sphere. Among all the knowledge light spheres he has obtained, the highest level knowledge light sphere. It is a little higher than 98% mastery level electronic countermeasures. The Spear masters the combat ability, which is more difficult to achieve than electronic countermeasures. Shadow Attendant, with Spear Mastery, 99% mastery, Knowledge Orb. David pressed his hand on the Shadow Attendant and commanded with his heart. Then he sensed that the deep yellow light ball of knowledge moved into his body, then a flower in front of him, his body appeared in a performance martial arts field. The body in the illusion is carrying the same action with a spear and stabs. David felt the flow of power in this body, a normal stab, but mobilized all the muscles and bones in the body. It was almost a momentary stab, the air was cut like a spear when it was punctured, and a piercing scream was made. This action is like never stopping, and David can't control the body, and can only feel it passively. I don't know how long it has been, 5 years or more, the body in the illusion is still stab. It's just that there is no sound when the spear is spurting out. At the tip of the spear, a little white mist will appear at the end of each stab, and the air there is pressed by the stab, and then stopped with a stab, the instantaneous heat release after the formation of smoke. After this, the illusion finally changed, and there was a battle with the Zerg. The spear armor was different from the double sword armor in the illusion yesterday. He never fought alone, and each battle was supported by several companions. At this time, David also understood why the spear armor would not fight alone, because his fighting style was offensive, repeated assaults, no defense and no dodge. If there was no protection from other armor, the spear armor, this fighting style has long been dead countless times. The illusion ended after hundreds of battles. In fact, the knowledge of the spear has been mastered as early as in the previous practice. The latter battles are more about how to cooperate with the companions. Coming out of the illusion, David quickly looked at the time on the identity bracelet, and only 10 minutes had passed. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The stabbing practice made him think that he had really passed a few years. Knowing that there are more battles with the Zerg in the illusion, it is much better than the stereotyped boring practice. Feeling the empty space in the body of the shadow attendant, David couldn't help but feel that the dead Mr. Stir was hit by such a long-range sniper artillery, which made him unable to harvest Mr. Stir's soul. But soon, he found that his mentality was wrong. This was the first time he had murdered himself. He did not have any psychological burden. Instead, he leisurely practiced at home, even regretting that he did not kill the victim's soul. Absorb. Come to the bathroom mirror in the bedroom and look at yourself in the mirror. Young skin full of collagen, short blonde hair, blue eyes, looks like a teenager. But he also noticed that there was a trace of indifference in his eyes in the mirror, that was indifference to life. This is influenced by the integration of those knowledge spheres. David does not know whether this effect is good or bad, but he knows that becoming stronger is the foundation of being able to live in this world. He will never regret the fusion of knowledge spheres. Although Mr. Stern is dead, the organization behind him is still there. The big businessman in Perrin City, like Mr. Stern, is only an outsider of the organization. How horrible this organization is. And according to Jeremy's trainer, the organization attaches great importance to the title of Kingdom, and maybe there will be other ways to deal with him and his father Hans. The next morning, when David woke up, he used to open his identity bracelet to check the situation outside the house. This is what he started to do every day after being monitored, especially after strengthening the security system of the house. The new security system can see everything around the house 360 degrees without dead ends. A military suspension vehicle attracted his attention, and the other party seemed to have no hidden meaning, so he parked in front of David's house. Through the window, David saw that the stubborn Emery sergeant he knew was sitting in the driving position. David activated Myron's contact number and waited for 2 seconds before connecting. "David, look for me so early." Myron's voice over there was confused, and it seemed that he didn't wake up. "Myron, why haven't you gotten up at 6 o'clock and forgot Uncle Galen's request?" David said angrily. "It wasn't scared yesterday, I slept a little late." Myron heard Galen's name and woke up suddenly, said with a smile, and then he asked the subject off the topic, "David, what's wrong?" "Sergeant Emery's military vehicle on the street outside my house is parked there, and I don't know what I want to do." David sent a photo taken by the monitor and said, "Just about this." Myron laughed, and then said, "I know this. I forgot to tell you yesterday that the military needs to show an attitude, not to mention your side, even if there is a military vehicle outside my house. Before sending the investigation team to reach the final conclusion, they need to know our whereabouts. Of course, this is just a superficial gesture. If you think about it, if the military really doesn't want you to know, it will send Sergeant Emery so prominent. Stopped outside your house. Then I will stay at home honestly for a few days, but unfortunately I was planning to go to the shooting gallery with you." David said with a sigh. "I will also stay at home for a few days. It should not be long. I will arrange the shooting gallery. Then I will show you my marksmanship," Myron said with a smile. In the few days he was taught by Galen, he was hit by David. It can be said that during the entire teaching process, David practiced himself, and he was constantly beaten by Galen. David has never played a gun. Going to the shooting hall is probably a rare opportunity for him to suppress David. He is more enthusiastic than David. Disconnected, David didn't take care of the situation outside. Sergeant Emery was better, at least there wouldn't be any danger during this time. Surveillance by military personnel can be said to be protected by the military. The organization has changed its mind. It is not so easy to deal with him. At least it has to wait for the military to leave. As time passed, Sergeant Emery and another sergeant alternated and stayed outside David's house. David himself was very busy. He got up in the morning and practiced the 18 exercises of physical exercise, followed by the exercises of warhammer, heavy axe, spear, long sword, and shield. For this, he also purchased heavy axe and spear for practice. Long sword and shield. As for why he didn't need a second-level sword to practice longsword mastering, it was because he didn't want to tear down his home accidentally. The second-level sword touched anywhere in the house and was easily cut. At other times, you will need to enter the virtual world of a medium-sized server to practice sniper trajectory calculation and analysis, and practice the 18 styles before going to sleep at night. By the time the last piece of fortified meat was consumed, the time had come to January 17th. The military surveillance personnel have not left, so David thought that there was something wrong with the case. However, after contacting Myron, it was only known that the second-tier Zerg attack caused the army to come to Perrin City to investigate. There was an accident. The military is mobilizing personnel to hunt down the second-level Zerg, and temporarily has no time to deal with this almost settled case. Sergeant Emery did not receive the order to return, and could only stay outside David's house. Chapter 52 Shooting Range. David has some deviations in his own estimates. His property panel shows. Name, David Kerr. Strength, 3.24, 1. Agility, 2.01. Physique, 3.24, 1. Spirit, 3.4, 1. Literature, 3% proficiency, mathematics, 5% proficiency, comprehensive, 51% entry, physical skill, 1% proficiency, electronic countermeasures, 98% proficiency, warhammer mastery, 84% proficiency, sniper, 20% proficiency, shield mastery, 50% proficiency, heavy axe mastery, 70% proficiency, long sword mastery, 80% proficiency, spear mastery, 99% proficiency. All the first-level strengthened meat, coupled with the 18 physical exercises of twice a day, his strength is only 0.01 points away from the 3.25 points of 1,000 kilograms, and his physique is also synchronously improved due to proficient level of physical skills. This is probably one of the benefits that Galen said of mastering proficiency-level body surgery before 1,000 kilograms, and his physique has been continuously improved due to advanced proficiency-level body surgery. David has communicated with Myron. Myron's physique has been improved long before he met Galen. After Galen's guidance of his physique and strength were slowly improved, and the speed of his physique was improved. It's very slow, and it's nowhere near the speed of power. David's agility has also increased by 0.1 points, reaching the current 2.0 points. However, since yesterday, the number of strength and physique has stopped at 3.24 points, and there has been no further progress. Even if he relied on proficiency in physical skill to insist on practicing the 18 styles of physical skill, he did not improve his strength and physique. If David takes that bottle of second-level potentiating potions at this time, it is estimated that he can directly pass this hurdle and allow himself to reach the basic strength of 1,000 kilograms of armor. But David believes that Galen will not deceive himself. Since he has said that he should take as little potentiation as possible, he will not take second-level potentiation unless there is a last resort. Now that he has only been in this world for more than 20 days, he has raised his strength to an unimaginable level. He has super confidence in the shackles of breaking through thousands of kilograms. After 10 days of crazy practice, his mastery of various combat abilities has been consistent with the actual display on the property panel, especially the Warhammer mastery. Due to the reason of the Storm Warhammer technique, this period of time has improved a bit of proficiency. This made him full of hope to go to non-university and learn more advanced techniques. David, I'm at your door. David's identity bracelet received a message from Myron. David is a bit strange. Is the military surveillance over? How could Myron come to him at such a time? Opening the door, David first saw Myron's Gladstone 6. Myron was jumping off the car, but the military vehicle that was parked on the road disappeared. David, let's go to the shooting gallery together. Myron shouted at David without even entering the gate. Myron, the military investigation team's investigation is over. David asked curiously. An expert came yesterday and left after only 3 hours. The conclusion is that there is no problem with the city defense system. I agree with the opinion of the city defense team. Myron replied with a smile. It's finally over. David finally dropped his last thought. Get on the train, these days can suffocate me. Myron urged. Wait, I'll get something. David didn't get in the car immediately, but turned around and ran back home. Soon he ran out of the scabbard and got into the car. God, David, you are still carrying a long sword when you go out. Be careful that Uncle Galen will trouble you when he knows. Myron was envious in his eyes. Under my grasp of the warhammer, Uncle Galen won't say anything to me, but how is your practice, Myron? Have you started? David asked with a smile. Getting started early, Myron said proudly. Just thinking of David in front of him, he started as soon as he got started, and his pride didn't hold on. In fact, he didn't get started early, but when he practiced the Stormhammer technique last night, he suddenly realized that he reached the entry level. Without David's comparison, his speed is definitely a genius. Of course, the most important thing is Galen's hand-to-hand teaching, so that he can get started so fast. The Gladstone 6 is heading south, and David remembers that there is a civic square, where Perrin City hosts large open-air events, and this direction is where it is. Sure enough, Myron stopped the car when he arrived at the civic square. The two people didn't have to worry about parking. The Gladstone 6 will automatically find a parking place. Myron, is there a shooting gallery here? David looked around, and there was no building that matched the shooting range. Hey, you don't know about this, come with me. Myron was familiar with the road, and said that he took David into the Civic Plaza, and then in front of the gate of the underground civil defense next to the Civic Plaza management office. Stop. He swept the identity bracelet on the door, and then the door opened. Appearing in front of them was a reception hall. The layout of the hall is very simple. There is a light brain on a counter, and there are no other items. It does not look like a shooting hall. Minnie, is Jim there? Myron asked the beautiful woman sitting at the counter watching the video. Master Myron, Mr. Jim is at the shooting range. He told you to go straight in. The woman named Minnie stood up and smiled back. When she finished pressing her hand on the table, the side wall moved away, revealing the downward steps. David, let's go in. Myron nodded to Minnie and said to David. David followed Myron to the step, which was 5 meters wide. This is an underground civil defense, which is usually empty and rarely used, so the owner Jim rented the underground space here and set up a membership shooting range, which is usually used by some acquaintances. Myron Xiangdao Wei introduced the situation here. Can underground civil defense be rented? Although David did not know much about the law in this area, he also knew that occupation of civil defense facilities would never be allowed. Jim's father is Lieutenant Eaton, Myron said lightly. David knew in an instant that although Lieutenant Eaton's military position was not high, it was the first person in the military of Perrin City, and both the city and the military must give face. It's not a big deal anymore. When underground civil defense is needed, it can be used directly. The lights are brightly lit under the steps, and the underground space up to 5 meters high is amazing. The steel floor and walls make it extremely cold. There are already 5 or 6 people shooting with weapons, their targets are projected one by one. This way of shooting is strange, at least in David's memory, never seen. It is estimated that this bullet is also a special bullet. After one bullet hits the projected arm is displayed in red, but it is still moving and avoiding until another bullet hits the projected left leg, making it lose its ability to move. Then, several shots were fired on the key point of the projection, and the projection disappeared. Although projection does not have the ability to counterattack, such exercises can already achieve a certain actual combat effect. Jim! Myron shouted. One of the people shooting was waving to the side, inserted the shotgun in his hand into the gun pocket in his waist, and then ran towards this side. Myron, you haven't been here for a while, I heard you were banned. Jim came up with a sneer, then turned to look at David and said, Hi, David, you're so unlucky. Everything will happen to you. David was shocked by Jim's enthusiasm. This man was worthy of his military background and spoke very directly. Look at Jim wearing a standard military uniform and a shotgun of unknown type around his waist, except that he does not have the rank of a regular soldier. Jim, don't talk nonsense, what do I let you prepare? Myron said angrily. Myron, for your request, I made a special trip to the military quarters before I lent out the good things you wanted. Jim said proudly. Jim, come out quickly, the cost is not a problem, as long as the things are right, we will not take them away, just play here. Myron rubbed his hands anxiously. David was also curious about what kind of weapon he needed. It's important to know that on the wall covered with weapons not far from David's eyes alone, there are all kinds of weapons, and there is an official soldier in a military uniform. Chapter 53 Imitation. David, don't look at the small number of people here, but there are really good things here. Myron explained to David with a smile when Jim went to get the equipment. Of course, David can understand that with the city defense team as a backing, in such a small city, Jim is only engaged in some light thermal weapons. As long as he does not move those heavy equipment, no one will ask. In the Warzone administrative planet such as the Rock Star, weapon control is not too strict. Sometimes even the military will encourage the public to practice various hot weapons in order to come in handy when needed. In fact, the military is not worried about hot weapons. The only thing that really needs to be controlled is the armor. The destructive power of the civilian armor is much more terrible than these light heat weapons. This is what you want. Jim walked back, carrying a rectangular box in one hand and an ammo box in one hand. From the strength of his arm, it can be seen that the rectangular box is not light. The rectangular box placed on the ground and made a dull sound. David, I'll try my hands first, and you'll get started later. Myron said to David as he opened the rectangular box. David nodded and looked at the box. After opening the box, Myron revealed a sniper rifle frame inside, and he took out the barrel and buttstock accessories from the box to assemble it. This is. David looked at the very familiar sniper rifle and asked with some uncertainty. If the gun is longer and the body is bigger, he should think it is a sniper rifle for sniper armor. This is a copy of the Eye of Death. Although it is not as powerful as the Eye of Death, it is reduced in proportion to the Eye of Death. Many sniper armor use this imitation. The version is trained. Jim proudly introduced the sniper rifle. David was also taken aback. The special sniper rifle he saw in the Illusion of Knowledge light sphere was originally called the Eye of Death. Jim was so magical that the Eye of Death could not be seen on the sky. A handful of imitations. It is also conceivable that the sniping armor trained with the imitation version of Eye of Death. With the terrible recoil of the Eye of Death, if you usually use it in practice, the efficiency of the practice is too low, and the body's consumption will increase greatly. Myron had already taken a set of ammunition from the ammunition box and got stuck in the sniper rifle. David saw that this imitation did not switch between the two genuine ammunition, Eye of Death. Think about it too. This imitation does not need to fire first-level ammunition, so it does not need to be switched. Jim, come and fix your target. Myron lay prone on the ground and shouted to Jim. Jim operated on the identity bracelet, and at more than 300 meters, he dropped a row of 10 fixed targets from the top. David, look at my marksmanship. Myron motioned David to watch his performance. Then the Death Eye imitation in his hand fired, with an average excitation speed of 5 seconds, indicating that he had practiced a sniper rifle on weekdays. Although it was not a Death Eye imitation in his hand, the weapon in his hand was more than those. It's more precise, so his results are better. With the imitation of the Eye of Death in Myron's hands, all 5 people who practiced shotguns stopped there and walked towards this side. Jim, how are your grades? Myron asked while stroking the gun. Ring 99. Jim glanced at his identity bracelet and reported the result. Haha, should I have the talent to snipe? Myron asked with a smug look on his face. Myron, this kind of windless indoor environment, at a distance of 300 meters, you can't hit 100 rings with the Eye of Death imitation, you still sniper talent. Jim sneered. I feel pretty good. Myron didn't continue. Although the Eye of Death imitation is not real, the recoil feeling is extremely strong, and he needs a break. When you are 100% hit, and then you are set to increase the level, you will know the difficulty. Jim did not let Myron pass, said again. David, you come and try. Myron didn't care what Jim said. His purpose was to be better than David. David was in a hurry. He came to the Eye of Death imitation, and when he touched the sniper rifle, he felt a sense of integration with his body. His finger was in the ammunition box next to it, a group of ammunition was taken out, and then it was gently pressed to install the ammunition. The only drawback is that there is no T3 sniper assist device on the imitation of Eye of Death, but an ordinary sight. However, the environment here is not that complicated environment. After installing ammunition eyes and looking forward from the sight, even if there is no time for aiming, David directly fired. 10 consecutive gunshots were almost continuous. Jim, how is David's performance? Myron looked at David like a random hare and couldn't help but concede in his heart. He turned and asked. But what he saw was Jim's weird expression. Ring 100, David, have you ever practiced a sniper rifle before? Jim asked curiously after reporting the results. What? There are 100 rings in this mess. Myron cried unbelievingly before David responded. He grabbed Jim's hand and looked at the results shown, and there was no one mistake on it that said everything. I knew I shouldn't compare with you, he said to David with a bit of resentment. Then he turned to Jim and said, David hasn't touched the sniper rifle, he can learn everything fast. How is this possible? Not only did Jim not believe, but even the 5 people next to him didn't believe Myron's words. David, are you interested in increasing the difficulty? Jim asked David. No problem. David nodded indifferently. He would like to play with the Eye of Death imitation in his hands for a little while. As long as he is given a chance, he can scan the Eye of Death imitation with the mini scanner that he carries. At that time, he can restore the Eye of Death imitation in the virtual world of the medium-sized server at home, and can slowly debug the real Eye of Death through the feeling in memory. David, give you 20 seconds to prepare, and the next difficulty will increase. You are ready. Jim did not say the request. He believes that as long as it is the first contact with the following items, it will be very good, not easy, let alone others. David squeezed 5 sets of ammunition in succession, filling the imitation magazine. 20 seconds later, Jim operated on the identity bracelet, and then 10 fixed targets appeared on the farthest wall of the shooting range. At the same time, wind began to blow in the field. David's eyes moved slightly, and the experience he had been learning told him that the farthest fixed target was 600 meters away, the wind force was 3.7, and the temperature and humidity were judged. It was only 2 seconds later. Fire again. After 10 consecutive gunshots, David ended the shooting. At the same time, his body trembled slightly in his wide clothes, eliminating all the recoil. 100 rings. Jim glanced at the results again, and there was more incredible in his voice. In this environment, if he fires slowly, he can achieve a score of 100 rings, but if he is allowed to fire continuously like David, then the recoil alone will let him after the first bullet is fired. The rest of the bullets did not know where they flew. David, if you complete the following project, I will give you this imitation of Eye of Death. Jim's eyes moved slightly. He said again. Jim, you and David are my friends. You mustn't trouble yourself for your sake. Myron reminded quickly. Myron, don't worry, I'm counted. Jim waved his hand and looked at David, waiting for David's response. Okay, said David with a hot heart. Before becoming a sniper armor, it is estimated that only this time he will get a copy of the Eye of Death. He does not know why Jim did this, but he is not polite. Jim is the son of the first chief of the military in Perrin City. I was able to make such a large shooting gallery here. It was not an ignorant person. He was able to say that kind of words, and he had his intentions. Chapter 54 Assessment. Jim started a complicated operation on the identity bracelet on his wrist. A whirlwind appeared in the entire underground shooting range. At the same time, some mist sprayed out, trying to simulate the real outside world. At the same time, these mists are also changing the temperature and humidity in the air, making the calculation of accurate shooting more difficult. The target in the distance is also replaced with a smaller target, and the target starts to move in a non-directional variable speed. The same is 10 targets, the same environment, but the difficulty has increased many times. David, you are given 30 seconds. If you can't complete the shooting in this time, then it will not be passed. Jim said quietly after doing everything. His expression was very serious, which made everyone watching around shut up and stop talking. Myron saw something. He glanced at David with some gloating. Start. Jim said aloud, a 30-second countdown projection on his identity bracelet. David's attention was completely focused. He was like a sniper armor in the illusion. The first shot sounded 3 seconds later, followed by 2 consecutive shots. These 3 targets are the closest. When calculating the trajectory, only a little reduction is removed, and the repeated calculation and analysis are reduced. Jim's expression was tense. He looked at the display on the identity bracelet, and rejoicing and unbelief were written on his face. After 3 seconds of calculation and analysis, David fired 3 more shots, then a 3-second pause, and the last 4 shots were bursts. To be honest, I have experienced the real Eye of Death in the Phantom. Although the recoil of this imitation is strong, as long as he uses force to suppress it, there is no problem even firing 10 shots. At most, use special after the shooting. The skill is to release the recoil in the body. So the difficulty of this shooting is how to quickly calculate and analyze the impact of the surrounding environment, and get the best trajectory in the least time. If his hands are not imitations of Eye of Death, but other sniper rifles, he may not be as accurate as he was because he used imitations of Eye of Death, and he did not need to test the gun at all. The overall performance of the Eye of Death imitation is only proportionally lower than the Eye of Death in the overall performance, and there is almost no impact in the range of 600 meters. David stood up and shook his slightly numb shoulder. It was the first time to relieve the force. There was nothing wrong with the technique, but it did not achieve the best results. David, do you know what you just passed? Waiting for Jim to report his results, he stood beside Jim and watched Jimmy's identity bracelet show. Myron yelled forward and hugged David. Shouted. What did you pass? David responded to Myron's excessive closeness by pushing it away and asking. David, you passed the Starfield Federation Snipers Training Field Assessment. Jim's voice was unbelievable, but the results in front of him are beyond doubt. And it took David 15 seconds to complete the assessment. Is this an assessment of the training ground for military snipers? David also didn't quite believe that although he got the knowledge of the sniper armor, he only did the calculation and analysis training in the virtual environment, and did not experience after actual operation. This was the first time he used a sniper rifle, but he directly passed the military sniper training field assessment. David, I want to explain. This is not to say that you have the combat capability of an army sniper. The training ground assessment is one of the army sniper assessment. Jim explained. However, he did not say that what can be tested on the training ground is basically past the military sniper assessment, because this assessment is the most difficult to pass. 30 seconds, it is necessary to suppress the recoil of the sniper rifle, and to shoot 10 small targets that move fast and irregularly, and to achieve a score of more than 95 rings, which has the effect of turbulent wind and fog. Such a result is extremely difficult to achieve. Soldiers with a talent for snipers generally require strict training for several years before they can try to evaluate. Jim, is this imitation of the Eye of Death mine? David didn't care about the assessment of the military sniper training ground. His only concern was the ownership of the imitation of the Eye of Death in his hand. David, this imitation of Eye of Death is yours. I will help you with the procedures to legally own this sniper rifle. Jim said with a wry smile, and then he continued, you should be concerned about another issue. You have a talent for sniper. I heard Myron say that you and his university goal is non-university, then you have a great possibility of becoming a squad, which means that you have the future to become a sniper. The possibility of Jiashur. When several people nearby heard the word sniper armor, their eyes changed. In the small city of Perrin City, the sniper armor who has been out is too rare. Now a future sniper armor is beside him, making them all feel unreal. Almost every armor wants to have sniper armor as a teammate, because that represents more results. Especially in the wild of the Rock Star, in this low-intensity Zerg environment, as long as you don't encounter groups of first-level Zergs, or encounter second-level Zergs, basically sniper armor can guarantee the harvest of the entire armor group. Without much cost, even the first-level bullets of the sniper armor can take some time to recover, more gains, and small payouts. This is the benefit that the sniper armor can bring to other armor. There is more safety. The sniper armor will kill in one blow, which greatly reduces the chance of the combat armor being injured. David, can you exchange the contact number with you? Jim asked the identity bracelet near David. Of course, no problem. David also brought the identity bracelet closer, and the two parties exchanged contact numbers. Up to 3 days, I will give you the procedure and the Eye of Death imitation, you can't take it away at this time. Jim looked at David from time to the Eye of Death imitation, smiling said. Jim, trouble you. I really like this sniper rifle, so I'm welcome to you. David thanked him sincerely. I opened the membership here for you. You can come and play in the future. Jim operated on the identity bracelet and said. David, what else can you do? Myron asked in a shocked look when he returned. Myron, I just have some talent in learning. You can do it as long as you work hard. David smiled with relief. Myron gave David a white glance, and he didn't believe what David said. However, Myron didn't have too much entanglement, and soon he forgot the previous things. Anyway, he got hit harder and got used to it. He started to discuss with David the issue of borrowing imitations of Eye of Death. The two discussed in the car the allocation of the right to use the Eye of Death imitation that had not yet been obtained, and returned with a laugh. In the underground shooting city, Jim came to the side and activated the identity bracelet. "Father, David is at the shooting range today," Jim said to the other side. Hearing it, Lieutenant Eaton should be there. "Jim, I owe David's father Hans a favor. Do your best to meet David's needs." Lieutenant Eaton's voice was steady and firm. "I promise to give David the imitation of Eye of Death." Jim continued. "You must have your reason for doing this, tell me." Lieutenant Eaton did not blame Jim's decision, he had a clear understanding of his son's character. David passed the military sniper training field assessment. Jim first explained the reason for the decision, and then he spoke out the whole process of David assessment. "You are doing very well. David has Hans connections. As long as he is talented, then he is definitely not just a knight. He heard that Lord Galen taught David alone for a few days, and then he praised David very much. With the gaze of Lord Galen, I believe that David's future can be expected. You can communicate with him more on this side. I think Mayor Bernard also made this idea." "Father, what about the formalities of the Eye of Death imitation?" Jim got the consent of Lieutenant Eaton, so he didn't have to figure out his own way, and asked quickly. "I'll say hello to the Defense Reserve for going to the city." Lieutenant Eaton thought for a while. Chapter 55 Reserve. On the morning of January 20th, David finished the morning exercises and sat in the dining room with breakfast. His breakfast today is full of larval fortified meat, and as many as 5 meals at a time can barely replenish his consumption. He couldn't help remembering the days when he had first-class fortified meat. At that time, every time he used it like this, his stomach was stretched to supplement his consumption. During these 3 days, the values of strength and physique on David's property panel have not changed, but every time he practiced 18 physical exercises, he felt his body was more transparent. His spirit up to 3.4 makes him feel more sensitive, he can feel the body is strengthening, but this strengthening is not reflected on the attribute panel, but the transformation of the nature of power. Come. When David put a mouthful of fortified meat into his mouth, he heard the doorbell. He excitedly swallowed the fortified meat in his mouth and ran to the door. "Myron, why are you?" Opening the door, he realized that it wasn't Jim he wanted, and said disappointedly. "David, I'll take you out to play. How can you treat me like this?" Myron said dissatisfiedly as he entered the door. "Myron, I don't think it's like that. You seem to be waiting for Jim," David said to expose Myron's purpose. The two of them just sat down with laughter and the doorbell rang again. This time they jumped at the same time and looked at each other. David didn't worry anymore and made a gesture for you to Myron. "Jim, you're here." Myron greeted with a smile as soon as he opened the door, and then he reached out and took over the weapon box in Jim's hand. "I will help you." "Myron, you are there too." Jim handed the weapon box to Myron and said with a smile. Myron didn't answer with the weapon box. His mind was attracted by the weapon box. "Jim, please send it to you." Of course, David can't be the master like Myron. Although he is also fiery in the imitation of the Eye of Death, he also has the master's consciousness and politeness. Smart housekeeper Emma delivered natural juice that had been prepared long ago, and Jim was invited by David to sit on the sofa in the hall. "David, don't be polite with me, I like to go straight. I've brought 500 rounds of bullets from the Eye of Death imitation." Jim put another small metal box on his hand and said on the table. David didn't expect Jim to have prepared ammunition. The sniper rifle ammunition was available for purchase, but Jim's intentions made him feel it. Among the light thermal weapons, sniper guns are regarded as controlled weapons. The remaining firearms can be legally owned as long as they have a legal proof of possession of the gun, but ammunition is not very restricted. Because Perlin City is a local hunter or alien hunter, every time you go out, you need to replenish a lot of ammunition. Ammunition supply is also one of the important businesses of Perlin City. Because you are not yet an adult, and the imitation of the Eye of Death is a controlled weapon, so I helped you to obtain the City Defense Reserve qualification, so that you can not only legally hold the imitation of the Eye of Death, but also other weapons can be legally held. Jim again operated on the identity bracelet, called up an authorization document and passed it to David. David opened the authorization document and looked at it carefully. This authorization document is granted by Perrin City Defense Team to him as David Kerr. As long as David confirms this authorization document, he will become a backup combatant for Perlin City Defense David and can be legally used including sniper individual soldiers, hot weapons such as guns, and the right to purchase corresponding accessories and ammunition from the military. David looked a little hesitant on the face. He didn't know whether the reserve combatant would affect his next high school life or even the college entrance examination. David, this reserve combatant is just a reserve person who will put you into the city defense. It will not have any other impact on you. As long as you respond to the call when there is a major battle, Perlin City has not experienced a major battle for 2 decades. Now. Jim saw David's hesitation and explained with a smile. Thank you. David confirmed the authorization document, and the authorization document was stored in David's identity bracelet, and he also updated his information on Skynet. David, I won't hurt you. Jim said with a smile. Jim, there is such a good thing, why don't you think of me? Myron asked, dissatisfied with the imitation of the Eye of Death. Myron, if you have the power of David, I will do it for you. Jim said, looking sideways at Myron. You should know that although Jim has some use of power in this matter, it is in accordance with the formal process and military discipline. David's sniper ability can indeed play a role in wartime, and it can attract a future armor, and it is still a sniper armor. This is what the military does normally. Not to mention that there are a lot of fighters in the city of Perrin, but in fact it is divided into 3 parties. The servants serving the military are only external and do not participate in the affairs of the city. To serve the government's armor, the number of these armor is small, but it has to manage a large number of civilian armor, which makes the government have to often borrow local civilian armor. The third is the largest number of civilian armor, including retired military armor who graduated from the armor school and returned to his hometown, and a large number of armor who came to fight for the benefit of a complex identity. A talented young man like David, it is precisely the military needs to envelop, even those who will not become the military in the future, but also have a good relationship with the military. Jim, you are too young to look at me. I won't look at this kind of authorization document when I am admitted to Nine University and become a champion. Myron said proudly. Although he said so, he also knew how popular the reserve combatants of the City Defense Brigade were and legally possessed a variety of thermal weapons. This alone was enough for most people. Besides, if there is a war in Perrin City, can it be avoided if you hide? At that time, it would be better to take up weapons to participate in the battle. The young people of the Rock Star are never afraid of fighting. The environment in which they were born determines that the elite among them will fight the Zerg. Only by participating in the battle can they enhance their status. David saw Myron's longing for reserve combatants and knew that this was a good thing, and he was more at ease in his heart. David, are you going to the shooting hall this time, or will I take you to another place to play? Myron asked Jim when he saw that Jim had finished talking with David. Where can you take David to play? Jim said dismissively to Myron, then turned around and said to David, today I will take you around the city to see the real city. David's eyes lighted up. Although he had seen the scenery outside the city of Perrin, he saw it from a distance, but he never actually arrived. I'll go too, take this guy, and maybe kill some larvae by hand. Myron also excitedly raised the Eye of Death imitation in his hand. Jim, won't it bother you? David also wanted to go and asked politely. It's no trouble, we are operating within the scope of the city defense, basically there is no danger, we are not just 3 people starting, but also bring a few more people. Jim said with a smile. When David left, he carried the scabbard on his body, and Myron put the Eye of Death imitations and ammunition boxes in the car. Jim's car was a military suspension vehicle, and David and Myron followed the Gladstone 6. They chose the South Gate this time. When he arrived at the South Gate, David had seen hundreds of people standing at the South Gate. These people were armed with various weapons, including swords, spears and hot weapons, although they did not wear bone armor. Armored soldiers, but they also have some combat power. The armored suspension vehicles beside them lined up crookedly. David also saw the South Gate, which was a square gate up to 10 meters high and 10 meters wide. The gate was not opened at this time. The specially reinforced and spiky gate made people look fierce. Gas. The 2 cars did not approach the gate, but parked in the military parking lot not far away. David wanted to help Myron mention the Eye of Death imitation, but he rejected it. David saw that he seemed to have the intention to occupy the right to use the Eye of Death imitation. However, David did not go to grab with him, because Myron did not have the level of regular training, as long as he shot a few times, he could not continue. Jim led 2 people past the armored suspension vehicles. Although these waiting people were not satisfied with the behavior of the 3 people not queuing up, most of them knew Jim, so the voice of complaining was very soft. Chapter 56 Crow. These people are crows. Jim whispered to David. Why is it a crow? David asked, puzzled. They are not real hunters, they only dare to act on the edge of the city, relying on city defense to hunt larvae, and want to get benefits, and do not want to take risks, like a scavenging crow. Jim's face replied with a trace of disdain. David's gaze glanced over these people named crows, only to find out that there were all kinds of these people, and these people turned back to David with fierce eyes. David didn't have any fear. In his feelings, there was no one who could pressure him. On top of his head, the shadow attendant was observing the surroundings. As long as some of these people dared to move, he did not care to use the second-level sword to let them know how powerful. Of course, there is a military heavy machine gun not far from here, and it is very close to the city wall, and no one dares to take any action here. Just as David was walking, a middle-aged man in a worn military uniform just turned around. The glass in his hand was sprinkled and the water poured on David. I'm sorry. The middle-aged man didn't seem to think that would happen, with a smile on his face and sorry. Be careful. Jim frowned back. Forget it. David patted the water on his body. Because of the cold weather, he wore thermal underwear, and the wet one was only the jacket, which had no effect. However, in the sensitive knowledge brought to him by the powerful spirit, he always felt what the water tasted, but he could not be sure if he perceived it carefully. He didn't take it seriously, it was just a trivial matter. Jim came to the door and used his identity bracelet to contact him. Following the small door next to the steel door, the 3 of them walked in. Entering the wicket, David saw a deep steel channel, which penetrated the entire city wall. At the end of the channel, you could see the scenery outside the city. The passage is the same size as the gate, and it is 10 meters high and 10 meters wide. At the exit of the passage, a military heavy armored suspension vehicle was parked there, and 2 heavy machine guns were mounted on top of the heavy armored suspension vehicle. Jim, come and wait for you. A young man wearing military combat uniform waved. This is Daly, this is David, Myron you know. Jim also waved his hand and introduced as he approached. Myron, what big guy are you holding, will it work? Do you want me to teach you? Daly laughed and patted Myron on the shoulder. Daly, I will let you see. Myron twisted his shoulders and replied. David, you are too famous. There are more scorpions dying in front of your house than there are scorpions dying in the wild for a year. Daly turned to David again. David's mouth twitched, and people who played with Jim really had the same personality as Jim. Don't talk, we rushed out of the city before the crows, otherwise they will be annoyed by them. Jim jumped on the heavy armored suspension vehicle and called to several people. David jumped into the car with several people. At this time, David found that there were 2 others in the car. A serious sergeant was sitting in the driving seat, and the other was wearing a white trench coat on his feet. Long boots are not like going out of town at all, they are more like going to a cocktail party. This man has long shawl and beautiful face. If it is not obvious that the face has male characteristics, David should think that this is a woman. Jim, why is De Quincy here? Myron asked Jim immediately when he saw the men. Myron, the city of Perrin is not big, and the official matters are handled by the adults, so we should not have any gaps between them. Jim said carelessly. Myron, there are more species than me to see who killed the Zerg. De Quincy said with a chuckle. Comparing with each other. Myron hugged the gun case in his hand and responded with confidence. David didn't say anything, and I can see that except for the sergeant, these people are not ordinary people, and all of them should have a large background. Sergeant Boris, trouble you, let's go. Jim said to the sergeant politely. Yes. Sergeant Boris said in a deep voice, and then the heavy armored suspension vehicle was launched. It seems that due to Myron and De Quincy, the atmosphere in the car is a bit tense. David, there are a lot of first-class medals outside the city. If you can pick up a piece, you can exchange a lot of credit points. Daly wanted to break this atmosphere and said with a smile that was not related to David. David, don't believe him, in the years after each war, after the military search, there were always some first-level warheads, or the first-level weapons of the injured and dead armor were not recovered, they may go deeper into the ground, or they were taken elsewhere in the body of the Zerg, but After all these years the crows searched, there was nothing left. Jim waved. Jim thinks that David is not rich, and the first-level metal's temptation to David is too great, which may cause David to do something unexpected. He didn't want to bring David out, but something happened in the end, which made Hans and Galen hate each other. In fact, although the first-level metal David likes it, it will definitely not be for credit points. He may have more credit points than everyone sitting. More than 40 million credit points, even large businessmen in the city, are not able to take out so many credit points at once. Most credit points in the hands of businessmen are equipment and fixed assets. Only when Mr. Sturt wanted to carry out a major business operation with the support of the organization in his lifetime would he have so much cash. David doesn't care about the first metal. Myron interjected. He said that he glanced at David's back. If it wasn't because he didn't want to expose David's second-level sword, he wanted to show it. The rest of the people did not care about Myron's words, but with the beginning of this topic, the atmosphere in the car gradually became lively. David looked at the display screen in the car. The heavy armored suspension vehicle did not have a window. Everything outside was displayed through the display screen. At this time, the heavy-duty suspension car drove for 20 minutes, the speed was not fast, and it did not go straight, so it was not far from the city of Perrin. Sergeant Boris is very experienced. He is looking for the location of the larvae of the Zerg, which allows us to see the larvae at close range and kill ourselves. Jim sat beside David and explained softly. How effective are the larvae? How many larvae have you killed? David asked curiously. Although all channels have introduced larvae, it is even clearer how Jim, who has fought the larvae himself, said it himself. If the strength is more than 800 and there are quality weapons, one person can deal with a larvae at close range. If there is a hot weapon in hand, it is not difficult for ordinary people to distance themselves to deal with a larvae. There are more than 24 larvae before and after the threat. Jim thought and replied. David nodded. Instead, he had a better understanding of the fighting power of the first-class Zerg, but the larvae were limited. Now, according to Jim, he knew that the larvae could not threaten him. Jim, the soil here is different, there should be larvae. Sergeant Boris said at this time Shinsheng. David looked at the display, and there was no difference in his eyes on the ground in front of him, but Sergeant Boris said that there must be some basis. Bring your weapon and get off. Jim said loudly. Myron had already opened the weapon box, installed the Eye of Death imitation, and filled it with 50 pieces of ammunition. Then he stood up with the weapon. Good guy, this is an imitation of the Eye of Death, no wonder you will agree to the game of De Quincy. Daly did not expect that Myron mentioned this weapon in his hand and could not help crying out. De Quincy's complexion is also not good looking. This time he only brought a D-15 shotgun. The medium and short-range powerful firearms used by the individual soldiers have a capacity of 15 rounds. Normally, it is enough in this case. But I did not expect that Myron would carry a long-range sniper rifle, and this powerful model of long-range sniper rifle. In this way, as long as the larvae within the range of sight, almost cannot escape the shooting of the Eye of Death imitation in Myron's hands. Chapter 57 Outside the City. Jim took a D-200 assault rifle, and Daly had the same weapon. Their choice was to maintain firepower and maintain maximum lethality, so they didn't choose anything too special. David, do you want to choose a gun to spare? Jim asked when he saw David's imitation of Eye of Death being held in the hands of Myron. Jim, no, I have this. David smiled and patted the scabbard behind his back. David, we are not armored. Although the cold weapon sounds powerful, it also depends on who is using it. Although De Quincy is not very friendly to David because of his close relationship with Myron, but he will not be malicious, he persuaded. Come on, David is a genius. Myron said back then. Jim stopped talking immediately. After Myron said this last time, he saw that David took the Eye of Death imitation of the General Sniper Training Field Assessment Project and passed it directly. The rest saw Jim not speaking, and did not persuade him. Anyway, the weapons in the hands of everyone are enough to cope with the troubles encountered. Sergeant Boris stayed on the heavy armored suspension vehicle, and the 2 heavy machine guns on board were his weapons. Jumping off the car, David first smelled a faint smell. Myron found a raised boulder, set up the Eye of Death imitation, and began to look for his goal. Daly, you are responsible for the left, De Quincy, you are responsible for the right, David you look at the back of the spot, call it if there is a situation, I will open the way in front. Jim arranged with a D-200 assault rifle. Jim, how about me? Myron cried out without hearing his own arrangements. Do not leave your present position. Sergeant Boris on the armored car can protect you, and the sniper rifle in your hand can also attack the larvae around 2 kilometers. If you are not satisfied, go to the car and change to medium and short-range weapons. Keep up with us. Jim said helplessly. Anyway, they will not leave the heavy armored suspension vehicle at a distance of 2 kilometers. In fact, Myron is the safest among them. The boulder is under him, and he is covered by 2 heavy machine guns of Sergeant Boris at close range. Then you go, I will protect you. Myron said with satisfaction. Myron, don't aim at a distance of 10 meters next to me. I am not at ease with your marksmanship. David thought of Myron's marksmanship and gave some uneasy orders. Myron's marksmanship is still practiced in the windless environment of the shooting gallery. In this environment, no one can tell how accurate it can be. Myron, don't shoot in this direction. Jim also reminded me that Myron was not a veteran. Even De Quincey looked at the Eye of Death imitation in Myron's hands and shrunk his neck, wondering if Myron would burst his head with unreliable marksmanship. In the repeated cries of several people, Myron promised not to shoot indiscriminately, but ended the confusion that had not started before the action. Put the identity bracelet into the 988 contact channel to keep the contact smooth. Although it was only a dangerous trip, Jim still required everything in strict accordance with the rules. 10 meters away from David's head, the shadow attendant has begun to look around. At this height, everything in the surrounding hundreds of meters is in the eye, especially the shadow assistant's field of vision is very clear. As long as he is within the line of sight, David can see every detail through the shadow assistant. He can be sure that no Zerg can escape the shadow attendant's eyes except the Zerg hiding behind the stone. A squad of 4 walked towards the front, with David at the end. Jim, why doesn't the city defense attack the larvae? David looked at the distance from the city of Perrin. He can be sure that the city defense is still within the scope of the city defense, but there are larvae here, can't the city defense just ask? City defense is only responsible for the first-class Zerg in the defense line. The larvae are normally left to the hunters or crows to clean up. On the one hand, the hunters or crows need income. On the other hand, if you use city defense weapons to attack the larvae, the daily consumption is too much. Of course, if the number of larvae is abnormal, the city defense brigade will also go out and encircle the city, and if it doesn't work, it will mobilize the blocker drone to bomb. Jim explained while walking. David has long heard that larvae are inexhaustible, which is related to the fertility of the Zerg. A large number of larvae dormant underground, and the larvae will choose not to evolve when the energy is sufficient, but split into more larvae, collect energy. In this case, the larvae cannot be cleaned up at all, and can only be cleaned up continuously. Fortunately, the rock star is desolate, and there is not much energy that can be added, so the larvae evolved into the first-class Zerg at most, and the probability of evolution of the second Zerg is very low. The most important thing is the constant cleansing and lack of energy. On other planets closer to the War Star, the damage caused by the second-level Zerg and the higher-level Zerg made the Interstellar Federation have to invest more combat power on those planets. At this moment, the shadow attendant saw a pointed head after seeing the first 20 meters of stone. He was about to remind him, but he heard the D-200 assault rifle in Jim's hand. A continuous burst of shots hit the head accurately. After a piercing whine, a pool of green blood flowed out and spread around the stones. Haha, so good luck. Jim rushed forward with a smile. Although he was happy, he remembered to hit the head of the larva that fell on the ground again and hit 3 consecutive blows. After confirming his death, he stopped. When the larvae fell, the shadow servant who was 10 meters above David's head flew forward. He stopped 10 meters in front of David and took a sip. Then David sensed that a wave of energy was sucked into the body through the perception of the shadow attendant, but this wave of energy was extremely weak, which was far less than the comfort of the human soul before. David, come and see, I will teach you how to break down the larvae. Jim shouted to David, who was still there. Come. David withdrew some of his senses into the shadow attendant's body, and walked quickly to Jim as he responded. After the stone, he saw the complete Zerg larvae. The larva is slightly smaller than a human adult. The whole body is wrapped in a thin shell, and the body is curved. There are 8 pairs of slender legs under the body, 2 of which are particularly long, with pointed spines. The earthy gray appearance is easily overlooked in this environment. David, This first knife will cut off the nerves of the larvae's brain. Jim took a dagger from his leg and pierced the gap between the worm shells on the back of the larvae. Regardless of the time, remember that Zerg is a race with strong vitality. Even if it is a dead Zerg, don't take it lightly. Just one mistake of our fragile body will cost us a huge price. Jim continued. David nodded, and he watched Jim's movements attentively. Following Jim's explanation, the seemingly tight worm shell was released with a few easy knives. After peeling the worm shell, 2 fortified meats with completely different meat quality were exposed. Jim's dagger cut 2 knives at each end of the fortified meat, and then took out the 2 fortified meats by hand. David, do you have the guts to eat it now? Only the fortified meat from the scene is the best. Jim said to David with 2 fortified meats. David took the fortified meat, watching the sticky body fluid of the larvae on it, and could not help tumbling in his heart. However, he knew that this level must be passed. He had long heard that many armor were upgraded while fighting, because it had the freshest fortified meat supplement. With his eyes closed, he put the fortified meat in the mouth. The long fortified meat was not processed. It was not like the portion at the time of purchase. Each portion was cut into just for consumption. The strength of nearly 1,000 kilograms makes his teeth extremely strong and powerful. This original fortified meat is not as unpleasant as expected, and there is a hint of sweetness in the same taste as the fortified meat processed at home. It was just that he soon thought that the sweet taste might be sticky larval body fluid. He pressed down again in the abdomen and accelerated the speed. Okay. Jim, Daly, and De Quincey couldn't help but cheer when they saw that David had eaten all the fortified meat. They all came over like this. Since they knew what it was like to eat fortified meat for the first time, everyone here vomited. Chapter 58 Accident. Boom. There was a gunshot in the distance, and then Myron's proud voice came from the 988 communication channel. I hit a larva. You can go to your right 200 meters to deal with it when you are free. 200 meters. Jim looked strangely in the direction of the 200 meters on the right. He looked at Daly again, and the 2 eyes intersected, both in doubt. Sergeant Boris, turn on the car scanner and scan the nearby life field. Jim said to Sergeant Boris through the 988 communication channel. Yes. Sergeant Boris responded. Then the unique voice of the scanner came from the communication channel. Site alert. Jim gestured. David didn't understand what was happening, and he looked at Daly with questioning eyes. This is within the scope of the city defense, and there is a daily cleaning of crows. It is difficult to see a larvae without searching, but this time 2 larvae were found, which is a bit wrong. Daly warned. Explained. Report, no other life field appears besides you. Sergeant Boris reported. Let's be more careful below, and return to the car immediately if the situation is wrong. Jim said, not calming down when he heard the report. David, the larvae of the Zerg may move underground. Although it is slower, it cannot be detected by the scanner that its life fluctuates. Daly explained to David again. The larvae's corpse was left untouched by a few people. They were not crows. The larvae's shell value was very low, and they were not worth their hands. Still Jim led the team in front and moved slowly to the right. David found that Jim was definitely a good leader, thoughtful and impulsive, and everything was based on their safety. Within 200 meters, it took only 3 minutes to walk. A large hole appeared in the chest of the larvae and penetrated the back. Myron, what kind of marksmanship are you, and the fortified meat has been ruined by you. Jim shouted angrily at his identity bracelet. Isn't there a part of this fortified meat? David asked, pointing to the larva's back. It is true that the huge wound on the back of the larva penetrated a small half of the strengthened meat, but it still retained most of the strengthened meat. The flesh and internal organs of the larvae are poisonous, so as long as the fortified meat is contaminated with the remaining meat and internal organs of the larvae, it can no longer be eaten. Jim pointed to the sore. At this time, David also found that after 2 minutes, the shadow attendant did not react at all next to the larvae corpse, that is to say, the soul of the larvae had dissipated after the lapse of 2 minutes. This result made David a little disappointed, not to talk about strengthening the meat. This thing is a common trophy for everyone, but the soul of the larva is his own unique good thing. Myron, it's a waste of using the Eye of Death imitation for you. De Quincey also mocked. De Quincey, I killed at least 1 larva, how about you? Myron wasn't polite, he replied. Stop, keep the communication channel clean. Jim had some headaches to stop the quarrel between the two preparing to upgrade. As several people spoke, the larval corpse on the ground suddenly moved, almost instantaneously. Daily and D-200 assault rifle in Jim's hand fired at the same time. The larval corpse was hit by continuous bullets and the green flesh flew across, but at this time David also saw the larva that just exposed a head under the corpse, and his head had been shattered into pieces by multiple bullets. Are these bugs crazy? Jim cursed, and he didn't like accidents. However, there are spoils appearing, and harvesting the spoils is a priority. If there is no spoils, how can we call people out to form a team to kill the larvae? Don't look at the dispatch of heavy armored suspension vehicles and the accompanying of a professional soldier. These are all he applied to the military. There is a charge for this service. Although Jim often acts as Lieutenant Eaton, all his actions will be carried out without violating military discipline. Without loot, this time even Sergeant Boris could not be paid, let alone the rental cost of heavy armored suspension vehicles. Daly, De Quincey, you two dig with me, David is on guard. Jim ordered. Then all three took out their daggers and began to dig out the corpses in the soil. David carefully observed the surroundings. At this time, he no longer entrusted the safety to the shadow servant. The dangerous shadow servant from the underground could not be found in time. Take care of this larvae's fortified meat, and we will return to the armored car immediately. Jim said while digging. I don't think the situation is right. Is anyone overshadowing us? Daly's eyes also flickered with cold light. The situation in front of him was the first time he encountered the city many times, which was very abnormal. Who really wants to mess with us? I will let him know my strength, but unfortunately my clothes. De Quincey said while digging. At this time, his white trench coat had been stolen by the dirt, but David also found that De Quincey didn't really care about makeup. When he was needed, he didn't care about his clothes at all. Everything was done according to Jim's command. Who told you to leave the city and still wear it so white? Myron said in the contact channel, but this time De Quincey did not return because he was digging with all his strength. The three were together, and soon the worm body was dug out. Jim wiped the dagger twice on his body, and then quickly decomposed on the worm body. This time, he did not slow down to demonstrate to David. Less than a minute the two fortified meats have been taken out. He packed two fortified meats into the prepared bag, put away the dagger, and picked up the D-200 assault rifle again. According to the formation just now, we will return immediately. He said with a deep voice gesture. The remaining three did not speak, quickly arranged in line, and began to move back. After just 2 steps, David saw the soil at the foot of Dechuan moving and quickly pulled him away. Just at the moment when De Quincey's legs were pulled away by David, 2 long spikes sprang out of the ground, stabbed Ting in the empty space. Sergeant Boris, come and pick us up. Jim said loudly into the identity bracelet. The D-200 assault rifle in his hand sounded and shot towards the underground target. At the same time, Daly and De Quincey also attacked, and green blood oozed from the ground. No one mentioned the digging of the body this time. Even David, who was unfamiliar with the wild, found that something was wrong. Yes. Sergeant Boris's voice came. This reassured Jim. This distance can be reached within 30 seconds by Sergeant Boris, and there is no danger of boarding the heavy armored suspension vehicle. Back to back, watch your feet. Jim ordered again. The shadow attendant had just absorbed a faint energy and entered the underground under the control of David. However, David was disappointed. Although the shadow attendant could use his ability to penetrate the ground, he could not see the underground situation. In the eyes of the shadow attendant, it was all mud. This forced David to return the shadow attendant to the surface, at least so that he could see if there were larvae on the ground. Although he was manipulating the shadow attendant, he still felt the shaking of the soil under his feet. He had experienced innumerable battles in the illusion. He instinctively ground and his body emptied. Before waiting for his next move, the guns in the hands of the other 3 sounded at the same time, attacking the larvae that had just exposed a leg. Green blood gushed out from the ground again. This time David discovered that in time, the rest attacked and concentrated, leaving the larvae's head with only a thin layer of mud left. I still have 10 bullets, how about you? Jim asked, looking at the display on the D-200 assault rifle. He did not expect that there would be insufficient ammunition. The full firing state of the D-200 assault rifle was 200 rounds, enough to cope with normal conditions. In addition, the heavy armored suspension vehicle is nearby, which can be replenished at any time, and he did not bring spare ammunition. I still have 2 shots. Daly, who shot more fiercely than he, said helplessly. I don't have ammo anymore. De Quincey said embarrassedly. There were only 15 shots of his D15 shotgun, and all the tension was gone. In the distance, heavy armored suspension vehicles have been launched. Due to the weight of the body, it takes time to start. Of course, the 2 heavy machine guns there can also be supported by firepower, but the problem is that the underground target Sergeant Boris cannot support it. Chapter 59 Sword. I hope that Sergeant Boris will be faster, said Jim Shen, who tightened his D200 assault rifle. Although he is also a veteran, he is not a real professional soldier, nor a professional hunter. Every time he goes out of town, he is more of an entertainment and exercise. It is for this reason that neither he nor his companions paid attention to the consumption of ammunition. Current ammunition can kill a larvae if you are lucky. As he spoke, the ground suddenly began to tremble, which made some people unsteady. At the same time, the dirt under their feet began to roll, and David felt the abnormality under his feet again. His hands were behind his back, and 2 long blue swords gleamed flexibly into his hands. The 2 spikes that had just protruded from the soil, and had not touched David's feet, were split into 2 parts between the flashes of 2 faint blue lights. The piercing cry of the larvae came from the mud, and then a larvae rushed out of the mud, and a pair of dark eyes on the ugly head stared at the injured David. However, its gaze did not last for half a second, and the head was cut open by David's second-level sword, exposing the green tissue inside. When David solved his troubles, there was a scream in his ears. David looked around, and De Quincey held the D15 shotgun in front of him with one hand. The D15 shotgun was penetrated by a spike. Although he blocked a spike, the other spike was stabbed on his thigh. The blood-red blood on the white trench coat was particularly dazzling, and the spike was being withdrawn from his thigh at this time, preparing for the second attack. David exerted force under his feet and practiced long sword mastering for a while. At this time, his body was light and fast, as if a wind rushed to De Quincey's side, a sword swept over at the larvae's head, and the other sword cut off the spikes that had just been pulled out of De Quincey's thigh. De Quincey, who was injured twice, groaned again, and his hands were weak, but the spikes worn on the D15 shotgun suddenly slammed into his face. The spike stopped at less than 10 centimeters in front of his face. De Quincey strong enough to hold back the pain. Then he saw David with his 2 swords. The head of the larva that attacked him had been cut open. De Quincey hadn't come and said thanks, and David's figure flashed again. At just the moment, 4 people were attacked at the same time, but Jim shot the larva just emerging after hitting the D200 assault rifle bullet in his hand, and took the D200 assault rifle as a cold weapon to help Daly deal with a larva there. The 2 D200 assault rifles without ammunition can only be used as sticks, which makes them embarrassed by the 2 spikes of the larvae in just a few seconds and will be injured at any time. David arrived in time, the second-level sword in his hand swept again, the larvae's head was cut open, and the green blood flowed to the ground. To be honest, although the short battle looked dangerous, in fact David did not feel a little dangerous, and the larvae were more like a sheep to be slaughtered for him. The second-level long sword in the hand can easily cut the shell of the first-class Zerg. The thin shell of the larvae means that it is not fortified. More importantly, the attack method of the larvae is too simple, relying entirely on 2 spikes to attack. This attack is indeed a great threat to ordinary people, but as long as there are quality weapons in hand, the larvae after cutting off the spikes have little lethality. David didn't stay, he killed Jim's severely wounded larvae with the last bullet. The shadow attendant did not want him to control, and absorbed the souls of 4 larvae in a row. David, thank you. Jim looked at the unusable D200 assault rifle that had been damaged by the larvae's spikes and thanked him heartily. Just now, he felt the threat of death. Fight the larvae without weapons, even if he has a power of not less than 800 kilograms, he can't support it for more time. The 2 spikes of the larvae were too fast. The D200 assault rifle in his hand was the result of being stabbed continuously during a short period of contact. De Quincey is injured and needs treatment. David did not put away the 2 second-level swords, reminding him while paying attention to the surroundings. De Quincey, hold on, there is a first aid kit in the car. Daly approached De Quincey and comforted. Several of them were light-packed and did not bring the necessary supplies, and they never even brought the first aid kit. Jim, the situation on your piece of ground is very wrong. Be careful. Myron exclaimed in the communication channel. David separated his mind and connected the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant flew into the air and saw that the ground within a 20-meter range around their place was shaking slightly. In the distance, Sergeant Boris is coming in a heavy armored suspension vehicle. David judged that Sergeant Boris had arrived, and it was a little late. These larvae seemed to be crazy, and they had surrounded them. Jim and Daly, you help DeQuincy stand on the stone, and I will handle the rest. David said with a second-level sword in his hand, pointing at a large rock beside him. Jim and Daly didn't hesitate. David's performance has just convinced them. Plus they don't have weapons in their hands, the best way is to not add trouble to David. They helped DeQuincy to the rock, and at the same time, the ground dust rolled, and the whole ground seemed to collapse. The raised dust makes the whole ground seem to be in the mist. David! Jim yelled, and David was covered with dust, making Jim nervous. 80% Master-level Longsword Master, 2 second-level longswords shining in the blue light, although David is not a armor, but his attack power is definitely not weaker than the armor without armor. Suddenly flying gray tips affected his sight, but he did not panic. Too many battles had been experienced in the illusion, allowing him to maintain a calm mind in this situation. His eyes narrowed to prevent dust from entering his eyes. The second-handed long sword in his left hand was recovered and placed in front of him. The second-handed long sword in his right hand went out and formed a second layer of protection in front of him. He didn't understand how the Zerg came to see things, but he was able to attack from the ground, indicating that the larvae did not rely entirely on sight. Sure enough, he heard as many as 4 cracks in his ears, coming from the front of his body and the left. The instinctive right-handed second-level sword swept out, and then he stepped forward 3 consecutive times. The level sword continues to stab. At this time, the dust fell slowly for most of the time, and the surroundings were no longer completely unclear. The 3 people on the stone saw as many as 20 larvae. They ignored the 3 people on the stone and rushed towards David frantically. In the time just covered by the dust, the 4 larvae attacking David were all hit hard to varying degrees, but the attacked David was not injured. When he saw more than 20 larvae around him, David felt that his body was boiling blood, but at the same time his mind was extremely calm. His body turned into a wind. The 2 dark blue second-level swords were lightning in the wind. The dark blue light flashed continuously in the wind, and each time brought out a green flying blood. The 2 swords at the beginning were not mastered when David attacked, and the head and body of the larva were cut into 2 pieces by the sharp second-level sword. But the sober brain thought of what Jim said before, and the fortified meat of this larva cannot be contaminated by the flesh and blood of other parts of the larva. That is, in the next attack, his attack style changed. In addition to cutting off the spikes of the larval attack, the second-level long sword will only break the larval head. In the dust that has not completely dissipated, David's figure appears and disappears. Each attack will be accompanied by the screams of the larvae. From time to time, the larvae spikes fly out. David's sword is so powerful. DeQuincy, who resisted the pain, had forgotten the pain at the moment, and he murmured incredulously. At least it's all mastered long swords. I've seen none of the sword's armor match David. Jim exclaimed. Chapter 60 Reason. Long sword armor is rare in armor. Because long sword is a light weapon, it is difficult to kill a Zerg in combat, so unless the strength reaches the peak of armor, no armor will use a long sword as a weapon. However, after the normal armor reaches subversion, how can it give up the weapons it has been using and study the sword again, which will waste a lot of time and energy? Only the head of the flowman, who is a mercenary, because he became a pinnacle armor very early, in order to improve his strength, he chose to accumulate wealth by any means, not to fight the Zerg, but to fight the armor, so he will delve into the long sword mastery. David, who had received the knowledge of the ball of knowledge from the long sword of the Flowman regiment, had all his levels in mastering the long sword. It really is a genius. Daly swallowed and said dryly. Previously Myron said that David was a genius, and he was a bit disappointed. Although he failed to become a champion, he was stronger than most ordinary people. Like Jim, he did not have the ability to enter the college's nail professional, but he didn't want to give up. He used the relationship in his family to constantly sharpen himself, so he wanted to become a nail player through continuous practice. Although this path is many times more difficult than becoming a champion during college, there are many such examples in the military that inspire them. But today, for the first time, he felt the gap with real genius, that is a gap between heaven and earth. None of the 3 said that David was so powerful because of the second-level long sword in his hand. In the face of more than 20 larvae, if he did not have a strong long sword to master, they would have been long for them to see clearly the spikes pierced. Any one of the three of them also had a second-level sword, and they couldn't resist being surrounded by so many larvae. The battle turned into a slaughter, and David felt the pleasure of fighting. Compared with the illusion of a veil, the real battle made his body comfortable and his power was maximized. Even in battle, because the larvae were too weak, the sword in his hand used a variety of cold weapon techniques. That is to say, Jim, Daly and De Quincey are not real armor, they can't see his movements clearly, otherwise they will definitely find David's special fighting style at this time. The repressed killing intentions were also released in the constant killing, making his double swords more powerful. When the heavy armored suspension vehicle came to them, the battle was over. Except for the boulder where Jim is located, within a few dozen meters of their range, the blood of the larvae was stained green, and the smell mixed with the odor of the larvae. David returned from the fighting state of concentration. He looked at the larval corpses of the ground. He was a little unbelievable. Before coming to this world, he was an ordinary person, but in less than a month after coming to this world, he was able to face a large number of larval corpses without feeling uncomfortable. This may be different from shooting Mr. Stir with a long-range sniper gun that day. This is melee, and although it is not facing human beings, it is even more bloody. Perceiving the shadow servant in the sky, everything is because of the transformation that the shadow servant brought him. Withdrawing his thoughts, David looked at the double swords in his hand. The blue swords above the double swords were not contaminated with the green blood of the larvae. There was no need to wipe them. "Jim, I'm late." Sergeant Boris apologized with a first aid kit and jumped off the heavy armored suspension vehicle. It was his responsibility to protect the safety of these people, but the larvae accidentally attacked from the ground, making his heavy machine gun unable to function. Even when more than 20 larvae rushed out of the ground, the heavy machine gun did not dare to inspire at will, and fear of hurting others by mistake. "Take care of De Quincey's wound," Jim said anxiously without saying much. Sergeant Boris tied the tourniquet to the penetrating wound, then injected a tube of liquid medicine into De Quincey's body. "I injected De Quincey with a sterilized needle. The poison on the larvae spikes will not affect him for a short time, but I can only stop pain and stop bleeding from his wounds. I need to send it back for further treatment." Sergeant Boris's speed soon, but just a minute to end the action, and then said, "I'm okay. The harvest is not small this time. Hurry up and clean up your spoils. I can still support it." De Quincey-chan used the medicine and said with a smile. At this time, the heavy armored suspension vehicle is next to it, and ammunition can be replenished at any time, plus the fierce firepower of 2 heavy machine guns. There is no need to worry about safety. Of course, the most reassuring presence was that David was there. In a sudden situation, David could easily kill more than 20 larvae. "Sergeant Boris, help De Quincey get in the car first. David, please be on your guard, Daly, and I will clean up." Jim didn't refute. There are rules outside, and loot must be recovered. De Quincey was injured. The credit for treatment should be paid for by the harvest of this operation, as well as the expenses of damaged guns and so on. The premise is safety. Now that safety is guaranteed, of course the cost must be recovered. The 2 daggers were quickly cut in the hands of Jim and Daly, and the larvae of the larvae were divided, and the fortified meat was put into the bag. It seems that because David wiped out all the larvae in this area, or that David's slaughter scared the larvae, and no larvae appeared until the trophy was packed. Just as a few people were about to get on the bus, Myron saw the big step of the Eye of Death imitation running. "Myron, why didn't you just wait in the same place and just come over? Don't you know the danger?" Jim glared and shouted loudly. "Jim, I didn't see a larvae in the entire 2-kilometer range except for your side today." Myron didn't care, he defended. "Let's talk in the car," Jim said, waving immediately. In fact, the time they came out this time was not long, about tens of minutes. When they returned to the south gate, a group of crows were driving out of the south gate with a vehicle. Entering the city wall, all the people who did not speak all the way sighed with relief. Something is wrong today. Jim didn't wait for everyone to get off. Jim stopped the action of everyone getting off, Shenxing said. "Sergeant Boris, have you seen such behavior as larvae?" Daly turned to ask Sergeant Boris in the driver's seat. "No." Sergeant Boris replied affirmatively. "I don't know if you found it. After we separated from David, those larvae didn't attack us anymore, but all rushed to David. The wounds that De Quincey had used for medicine didn't hurt much now. He also started think about it and analyze. Yes, I was still worried that the larvae would wash up the rocks, but they ignored the 3 of us. Daly nodded in agreement. Several people looked at David, and everyone looked at David's coat, thinking about what happened before leaving the city. There is something wrong with the water splashing on David, Jim said quietly. Find him and dare to do these actions in front of us, Daly said coldly in the eyes, snapping. Sergeant Boris, you send DeQuincy to the military doctor first. Let's check the monitoring first and find out the guy who hurt us, Jim told Sergeant Boris. Jim, Myron, David and Daly jumped out of the car, and Sergeant Boris drove with DeQuincy first. Jim recruited a soldier and handed over the 2 bags in his hands. He did not have to worry about the handling of strengthened meat. The army had its own acquisition point and the rental fee was dropped. The rest of the credit points would be transferred to Jim's account. David, this time it's almost a loot for you alone, but the loot needs to remove some travel costs, as well as DeQuincy's treatment costs, and the rest can be settled to me. Jim feared that David would misunderstand and wait for the soldier to leave explain to him. David nodded. Although he prefers fresh fortified meat, he also knows that everything must be done according to the rules. Fresh fortified meat is better than processed fortified meat, but it is impossible for him to use so much fresh fortified meat at once, and it will still have the same loss effect, so David does not care much about it. Jim saw David's agreement and was very satisfied with David's attitude. He was strong and not arrogant, and he was a friend he could meet. Chapter 61 Turn Up. It's him. Jim took the 3 to the monitoring room at the south gate, where he found the crow pouring water on David. Help me find out who he is. Jim turned and asked the soldier beside him. These crows come and go from here every day, they are all to be registered. On the one hand, it is easy to manage, on the other hand, if someone dies without a whole body, you can also know who died. Although it is somewhat ruthless to say so, the fact is that crows are less dangerous than hunters because they are not as powerful as hunters. There is a large proportion of armor among hunters. The role of armor in the face of the Zerg allows ordinary hunters to reduce casualties. The larvae near the city wall are also not easy to deal with, underground attacks are invincible, and the death rate of crows is also very high. I found it. This man is Lovell, this is information about him. The soldier soon got the query result. David, wait a minute, I want some people for my father. Jim gestured to David. Then he walked aside and opened his identity bracelet to contact Lieutenant Eaton. Jim likes to make people unable to pick faults, and the military is very complicated, he does not dare to make mistakes. Daly explained to David softly. I understand. David nodded. The few of them had no law enforcement power. They had no way of finding the poisonous snake Lovell and taking each other. On the one hand, there was no evidence, on the other hand, they could not use means to force the other to speak. 5 minutes later, Jim took 3 people on a military transport levitation plane, where he saw a group of soldiers and 2 military policemen in white armor. At first glance, David was familiar with the 2 military policemen on the city wall that day. David, please give me your coat, said Shin Sheng, a military policeman. David took off the scabbard on his back, then took off his coat and handed it over. The military police officer took out an instrument and started testing, and soon a set of data flashed on the instrument. Everyone, Jim, Daly, DeQuincy, David and others were attacked by larvae and were characterized as artificially arranged, which involved Sergeant Boris, the reserve combatant David, and many of them have close relations with the military person, so this case is classified as a military case and will be dealt with by the military police. Please cooperate with you if necessary, said Shin Sheng, the military police officer. Of course. Jim replied on behalf of everyone. He then asked, what is the liquid on David's clothes? Not only Jim, but everyone else is very curious, this thing is too powerful, a little liquid makes all larvae crazy. That's the brain fluid that confuses the brainworm. When the military police officer said the result, he couldn't help but look at David. Because the bewitching brainworm is a second-class Zerg, and it is still the most special one among them. Although it does not have a powerful physical attack ability, it has a terrifying mental attack ability. It can also confuse unwilling life, including humanity. Above the battlefield, a bewitching brainworm is more harmful than imagined. Not to mention the almost imperceptible mental attack, just to say that the bewitching ability can make the comrades around you suddenly switch the muzzle and aim at themselves. The brain fluid of the bewitching brainworm is an advanced material, attracting larvae is one of the most wasteful effects, but it is someone who uses this high-level material to target a student like David. Thinking of the men behind David and the title of his father Han's kingdom, this military policeman's face looked tight. He quickly entered his judgment in the identity bracelet on his hand. This is a contempt for the title of kingdom and a majestic provocation to the military, especially after just disposing of a group of mercenary armored soldiers who lost their lives. This kind of thing still happened. It was even worse. Second Zerg bewitched brain worms. Jim and Daly gasped at the same time. David had already guessed that this was the organization's shot, but he didn't expect him to just go out of town, and the other party discovered the opportunity and planned this time for him. Only the opponent clearly judged his strength by mistake, so he didn't succeed. It's time to solve the Jeremy trainer. David made a decision in his heart instantly. Although the killing intention was released outside the city because of the killing, it is not that the killing intentions obtained from the illusion were converted into actual killing intentions. So David at this time is more decisive than before, and feels the danger, then what he thinks of is to solve it directly. Now he is confident that as long as the opponent does not use exoskeleton armor, he dares to fight face to face. This is the confidence he gained after fighting head-to-head with more than 20 larvae. "It's here," said Shin Sheng, a military policeman. The rear hatch of the military transport suspension plane opened instantly. 2 military police officers led the way, 8 soldiers wearing heavy bulletproof vests, wearing bulletproof helmets, and armed with T-8 laser guns jumped down. The laser gun is only equipped by the military. On the one hand, it is strictly controlled, and on the other hand, its lethality to the Zerg is too low to be popular. However, because of the speed and accuracy of the launch, it was heavily used by the military when handling federal internal affairs. The laser beam excited by the laser gun is only lethal at a distance, which makes this weapon not cause too many accidental injuries in places with many people. At the same time, because it uses krypton crystal as energy, it does not need to consider the energy of the laser. Supplementary questions. Jim and Daly jumped off. David and Myron experienced the scene for the first time. The 2 armored men carried a team of soldiers to perform the task. The military action, everyone stays in place, any movements are regarded as resistance, the military has the right to shoot on the spot. The loudspeaker on the exoskeleton armor of the military police armor issued a warning sound. In the dense house in front of me, there was a chaos for a while, but then it quietly and strangely quieted down. Then 2 white figures jumped over several buildings, directly opened a hole in the top of one of the houses, and rushed into the house. There was no fight, no resistance, only 5 seconds, the 2 military policemen turned back with a comatose. "Why take Lovell away?" A voice sounded, and then a man in a worn military uniform and a heavy machine gun rushed out of the house. "Your behavior violates the military management agreement, and it has been recorded." There were words of no emotion in the speaker of the military policeman who did not mention anyone. Just when David thought it was a warning, the T-8 laser guns in the hands of the 8 soldiers fired at the same time, and the 8 laser beams accurately hit the men with the heavy machine gun. It can be clearly seen that the man's body, including the machine gun in his hand, has melted to varying degrees. "Let's go back." Jim pushed David lightly, reminding him. "Jim, don't you have to use trial?" David still felt the scene in front of him was a little shocked. He had heard of the military's overbearing, but he never thought it would be so overbearing. He has studied this world. In this world, the law is extremely sound. The rights of citizens increase with the different rights of citizens, but the right to life is the basic right that all citizens have. David, the entire rock star is within the theater. Any resistance to the military, as long as there is clear evidence, the military must give the strongest response in order to maintain deterrence. Jim replied softly. David thought of the residents who had wanted to commotion just after the warning from the military police officer, but he immediately calmed down. Perhaps only the men who had a good relationship with the poisonous snake Lovell would jump out and ask the reason, but did not expect to lose his life. However, as long as it is thought that this is a gathering place for crows, some of which hold weapons, military deterrence is still very necessary. Jim, David, Myron, did you see if this person hit David at the time and splashed water on David? The military police armor brought the unconscious men to several people and confirmed. It's him. The 3 people present at the time confirmed with certainty. Then nothing will happen to you next time, and I will notify you of the result, said the military police's faceless men, then ignored the few people and jumped onto the military transport suspension plane and left. P.S. Gwazi asks for a recommendation ticket. The book friends who have recommended votes cast it. Chapter 62 Eye of Death. Jim, they just left us like this. Myron looked at Jim in surprise, and asked in disbelief. I can do anything. This is how the military police do things. My father can't take them. Jim said with a wry smile. Don't talk too much, let's leave quickly. Daly looked at the surroundings and reminded him. Fortunately, the man with the heavy machine gun just now was shot, which gave people here a great deterrent. No one came to trouble them now. But this is the most chaotic place in the city, and they don't want to stay here for long. Stopped a public transportation suspension car, and in many angry eyes, they finally left the gathering area of crows. David, I won't say anything else. You saved us in today's affairs. I remember in my heart, if you have anything to say, hello. Daly said to David when he said goodbye. Jim didn't say anything. He thanked him in his heart. He just wanted to ask his father to pay more attention to the case after going back, and find out who would strike David. As for saying that they are because of David's troubles, no one mentioned it. Just looking at David's selfless help in an accident, there is no need to care about the reasons for things. David, I'll put the gun here. Myron put the imitation of Eye of Death next to the hall, and then said again, it's a pity today that I didn't take risks with you. Myron, that's not a good experience. You look at De Quincy and you were so seriously injured. David said angrily. It's different, but unfortunately I didn't bring the warhammer, otherwise I can show my talents. Myron was envious of David's killing today. School starts in less than 10 days, what are your plans? The final half of the third semester of high school is about to begin, and David is hesitant to stop studying at all, but to attack the basic standards of the sergeant. Anyway, with his strength and speed, coupled with the mastery of various weapons, admission to non-university can be directly admitted without using Galen and human relations. How else can I plan to go to class every day on time? My father will not let me become a special presence in the school. Speaking of class, Myron said helplessly. David thought about his literacy, 3% proficiency, mathematics, 5% proficiency, and comprehensive, 51% introductory, abilities. It would be a pity if he gave up in this way. Although I didn't study it myself, I didn't take it seriously. I always felt sorry for the person who died in the impact explosion. Maybe I should use a serious college entrance examination to commemorate those who gave his soul for him. The most important thing is that several of his combat abilities have reached the limit of mastery. Ordinary practice can no longer be improved, that is, the body has reached the bottleneck period and cannot be broken through in a short time. He currently only needs to practice the 18 styles of morning and evening exercise, so that he has a lot of time to spare. I'm the same. I'm going to make up for the cultural knowledge next semester. Then I will get a good grade in the exam. David said with a smile. True and false, but I know your cultural achievements. Although I can pass it, it is too far away from a good university. Your participation in the cultural exam will definitely become your biggest stain. Myron shook his head and smiled. He has checked David's previous results. Those results can only be tested in an ordinary university. Compared with David's fighting talent, Myron does not believe that David is also talented in learning. Why don't we compare it? Who has a higher cultural score in the college entrance examination? David looked at Myron and said with a smile. What bet? Myron asked, looking up at the imitation of the Eye of Death aside. The meaning could not be more clear, but he did not want to think about how David could bet if he was not sure. On this imitation of the Eye of Death, if you can win me, I'll give it to you, how about you? David asked, satisfied with his thoughts. How about my Gladstone, which is more advanced than your Type 3? Myron said after thinking about it. Deal. David laughed. To be honest, he no longer cares about a Gladstone Type 6 car. It is no problem to buy a better car with his worth, but this is a game between him and Myron. It doesn't matter whether it wins or loses. Myron left with pride. When he walked, he looked at the imitation of the Eye of Death, as if he were looking at his own property. After David left Myron, this called the Shadow Attendant. He counted the time outside the city, including the larvae killed by others. There were a total of 32 dead larvae, one of which was only killed by Myron with a sniper rifle, the soul was not absorbed, and the rest of the larvae souls absorbed by Shadow Attendant. He put his hand on the Shadow Attendant, and a warm energy poured into his soul, but it was extremely short-lived. After the warm energy disappeared, the Shadow Attendant activated the property panel, and his spirit increased by 0.03 points to 3.43 points. He could not help but counted it. The souls of about 10 larvae can increase his spirit by 0.01 points. The strength of the larvae's soul is weaker than that of ordinary people. Of course, it can't be compared to the armor. The soul of the armor can increase his spirit by 0.1. After looking at the property panel, he checked the body of Shadow Attendant again, but he didn't find the emergence of Knowledge Light Sphere. This made David very disappointed. Although he didn't know what the larvae would be if he had the ability, if he could get more abilities, and still have the special abilities that the Zerg possessed, think about it. Don't the Zerg's soul extract the light ball of knowledge? David said softly. However, until now the Shadow Attendant has only absorbed the soul of the larvae, and it depends on whether the more powerful Zerg can bring surprises to him. Of course, this cannot be achieved in a short time. With his current combat strength, it is estimated that he will not be able to live when he sees the first-level Zerg. David didn't think about these future things either. He mentioned the imitation of Eye of Death and entered the computer room. In the computer room, he used the mini-scanner to scan the Eye of Death imitation structure into a medium-sized server, and then he put on a virtual helmet and entered the virtual world. In the virtual world, an imitation of Eye of Death appeared in front of him. All the data of the Eye of Death imitation are exactly the same as the real thing, even the ammunition in it. When David moved his hand, the copy of the Eye of Death in front of him turned into a bunch of data, each of which corresponded to an accessory. He began to adjust these data according to the true Eye of Death in his memory. The body of the gun was longer, and all structures were enlarged proportionally. This is a delicate project. Fortunately, the imitation of the Eye of Death itself is the copying and shrinking of the Eye of Death, which makes David less difficult to restore. After a little bit of adjustment, the data in front of David was transformed into virtual objects again, and an Eye of Death that appeared exactly in the memory appeared in front of David. At this time, Eye of Death is not only the same size as in memory, but also has a switch button to switch between ordinary bullets and grade bullets. According to the bullets used by the imitation products, David increased the power of the bullets according to their performance. There is no data for the first-level warhead, but that is no longer important. It can be said that this Eye of Death, in the virtual world, in addition to the bullet fired, is not a first-class warhead. Its internal structure, including the recoil, perfectly replicates the Eye of Death. David's finger flicked in the air, a set of data was generated, and then a target appeared at his kilometer. He is lying on the ground, although everything is virtual, but when his hand is pressed on the trigger of the Eye of Death, he still feels the kind of powerful feeling of shooting everything. He took a breath and kept the muzzle stable. He locked the target from the specially installed T3 type sniper assist device. The calculation and analysis of the trajectory almost became his instinct. After 2 seconds of adjustment, he fired a bullet. The huge recoil instantly shook his virtual body into fragments, and these fragments were immediately reassembled in the air to become a new body. Ha ha ha. David laughed arrogantly. Although he was crushed by the backseat force, he felt the familiar shooting in the phantom. He successfully copied the special sniper rifle, Eye of Death, of the sniper armor in his virtual world, and he can use this near-real weapon to practice in the future. Of course, the result is that every time it is fired, because there is no exoskeleton armor parameter, it can only be used by the body. Every time it will collapse the virtual body, but it is not a real death, and it can make him constantly feel the Eye of Death. Seeding Power. Chapter 63 Track. David, why didn't you tell me something happened? Hans asked angrily from the image of the identity bracelet. Father, I didn't have any trouble, just a small accident, the military promised to deal with it. David felt Hans' concern and explained softly. You live by yourself and have independent ideas, but you should tell me the first time this kind of thing. This is not the first time someone is targeting you. I will exert influence on the military, hoping to find behind-the-scenes people, solve this trouble. Hans said in a deep voice. David has been attacked many times this month. Although Hans has searched for related clues through the various relationships and even inside the Stern Hotel, he has not found any clues to the people behind the scenes. Just after Hans thought that Mr. Sturt died, the people behind him would stop their actions against David, but this happened again. Thank you, Father. David thanked. Hans almost never asks for people. For his business, Hans has continuously broken the style of conduct, including Galen, including using his own influence to track down mercenaries, etc. David sees it in his eyes and is moved. Don't go out again recently. You still stay at home before the military finds out the results. You will start school in a few days, and you should read more books. Hans urged him to stop the communication. David looked at the dissipated figure on the identity bracelet. This figure merged with the father of the previous life, and the rich affection flowed in his heart. He couldn't help laughing. The laughter made the empty room warm. The love of his father, Hans, also made him settle the idea of solving Jeremy's trainer. Although the organization is not known for its size, Jeremy Trainer in Perrin City is definitely an important figure. The next morning, David put on the hooded coat again. Because the scabbard was too noticeable, he would not do it in the daytime, so he was not behind him, just brought some small items. Before going out, he habitually manipulated the shadow attendant to fly out of the house and check the situation outside. It seems that it was due to military investigations, or that the organization did not monitor his movements through direct surveillance. There were Northwest suspects on the street outside the gate. David was still a little worried. He took out the small toy signal isolator sent by Leeson Security Company and set it to the smallest 1-meter range, which just wrapped him in the signal isolation barrier. There are only 2 ways to monitor people. One is manual mode, which is to send people to monitor, and the other is electronic mode, which is monitored by various monitoring scan probes. David was a bit skeptical about whether the organization monitored him in the second way. The mysterious organization made him have to be careful. The advantage of signal isolator is that most electronic scanning probes cannot detect his presence, and as long as he is careful not to let the video surveillance probe capture his face, he does not have to worry about monitoring. When he came out of the house, the shadow attendant was 10 meters above his head. He divided his mind and observed the situation around him. Since his spiritual improvement, he has gone through a long period of practice and adaptation, and now he can easily divide some of his mind on the shadow servant without affecting his own actions. Of course, if it is fierce fighting or doing complicated things, he still has to concentrate on it, and he dare not get a little distracted. He still can't grasp the real one mind and two minds, but is mainly based on himself, supplemented by a small part of mind. David is like a student who runs during a holiday. The fact is that his purpose is not simple. The fitness room where Jeremy's trainer is located is not far from David's home. At that time, David chose it because of this reason. After a 20-minute jog, David approached the fitness room, which was in a commercial street, which was very lively. David kept jogging and did not stop. Although he had no surveillance experience, he still knew the basic points of attention. He lowered his head and only looked forward. The hood blocked his face, which made no one find him abnormal, but in fact the shadow attendant above his head was looking at the environment near the fitness room. He soon discovered that what he had thought was too simple. Although there were many people on this commercial street, there were no people staying at the entrance of the fitness room. People passed by or entered the fitness room directly. If this is really a secret stronghold for the organization, as long as he stands at the door of the fitness room for a while, it is estimated that he will be noticed by the people in the fitness room. He ran across the fitness room without any hassle, and continued to move forward. He wanted to see what other directions could be used to approach the fitness room. After passing the fitness room, he found that this fitness room seemed to pay special attention to what he chose. The 2 left and right are high-end members-only stores and will not receive any strangers. While jogging, David thought about how to explore the fitness room. At this moment, he saw a strong figure coming out of the fitness room door. Almost instantaneously, he recognized through the shadow attendant's vision that this man was Jeremy Trainer. He regretted not bringing out the double swords. Obviously, Jeremy Trainer is going out. David is more likely to have the opportunity to solve Jeremy Trainer by himself. As soon as the trainer Jeremy came out, a suspension car stopped in front of him. The trainer Jeremy jumped into the driver's seat, and the suspension car was running slowly in the center of the street. David was not in a hurry. The viewing range of the shadow attendant was too large. There were not many tall buildings in Perrin City, which allowed the shadow attendant to see very far from 10 meters high. After the suspension vehicle driven by Jeremy Trainer went 200 meters away, David stopped a public transportation suspension vehicle. David did not specify a goal, but chose the direction of voice control. The public transportation suspension vehicle maintained the most standard speed in the direction of Jeremy's Trainer leaving. The distance between the 2 suspension vehicles is nearly 300 meters. In general, even professionals in this situation cannot guarantee that they will not be lost, but David follows through the shadow. The suspension car of Jeremy Trainer is parked in front of a house. This is a mid-range residence in the city. It is not conspicuous, which is very in line with the status of Jeremy Trainer. David also got off at 300 meters from Jeremy's Trainer. He already knew the opponent's goal, and the next step was how to get close. He approached all the way to about 100 meters, and took out a small toy micro-scanner, which was also sent by Leeson Security. He did not dare to scan the house that Jeremy Trainor entered, but chose the one on the left. Don't look at the small size of the mini-scanner, but its ability is not weak at all, and it quickly scanned the entire house. There is a security system in this house and no one is at home. David had already prepared for the security system. He took out the K2 military electronic countermeasures from his waist bag and a signal was sent out. Good luck, this house uses the security system of Leeson Security Company, and it is also a low-level security system. For a David who has studied the updated version of the Leeson Security System and has the main server of the Leeson Security Company, it has 98% proficient level of electronic countermeasure capabilities. This security system was broken by him in only 20 seconds. Opened. He looked around and didn't see anyone notice him. He carefully let out a few public surveillance probes and came to the door of the house. The door opened automatically, just like welcoming the real owner. David took a pair of gloves and put them on, and then put on the shoe covers again before entering the house. He didn't move the objects in the house, but quickly walked to the wall next to it. Fortunately, this is only a mid-range community. There is no space between residences, and they are all closely connected. David sat on the ground, putting his mind completely on the shadow attendant, and then the shadow attendant went through 2 walls and entered the house where Jeremy Trainor had just entered. Since the shadow attendant can only leave David 10 meters, this residential shadow attendant can only observe most of it. Surprisingly, there is no Jeremy Trainor. The shadow attendant's hearing is also very good, and no sound is heard, the whole house is very quiet. If David didn't see Jeremy Trainor entering the house, he thought it was an empty house without people. Basement. He instantly judged the cause, and the shadow attendant's body went directly through the ground and dived down. Chapter 64 Basement. In David's feeling, the shadow attendant passed through the ground smoothly, but then it seemed like a diaphragm appeared in front of him, blocking the direction of the shadow attendant's dive. Fortunately, this diaphragm was forced through after the shadow servant forced down. This is the first time David has manipulated the shadow assistant to encounter this situation. In the various environments that David has tested before, no matter whether it is construction materials such as steel and stones, or various decoration materials such as glass and wood, block the penetration of shadow attendant. He always thought that the shadow assistant's penetrating ability is omnipotent, but today he found that this unknown diaphragm limited the shadow assistant, although it was finally passed, but once the diaphragm is thicker, then the shadow assistant there is no way. The shadow attendant appeared in a larger basement than the upper room. Such a basement should not appear in this mid-range community at all. On the walls of the basement, weird patterns are drawn. These patterns are connected together, surrounding the entire basement. Through the shadow attendant, David can clearly perceive that there seems to be some power in the weird patterns. This is not a common security system in the Interstellar Federation. Even David's knowledge of electronic countermeasures cannot explain these weird patterns. But after passing the diaphragm, David estimated that the diaphragm was probably produced by these weird patterns. David also saw the Jeremy Trainor. At this time he was standing in front of an altar with a dark statue on his body. The statue had no face, and even his body was wrapped in a wide cloak. Jeremy's trainer looked at the identity bracelet on his wrist and seemed to be looking at the time. The shadow attendant was also suspended at the top of the basement, waiting quietly, and David was also curious about what Jeremy Trainor came to this strange basement to do at this time. When the time reached 9:30, the altar suddenly began to appear black mist, and then the black mist loomed white. The white light is getting stronger and stronger, breaking through the black mist. It turned out to be a figure. The shadow attendant's sight can see that the figure is somewhat illusory. This figure is like a virtual image when using the identity bracelet to communicate with the person's video. Adult, may the great Lord bless you. Jeremy's trainer's greeting is very strange, as well as his etiquette, which is a complicated and humble etiquette. At least David has never heard of such a ritual in his memory. This kind of ritual in which the fingers draw a strange arc in the air while bowing, and then retract the chest, is incompatible with this world. Jeremiah, the Lord will protect you. The old voice of the figure responded, and at the same time returned a slightly simple but equally eccentric courtesy. Even if the two were not face to face, this complicated meeting ceremony made this meeting very formal. Sir, the Gwasher plan is not going well, and I will blame myself in the work report. The trainer Jeremy did not get up, he bowed and continued. Jeremy, you are alone in Perrin City. The organization cannot help you very much. The kingdom plan has a problem. I will speak for you here. The figure said with emotion. Thank you, sir. Jeremy's trainer was obviously relieved to thank. Your side is one of the important transportation points connecting the organization. The smooth transportation must ensure that there will be a batch of important materials tonight. You personally send this batch of materials to the transportation point. The voice of the silhouette was commanded. Yes, my lord, I must protect the safety of supplies. Jeremy Trainer replied loudly. Jeremy, wait for the success of the Guoshur plan, and you will come back. You should also be promoted. The organization needs a powerful warrior like you. After the silhouette finished the formal event, the voice also softened. I would like to work for adults. Jeremy's trainer's voice was excited. Okay, let's conclude this time, said the figure with a trace of exhaustion. Then the white figure became smaller, the black mist wrapped the white figure, and the black mist slowly returned to the altar. Jeremy's trainer was obviously a little excited. His hands waved vigorously in the air with a white light, and the air made a tear. David in the house next door swallowed softly. Fortunately, he came to check the skill of Jeremy Trainer in advance. It was originally thought that he had the most ordinary armor. If it is a sneak attack, there is still a high probability of killing it. But the inadvertently excited wave of Jeremy Trainer just revealed David's information. As far as David's eyes are concerned, after experiencing the fusion of many battle knowledge light balls, and after the baptism of various battle illusions, he has a general judgment on the combat effectiveness of Jiashur. From the ordinary armor to the peak-level armor like Pheromon, the serious mercenary commander, he can judge the strength of his strength. But the Jeremy Trainer who exposed a little strength, David was unable to judge its strength, and even David was doubting whether the strength of the Jeremy Trainer could be compared to Galen. Shaking his head violently, David removes this speculation. If it is really so powerful, it will not use any conspiracy or trickery, and it can be put to death by directly shooting. Like Galen, in the face of the seemingly powerful armor, one hand is all done. If Jeremy's Trainer is really so powerful, David's first thought is to tell his father Hans and Galen that they will definitely not be prepared to solve it by themselves. It should be a special fighting skill, David explained to himself. The trainer Jeremy bowed to the idol and said something lightly in his mouth. He couldn't hear the contents with the hearing of the film assistant. After a while, he straightened up and left the basement. The shadow attendant once again struggled through the diaphragm and back to the ground, and saw that Jeremy Trainer barely stayed, and walked out of the house directly. David let the shadow attendant do his best to fly in the air, watching the trainer Jeremy get on the levitating car, and then left from the house where he was, and he easily restored the security system. At this time, David couldn't help but sigh his unprofessional. If he had a tracker, he could install one on Jeremy's trainer's suspension car. How could he still look for public transportation suspension cars as he is now? Fortunately, the public transportation service in Perrin City was good, but after a delay of 10 seconds, an empty public transportation suspension vehicle passed by and was stopped by David. At this time, the shadow attendant could only vaguely see the rear of Jeremy Trainer's suspension car. Fortunately, Jeremy Trainer was not in a hurry, and the suspension car had been maintaining a slow speed. David feels that he can be a detective. After owning the shadow attendant, he can completely monitor and track targets at a distance of hundreds of meters or even kilometers. This time I almost followed the trainer Jeremy, but let David keep up. Jeremy's trainer is traveling in the north direction of the city this time. Unlike the other few directions, the north of the city is an industrial area, and almost all factories are concentrated here. Due to traffic restrictions, although Perrin City has an aircraft connected to the outside world, due to transportation costs and certain risks, a large amount of living materials still rely on local self-sufficiency. This is almost common in Rockstar, as in the shopping street of Perrin City. Most of the goods are locally produced, only high-end luxury goods, some particularly high-end electronic equipment, or other Perrin City cannot produce commodities are transported from outside. The jobs created by these factories also feed more than half of the people in Perrin City. Jeremy's trainer's suspension car drove into a gate, and David looked at it from a distance, and at the same time pulled up the map and found that it was a waste treatment plant. David frowned, but this waste disposal plant is a municipal enterprise. How could it be related to Jeremy Trainer? At the same time, he was unable to enter the garbage disposal factory. It was not that he could not crack the security alarm, but that it was the working time at this time. Garbage disposal work was in and out of municipal vehicles from time to time. Is the point of contact in this waste treatment plant? David was puzzled. The strange organization made him have the urge to pull away. But think about what the Jeremy trainer said about the Kingdom plan, and it doesn't take much guessing because it is related to Han's Kingdom title. Chapter 65 Special Aircraft. David was unable to enter the waste treatment plant. He used the simplest and most direct method. He broke the safety protection system of the waste treatment plant with K2 military electronic countermeasures. Although the waste treatment plant is a municipal enterprise, it may be because there is nothing to steal here, or it may be the municipality's lack of attention, and the safety protection here is not strong. After delaying for 2 minutes, David completed the safety system of the waste disposal plant and entered its monitoring system. Through the monitoring system, he saw Jeremy's trainer's suspension truck parked in front of a warehouse at the end of the waste treatment plant. David was not in a hurry. He waited slowly until Jeremy's trainer left the warehouse an hour later. This time David didn't follow Jeremy's trainer anymore. He decided to enter the garbage disposal plant to find out why Jeremy's trainer came here. David kept the public transportation suspension vehicle turning around the industrial area, and it was not until noon that he returned to the waste disposal plant. At this time, the people in the factory began to leave in 2s and 3s, and the smell of the garbage disposal plant was a little rushing, so by noon these factories would not dine here, but went to restaurants nearby. When David entered the factory through the side door, the people in the factory took a rest and went to a meal. No one noticed that outsiders entered. Of course, this is also David's control of the security system, so that there is no him in the monitoring system, otherwise the loose security system will also find him a stranger. David had a shadow attendant watching in the air, carefully avoiding possible contact all the way, and smoothly entered the warehouse. After coming here, David was surprised to find that the security system of the waste treatment plant was not the same as the security system of this warehouse. This made him even guess what kind of secrets there were, and he needed 2 sets of security systems to protect them. David tried to use the K2 military electronic countermeasures to send a beam of signals in an attempt to connect the warehouse's security system. There has been no unfavorable electronic confrontation ability, but at this time it is in trouble. The security system used in this warehouse is very high, almost comparable to the military level. He can indeed break open, but the price of breaking open is that there is a great possibility that an alarm will be issued and his action will be discovered. This is not his idea, but he is not a pure electronic countermeasure division, he has the help of Shadow Assistant. The Shadow Attendant walked through the warehouse, and the same diaphragm was in front of the Shadow Attendant, but the experienced David only let the Shadow Attendant try a few more times before crossing the diaphragm. The warehouse is large and empty, with nothing. The Shadow Attendant also has no ability to enter and view. It cannot leave David 10 meters away. This restriction allows it to move only in front of the door. David judged the security layout in the warehouse with the professional vision of his electronic countermeasure division through the vision of the Shadow Attendant. Soon he moved outside, and the Shadow Attendant also moved in the warehouse, coming to a protruding wall. The Shadow Attendant penetrates into it, which is the main light brain of the security system and a special military-level light brain. No wonder the security level here will be so high. The Shadow Assistant's fingers quickly operate on the main light brain. In any security system, the main light brain is controlled to become useless waste. Of course, this is for the electronic countermeasure division with a very high level. In 3 minutes, with a brittle sound, the main light brain security system was completely compromised. This completely closed main light brain, except for those with permission to connect to view some data outside, it is impossible from the main light examining directly on the brain, David's authority in the main light brain is almost impossible to be discovered. This time David stood in front of the gate again, the gate opened automatically, and David flashed in. David controlled the door to close, and he didn't take a long sigh of relief until then. Although it looked simple, in fact, today's tracking has always made David extremely nervous. He, who had never done such a thing, was always worried about what went wrong and let the other party discover. He was also very satisfied with today's tracking results, and found the home of Jeremy Trainer and the strangely secret basement in his home. He also discovered the secret base of the organization located in the waste disposal plant and obtained the authority of the secret base. David is very careful. Although he can see everything around him at a glance, he knows that it is not easy, because he tried to scan this warehouse with a mini scanner before, but found that this warehouse was scanned by a scanner. In the display, nothing appears. The nothing mentioned here, including the main light brain of the security system found by the shadow attendant, cannot be scanned. This shows that the strange patterns on the walls are not only a certain obstruction to the entry of shadow attendants, but also the secrets that can be scanned by the electronic scanning system. As David got more secrets from the organization, things became more strange. I don't have an identity bracelet. Instead, I use the inexplicable altar to communicate, and the bizarre patterns that can isolate the scan, and the strange etiquette. Everything makes David feel as if he has been exposed to some incredible secret. To find out the secret of this warehouse, since he didn't need David to do it himself, he manipulated the shadow attendant to fly around the warehouse, confirming that there was nothing in the warehouse, but when the shadow attendant tried to fly down, there was a big discovery. David used the K2 military electronic countermeasure to open the main safety light brain, found a control system, and then activated it. Then the ground in the middle of the warehouse was divided on both sides, exposing the underground part. An aircraft with strange patterns all over his body appeared in front of David. The pattern on the surface of the aircraft was similar to the pattern on the warehouse wall, but it was more elaborate. Like the previous basement and the current warehouse, the patterns on the walls are painted with paint, but the patterns on the surface of the aircraft are inlaid with special metal-like materials, and its complexity is far more than the process of patterns on the walls. David tried to connect the electronic control system of the aircraft with K2 military electronic countermeasures, but there was no response after the signal was sent. Even he has a feeling that the aircraft in front of him does not have an electronic control system at all. This is almost impossible. According to the learning experience of Edna, the electronic combat division of the Serious Mercenary Corps, even large battleships should have electronic control systems, but that kind of electronic control system is larger and more intelligent. If such a small aircraft with a width of 10 meters and a length of 15 meters, if there is no electronic control system, without the help of auxiliary intelligence, its manipulation is a great trouble. Is it because the pattern on the surface affects the signal of the K2 military electronic countermeasure? David whispered. He manipulated the shadow attendant to fly to the aircraft, and wanted the shadow attendant to enter. This time, the shadow attendant suffered a huge resistance. This great resistance made the shadow attendant fail many times. Looking at the aircraft in front of him, David felt helpless. If the second-level sword is in his hand, he has the idea of splitting its shell. He had a feeling that the aircraft in front of him was more precious than the Black Ghost of Galen, because he could understand the Black Ghost, but he could not understand the aircraft in front of him. David had a feeling of standing beside Baoshan but unable to enter it. In the Interstellar Federation, flying machines are extremely valuable vehicles. Although they have permission requirements, so that drivers must have certain social permissions, it is the dream of almost everyone. Like the Black Ghost of Galen, you can fly inside the rock star ball at super high speed. Even if you encounter a second-class Zerg, its speed can be rid of it, not to mention that the Black Ghost has the ability to fly into space. Hey! David sighed. After many experiments, he finally gave up the idea of making the aircraft in front of him his own. He looked at the time. The noon break was about to pass, and he had to leave. At this time he also understood why the Jeremy trainer was coming. That was to prepare for the night's actions and check the status of the aircraft in advance. It's just that David doesn't know where the so-called transportation point is and needs such an aircraft to be delivered. He reluctantly closed the ground, carefully cleared the traces, and then left the warehouse, again using the shadow attendant's ability to avoid the workers leaving the garbage disposal factory through the incoming side door. Chapter 66 Sniper. The Gladstone 3 was parked in the shadows not far from the garbage disposal plant, where it could not be illuminated by street lights and the body of the Gladstone 3 was not visible from the street. David was sitting in the car at this time, with a scabbard on his back and a replica of the Eye of Death, covered in cloth in his hand. Although the sound of the Eye of Death imitation was very loud, it was an industrial area. At night, people could hardly see people, and the safety was completely handed over to the security system at night. David spent an afternoon in the afternoon, breaking all the security systems in the nearby industrial area, and then installing control programs in it. Today, since he brought the imitation of the Eye of Death, he just wanted to solve the trouble remotely. Sniper, a person without exoskeleton armor, no matter how strong this person is, he can't block the power of the Eye of Death imitation. Although the power of the Eye of Death imitation is not even 1/10 of the real Eye of Death, it is not something that the flesh and blood can resist. After David judged that Jeremy Trainer would definitely come here at night, he made this extremely bold plan. In the city, within the scope of Skynet, he used the imitation of Eye of Death to conduct sniper attacks. In order to counter the monitoring of Sky Eye, he had activated the signal isolator to the maximum range and enveloped an area around the signal to completely isolate it. Coupled with his control of all security systems in the industrial zone, the entire industrial zone became his world this evening. A surveillance screen came from David's K2 military electronic countermeasures at hand. It was an ordinary suspension vehicle, the one used by Jeremy's trainer. In the driving position, Jeremy Trainer was intently driving the suspension vehicle. He received the materials transferred from the organization not long ago. He needed to transfer these materials to the transportation point, and then transported outside the theater through the transportation point. Due to the special geographical location of the rock star, as the farthest warzone planet near the battle star, behind the rock star, there are a large number of interstellar warships blocking the entire space. Therefore, the materials coming from the war star must stay on the rock star and then be transported away in a more subtle way. Due to its remote location, Perrin City has become one of several important transit points for material transfer. On the other side, David has walked out of the Gladstone Model 3. He laid a mat on the ground and then lay on the ground to install the imitation of the Eye of Death. The cushion is not arranged for comfort, but to reduce the impact of recoil, so that it can better control multiple firings. David didn't underestimate Jeremy's trainer. Jeremy's trainer's frightening wave has always made him remember. This directly caused David to abandon his original plan to use a 2-level double sword raid, and instead to use the Eye of Death imitation for long-range sniping. In addition, he chose the 5-kilometer-long street in front of the garbage disposal plant. His sniping distance is 2 kilometers, so no matter whether the sniping is successful, the Jeremy trainer cannot easily leave the sniper rifle attack range. The extreme attack range of the Eye of Death imitation is as high as 5 kilometers, although at such a long distance, its accuracy will be greatly reduced. But with the sniper ability of real sniper armor, David's sniper level ensures the accuracy of his attack. David was prepared in a hurry, the monitoring from the K2 military electronic countermeasures, but the monitoring just entered the industrial zone. There are still a few minutes away from here. Pressing all 50 bullets into the bomb bay, he began to calculate and analyze the impact of the environment on the shooting through the T3 sniper assist device. After determining the shooting area at the same time, he verified the analysis results many times to ensure foolproof. In the T3 sniper assist device, the lights of the suspension vehicle in the distance are far from near. Under the reflection of the street lights, the 2-kilometer range can be extremely clear. After more than 2 kilometers, there will be some blur. However, in the adjustment of the T3 sniper assist device, the distance of 2 kilometers to 4 kilometers is still acceptable. If the distance is more than 4 kilometers, it can only be aimed at. When the suspension vehicle reached 2,300 meters, David held his breath, and the Eye of Death imitation was stable as if it were welded to the ground. 2,200 meters, 2,100 meters, as the 2,000 meters are getting closer and closer, the killing intent in David's eyes becomes stronger. Just when the suspension vehicle reached 2 kilometers, the killing intent gathered in David's eyes also reached the culmination. The imitation of the Eye of Death in his hand suddenly exploded, and a bullet with his killing intention was ejected. But just on David's side, the Jeremy trainer sitting in the suspension car was as predicted in advance. He rushed directly from the driving seat to the top of the suspension car and rushed out of the car. David's eyes narrowed, and this slaying blow was avoided by Jeremy's trainer. But at this time he could not stop his hand. At the moment when Jeremy's trainer was in the air, the imitation of Eye of Death fired again. Ah! Trainer Jeremy made a roar in the air, and a white glow appeared on his body. Because he couldn't escape in the air, the sniper bullet hit him with terrifying kinetic energy. That terrible kinetic energy caused Jeremy's trainer's body to spin and fly out in the air like a lightning strike, but David didn't mean anything. It can be clearly seen from David's T3 sniper assist device that the warhead was blocked by Jeremy trainer's armor. It was armor, but not exoskeleton armor, but armor composed purely of white light, so it was worn by Jeremy trainer. David couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. The armor composed of white light, including the warhead that deformed by hitting the white light armor, made him fall into a brief confusion. The Jeremy trainer took advantage of David's lost time and landed on both feet. He did not escape because he knew very well that in the face of a sniper, escape was the worst option. He looks somber because he has exposed his abilities in front of so many monitoring probes, and he can no longer survive in this city in the future. His plan, his work, and all the cost the organization paid for him were destroyed by the sniper in front. Dead. Jeremy trainer screamed, his feet slammed on the ground, and the friction between his shoes and the ground made the solid ground dent. His figure turned into white light, rushing in the direction of David. David was also awake at this time, his hand still steady, calculating the ballistic trajectory in his heart, and firing a third bullet. Like the first shot just now, Jeremy Trainor has a certain ability to predict. The forward body moves sideways, and the bullets fly over his body. Anger flashed in his eyes. He had to tear up the enemies in front of him in order to eliminate the anger in his heart. He thought of the disappointment of the adults and the punishment of the organization. David also entered the state at this time. The third shot was not able to affect him. His fourth shot was fired. At the same time, he did not pause and fired the fifth bullet. Jeremy's trainer moved again, while the body's forward speed slowed down, but it did not stop forward. The fourth round of bullets flew over his body again, but the fifth round of bullets arrived in front of him at this time, and he lost the opportunity to evade. Master. The thought flashed through the trainer's mind. In a short time came up with a solution against him. This is definitely an extremely experienced sniper. Jeremy's trainer tried his best to avoid the important parts, blocking the bullet with the thickest armor on the shoulder, but the white light armor visible to the naked eye shook. David knew very well that the white light armor on Jeremy's trainer was extremely powerful, but it was absolutely impossible to sniper bullets without fear. Otherwise, Jeremy's trainer didn't need to avoid the bullets he shot, just rush directly in front of him. For the ability to predict, David does not know how Jeremy's trainer did it, but he can destroy this kind of prediction by increasing the frequency of bullets. Sure enough, the fifth bullet hit the Jeremy trainer, making it impossible to predict and avoid. David even saw the shaking white light armor, which proves that the white light armor is not invincible. As long as there are enough attacks, the white light armor can collapse. Chapter 67 Distance. Trained in white light armor, Jeremy's trainer was hit by a fifth sniper round on the shoulder. The powerful impact force caused his body to stop the forward speed of his body unconsciously, but fell backward. However, his ability to control the body is extremely powerful. He rolled on the ground, successfully avoided David's sixth sniper bomb, and eliminated the impact of the body. At this time he was 1,500 meters away from David, and there were no shelters on the wide streets. Jeremy Trainor regretted that he didn't bring his weapon over. He changed his way forward, and his body continued to move irregularly and diagonally, making it difficult for David to aim. This is very similar to David's non-directional gun target in the shooting gallery, but the speed of Jeremy's trainer is faster and stranger. He seemed to have learned the footwork specifically to deal with snipers, which made David's 7th and 8th sniper bombs all missed. In the final analysis, the imitation of Eye of Death is just an imitation, and its ejection speed is faster than that of the real Eye of Death. Therefore, even if David possesses the sniper ability of a real sniper armor, he cannot fully exert it. All 3 consecutive rounds of ammunition failed because of equipment. His aiming is completely okay, but Jeremy Trainor's footwork will change direction at a short distance, and the bullets shot by the Eye of Death imitations are still in the flight, and Jeremy Trainor has evaded. Come on. David stopped shooting. Such a shot could not give the Jeremy Trainor a fatal blow, but wasted his own physical strength and ammunition. His body lying on the ground was shaking rapidly, releasing the recoil of the 8 consecutive sniper rounds. Now all he needs to do is wait for the Jeremy Trainor to be closer, so that the time for the bullet to stay in the air can be shortened. Of course, he also became more dangerous in this way. Jeremy's trainer showed a powerful combat capability that was almost no less than the armor-wearing exoskeleton armor. Once the Jeremy Trainor got close, David didn't have much confidence to survive. He took 2 breaths and made his mind more clear. The concentration in his eyes did not change as Jeremy's trainer approached. Jeremy's trainer didn't change his footwork because David stopped shooting. He used a special footwork to keep moving forward, and his speed was not too slow. At about 1,000 meters, David relaunched the attack. This time he did not stop. He fired 5 sniper bombs in one breath, almost blocking the space around Jeremy Trainor. This intensive shooting method, if it is the real Eye of Death, its recoil is enough to collapse David's body. Even if it is an imitation, David has to reuse the technique to release the recoil accumulated in his body, which makes his shooting stop for 3 seconds. But his attack was not in vain. The continuous attack of 5 rounds of sniper bombs made Jeremy the Trainer have to choose to get rid of this round of attacks at the cost of hardly blocking a sniper bomb. This time the Jeremy Trainer chose another shoulder blade, and the huge impact made him look white. This time, due to the range, the reaction time for him was too short. The sniper bomb did not hit the thickest shoulder blade. White light armor parts. The white light armor shook violently, and the color became darker. However, David was not able to chase him down, allowing him to use tumbling to mitigate the attack again. At a distance of 1 kilometer, the two ends are looking at each other, and the distance in the middle is the distance between life and death. Until now, Jeremy's trainer still didn't see who the sniper was hiding in the dark, and he was judging the possibilities one by one. Is it the killer, the military, or someone in the organization who does not want him to exist? Within 3 seconds of David's recovery, Jeremy Trainer rushed forward again, while thinking of the attacker in his mind. For a commercial killer, it is definitely not a good choice to invite an ordinary sniper while setting up such a big scene in an industrial zone. The military is even more unlikely. If it is the military, at least there will be multiple armored soldiers and a large number of soldiers. Even if his defensive ability is strong, he cannot resist so many attacks. People in the organization, together with this idea, he could not help but be shocked. This is the greatest possibility. I want to see who you are, he growled. After David adjusted his body to restore himself to full prosperity, the imitation of the Eye of Death in his hand was fired again. This time he did not choose the fatal upper part of the body, but aimed at the legs of Jeremy's trainer, trying to slow down his speed in this way. 3 rounds and 3 rounds of sniper bombs blocked the space on the left leg of Jeremy's trainer by nearly 2 meters. Jeremy's trainer legs turned into phantom, successfully rushed through in the character-shaped sniper bomb. However, in David's T3 sniper assist device, you can see Jeremy Trainer's leg with a blood stain. The blood of that blood stain was expanding, which made David happy. It's just that Jeremy's trainer didn't affect the speed as much as he did. At a distance of 1 kilometer to 500 meters, David fired a total of 23 sniper shells, adding several insignificant wounds to Jeremy's trainer. When the distance is less than 500 meters, the speed of each sniper bomb is now enough to make Jeremy's trainer's reaction speed difficult to make the most timely response. But David knew in his heart that he still had 10 rounds of ammunition in his Eye of Death imitations. At this time, he had no time to load ammunition. This originally thought easy sniper plan has evolved into a speed of life and death. It turns out to be you, David. Trainer Jeremy could already see David's face, and he shouted like a roar. This student whom he hasn't paid much attention to has been exposed to him successfully. Although he conspired to let David die, due to the influence of Han's title of Kingdom, he had to make David's death more like an accident. He didn't understand how his plan would fail. Until today he didn't know that David had been deceiving him. How could such a sniper ability, such a forbearance, be the student deceived by him? How can this sniper ability be possessed without systematic military training and without amazing sniper talent? Kill you, I will take your head away, I will torture your soul and make you regret everything you have done. The Jeremy trainer roared. At this time, he was hit by bullets in many places, and the white light armor has been broken in many places, but he can reduce the damage to the extreme every time, so that he can now have more than half of the combat power. At a distance of 2 kilometers, he faced a professional sniper, but only paid this price. He was very close to the sniper. At this point, he is absolutely proud. There was a cold in David's eyes, like a machine without emotions. The more dangerous, the more his sniper talent showed a terrible emotional control. It is precisely because of the close distance that the power of the Eye of Death imitation in his hands has greatly increased. Jeremy Trainer exclaimed a string of weird words. His original dim white light armor flashed again, but this did not restore the white light armor, but emitted a soft light that wrapped him all wounds on the body. It took only a second for those bleeding wounds to stop bleeding. At such a short distance, David saw Jeremy Trainer's wound scab, and even a slight wound automatically fell off after scab, and the wound healed completely. Stop him, David thought, firing 2 sniper shells again. He is running out of ammunition, and he must accurately calculate each shot. Even if he possesses the sniper ability of the sniper armor, he still lacks in experience. Too much ammunition was wasted in the previous battle, and he has not added it in time. 2 sniper shells fired at the Jeremy Trainer in rapid succession, and the 2 sniper shells were aimed at his head and chest, respectively. Jeremy's trainer chanted weird language again, his face became paler, but the white light armor on his body shone again, and this time a white light shield appeared in his hand. Chapter 68 Lore. Jeremy's trainer has been laid out from the beginning. After the sudden attack, he chose to kill the sniper, which is a kind of confidence to win. This confidence stems from his special explosive ability. Although he needs to cultivate for a while afterwards, it is fatal to David at this time. 2 sniper bullets hit the white shield, and the white shield kept shaking but did not dissipate. The Jeremy trainer has the ability to master a similar shield. Although the white light shield was heavily hit, it did not affect his speed. Most of the impact was hit by the 2 sniper bullets when he hit the shield. Clever unloading. At 400 meters, David fired 4 sniper rounds again, and the white shield shook continuously. At 300 meters, David fired 3 more sniper shells. After the last sniper shell hit the white light shield, the white light spot dissipated. The white light armor on the Jeremy trainer dissipated with the white light shield. The Jeremy trainer rushed into the 200-meter range. The effect of the Eye of Death imitation is already very low, because the T3 sniper assist device can be automatically adjusted, but such a close distance makes the aiming change to be more difficult. David jumped from the ground, his hands behind his shoulders, and 2 second-level swords appeared in his hands. He is not a pure sniper, and he has no courage to shoot while the enemy is in front of him. But he is much more powerful than a pure sniper at close range. He has a second-level sword and 80% mastery of long sword mastery. Kill. David stood in place to ease the recoil in his body, adjusted his breath, and then screamed and hit him. Just 50 meters from the sniper point, the 2 met. Jeremy's trainer's white face is scary, but he is cruel, and although he is surprised that David has a pair of second-level swords, whoever is the second-level sword depends on who uses it. Although he had no weapons, when he met, he struck David first. A white light flew out like a whip. David's figure flashed, avoiding the white light whip flexibly, while the second-level sword in his hand tried to sweep the white light whip. The Jeremy trainer did not let the white light whip escape, and the white light whip in his hand even met the second-level sword. With the sound of the white light long whip rolled up a second-level sword, and the whip stabs toward David's hand holding the sword like a snake. This unexpected method of attack has never been encountered, even if the battle experience in David's phantom is rich. But his reaction was also extremely fast, his body flashing sideways, his long sword in a fast stroke to cut the white light whip, but the long sword in his other hand was swept toward the wrist of Jeremy trainer. Jeremy's trainer was amazed by David's swordsmanship. This kind of swordsmanship is not ordinary swordsmanship. Who can have such a powerful swordsmanship at the same time? This makes his killing intention stronger. Killing a genius is worth the excitement. The white light long whip shook into a white light long sword, and Jeremy trainer held the hilt in both hands and waved his sword toward David continuously. David suddenly discovered that Jeremy's trainer's swordsmanship is not weaker than him, and because his swordsmanship is more like a heavy two-handed sword fighting method, let David's double sword light spirit sword be mastered for a while. You have to keep going back. Jeremy's trainer's swordsmanship is very old-fashioned. Every blow is flawless, strength, speed, footwork, and the combination is seamless. David can only keep going back and back to reduce the pressure on Jeremy's trainer. Although Jeremy's trainer took the initiative, he didn't have much joy, because David's retreat was not confusing. David's two-sword light-hearted fighting method is suitable for long-term wrestling. Jeremy trainer does not want to drag time with David for a long time. The situation here will be discovered by Skynet at any time. He did not know that David had long controlled the security system of the entire industrial area, and it was not easy for Skynet to find out. At least until Skynet finds an anomaly, it will not pay attention to it. While retreating, David swept the key points of Jeremy's trainer from time to time with his double swords, so that he could not be completely without impunity. If anyone knows the fighting style of the leader of the serious mercenary Floman, it will be strange to inherit the David mastered by the long sword of the Floman regiment. After one attack and one retreat, the battle fell into a stalemate. Dead. Jeremy's trainer suddenly slapped his chest, his eyes suddenly brightening a lot. David felt that an invisible spike suddenly penetrated his brain, causing severe pain in his brain almost instantaneously. His body could not help but fall backwards. The blood from Jeremy's trainer's mouth overflowed and he also shook his body slightly. Although this move was powerful, it consumed a lot of his spirit. Especially during the previous battle, whether he was physically or mentally reached a low point, the outbreak at this time made his body weaker. However, he is still very confident in the effect of this move. Not to mention the mental attack is not a non-armor such as David, even a formal armor in front of him, also cannot resist this mental attack. The spirit is the most difficult to master. Even if he has received the relevant inheritance, he can only issue a mental attack. David, you are defeated. Jeremy Trainer said with a big smile. His mouth full of blood made him look particularly terrible. David's situation is very strange now. His soul is suffering from an irresistible tingling pain. This kind of pain reaches his soul, leaving him paralyzed without any fighting ability. But when he retreated, he transferred a part of his mind to the shadow attendant's body. At this time, he was not affected at all. While the Jeremy Trainer laughed, the invisible shadow attendant was lying behind the imitation of the Eye of Death. He didn't need to aim at such a close distance. As long as he looked at the direction of the muzzle, he could judge that it was less than 10 meters. Whether the Jeremy Trainer is targeted. You are a genius, but it is destined to become a genius strangled by me. Jeremy Trainer walked forward step by step, said while walking. He was very clear about the consequences of mental attacks, and David was able to hear his words at this time, which shows that David's spirit is naturally strong. But this is also normal. The prerequisite for any genius is a higher spirit than others, so that they can learn faster and improve higher than others. David's body is almost comatose, and the tingling sensation has not disappeared over time, but is constantly consuming David's spirit. He tried his best to open his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. What last words do you want to say? Jeremy Trainer leaned forward and asked with a sneer. It was at this time that the barrel of the imitation of the Eye of Death, on the ground that he had not noticed was in a straight line with his head. In an instant, Jeremy's Trainer felt a creepy sense of danger. Although he tried hard to move his body, how could the injured and weak body be controlled as usual? In the sound of boom, a sniper bomb, also the last sniper bomb in the imitation of Eye of Death, flew out of the barrel. The distance of less than 10 meters, even when Jeremy's Trainer was full, could not avoid this attack. David saw the expression on the final Jeremy Trainer's face through the shadow attendant's eyes, unbelievable, fearful, hopeless, and a trace of regret. Although David's combat experience is derived from illusions, but his previous life was an IT practitioner with good programming skills. He understands combat as a programming process, and prepares all possible loopholes for it to judge sentences. Just like in the battle, he prepares for the failure of the battle. He never imagined that Jeremy's Trainer would be so strong that the Eye of Death imitation sniper rifle would have limited effect on it. In fact, with the combat power of Jeremy's Trainer, David did not use the Eye of Death imitation to explode his white light armor. After his close, there was almost no possibility of victory. The Jeremy Trainer wearing white light armor is more like an armor wearing exoskeleton armor, and there is little difference in combat power. Chapter 69 Pendant. The head of Jeremy Trainer is like a broken watermelon, red flesh and white brain tissue are scattered, and he falls backwards heavily. All his means under a close-range sniper bomb had no effect. After Jeremy's Trainer fell, David felt the acupuncture pain miraculously disappeared. Although his spirit was still weak, he was able to restore his ability to move. The shadow attendant was like seeing a delicious delicacy. He took the initiative to fly to the place where Jeremy Trainer fell, and took a heavy sip to the body. Then there was the feeling of intoxicating the soul. Even if David only felt through a part of his mind, he was lost in 10 seconds. However, he could not relax at this moment. The big trouble of Jeremy Trainer was solved, but the follow-up matters need to be processed quickly. Shaking and standing up, he came to Jeremy Trainer and looked at Jeremy Trainer, whose half of his head had disappeared. The shadow attendant had just absorbed his soul, but David still felt a little uneasy without seeing Jeremy Trainer's true death. Jeremy's Trainer's cunning and intrepidity was not seen by David. Even Galen needed close-fitting armor to develop his own strength. Jeremy's Trainer, like Jeremy's Trainer, completely relied on himself to fight. Especially the defensive white armor and white shield made Jeremy's Trainer's speed terrifying. Even David thought that he really faced the Jeremy Trainer wearing white light armor. He might not even catch a trick, because the Jeremy Trainer showed more than speed when he rushed forward. There is also great power. This is like fighting a person without an exoskeleton armor and an armor with an exoskeleton armor. There is a huge gap in speed and power, so the skills become worthless, not to mention Jeremy Trainer in swordsmanship. Not worse than him. The villain died from talking too much. David inexplicably thought of this sentence and couldn't help sighing. He turned back to prepare to take back the copy of Eye of Death on the Gladstone 3 car. While holding the copy of Eye of Death, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Who would think that the two sides of the battle, his own strength of nearly 1,000 kilograms, and the strength of the Jeremy Trainer is more than 1,000 kilograms, but such a battle is ended by 100 grams of power. The Shadow Servant's 100 grams of power can just pull the trigger, and can't even move the gun body at all, but with the cooperation of David, he completed the lore. After collecting the imitation of the Eye of Death that made great contributions, David's body also recovered some physical strength, and he mentioned the body of Jeremy Trainor. He didn't need any effort at all for such a corpse, but at this time it felt very heavy to carry the corpse. He took the body to the suspension car that was stopped by the road and was penetrated by the window of the sniper bullet, and the roof was also broken. The body was thrown into the car. Then he took out the K2 military electronic countermeasure, and forcibly obtained the authority of the suspension vehicle. The sniper bullet did not cause damage to the important parts of the suspension truck, so David easily drove the suspension truck into the garbage disposal plant. Before coming to the press machine that specializes in the disposal of used suspension vehicles, David did not act immediately. He started searching for this suspension car, and soon he found an alloy suitcase from the back seat. The suitcase needed a password to unlock it. David put the suitcase aside, checked it carefully, and then found Jeremy's trainer again. On Jeremy's trainer's neck, David found a pendant like a talisman. The reason why he pays attention to it is because it has a weird pattern on his surface that he can't understand. Especially the shape of the pendant reminded him of the weird flying machine, because the shapes of the two are very similar. Nothing else was found. David threw the body into the incinerator on the side, drove the suspension truck into the press, and then manipulated the working arm to turn on the energy on both sides. Soon, the suspension truck turned into a flat piece of scrap iron, and Jeremy's trainer disappeared completely into this world. After all of this, David came to the warehouse again, opened the warehouse door and opened the floor again, and the patterned aircraft was exposed to him again. He came to the aircraft with a pendant in hand. To his disappointment, there was no change in the aircraft. Is it a wrong guess? David said to himself unwillingly. He habitually divided his mind to the shadow attendant. The pendant he saw through the shadow attendant's eyes was different from that seen by the body. There was a faint light flashing on the pendant. With a move in David's heart, the shadow attendant flew closer and grabbed the pendant. The tiny pendant did not have 100 grams and was easily picked up by the shadow attendant. Just as the shadow attendant picked up the pendant, the pattern on the surface of the aircraft began to twist, and then a passage appeared on the side of the aircraft. David walked in, and he found that this was a real small spaceship. Even if he didn't understand the spaceship, he could see that this small spaceship was unusual. The material used in the shell of the small spaceship is completely composed of first-class quality materials. The faint glow of light makes David feel dizzy. Although this small spaceship is much smaller than the Black Ghost of Galen, the first-grade quality materials consumed by the spacecraft hull 10 meters wide and 15 meters long make David feel extremely luxurious. As for other configurations, he couldn't see how much, and he didn't have much research on this aspect. He took out the K2 military electronic countermeasures and wanted to crack the intelligence system of this small spacecraft, but it is strange that although he was connected to the system of this small spacecraft, he did not find an intelligence system. Is this spaceship really a manual operation? David said disappointedly. If it was really operated manually, then he would not be able to drive this spaceship. At this moment, the mind on the side of the shadow attendant received a quirky language that was neutral and inaudible. It's good if it's the federal lingua franca. The mind on the side of the shadow attendant was thinking, but the voice was replaced by the interstellar lingua franca. Hello, Captain, the starship beacon is waiting for your command. Who are you? David asked through the shadow attendant. I am the smart spirit flying fire of the beacon starship. The voice replied. David looked at the pendant in the shadow attendant's hand and judged in his heart that the owner of the pendant should be the owner of the spaceship. He stepped forward and took the pendant from the shadow attendant, and waited a minute without hearing any prompts. Feihua, answer me, can you confirm my identity? David asked without giving up. No answer, no voice. David put the pendant back in the shadow attendant's hands again, and soon heard the neutral welcome. There must be a reason why I can't understand it. Special conditions can activate this pendant. I didn't meet the conditions, but the shadow attendant did. David can only understand this way. Feihua, what is the function of the beacon? David asked through the shadow attendant. Captain, beacon is a flying machine inside the planet. It has the ability to hide all its own signals. Most of the interplanetary scanners cannot find the existence of beacon. Feihua replied. David judged the situation of flying fire, and estimated that flying fire has some similar functional intelligence, but its existence is just like Jeremy Trainor, and it is full of strangeness. With David's electronic countermeasure technology, flying fire cannot be found in the beacon. It can only be said that flying fire is not intelligent in the ordinary sense. In particular, Feihua claims to be an intelligent spirit, which shows its particularity. David then asked Feihua many questions, but only the questions related to the spaceship, Feihua will answer, and the rest of the questions are like blank paper. After stopping for 20 minutes on the beacon, David did not drive away the beacon. He needed a place where he could dock the beacon. And Jeremy Trainor is dead, at least no one will know for a short time, then this place is safe in a short time. He only needs to find a place large enough and secret enough as soon as possible to store this big guy. Once again, David removed all traces and destroyed all installed programs in the entire industrial area before he returned in a Gladstone 3. Chapter 70 Mental Puncture. David, who had returned home, lay directly on the bed, and he didn't even want to move a finger. Thinking of the abilities of Jeremy's trainer, David was fiery. His gaze turned to the shadow attendant, manipulating the shadow attendant to fly beside him. As soon as he came into contact with the shadow servant, a warm energy poured into his body and entered his soul. He, who was originally mentally depressed, recovered immediately and fell into the soothing feeling of the soul soaking in the hot spring. After David sobered up from this refreshing feeling, he obviously felt the changes around him, and this change would happen every time he had a great improvement in his spirit. The scent around him became extremely rich. He could smell the mixture of various odors in the air, and he could distinguish the various taste components. This is something he has never felt before. If this is also an ability, then this is the ability he has just mastered. Initially, his spiritual improvement affected his vision. At that time, he saw the world more colorfully, and everything became clearer. This time his spirit has been improved again, making his sense of smell more sensitive. He does not know whether this is inevitable or accidental. His change cannot be mentioned to others. He asked the shadow attendant to open the attribute panel, and he saw the spirit, 3.731, which was a full increase of 0.3 points. According to the calculation that the soul of a previous armor can increase him by 0.1 points, Jeremy's trainer provides him with 3 times the spiritual growth. He couldn't help but be shocked. If he knew the real strength of Jeremy's trainer in advance, would he still have the guts to ambush such a powerful presence? At this time he thought of the strange abilities of Jeremy Trainer, from the suddenly appearing white light armor to the white light shield, the horrible two-handed sword skill, that can avoid the pace of the bullet, and perceive danger in advance to avoid the bullet dangerous predictions. And finally a strange attack that nearly killed him. These were exposed by Jeremy's trainer, and I believe that the other party should still have unexhibited means. At this moment, David seemed to know that he had won the jackpot, but he didn't know what kind of jackpot the jackpot was. He felt uncomfortable like an ant crawling in his heart. He pressed one hand on the shadow attendant and felt the shadow attendant's body. An orange sphere of knowledge light floats alone in the imaginary body of shadow attendant. At the moment of seeing the orange sphere of knowledge light, the disappointment in David's heart is poured down like cold water. Now he has obtained the yellow knowledge light sphere many times, and he has not seen the orange knowledge light sphere much. When he asked the shadow attendant to convert the orange knowledge light ball into the display state, he saw the message of mental puncture, 10% proficiency. David immediately thought of the silent attack that made him sore and almost wanted to die. The attack was like an invisible thorn that penetrated into his soul. The big prize. He forgot the disappointment just now and was extremely excited. He who hasn't merged the knowledge sphere in a few days, the soul and body can already merge the knowledge sphere. Coupled with seeing this extremely special mental attack ability, how could he wait again? Fusion. He asked the shadow attendant to send a mental piercing, 10% proficiency, knowledge orb into his body. Strangely, this time he perceives that the sphere of knowledge has advanced into a seed and entered his soul. This feeling is very indescribable, just a pure feeling. As he prepared to look closely, the illusion appeared. A large hand is pressed on the body of David's body. As before, David can feel everything in the body, but he is only an observer. A bizarre seed enters the body's soul with the big hand, which is very similar to the situation where the mental pierce, 10% proficiency, knowledge light ball just entered his body. Then he was pouring spirit into the seeds every day, which was the first time David saw how to manipulate the spirit. The seeds germinate and grow slowly. I don't know how long after that, the seeds grow into a seedling, and a strong spirit is born among the seedlings, and the spirit becomes harder and harder with the passage of time. Until one day, the body radiated out the spirit bred in the seedlings, and the seedlings languished suddenly. Then the spirit is reinfused, and slowly the seedlings again breed a new strong spirit, and once again have the ability to pierce the gods. David awoke from the illusion, his eyes full of doubts. This time the ability is called spiritual puncture, but can only rely on that seed. That is to say, David can't teach this ability to others, because without that seed, he can't have the foundation of spiritual puncture. The same strange ability, but as long as it can be used, he can experience the horror of spiritual piercing. He sat on the bed and began to feel the seeds in the soul. Without the entry of the previous seeds in this operation, he could not really perceive his own soul. Although the soul is always in the body, most of the time he is the corresponding brain, not a real concrete existence. This time differently, he felt a strange existence, and in his heart he knew that this was where his soul was. In this bizarre existence, there is a seed floating, which is exactly the same as that in the phantom. David wondered whether the shadow attendant had absorbed the soul of trainer Jeremy, forcibly extracted the seed that had turned into a seedling, and transformed it into the original seed. It is just such a thing that cannot be explained scientifically, he can only rely on guessing at most. The spirit that I didn't know how to use before seemed like a cloud floating in the soul. David carefully introduced the spirit into the seed. I don't know if the seed itself is full of energy and can almost germinate, or this seems to be a seed, but it is actually a seedling. Just after David introduced the spirit into the seed germinated and grew quickly. It takes so long. It didn't take long for a strong spirit to be bred among the seedlings, which was different from the cloud-like spirit. This spirit was like an arrow. David ended the practice with some euphoria. Before he could observe the changes in his soul, he felt a strong sense of sleepiness and fell asleep. Before going to sleep, one thing he had in mind was that he must practice the 18 types of body surgery before practicing mental puncture before going to bed. In fact, mental puncture is not so simple. As a special secret technique, the only thing you need is a strong spirit to practice. Because of this strict requirement, most people are unable to learn. In addition, the spirit-piercing secret technique needs to be inherited by the predecessors. Each time the inheritance of the spirit seed is a huge consumption of the inheritor, this also makes the inheritance of the spirit seed extremely cautious. The shadow attendant is almost a stripping force, forcibly stripping the entire spiritual seedling from the soul of Jeremy Trainer, thus forming a seed. No one inheritor will do this. This is to completely cut off his spiritual piercing practice and also greatly damage his own soul. David was able to give birth to a mental puncture so quickly. I really want to thank the shadow attendant for this kind of operation. At 6 o'clock the next day, David woke up on time. He didn't have the kind of tiredness that consumed his spirit the day before. Instead, he was full of energy. He understands that the best way to supplement his spirit at the moment is to get a good night's sleep. This is good news before he understands the spirit. He does not need to consume too much energy to affect his daily life. After doing the 18 styles of body surgery, he saw that there was still no dynamic power in physique, feeling the transformation of the nature of power in the body. He opened the identity bracelet and started to contact Galen, but found that the contact could not be carried out. In this case, either Galen closed the identity bracelet, or Galen left the rock star and went to space. In either case, it is impossible to get an answer from Galen. Eating larvae fortified meat, he looked at the map, rummaging where to buy an area large enough to park the beacon. Maybe ask a real estate agent to ask. After rummaging for a while, he gave up, and soon he thought that professional things should be done by professional people. Chapter 71 Test Tube.